defensive front, 2nd and 11. 5.5 left in the 4th. Taylor is the running back. Purdy going for it all, and it's going to be picked off in the end zone. Darius Williams on an overthrow, and the Rams get the takeaway.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. And that throw basically indicated that the season was over. But shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. I'm going to use the word that Steiny used recently. That was just a lousy throw. Lousy. But that's not where I want to start, Shasky. I want to start here. Because as I'm driving up, one-on-one, and I got out of Levi Stadium fairly quickly. I got veered another direction. I was like, wow, 30 minutes, cool. But I was made aware of the Debo Campbell situation. And let me just say, watching Charvarius Ward play with a heavy heart, knowing that he lost his daughter, knowing that Fred Warner's gutting through this season, that is lost with the fractured ankle, knowing that Drake Greenlaw wanted to make his return and give it all, lay it all on the line for his teammates. Hell, even Nick Bosa came back with an oblique and hip injury. More credit to him. Played his ass off. Now, was he impactful? That's beyond the point. Watching Aaron Banks come back from a concussion. Watching Garindo gut it out, play with his team with the foot sprayed. Watching Brock Purdy try to throw a football as he's wearing an elbow sleeve like he's from RoboCop or something. I no idea what the hell that thing is. George Kittle giving everything that he has. And you got a guy in Debo Campbell who showed his ass with the Green Bay Packers and had tweets after the season ripping them. And for him to sell out his brothers and his teammates and refuse to go into the game, it's one of the more despicable acts I've seen in a 49er uniform. I've heard from multiple people about it. They can't believe it. When you think about the Mount Rushmore, it's just guys who just don't give a damn or who just sold out their teammates. As Charvarius Ward said, that was some sucker stuff. And I hope to see Debo Campbell never again on a football field. Now, I got an interesting thought thrown to me, Shasky, about, because I wanted him cut right off the football team. Right now, I want him cut. But somebody says, you know what? Don't even cut him. Suspend him. Suspend him and don't give him the opportunity to latch on to a playoff team to try to make more money and try to win a ring. Punish him to make sure that he doesn't play football not only this season, but when you cut him in the offseason, that nobody wants to touch this guy. It's one of the more despicable acts I've seen on the football field. I've played sports, been around sports my entire damn life. To see a guy like that sell out his teammates in a gotta-have a game, I never want to see the guy again. But as this person pointed out, just suspend him. Don't give him the opportunity to make more money. Don't give him the opportunity to latch on to a playoff team because he does not deserve it. I don't care what he was going through. To refuse to play that football game until the coaching staff, I don't want to play. I just, if that doesn't scream microcosm of the season, that is that right there.
This is really well said. And quite frankly, I don't think he deserves to be talked about the rest of this show. And I know people are going to have their feelings. I'd have cut him. I get your point about not letting him go somewhere else. I'd have cut him last night. I would have walked onto the field if I was John Lynch, and I'd have said, take your jersey off, get the hell out of here. You're not a 49er. And to your point about all the other players, what a position to put your teammates in. I mean, it's one of the most selfish things. I expect that from an 8th grader going through like hormones and issues, and maybe they've got some stuff going on at home because they're not an adult. You're an adult. You're an adult, and you do this. And here's the thing. I don't know if you watched Richard Sherman and Andre Whitworth.
I watched a little bit of it afterwards.
They made such a great point. Dude, you're going to be remembered by all these teammates for this act when you could have just shut up, went out there. Maybe you make a play in a one-score game. Maybe you make a play that changes everybody's opinion. Who do you think you are? But honestly, and I'm being 100% candid, and this is something that I've learned. There are certain individuals that don't deserve the oxygen in terms of us breathing life into the situation. And I am furious over him. I don't even want to talk about him. He's been such an atrocious Niner on the field, and what he did off the field has overshadowed everything.
But I do want to
he doesn't deserve to ever wear the red and gold.
No, he doesn't. I hear what you're saying.
And I'm
he
not
doesn't
trying
deserve.
To say don't talk.
No, I hear what you're saying.
Because
I wanted to start the show with that.
You know what my dad would say? Take your, I want to say S, and go home.
Right.
don't ever come back.
They'll never come back.
Think about guys like Navarro Bowman. I think about Dre Greenlaw last night. I'm thinking about Navarro Bowman. Guys who lost body parts and primes of their lives to be able to pick their kids up for the rest of their life. They're going to hobble. Right. And they gave everything for this organization, for this fan base, for this team, for the franchise. And this guy doesn't want to go into the game?
Doesn't want to go into the game.
And you could tell George Kittle wanted, like, I wish I would have found out on the field. I think he would have put hands on him. I don't want to put anything on George, but I can't imagine. Like, I said, it makes me irate. That's why I don't want to talk about it. It makes me irate.
Well, I'll give the fans an opportunity to talk about it. I'll let the fans talk about it.
It makes me irate.
Because at the top of the line, I said, I stood up a little extra late last night. I was ready to go to sleep. It was running a little hot. Because just like, damn.
Who does he think he is?
Who do you think you are? To see that situation and knowing that the season's over. And look, it's not going to distract us. Brock Purdy was awful yesterday. Brock Purdy was awful. Debo Samuel was awful.
Oh, Debo.
The offense was awful.
Poor Debo.
And that defense, the holding the Rams at 12 points. And I know Kyron Williams started controlling the game on the ground, but they started controlling the clock. They started controlling the tip ball. That defense did whatever they could to stay out of the hell. Travarius Ward left the game for a while. I saw Isaac Gittle in the game. Tig Brown left the game for a while. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Dre Greenlaw, I saw him limping off at halftime. He had a slight limp. Because, my seat's just towards the locker room right there over the tunnel. So I'm thinking, damn, Dre Greenlaw's got a little limp, man. You may want to watch that, keep on a pitch count. But to see Devondre Campbell, we're going to play the shout from George Kittle and Travarius Ward and Kyle Shanahan. I felt so bad for Kyle Shanahan, but it also let me know, in a good way, at the silver lining, that Shanahan has not lost that locker room. That locker room is still tight.
George Kittle's an absolute consummate leader.
Travarius Ward.
No doubt.
Fred Warner said, I'm not even going to talk about it.
Well, that's kind of how and I get why we will have to. Believe me, I understand.
I don't know why the Jets fan is smiling right now this morning. Team's got 3 wins.
But Bonte, like the way I view this thing is like, I'm watching Talanoa Hufanga play with a club hand.
I know.
Where he literally has his arm wrapped like he's Patrick Willis, like from 15 years ago, and the poor guy's out there trying to make plays.
Wow. Diamador Lenore playing sticky man coverage yesterday, shutting down whoever. Now, you can say the man.
Garendo playing with a foot sprain.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So many guys are playing with so many different things.
Right.
On top of the real-life personal drama that you alluded to regarding Travarius Ward or a Trent Williams or whatever. Like, and honestly, it makes me irate.
No,
and the fact is, like, they signed this guy in the offseason. You and I kind of rolled our eyes. Like, whatever happened in Green Bay wasn't great.
Right.
And then all year, he's been kind of weird.
No. We saw it the first day of training camp when he got beat on the corner route, no pads. We looked at him and was like, damn, he looks stiff and slow. He was not good. He's so delusional. I hope he never plays another snap in the NFL. All right, with that said, because it was kind of the afterthought of what happened. When I walked out that stadium and I saw Brock Purdy on back-to-back plays, underthrow Ricky Pearsall, because I just tweeted about it. It's like, man, Ricky Pearsall's just getting cardio out there. He underthrows Ricky Pearsall on the post route.
Is just
getting cardio out there. I was like, boy, he's not going to get a target. Small. He's not going to get a target. Then finally gets a catch. I'm like, wow, Ricky Pearsall got a first down.
It's actually a really nice play.
Really nice play. And he beats his man on the deep post. And Purdy underthrows it. His deep ball accuracy, I don't please, I hope that one beat writer who wears the pom-poms and wears the 49er underwear really tries to sell me on this one. But the next play, when you got Patrick Taylor Jr. checked, you had 2 guys underneath to check it down. You don't need to go get greedy. The clock is in your friend. You got 5 minutes to change, and you force a pass to Juwan Jennings, and you overthrow it. Brock Purdy yesterday, folks, and as we hit into mid-December, I'm not sure I'm taking these quarterbacks over Brock Purdy moving forward, but as of right now, after we had the long conversation yesterday, and things change, I'm going to use your thing. Stock goes up, stock goes down. Right now, Brock Purdy's playing the worst football in the NFC West at the quarterback position. Geno's playing better. And Stafford was mid yesterday. He tried to throw it away 3 times, Stafford. That's what he does. The Niners had Stafford number, but he made the one play, the one deep ball, accurate, right on the money, post route. It was beautiful after a punt return. Beautiful. But Geno, Stafford, Kyler right now are all playing Brendan Brock Purdy. And I don't know if it's the shoulder. I don't know if it was the elbow. When you needed to play yesterday and you need to force feed guys, and I'm watching the game. I'm watching every single throw from my seat. I'm thinking, damn, that was a duck. Damn, that was a wobbler. Damn, he threw it behind this guy. Wow, he can't hit the deep ball. Brock Purdy was awful yesterday, and it's okay to say it. It's okay to say it. Today is about keeping it real about this football team, about the quarterback. And you know what, Shasky? I'm dead serious when I say this. And I'll just get it out my system now. A performance like that on primetime football, and you can't hit the deep ball, which has been a problem with Brock Purdy. I don't care what anybody says. He hasn't hit the deep ball consistently whatsoever. It's been a lot of Jimmy G-esque over the year. I would seriously consider Sam Darnold at quarterback for the 49ers next season.
I don't know about
No, I'm dead serious.
No, I hear
I'm
you.
dead serious. I'm watching Sam Darnold throw deep balls to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, right on the money. He's having a hell of a year because I'm not sure I want to spend $40 million on Brock Purdy anymore. I'm not sure I want to spend $30 million on that. If I'm spending $30 to $40 million on a quarterback, he has to be able to carry me at some point. And at times we see it, but last night when you needed it, he didn't do it, and I'm dead serious. I think everything's on the table for Kyle Shanahan at quarterback.
I'm with you, and we have we've got so much time.
So what? I'm just speaking my mind.
Yesterday's game, I charted 18 bad decisions, awful throws. I'm talking accuracy-wise.
And rain wasn't a factor for the most part.
But here's what I would say to you. Here's what I say. The thing he hangs his hat on, decision-making accuracy, neither was on display. And it's been that way for far too many games this year. Like, the reality is he was playing elite. And now he's not. And I feel like I'm watching the exact same thing play out that we saw with Jimmy Garoppolo. Do I think that Brock's highs were higher than Jimmy? I do. And at one time, I thought we had a top 5, 6, 7 guy. I really did. I no longer believe that. He's lost his confidence. He's doing jump throws in the pocket. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing these predictable stare-down RPOs, throwing to Debo over on these slants. That got a whole other Kyle Shanahan thing. Then late and behind guys over and over and over on anything past 15 yards. The guy, I don't know if it's the elbow. I don't know if it's the decision-making. I don't know if it's Kyle in his head. I don't know if his body is giving out on him. It's all of the above. He is not playing good, period. There was one throw, the Puka Nacua 50-yard throw, which he slowed down just a little. Yeah. There was one throw from Matt Stafford, it flipped the entire game. Every Niner fan felt the same way as me. He was awful. He was awful. Stafford was awful in the first half. Defense had them suffocated. He made one big throw. We have failed to make that big throw time and time again in the second half all year.
So, there it is. He was awful yesterday, and these next 3 games over the last, we're gonna see the character of the team. We're gonna see the character of Brock Purdy, and part of it too. I'm not gonna front. It's not all on Purdy yesterday. He was bad. Did he take some leadership and he took accountability after the game? I do think the offensive line play, and I want to give the Rams credit here. Their defensive line controlled the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they had 7, 8, 9 in the box.
Byron Young, Brayton Fisk, Bobby Brown, Kobe Turner. I'm just talking about in the pass game. In the pass game, they collapsed the pocket over and over and over and over. And I do think that had an effect on Kyle Shanahan's play calling. You couldn't get into anything. Now, one, everything goes together, right? And it's not giving to Brock Purdy a pass. But I'm watching it, and I'm saying, Anna, these wide receivers, the only wide receiver who could get separation was George Kittle.
Yeah.
He's the only one to get. George Kittle walks off the football game and only gets 7 targets. Ridiculous. How does he walk out of that football game with not 10 targets? He's the only one getting separation. There's no separation from Debo. There's no separation from Jawan Jennings. There's no separation from Kyle Juszczyk. There's no separation from Debo Samuel. There's no separation from Ricky Pearsall. And the offensive line is collapsing, just getting mauled at the line of scrimmage. But the quarterback has to play a lot better. He has to play a lot better. There's no excuses on him.
They ran a play with Kyle Juszczyk in the slot running a slant.
I remember.
And I'm looking at him like, Kyle, look, I get it. You like Juszczyk. We all like Juszczyk. He was useful as we're running Kyle Juszczyk in the slot on second down to run a slant. If I see another RPO to Debo, where it's the most predictable thing in the world, you want the saddest sentence of the season? The saddest sentence of the season. Okello Witherspoon, who was drafted, cut, and released by 1,000 teams, locked up Debo Samuel. And then Debo Samuel, wide open. LJ could have crawled for a touchdown. My son, my 1-year-old son who's sick as a dog at home, could have walked in, crawled in for a touchdown. And Debo, we walked over, we handed him the papers, and he dropped it for a walk-in touchdown. Debo Samuel, They were hell-bent, Brock and Kyle, I don't know who, on getting Debo the ball. I love Debo. I do. It is the saddest ending to a Niner career I could think of. He was horrible. At the expense of other players who should be getting targeted.
Well, 3rd and 6 at the LA 37. It was their second possession of the game. And they're moving the ball pretty well. He had Purdy hits George Kittle for the deep chuck play, 33
Wide
yards.
Open. Great play.
Beautiful play, beautiful throw.
Yes.
He ripped it. And I thought Brock Purdy early on was ripping the out route throws. He did a couple out routes. Did you watch it? I said, okay, all right, that's a good throw. But on 3rd and 6 at the LA 37, and I thought this was a setup for 4th down.
We all did.
I thought it was a setup for 4th down. They run a gun run with Debo Samuel, and he gains 2 yards. And then I see Jake Moody getting trotted out. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. You ran the ball right up the middle with Debo Samuel on 3rd and 6 with a gun run.
It's the most cowardly thing I've seen.
And I thought to myself, okay, maybe you're going for it on 4th down. And he does it now. God bless his soul. Jake Moody made the 53-yard field goal.
Both of them.
I'm sure he maybe, but so you go up 3-0, but at the same time, I'm thinking, you're in a 3rd and 6 gun run with Debo Samuel? Do you have confidence in the offensive line? Do you have confidence in the quarterback? What is that play call? Is this set up for 4th down? That was a play call that I had a problem with. And then the 3 plays before halftime, where I'm thinking they got a minute 5 left and 3 timeouts.
You gave the ball back to the Rams.
It was the most pitiful 2-minute drill, and George Kittle doesn't get a single target in those 3 plays.
The one he threw to Jennings should have been intercepted.
It should have been intercepted.
I mean, it was so bad. If I watch another guy play 3 flies up, running with space underneath them, and have to stop and slow down, poor guy Purdy. Like, I don't know if it's confidence, health, offensive line. Like, there were times they had guys open. He wasn't even close. He was so high yesterday. The ball was coming out so high. And look, Pete,
and don't blame the rain, because the rain stopped for a lot of the game.
You laugh
it was
at me,
dry.
It's almost a thing now.
No,
if it drizzles, he just can't be accurate. The 2 things he hooks his hat on, accuracy and decision-making were awful.
Rain was not a factor yesterday. Brock Purdy was awful. Do not blame the rain. At times it rained, but for the most part, when the Niners were on offense, it was pretty dry. It was pretty dry.
You were there.
Yeah, I was there. It was pretty dry.
I'll take your word for it.
So, yeah, a little light drizzle. I don't give a damn. It was fine. It was fine. And I'm taking Shanahan's stance on that one. It wasn't a factor. You got to go out there and make plays.
The least amount of yards in the Shanahan era. I mean, the freaking NFC Championship game, you lost your quarterback 5 plays in. So I'm throwing that out the window. How?
Well, I tell you how.
Of his worst passing performance have come in the last 5 weeks.
I tell you how. The offensive line stuck yesterday. The offensive line stuck. They couldn't get any push off the line of scrimmage, and they couldn't pass block. The wide receivers, again, it's been a theme all season long. They can't gain separation at the line of scrimmage, and they're slow. And then the quarterback was awful. So it was a combination of all those 3 things, and then walk off the football field and just score 6 points.
The Jennings play I want to talk about on the other side.
Yeah, because there was a check down right there under Patrick Traylor Jr. I also want to take the two check downs. 2 check downs wide open. When he let it go, I'm like, what are you doing? I'm to hit the check. I'm setting up to hit the check. And he lets it go. Got greedy. What a disaster of a season. Season's over for the 49ers. 888-957-9570. This is the official funeral of the 2024 San Francisco 49ers. And good luck getting up for these next 3 games against Miami, Detroit, and the Arizona Cardinals. Boy, you got to play the string out with meaningless football. Nothing worse than that. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com.
they're going to end the game with a sack. So the Rams, instead of sending 3, dropping 8, sent 5. Roseboom gets credit for the sack, and the Rams have now won 7 of their last 9.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Al Michaels on the Amazon Prime call. Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, and it's smart to blitz on the Hail Mary. I actually like that strategy. Sit in 5 there and not allow a quarterback to set up and throw. And, I was in the stadium at that point. I had it on my phone because somebody said, they're at the 50. Oh, really? Let me log in to see how this ends.
And what a microcosm of the end of this whole thing right now. Not even getting a throw off.
Yeah, well,
after airmailing Pearsall for an opportunity to actually make because there's no way Purdy's going to reach him from there.
Doubt.
That's the other element. Let's just call it what it is. There's no way. The guy needed at least 2 cutoffs to get it to the end zone from there.
Sad. It's sad.
We should have called Willie Adamas. I heard he was in the house. Maybe he could have been the cutoff.
Was he at the game? Yeah,
he was.
Anyway.
What a boring game for him to be there.
Well, whatever. It was fine. I had fun there. Divisional game. It was ugly. Whatever. It was fun watching live football. But it was disappointing not to see a touchdown last night. I can't recall going to a game not seeing a touchdown at the pro level. It's been a while. I can't recall one. Anyway, the offensive line stunk. They've stunk all year. They couldn't hold up their blocks. They couldn't. They collapsed in the pass. This Rams defensive front is so damn impressive, and they're so damn relentless. Verse, Young, Fisk, Turner. These guys can play. These guys they were in the backfield over and over and over again, and Brock Purdy got hurried about 14 times, sacked 3 times. Pocket was just collapsing. He tried to stay in the pocket and sit there in the pocket and deliver throws, but he couldn't because the pocket was collapsing. So maybe more design rollouts or whatnot, get him on the perimeter. I don't know what you do there.
It's the same story.
But it's the same story.
I need a quarterback to just make a play.
Yeah, make a play. But I'm just telling you, nobody made a play. Well, quarterback didn't make a play.
Did.
Offensive, he played 1 play.
But
he made 1 play. I get it. He made 1 play. He made 1 play and he scored 12 points. Defense played well enough to win. I'm just assessing the Niners offense. The Niners offense couldn't block, couldn't gain separation. Quarterback couldn't make a throw. Ding, ding, ding. You score 6 points. That's the game.
Look, Fonte.
All these teams go together in football.
And this has been the same. This is why we're back in the Jimmy zone. It's the most maddening zone to be in. I thought we had a quarterback. We kind of don't. He's a good player, not a great player. And there's a difference. And yeah, these games,
so
especially
would you sign
these
Purdy?
struggles like this.
Would you sign Purdy?
What?
Would you sign Purdy? Would you re-sign him?
Well, what's the price point? Like, a house in Beverly Hills isn't the same price.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking for the quarterback of the 49ers.
What?
I just said a house in Beverly Hills is going to break you. Of course, Bakerfield, nobody wants to live there unless you're Joey Porter.
Part of these negotiations, part of the question about Brock Purdy is, what does he want financially? What is he asking for? Who am I bidding against? That's part of my evaluation. It's not as simple as he has to go. No, he's a good player. I can win a lot of games with him. But I don't think I can win a lot of games with him making $60 or $55 million. No, there's a threshold for me. So, it matters. It matters how much he's making. Sam Darnold, for your point, earlier, at $9 million is tremendous value.
He's in the MVP conversation.
Tremendous value. He's thrown 30-something touchdowns.
No, Sam Darnold he's always been able to throw a deep ball. The problem with Sam Darnold is, again, you don't have a lot of assets around you, you're going to look terrible. The Jets situation was terrible for him. Terrible. Situations matter. Teammates around you matter. Weapons matter. I can't believe this offense looks so outdated because of the lack of speed, the lack of explosion, the lack of ability from the offensive line. Brindle, McKivitz. I mean, the line was just all. I was just like, oh my God, I can't even drop back and pass.
But that being said,
Purdy's not make plays. I'm not exonerating him whatsoever.
Said, there were yards to be had in this game, and then
there was.
And to be fair to Purdy, Jennings had multiple drops, just flat out drops. Right on. Look, you want to say they're tough catches in the rain? Fine. But
no, you got to make the plays.
I'm trying to be fair. What?
You got to make the plays.
Exactly. When plays, I thought Garendo ran pretty well. He had some nice jump cuts. I thought he did a good job. We're hell-bent on getting Debo some handoffs and some tunnel screens and stuff. One of the big plays of the game that really set them back in the second half was the double penalty play where they threw a little, swing pass or screen, whatever, to Debo, and Kittle and whoever it was.
Kittle got called for offensive pass.
And a man downfield. It was basically pick your poison on the flag, and it set them back, and they ended up punting, and you're giving great field position in a field position, sloggy kind of a game. And, 1 or 2 plays makes a huge difference.
Well, the third drop pass by Debo Samuel, because I want to get to the calls
that
here.
Was so bad.
He just ran right off the field. The Boo Birds came out, and it was just like, That's how it's going to end with Debo Samuel.
So
to drop that pass, it would have been a touchdown. It was a great design by Kyle Shanahan. Purdy put it right on the money. That could be the difference in the football game. That's not why they lost. One play is not going to be the reason why you lost, but it's a huge play in a game where you're fighting for one play. You talk about the Stafford throw, they made the one play. The one play.
51-yarder, and it was smart as hell. It was right after the interception, and they were like, we're going to flip the field. And it just like, it sucked the air out of everything. He did the same thing after the Jaquaski Tart interception. That's what it reminded me of when they just went deep, right away. The defense looked so fast in the first half when you had Hufanga out there flying around with a club on his hand, and Dre Greenlaw looked like a man possessed. Was he vintage Dre Greenlaw? I don't know, but he was making plays.
Let me tell you, I was ready to sign him after the game.
He was making plays.
And he came up with but I saw him limping off the field at halftime, and I thought, all right, I've seen enough for Dre Greenlaw. I really don't want to see him play the rest of the season. Re-sign him, get him right for next season. Because I don't want to risk any more injuries. I'll just shut him down.
He was playing such instinctual football.
He was back. Dre Greenlaw, he got the loudest pop in the starting introductions. The loudest pop. They introduced him last. The crowd went crazy, and Dre was flying around. But let's get to the lines, man. 888-957-9570.
And then, by the way, couldn't be another Niner week without another special teams gaffe. An illegal formation from your punt team. But
Jake Moody came to play.
Hey, congratulations.
Had really good kickoffs, 2 field goals. At least we know we got a kicker. Let's go to, Tyler Miller's on the line. He's up early. Let's just get Tyler out the way. I already know where Tyler's going. Tyler, what's happening?
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance. Ooh, it's still the ghost of Trey Lance. Come back to haunt the 49ers and Brock Purdy boys. Ooh. Fellas, just here to, finally dance on the grave of all the Purdy boys. I'm loving all the fodder from you guys and finally realizing that we do not have a franchise quarterback. And there's still time to go ahead and, get Shedeur Sanders. Do everything that you can at all costs to go ahead and move up in the draft to get Shedeur. I see you, Shasky. I know you don't want to hear it right now, but we need to go ahead and address it and get Shedeur Sanders in the building. Bring back everybody else.
Can I ask you a question? Do you, honestly, are you a Niner fan? You're taking solace in Purdy's downfall? It's sad to me. I'm angry. I thought we had, come on, man. We all bought in even to some degree that this guy was really, 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 really good. And if you're a Niner fan, you can't be almost taking a victory lap because the guy's collapsing right now. That's not cool.
Shasky, I will live and die with the 49ers, but I also will kick people when they're down. It's the best time to kick people when they're down. You guys totally laughed at Trey Lance whenever he had bad blunders, and it's time to go ahead and pay the bill, bro. He's not
the biggest Trey Lance fan here.
But, hey, either way, y'all definitely can know that we need a quarterback. You're sitting here saying, Shaq, you never answered the question, but would you pay Brock Purdy right now after seeing all these games, especially last night, from what you got from Brock?
I mean, it's like you saying, hey, do you need a car? Well, I don't know. You want to buy a Ferrari or do you want to buy a Toyota Corolla? There's a different price point. I want to know what the price point is. It's not that black and white to me. To me, there's shades of gray on this. And anybody talking definitively about quarterbacks and price, I think that's just not how the business is going to be done.
I can't believe we're in this spot again. Devondre Campbell, I can't get over that. Quitting on his teammates. That's just a backdrop of whatever, putting Shanahan in a bad spot to speak on that. And he's like, I've never had a player refuse to go into a football game. But we're not going to dance on the graves. Look, Brock Purdy's a solid quarterback, but this is where the owner made a mistake. And this is why sometimes ownership, you notice Joe Lacob hasn't talked much this season. You notice Joe Lacob hasn't said much this offseason because he's like, you know what? Let me just chill for a second. Jet York coming out saying, if we got a quarterback that's going to reset the quarterback market, we didn't have to say that. Because I knew in my head, oh, gosh. Now all fans are going to talk about all season long. A $60 million quarterback, $40 million quarterback, this type of quarterback. Maybe he's in the Baker Mayfield zone. Maybe he's not. But you know what? I'm not going to dance on the grave of Brock Purdy. I root for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's been an excellent 49er. He's given us a lot of great moments, and he's been out there. trying to play. He's probably, he's wearing that brace on the elbow. His elbow's probably not 100%. His shoulder's probably not 100%. He's got backup offensive linemen he's playing behind. He's got wide receivers who can't gain separation. Almost feel bad for the guy because the quarterback does get all the play when you lose, and they get all the praise when they win. And he's been a good 49er, but he hasn't put it all together today. It's been a little bit of everything. Yes, the wide receivers don't get separation. Yes, the offensive line sucked yesterday. But also Brock Purdy was not good. He was not a good quarterback yesterday. Has he not been good all season long? No, I think he's been solid. But the expectations coming off of last year for a lot of fans, yeah, sure, it's been a letdown. The whole entire team's been a letdown, for crying out loud. So I personally have a hard time. And I didn't play high-level football. I played Pop Warner for a number of years. I played high school football, been around the game my whole life. It's hard for me to blame one guy for a football team's failures. It is. It just is when you got 53 men on the roster. There's a number of things that go into it, but the silver lining is, and the bottom line is, Brock Purdy did not play well whatsoever yesterday. He sucked yesterday. It is what it is.
3 of Brock's 4 lowest passing totals as a regular season starter have come in the last 4 starts. Seattle, Buffalo, and LA. Yep. You want to throw the Buffalo one out the window, fine. But this is a larger data point than people are willing to admit.
Seattle, they didn't have George Kittle, right? George Kittle was out in that game?
Yes.
And I know. I'm not going to give him a pass because Lord knows Trey Lance played without George Kittle a couple times. We didn't give him a pass. That's what that was. So I'm not going to do that with Brock Purdy. You don't have George Kittle. Remember the rhetoric when George Kittle didn't play for Trey Lance?
There's about 5 or 6 guys in the league that say, get on my back regardless of who's out there.
He's not one of them.
And he's just not one of them. And that sucks. I thought we had one of them, and it doesn't feel that way.
All right. More coming up. I'm getting to everybody here. Damon in the city. Kid in Pennsylvania. 49ers Stu. Jason. Tony. Tony at SF. Many on the Dumbarton Bridge. We got everybody here. We're going to take a lot of calls on what went wrong yesterday and what's wrong this season. Jason in Concord, he said he's pissed at the Niners. Why is he pissed at the Niners? Well, I'll tell you why I'm pissed. We had a guy refuse to go into a football game yesterday. I'm still hot about that. I cannot believe the gall of Devondre Campbell. Never want to hear the name ever again. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm so upset!
does make our offense look good. It should be like, wow, man, we're falling apart. It's more of a, or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision, and I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, we'll see you on Sunday for Clay Day when the Warriors take on the Dallas Mavericks. Go ahead and get tickets at Warriors.com. It's going to be a show Sunday night. Warriors, Mavericks. Warriors try to get back on track from a tough loss against the Houston Rockets. Get Warriors.com. Plenty of tickets available. There's going to be plenty of tickets available for the home finale against the Detroit Lions. I could bet you about $1 on that one, as the segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You heard from George Kittle right there on Devondre Campbell. It just would have been a nightmarish season for the 49ers coming off that Super Bowl loss. Devondre Campbell refused to go into the game, Shasky. He refused to go into the game. Here's Shanahan, the fool on Devondre Campbell. Listen to this back and forth.
Happened with Devondre Campbell. He didn't play, and he went into the locker room at some point.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So.
During the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Has that ever happened to you where a player said they didn't want to play in a game?
No.
He got demoted for this game, right? I mean, he was not going to play.
No, he was gonna go in when Dre came out.
Will you release Devondre Campbell?
We'll figure out something, but I don't know that right now.
Did he give you any reason why you didn't want to play today?
No.
Campbell, I mean, to hear players say, I don't want to play today, does that create dissension, especially knowing that at this point in the season, with the type of season that this has started out to be, you kind of need as much camaraderie as possible to be successful? Does that create dissension amongst the team, or did it not really affect anyone? Did no one really notice?
People notice, but when someone says that you move on. You don't deal with that anymore.
So talking to Ian Williams this morning, our former colleague, NBC Sports Bay Area, he had sent me a text and I woke up. No name drop. Ian Williams, a friend of the program. He loves Shasky. He loves all of us. But I hit him up because he texted me and I needed his opinion. What was that?
It's just, maybe a little harp music.
Oh, that's true. Well, it might be a King's Tale.
No, it's not a King's Tale. It's just what he suggested.
A Prince's poem?
No, what he suggested was don't cut Devondre Campbell. Suspend him and do not give him the opportunity to make more money and latch onto a playoff team. Make sure he's not playing football for the rest of the season. Make sure he doesn't make any more money with anybody and just suspend his ass. And I actually like that. I like that.
I cannot for the life of me understand what he did. Like, it's completely insane to me. And I say these things like, it's insane. No, I've never heard of this.
I mean, Vontae Davis, rest in peace, left the Buffalo game at halftime, got in his car, left the game at halftime, basically retired at halftime of a football game.
Yeah, Ryan Fitzpatrick was talking about that last night.
Yep, that was wild. Rest in peace. But what do you think about that from Ian Williams? Said, don't cut him. Oh, yeah. Just suspend him to make sure he doesn't make another penny, another cent.
The way Andre Whitworth and Sherman were talking, I just don't see any team inviting him into their facility. Like, because they were talking about how it's like a brotherhood, and the other part is that, hey, dude, like, so what are you going to do when you go somewhere else and you're the backup?
Right.
And, like, you're just going to walk out on your guys? You suited up, took a spot from someone else, had an opportunity to go into a one-score game and said, nah, I'm good. Like, people don't forget those things, man.
Fred Waters playing with a fractured ankle. And you've refused to play. Drake Greenlaw comes back from an Achilles tendon tear. He gets tight. His knee gets tightened up. They pull him. Demetrius Flanagan Fowles is banged up. Hufanga's playing with a club on his hand. Charvarius Ward's playing with a heavy heart. Shouldn't even be on the football field. We wouldn't blame him if Charvarius Ward didn't want to suit up, but he's out there giving everything he's got. Everything he's got. And you refuse to go into the damn game to Devondre Campbell. Oh, my God. Let's go to Ken in Pennsylvania, Shasky. I just can't. I can't believe it.
I know you didn't watch the broadcast. We're going to go to Ken in 1 second. But, like, I knew it was a bad omen when they posted a picture of this guy and said, it's Trent Williams.
I saw that live.
Michelle, my mother-in-law, the baby's on my lap. He's not feeling good. And she goes, that's not Trent Williams. I go, that is not Trent Williams.
I don't know who that is.
And Michelle goes, he usually has jewelry on. That's what she says. I go, yeah, that guy has no jewelry on. And that's clearly not Trent Williams.
Trent Williams probably in the suite or something. I don't.
He was. Yeah.
They showed him later. Yeah.
I didn't get. I got that sense to me. I was like, wow, how did they blow that?
He had a scooter on his on whatever his leg was.
He's been walking around with a scooter all season long. I mean, for the last few weeks.
We're in trouble.
So anyway, kid in Pennsylvania, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. I'm a school teacher out here. I've talked to you guys before, so I got a list of things. I'm going to run down them, and then I'll take the rest off the phone because I got to get going. But number one, Devondre, quitter. I can't wait to see what they do with this guy. I agree with the suspension. 2, Debo. I don't know why, what was going on. It was mind-blowing. Group threads were going nuts. I can't believe what we saw with that. 3, they need offensive line help so bad. 4, Brock Purdy, wait to pay this guy. Shasky, you were right. The Jimmy zone, it's so frustrating. And Bonte, you said earlier, it's not the rain, it's not the rain. I swear I had Brock Purdy in my fantasy lineup, and I saw rain, and I took that guy out because we don't win in the rain. And last thing, guys, good luck at the Doobie Awards. I can't wait to hear that show next week. I wish I could be out there.
Yeah,
I
Doobie
really
Awards.
appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. That's awesome. Doobie Awards next Friday is going to be fascinating. December 20th, take the day off, a Friday. I heard some people yelling at me yesterday at
What'd they
Levi's.
say?
Doobies!
I'm going to contact the Sunnyvale Fire Department. I want them to show up for all the smoke.
No.
Tyler Miller.
No.
No, I'm dead serious. I want the fire truck there. Also, Dr. Coda, the pediatrician for LJ, she says she might make an appearance. She's super fired up.
Good deal. Laffy Buck Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10 a.m. Get there early. Food and drink provided. Go to 957thegame.com for more details and the RSVP. This is about celebrating you guys, the listeners, the show, the station, everything about that. So next Friday, December 20th, the Doobie Awards, the 3rd annual Doobie Awards. Let's go to, man, there's a lot here. Debo Samuel. You know what? Let's get the 49ers to San Leandro because he'll lead us right to Debo Samuel.
Oh, baby. Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
Hey, first I want to start off on a good note. Boy, that defense is a whole new defense with Greenlaw in there. Greenlaw, man, my hat's off to that defensive line, man. And Funga, man, they tried to give us that game 4 times. If Funga had a club on his hand, he would have got an interception. My last thing was when we scored 3 points on our first down to the ball, I said, we're going to lose this game, man. My last thing is, do y'all think Debo deserved the booze that he got? And I'm out with that.
Well, I texted the group thread almost, I don't know, maybe it was the second drive in, and I go, if the point of tonight is to just force feed Debo, we are going to lose. Like, I've watched, now, Michelle McVay, we could argue about what he is. Most teams would put him at top 5 in terms of coaches in the league. Cooper Kupp was his guy for a long time. Cooper is no longer the best player on that offense. They have shifted. They're running the ball with Kyron. They'll throw a little to Blake Corum out of the backfield, and Puka Nacua is their primary target downfield. They have shifted their philosophy. And the Niners are hell-bent on proving, appeasing, I don't know what, when it comes to Debo Samuel. And whether it's Brock targeting him, whether it's play calls going specifically to him, it's not working like it used to. The best player on offense is George Kittle. That is the primary focus for this team and should be the primary focus for this team no matter what. And when I saw a pass, the little like RPO, first play of the game, and it's broken up by Okelo Witherspoon, oh boy, here we go. And then you saw a couple of plays where they're handing it off to him on the second drive, and it just feels predictable.
It is predictable, but I'll ask, what else are you going to do with this offense when you're not using Ricky Pearsall for whatever reason or targeting him? I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they're not on the same page. I don't get it. Ricky Pearsall, how many targets did he get yesterday? 2?
3?
2? 3?
I think 3. He had
targets. He had the one at the end of the game where Brock overthrew it.
4, because he had the slant that was thrown way behind and underthrown and should have been picked. He had the nice little like drag route, and then he had the overthrow on the deep ball and the overthrow on the final drive. So I would say 4 off the top of my head.
I'm looking here. I don't know how many, but the point is he's not getting enough targets. 4 targets, 1 catch, 16 yards.
I mean, Juwan Jennings, small.
How about this? Juwan Jennings, 9 targets, just 2 catches, 31 yards.
He dropped a couple.
They couldn't connect on the deep throws. George Kittle, just 7 targets. It's just, so Debo Samuel, to run that play on the second possession when you run a 3rd and 6 gun run, And the 49ers didn't even get into the red zone. I see the 408 here. Niners didn't run a play yet. They didn't get farther than the 27-yard line. They didn't get past the Reds' 27-yard line last night. It was a struggle for them. But Debo, you can see him pressing. You can see Shanahan trying to get him going. But when you ask for the ball, and you tweet about getting the ball, saying, yeah, I'm not washed. I just need the ball on my heads. And you drop that quick slant in that situation that could have went for a touchdown. I mean, let's just be real. He hasn't played well since the Tabor Pepper incident. He has not played well since he told Tabor Pepper and told Jake Moody to lock in.
He's had 4 good plays, all of them on kick returns.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. Yesterday, 3 catches, 16 yards, 7 targets.
How many runs?
2 runs, 3 yards. So, Debo Samuel, the last 5 weeks now? Wait, Seattle, Green Bay, Buffalo. This guy, I'll compute the numbers in just a second here. Hey, he just has not been good, and it is what it is, man. He may be playing out the streak here the last 3 weeks. Let's go to Jason.
And not to like, there's targets and stuff. The other element is multiple times every game, it feels like Brock's got to yell at Debo on where to line up properly. He did it again yesterday. He did it the week before. Debo. Over there.
Disaster.
How about when he ran into Isaac Guerrero on the motion play? That was his biggest, most impactful play, was tackling Guerrero on a fake sweep.
We're kind of chuckling at that one. We're like, okay.
Guerrero has leapfrogged Debo in terms of importance. Guerrero actually looked really good in this game. I know
tough.
The numbers wouldn't tell you. I thought he made a lot of really nice plays.
Yeah, there wasn't much room to run yesterday.
No.
Wasn't much room to run yesterday. So Debo in his last 5 games, Shasky, as I'm doing the math with my calculator on my laptop, last 5 games, he has
more tweets than actual production.
101 receiving yards over the last 5 weeks.
Wow.
101 receiving yards over the last 5 weeks. And in the run game, he has rushed for 15 yards in the last 5 weeks. Now, those 101 receiving yards, it's, come on, 14 catches, man. Jamar Chase had 14 for $177 on Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys.
Who can you remember who fell off like this, who was so beloved?
Oh, Kevin Barlow. For a second. All right, I'm thinking falling off.
Okay.
Kevin Barlow got the contract.
I was going to go like Pablo Sandoval.
We liked Barlow for a second. He was good for a second.
He never had a season like Debo.
He didn't. I'm thinking about guys who just fell out of favor right away. Like, Kevin Barlow fell out of favor right away.
He was the tap dancer.
Jonas Jennings, Kent Hall Bomber, Gabe Wilkins.
But those were guys that weren't even beloved at the beginning.
Yeah.
This is someone who was beloved. Beloved.
Crabtree?
That's a good one. But he started off so, you know what?
I don't know, man.
That's decent.
I don't know. Let's go to Jason and Concord. Jason, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys, and thank you for taking my call. I'm frustrated, pissed off, angry. I have no feeling to go to work today. I might even sent back home because of my attitude at work. This is that bad, guys. My Niners are out with 3 more games to go. And you guys are here talking about Purdy having a bad game. Purdy's not it. Some guys calling. This is the same guy that people called in last week after the Bears game. Yeah, it's the Bears, but he had an awesome game. Everybody's saying, oh, yeah, we do have a quarterback. Sign him, blah, 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 blah. You know what? If somebody had to go, it's Kyle Shanahan, guys. I'm pissed off. I'm tired. I'm done with this guy. And I'll give you a couple of plays as an example. It was 2nd and long, run down the middle, got 1 yard. Now it's 3rd and 7. He's going to run it, and the handoff is to who? Debo, guys, to the wide receiver. That's one. Why would you do that? It's 3rd and long. He's so conservative, too predictable. The defense of the other side, they caught up to Kyle Shanahan's system. He is done, in my opinion. Another play. We're going down the field. Momentum is on our side with about 5 minutes to go, if you guys remember that, right before the interception. A couple chunk play here and there, running the ball, moving with momentum. Deep ball to the right corner, way down there. Yes, Purdy played terrible, but the play call itself is bad, in my opinion. You know, that's the coach. Look at the Buffalo Bills. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Who do they have other than their QBs? They have nobody else.
I
wouldn't say that. Buffalo has James Cook. Ray Davis is running well. Chandler runs well. This kid, Shakir, is good in the slot. Keon Coleman was ascending. Matt Collins is a great red zone. So not every football player is going to be a household name, but Josh Allen has some guys. So let's not say he doesn't have anybody. That's ridiculous. Patrick Mahomes does have the greatest tight end of ever, Travis Kelce, and they traded for DeAndre Hopkins, and they have Kareem Hunt back, and they have Pacheco back. So to say that they have nobody is just, you're misinformed on that one, buddy. And that's not accurate.
I do think that this offense actually had a lot of like chunk plays. And yes, there are times where the slants are very predictable. This gun run RPO, I'm going to see where the DB is and I'm going to throw a slant to a completely smothered Debo or Kyle Juszczyk or whomever it is. Like those things are played out, but there are chunk plays. I have a bunch of drops as well as bad throws from Purdy, just bad throws.
Players
the second to last drive, he hit Ricky Pearsall on a really nice little like drag route where he climbed up in the pocket, bang, he hits him. Then he has George Kittle for a simple little like check down. Then it's the Pearsall shot, and he's late and behind. Pearsall gets steps on him. That's a chunk play. Yes, it's the rain. Yes, it's not great conditions.
Right.
We got to make that
the throw.
play.
You got to make the throw.
And then Guerrero has a nice little run. I'm like, boom, he's running really hard in my notes. Guerrero again, no yardage, and it's 2nd and 10 from the 33, under 6 minutes to go. 2nd and 10 from the 33. It is a 9-6 game. You have 2 underneath guys, and for some reason, Purdy feels inclined to throw into triple coverage because the other guy who was the corner is kind of like playing zone, but he's backing up on the deep route, and he throws to Jennings, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
And there was no need to push the ball in that situation. It's a 9-6 game. There's not a lot of possessions in the second half. We're running the ball. Like, we're limiting the amount of clock on the game. It's under 6 minutes. What is the hurry? I don't, after you just missed a deep shot.
I agree. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. For the most part this season, I want to get to Manny on and Dumbarton Brady. He's been on hold for a while. We'll get to him in just a second. For the most part this season, when I look at every single loss, and I've been very critical of Shanahan in the past, it's hard for me on this team this season to say, boy, Shanahan needs to be fired.
No.
Oh, no. Players got to make plays. I keep talking about this. There's only so much a coach can do. He can diagram a play, call the play, and there's some bad play calls. There was yesterday. There's no doubt about it. There's been bad play calls this season. But when it comes down to it, the first LA Rams game, Jake Woody didn't make a kick. Ronnie Bell didn't make a catch. Malik Mustafa didn't contain. You gave up a punt. Devondre Campbell in that game called for pass interference as he was beat on the sideline. How ironic was that? So that happens. All right? You think about the Cardinals game. Jordan Mason fumbles inside the 10-yard line. You're about to put the game away. He fumbles. Fumbles a football. All right? That's another game. Geno Smith makes a play. Defense doesn't make a play. Brock Purdy doesn't make a throw to Debo Samuel on 2nd and 11. You get my point here? Players at some point got to make plays. And yesterday, more times than not, I'm watching the game and I'm saying, that's not on Shanahan. That's on players not making plays. Let's go to Manny on Dumbarton Bridge real quick. So asking, I want you to reply to that because players, they get paid millions of dollars. Can't blame everything on the coach.
On my video yesterday, because I was so angry, Michelle's yelling at me to keep it down because the baby's trying to sleep. If I was the owner, I'd be even more furious. I'm just a guy who spent money on season tickets. You spent money on season tickets. I pour my heart and soul into these teams, and especially this team, because this team's one of my first loves. Everyone had to get paid, and it feels like nearly everyone didn't show up, except a couple of guys.
Nah,
Fred
I say
Warner,
most,
I'm not. No, I'm talking
most
about
of the
showing up and making plays.
Yeah.
Now, does George Kittle try? Of course he does. Fred Warner, of course. There are guys, but all the guys who demanded top dollar, almost none of them showed up.
Yeah, let's get to Manny real quick.
None of them.
Manny, what's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. My God, like I told you earlier this week, this was going to be the litmus test of the Niners season, not that Bears win. But ironically, that Bears defense ranks higher than this Rams defense. So I don't know what the problem was with the offensive line and handling their business. You know what, guys? If you look back in the Niner history, this is what this season reminds me of. 1991. That was the year that we transitioned out of the Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, Roger Craig era and try as hard as we could. We finished 10-6 that season, right behind the Falcons and the Saints. The Saints won the division that year. in the tiebreaker, we lost to the Falcons, couldn't get into the playoffs. This is what this season is shaping out to be like in my mind. You know, they're going to give their all, I guarantee you, the last 3 games, but it unfortunately will be all for naught. When we talk about Devondre Campbell, you know what? I'm so tempted to even cut him on my my Madden team. That's how mad I am, man. I don't want to see that guy ever again. I think about days of yore where we had Charles Mann, Richard Dent, Pat Swilling, Toy Cook. They all took back seats to one another in order to win the championship. And who the heck does this guy think he is just because his feelings got hurt because the true owner of that spot came back? Now he doesn't want to play anymore? Come on, man. What is this, 8th grade? You know what? You're right, Vontae. I truly wish they keep him on the squad just so he suffers along the rest of the season with everybody else. When it comes to Brock Purdy, guys, I was talking about this last night. You know, we got to remember there's a reason why he was a 7th-round pick, the last pick in the draft. We got so much out of him the last few years, far more than what we would expect out of someone from that position. And I'm not saying, because, I mean, there is an exception to the rule. You know, number 12 himself is the exception to the rule of draft status. But let's be realistic. There's a reason why he was Mr. Irrelevant, right?
Yep.
That being said, that being said, guys, come in. I think this is also playing into his head and messing with his confidence and everything like that because he knows his contract is going to come up sooner or later.
Manny, good call, man. We got to run here. We made a lot of great points. I even remember what I said after the Super Bowl, Shasky, because I was such in the fog. But I remember what you said. You said, boy, that was the difference between a great and a good quarterback. You needed to make a play. The quarterback didn't make a play. Now, I didn't remember what I said until you reminded me because I was in a dark, dark place, very dark place. But the feeling that you reminded me of is that I don't think we're going to get back to this point for a very long time. It's just everything went right last season, and now everything's gone wrong. So now how do you regroup? By the way, Crossing Broad, they're making more money off of us. They just wrote an article about it, Shasky. That's how you know it's bad. Philadelphia, let me tell you, you better win the Super Bowl this year. I told Dumas that already. You better win the Super Bowl the way y'all talking out there on the East Coast. All right, anyway, we got our own issues out here. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Safeway. Your phone calls. Richie Rich, Travis, Jimmy, Rob, David. Everybody wants to talk Brock Purdy. Travis was at the game, wants to talk about the atmosphere. Jimmy in the Bayview thinks that the poor traffic is finally caught up to him, and there's a point to do. There's a point to that conversation right there. All that coming up here on The Roast.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital
Rams start this drive from the 33. Stafford going deep downfield, and he's got Nakua to the 16-yard line. Puka Nakua got free, beat Jamarius Ward. Biggest play of the night.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
What up, Turtle Pie? Turtle Pie better be at the Doobie Awards. You're out there, Turtle Pie. You better be there next Friday morning. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale, 6 to 10 a.m., and we're going to party after. It's going to be a big, big party.
Might be suggestible.
Yeah, Slater. Maybe get Slater down, but he's all the way up in the El Dorado Hills up in Sacramento. That's a long drive for him, and he's a father now, so I wouldn't put that pressure on him. Go to 957thegame.com for more details of the RSVP. This is about celebrating you, but it's also about the Doobie. Let's not. The Doobie Awards. We got the Roaster of the Year. We have the Rookie Roaster of the Year. We have the YouTuber of the Year. We have the Roast Moment of the Year, the Dismissal of the Year. We got all these categories and trophies. It's going to be a lot of fun, and the food is free. The food is free. Trust me. You don't want to miss this spread. More details on the spread next week, but I do want to get back into the Niners as they lose 12-6 yesterday. Their season is essentially over. It's essentially over. They're now 6-8 on the season. 2 games or 3 games in a loss column behind the Seattle Seahawks, who play the Green Bay Packers this Sunday night. They're now 2 games behind the LA Rams that got swept by them, so they don't have the tiebreaker there. They're 1-4 in the division. They've lost all 3 divisional home games this season, the Arizona, Seattle, and the LA Rams. And you heard Al Michaels on the play there with Kirk Herbstreit, Amazon Prime yesterday. They get the punt. Defense is gassed. You knew they were gassed. And Matt Stafford dropped back, and I said, oh, no. And that's the one play Trevor Ward slipped up where he allowed Puka Nacua the inside and showed no resistance. He runs just right by him for a post route. It was too easy. Too easy.
Hufanga just kind of came up a little, and it was way too easy. It just feels like, look, whether we're pointing at the quarterback or the defense or a playmaker or a fumble or whatever, too many times this year, there's a singular play or plays, a couple plays, that do change the game.
Yeah.
And that's what bad teams do. Like, bad teams allow 1 or 2 plays to dictate an entire game. Sure. Those are the mediocre to bad teams. And that's what the Niners have been all year. We could point the finger at just the defense, and it's had its moments of being awful. We could point the finger at special teams. It's been pretty much bad all year. Last night, notwithstanding. It's just offense, never getting timely stops. You can't allow a team to just stay in a game where you should have taken advantage of your opportunities early. Punt. At one point, I think it was 6 straight punts for the Rams.
It was
and
awful.
the Niners had nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
And so, like, we talk about complimentary football the year prior. Man, they played really complimentary football. They couldn't move the ball. They were getting stops. They couldn't make the most of the field position. Plays were there to be made. It's tough for me to criticize Hufanga with a club on his hand to intercept that ball that Stafford threw between the 2 and the 9. It's tough for me to rip Diamond Lenoir, who's playing his heart out, when he jumps in front of a sweet play on Cooper Kupp, and it feels like he should have picked that ball. It's just, there's so many little plays that if one thing goes their way, and none of them went their way.
Rams just scored 44 points last week. You hold them to 12. That was a nasty game, old school candlestick type of game with the rain and everything and hard hitting, but it was a nasty game. And you hold them to 12 points. This is, again, on the offense, once again, not executing at a high level. Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore. Richie Rich, what's happening, man?
What's up, my fellas, man? Happy Friday, man. I got a few things I got to say. So, man, this is our season in a nutshell. So I picked my daughter up from school early yesterday, right? Oh, Dad, what are you doing? We're going on a daughter date, baby. We're going to go to the Niner game. By halftime, she looks over at me and goes, Dad, how do we go from being in the Super Bowl to the top team to this in just a short amount of time? And I said, you know what, baby girl, that's a good question. So I sat about it. I thought back. I said, you know what, let me think about this, right? So I came home, and hear me out, fellas, right? I said, man, it's Kyle Shanahan, right? And this is why. And I'm not saying fire him, but Kyle Shanahan's so arrogant. He can make a mediocre, average quarterback look great for a time period, right? And this is the pattern I noticed, and tell me what you guys think, man. Like, he took RG3 and had him on top of the world for a year, and then good, and then boom, they catch on to him and nothing. He got Jimmy G.
Well, he got
had
hurt.
a ball fooled.
But real quick, Rich RG3 tore his knee up. How was that?
Yeah, I will say that, but you're right. And you got Jimmy G, who we think, man, Jimmy G's it. We get to the Super Bowl, and then we lose, and then we fall off with Jimmy G. And then Brock Purdy. Here we go, year 3, right? I know he was hurt, but had him looking great. The league catches on, and then it's nothing. And this is why I say this. Don't fire Shanny, no. But he needs help. He needs to be a head coach. He needs an offensive coordinator. He needs a good defensive coordinator. And he could tinker with his little plays here or there, but sit back. And this is why I say this, fellas. I'm going to end on this note, right? Because we're in damn year 7 of Kyle Shanahan, and we still are looking for a quarterback, fellas. We still have no quarterback, man. I can't wait to see you guys next week, man.
Hey, Rich, I can't wait to see you, man. I bring your family, bring your kids. Let's go to Trey Vallejo real quick.
He's a really good ball player.
Yeah, I want to meet him
before you go out to that. You hired Kyle Shanahan to call plays. That's what he does. Yeah. And I get everyone wants to bring in an offensive coordinator. Look, you can bring someone in to collaborate with him. Part of what makes Kyle great.
Mike McDaniel. Like you had with Mike McDaniel in Miami.
And Bobby Slowick. And you have various guys who were part of the offense.
Kubiak. All that.
The part of why you pay Kyle Shanahan is because he's brilliant on game day for play calling. I don't believe that all of this falls on the feet of play calling. I think there actually are a lot of plays out there. How can you be a team that accumulates the yardage that they accumulate and be a terrible, predictable offense? Now, at times, is it predictable? Yes, absolutely. And I would say that for all play callers. But also, there is a lot of yardage out there, and there was just missed opportunities. And going back to your guys got to make plays, like when you underthrow a guy that it should be 6, that's the difference in a game. When, like, for example, yesterday with the Stafford play, the 51-yarder, if he underthrows that even a little, that's a huge momentum play off the board. But because he connects on that play, it swings all the momentum.
And you take a 9-6 lead. Ball game. And you look on the flip side, George Kittle runs a deep route, gets some separation. He gets separation, and next thing you know, he's got to wait on the football down the left sideline. Because Brock Purdy's deep ball accuracy. Don't let, there's certain beat writers out there that'll lie to you and tell you that Brock Purdy's great, this QBR is awesome, this and that. Just watch the game. Watch the game here. The deep ball accuracy, I think Brock Purdy's a fine quarterback, but I've been unimpressed with his deep ball this season. Very unimpressed with it. And that deep ball to George Kittle there in the first half, Cam Curl is beat on the play. Cam Curl's beat on the play. Brock Purdy, George Kittle has to slow up for it and wait on it, and Cam Curl ends up making a play. Some people thought it was pass interference. I just thought it was bang, bang. Brock Purdy's got to make a better throw. It's simple. He's got to make a better throw. Real quick, let's go to Travis in Oakland. Travis, what's happening?
What's up, boys? How you doing this morning?
What up, Travis?
Right on. Two quick things just on a more positive note. Shout out Jake Moody, man, 2 for 2 in the rain. Hey, he locked in, right?
I'm not mad at that. He made that 53-yarder. He banged it.
He did. Jokes aside, but one real positive. Seeing Drake Greenlaw out there. I was at the game yesterday, running around. Man, it looked like he didn't miss a beat. It looked like he was in camp all summer. That was really awesome. I love Drake. And I will say this: Fred, at one point in between like a TV timeout, I've never seen. I feel like this year have not seen him that hyped up. The way he was just juiced to be out there with his boy, that was really cool. Stadium atmosphere. I know you, Bonte, I saw your video on X or Twitter. You were at the game. Willard and Dibbs were talking before the pregame saying that was supposed to be a playoff atmosphere. I think that was one of the worst games I've ever been to at Levi. I know the rain played a part of it, but man, there were empty seats. It was quiet. It felt like we lost. Like with that Jake Moody first field goal, nothing against him. Like I'm like, we're losing this game, dude. Something just feels.
That's what everyone felt.
Yeah. Travis, stay on the line. I want to reply to you real quick, and I want you to respond. But you're right. All the punts. There was at one point I was like, damn, it's quiet in here. It feels like I'm just in my living room chilling. Like it did, and the empty seats because people can't handle a little rain now. I'm not going to lie. We have the overhang over my seats because I'm not going to say I can't handle the rain, but, we made a business decision. But you're right. It was not a playoff atmosphere whatsoever yesterday, Travis.
No, and I've been to the playoff games at Levi's, and there was some light there for us, but it's just I guess it's kind of how the season's gone, right?
Yes.
It's so in line with everything we've experienced. The last thing I'll say too, because I actually want to hear your guys' response to this. I'm not so quick to throw the baby out of the bathwater with Purdy, right? It's his 2.5 year. Do we think that the skittishness, the jittery, like how he's looked this year, is any reflection of the team philosophy of we don't want to staff an offensive line, like we don't need that, we need playmakers? like, I want Shannon to say, I'm very upset with him. What I think needs to change is that attitude and that we can compete with just a patchwork offensive line. Like, Purdy has not had he's ran more than he ever has this year. He's been flush. He's been hit. He's obviously banged up, and that's a result of putting Jake Brindle and McKivitz and the left guard revolving door out there.
So right.
That's all, guys. Have a great weekend. Thanks for taking the call, boys.
Great call, Travis. I'm telling you, Shasky, as bad as Brock Purdy played yesterday, the offensive line may have been worse. There was not a lot of running room. Now the Rams slammed the run game, just like the NFC Championship game where they had 9 in the box with Eric Weddle basically playing linebacker in that game, and they slammed the run. You're not going to run the football on us, and we're going to dare your quarterback to make throws over the top. Well, the quarterback wasn't able to make throws over the top, but also when it came to the pass game, the pocket collapsed over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm saying to myself, all right, without Trent, that was the one game where you missed Trent Williams. You definitely missed Trent last night. But we've got to invest in this offensive line. We got to get a new center. You need a new right tackle. The pocket was just collapsing left and right. Brock Purdy got hurt 14 times. Nowhere to throw, nowhere to step up in the pocket.
Well, he climbed on a couple plays, and then he was doing jump throws. Like there's another element of this, like part of, okay, for example, Kyler Murray. They're like, well, why does he like shotgun so much? Because he can't see over the line, and he needs the depth to be able to see guys open. And there is a real element of Brock Purdy, when that pocket gets collapsed, he really struggles to see over the line. He jumped through 3 times yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Like Jeff Garcia. It was so bad, and that's how he got hurt the week prior.
Yeah, he was trying to step up in that pocket. There was nowhere to step up. So, yeah, he was jumping around. It was a little weird mannerisms.
Yeah, but Tom Brady's addressed this. Like, part of what being a 6'4", 6'5" guy is even as things are collapsing on you, you could still stand tall and see everyone and deliver the ball. It's very difficult when you're 6', 6'1".
So what do you do? So what do you do? Are we quarterback shopping or what?
Well, this is the conundrum with Purdy, and I think to me it's nuanced. No one says he sucks and you can't win anything with him. What we're saying is like, what's the value? What's the price point, right? There's top of the market, and then to me, there's like, I call the Geno Baker zone in terms of finances. Just because the next guy in line thinks that he's top of the market doesn't mean I have to pay him, number one. And number two, like, what does he demand? He's still under contract for 1 more year. Is he going to play hardball? Okay, if he plays hardball, well, then I do what they did with Lamar. It's like, all right, you think you can go get that somewhere else? Go shop yourself. We'll either match it or we'll trade you. Because, like, to me, price point matters on this one. And what Baltimore did with Lamar Jackson with an MVP under his belt, where the whole thing was built around him, is the exact same way I would operate with Brock Purdy. I'm in no rush to get rid of him. I'm in no rush to pay him. I'm just going to play this thing out, and I'm going to see what my options are.
My thing is, can you upgrade from him? With Sam Darnold, and I'm dead serious, would Sam Darnold be an upgrade for Brock Purdy?
Wouldn't you agree that before we even entertain those thoughts, we have to kind of see how the season plays out for Minnesota and see what they end up doing with him? Like, I'm already out on Kirk Cousins. I don't want him. I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I don't want to go the old guy route.
No, they're done. But Darnold is only 27 years old. He'll be 28 next June. He throws a hell of a deep ball. He credits the Niners with a lot of his improvements this season. He's playing very well for Kevin O'Connell, excuse me. But they do have J.J. McCarthy coming back. That's their franchise quarterback, and all indications point to J.J. McCarthy getting that job again next season. So we'll see.
I mean,
I'm just saying, if there's an upgrade there, I'm upgrading.
So
all I'm saying
that's
is
a great example.
The biggest difference in this offense, and what I've seen, even with Jimmy, you got to be able to hit a deep ball every now and then. You just have to in the NFL. You have to have the threat of it. You have to be able to threaten the defense and take the top off the defense. And Brock Purdy right now doesn't pump fear into anybody when it comes to taking the top off the defense. I don't care what your numbers say. Look at all his deep throws. Look at all the deep throws. Put it on the loop. Put it on the loop. It's not there.
I would say, like, the Sam Darnold thing, if they end up franchise tagging him, Minnesota, which might be the prudent thing to do, I'm not trading assets and paying top of the market for Sam Darnold like that. So I want to know where he's at. Like, if he just walks as a free agent, which I find hard to believe, then that's a different conversation. And then we start having the conversation. All right, well, how many years of guaranteed money? What's he worth? What are your suitors? How many people are bidding for him? The Brock thing to me is simple. It's like, hey, we are in no rush to pay him. I am in no rush to get rid of him.
That's from the franchise, right?
If you're
Brock, You got to go get your money.
Okay, so here's what I say to you.
You have to. You can't come back here and play on $1 million with the production you produced.
Okay,
you can't
but how many teams? Let's do the exercise.
I don't know how many teams. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Just asking for you to answer.
But don't
because
negotiate.
I'm not that war room.
So, but this is where Tua. This is where I looked at Miami side-eyed. Don't negotiate against yourself. Like, allow the guy to set the market for himself. Like, allow other teams to get in before you outbid yourself. There's no rush. The Niners hold all the cards.
They do, but Brock Purdy could, if he
could force their hand
next
a
year,
little.
force their head and says, I'm not playing on $1 million.
Okay.
Then what are you going to do?
Then you say, find me the $150 million guaranteed contract you're getting, and you tell me what the draft capital is we're getting in return.
All right.
Like, to me, the Niners, they have the franchise tag in their back pocket. He can hold out if he wants. That's fine. That's fine.
I just find it hard.
Find a suitor.
I just find it hard to believe that Brock Purdy's going to come back here and play for $1 million. Let's go to Trey and Vallejo. Long time no talk, Trey.
There's
What's
just
happening?
no rush.
Man, top of the morning to you guys. Top of the morning. Let's just go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Devondre Campbell quitting on the team. To me, that's the biggest issue right now. To me, that's bigger than the loss. You know what? Bronte, I know people gonna laugh at me when I said that. Him quitting on the team, to me, was sick. And you know what? And after he'd quit, I'd have called Mark Gastineau. Mark Gastineau showed more heart in that interview when he confronted Brett Favre and Campbell did last night. That was sickening. That was sickening. If you're a Niner player, you should be out there in front of his house right now, camped out, asking him what was he thinking of. And to quit right there, he can't even, you know what? Don't even come back to the training facilities because you're not even welcome.
Yeah. Trey, I'm going to play Charvarius Ward Cup. We haven't played this yet. Charvarius Ward, his lovely wife, Mrs. Ward, lost her daughter. Missed a couple games. When he's coming back, and he's a free agent, he doesn't have to play. If Charvarius Ward never played a snap again, I wouldn't blame him. Lost his kid. He lost his child. All right? Fred Warner is playing on a fractured ankle. A fractured ankle. All right? A guy he shares the linebacker room with, watches film with, sits there in the linebacker meetings, has a fractured ankle. Devondre Campbell's coming back from an Achilles tendon. You mentioned Talanoa Hufanga with the club on his hand. He doesn't have to come back and play. He's got a club on his head. He's trying to do everything he can to help the team. Hell, even Nick Bosa, who I've been very critical of. Businessman Bosa, you know what? He made it a business decision last night, warmed up and played on Thursday Night Football with multiple oblique injuries and a hip. I give credit to number 97. He earned a lot of respect from me last night playing in that football game. I did not expect him to play, and he played. Now, how impactful was he? That's another question. That's a whole entirely different conversation. But he played. He played.
If you suit up, you better be ready when your number's called.
Right. You know,
in a one-score game, and what the irony was, we don't know what the Dre Greenlaw injury is. No. He could have gone in there, played well. It could have been his job for the remainder of the year.
Could have been.
What a short-sighted decision.
One play. But Dre Greenlaw limped off the field at halftime. I seen him limp off. I said, damn, oh, man. Oh, no. I hope Dre's all right. And he doesn't play much in the second half. Offensively, George Kittle's giving you everything he's got. Aaron Banks is coming back from concussions. You know, Brock Purdy's wearing a RoboCop elbow sleeve. I don't even know what that. I've never seen anything like it, but he's wearing it on the sideline every single. And Devondre Campbell has the audacity to tell Kyle Shanahan, I don't want to play football. And walks off the sideline. I thought he was hurt when he was walking by. I thought he was hurt. I didn't even think nothing of it. I was like, all right, maybe he's hurt. He walks off the sideline and he quits on his football team. And kudos to Kittle. Kudos to Fred Warner. Kudos to Brock. Kudos to Charvarius Ward. The sound we're about to play here. That tells me with the way they responded, that they are together, and they're like, you know what? Screw this guy. You're a straight-up punk.
I don't say this flippantly. I mean this sincerely. I'm a believer. I've said this 1,000 times to you. What happens to you during adverse situations really shows your true character. That's how I judge you, not when things are riding high. What a low-level bum-like behavior.
You want to talk about a high-level loser? This is a low-level loser. I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
A low-level loser.
The guy gets a little bit of pushback and just folds. It tells me everything I need to know.
That's how he left Green Bay. Got folded, left Green Bay, a little adversity, blamed the scheme, blamed players, tweeted his ass off in the offseason, and I watched him in the first day of training camp get cooked by a backup tight end on the corner route, looking so damn stiff. And I said, boy, we're going to have problems this year. And ironically, in the Rams game in week number 3, he gets called for pass interference. How many missed tackles? How many times we talked to Baldy where he's in a wrong spot in the zone defense? We see the Jets. Oh, number 59, where is he at? The other teams tell you what your weaknesses are. And the other teams told us all season long that Devondre Campbell, you were the weakness. So are you surprised that you got benched? That was on top of losing the game and getting eliminated from the playoffs, Shasky, and I'm driving home. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm playing Nipsey Hussle and Wiz Khalifa and Big Extra Plug. And then you guys are sending text, and I said, what's that? Can you read that text for me? Devondre Campbell. I said, what? What? I couldn't wait to get home. Let's see what the hell was going on. And I couldn't go to sleep till 11 because I'm thinking about all the times I played sports, all the times you play sports, and just being around it. And this guy quits, a pro-level athlete who's making $5 million this season.
That was a big one.
Sorry,
they're down
hitting buttons left and right because we're getting a little irate here. In a lost season, you had the audacity in your first year with the 49ers to say, yeah, I'm not going to play Shanahan. I'm good.
Well, not only do I question his integrity and his teammate work ethic and all those things, I question his sanity and his eyeballs. Because we all saw after 2 quarters that Dre Greenlaw is infinitely better with half a leg than he has ever been. Like the instincts, I don't care if Dre Greenlaw can barely walk. The instincts alone from that man. How could you watch the first half of that game and not say, dear God, we missed Dre Greenlaw for an entire season?
Dude,
right?
I watched him.
Self-awareness, another skill I always talk about.
I swear to God. I swear to God, I would have signed Dre Greenlaw probably. Some people say sign him at halftime, and you know what? I can't disagree with you. Here's Tarvier's word on Devondre Campbell.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, he could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle shit that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, you know, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably gonna get cut soon, so you know, it is what it is with that.
Here's Nick Bosa.
I didn't know till now, but until I know more about the situation, I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, we know that.
He'll do his own research. He'll do his own research.
On a team where Jimmy Garoppolo was actively thrown into the trash can so many times, and he came back and sat on those sidelines and watched someone who was drafted and they traded, you know, a heaven and high water to try to replace him. He shows up and he's just a good soldier. And I'm not here to say that Jimmy is you know, the best or worst person of all time, but like with the backdrop of that team and Devondre Campbell thinks that he's different.
Well, Jerry Greenlaw.
It makes me irate.
What did Jerry Greenlaw say?
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't want to play, so I mean, I guess if you don't want to play, you ain't got to play. You know, so you ain't want to play.
George Kittle.
I didn't really hear anything about it until I got in the locker room, so it's all brand new information to me. Look, if you're on the roster, you suit up, you're expected to play. I think anyone in this building that got asked to go in, I would say 100% of everybody would die to get on that football field. And so, you know, people are going through random things off the field. I can't speak on that. You know, whatever, you know, his decision was. It wasn't for this organization. It wasn't for this team. And no, that's on him. So, not very happy about it. I would have something to say. I wish I would have heard about it on the field, but I didn't. Is that the reason we lost? Absolutely not. But it's hard to win football games when someone doesn't want to play football, especially when you're suited up. It kind of puts you down, especially when you lose 2 linebackers, and you know could address another one.
And then here's more. George Kittle.
That is one person who just decided not to, you know, play for his teammates, and I don't think that doesn't make our offense look at each other and be like, wow, man, you know, we're falling apart. It's more of or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision, and I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
So that's Kittle. That's Charvarius Ward. That's a lot of players here. By the way, you brought up Jimmy Garoppolo. You see what his little brother posted?
Yeah, I saw. We'll get
that clown ass. Those clowns.
I want to get to
the 49ers made you the highest paid quarterback in the league. And you got the audacity to screenshot Shanahan saying offensive guru. Ha, 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 ha. Who the hell are you, Garoppolos? Little punks. Go ahead.
So, George Kittle.
What are these fake-ass people, man? I can't believe it.
There was a moment in time where I thought George was almost like sticky. I'd see him at the podium, and I just like, can we just be serious for once? Like that was the feeling I had. And then I watched the receiver doc, and I viewed him through a completely different lens. Now I know like they get editing control on that receiver doc, and so it's a little curated. But like I saw a dude that like, no, that is genuinely who he is. Like I think that he's just an optimistic, happy-go-lucky dude who lives for football, and his whole family is all in. I have gained more respect for him as a human being and as a football player this year during this tumultuous season and his leadership than anything he's done prior. And maybe I was unaware of it or I was unwilling to see it prior. And there are other guys on the team too. But when I think of like Frank Gore and Joe Staley and Patrick Willis and Justin Smith and guys like that, there's a class and a dignity and a respect level that they carried themselves and conducted themselves with that made me as a 49er fan proud to have that guy on my team. And they maybe didn't win the ultimate prize of being a champion, but they are champions to me. And they're all-time Niner legends. And when I hear George Kittle and see the way he conducts himself, I'd put Fred Warner, and there's other guys on the team in this category. The way he's conducted himself this year, the way he's played, the way that he's performed at the podium as a leader and all this stuff. George Kittle is someone I want to go to war with for the rest of my life as a Niner fan. And I just think that he is so spot on in the way he says, I don't want to play with anyone like that. I don't want him near me. Like, George speaks for all of us Niner fans. I'm just proud of George Kittle.
Well,
in a lost season, I love that guy.
Well said. You bring up the sticky stuff because we both kind of thought it's like, man, I don't know if he's that funny. I don't know what's going on, the whole WWE thing and whatnot. But actually, Anna, a few years ago, I don't know if I ever told you this, Shasky, but she was her best friend, Rita. They're all there, all her friends. They were in Vegas about 3-4 years ago. And they were in Vegas, and it's a Pro Bowl happening out there, and George Kittle and Fred Warner there. And Anna's wearing her Niner sweater. And George's like, oh, good to see a Niner fan out here. Oh, thanks. And then Claire's there, his lovely wife, and Fred Warner and his wife, and they have a little small talk with Anna. And Anna calls me, like, man, George and Fred was so damn cool. Now she met another Niner who was a diva, and I'm not going to name him. We'll leave that alone. I'll say that for off air. But she was like, oh, George Kittle's really cool, man. I had a conversation. Claire was cool. They're complimentary and everything, blah, blah, blah. So then when we saw Fred Warner's wife during the NFC Championship game, Fred Warner, she's like, hey, I met you in Vegas. They talked for like 10 minutes. So Fred Warner and the Warners and the Kittles, they are genuinely good people.
Yes.
And I'm glad the receiver doc came out because that's who he is. We had him on the air with Baldy, and you could just tell through the airways who he is. The guy's a football player. All right, first and foremost. Would you see? But then also, I think back to the moments in 2019 in the divisional round game against Minnesota where they ran the ball 12 straight times. And George Kittle's looking at the sideline, look, in the era where everybody wants to get theirs, tight end yards, they want to get catches yards, he's looking at the sideline saying, keep running it, keep running it, keep running it, run it again, run it again. The Atlanta Falcons game that same season where he mauls a defender into the end zone and he's laughing at him because he gets a pancake block. This guy loves every aspect of football. And to have a guy quit on the field, now it's a lost season at Brock Purdy. We're not exonerating him or Debo Samuel, but to have a guy quit on a team where you got Fred Warner, George Kittle leading the charge.
I know.
What? I swear to God, Ian Williams is right. Don't cut him, suspend him, because he doesn't deserve another cent the rest of the season. He does not belong on the football field. That privilege should be gone from him. Gone. Don't even give him the opportunity to go get a workout with another team who made it a linebacker moving forward. What a joke that was. Devondre Campbell?
I know.
Who the hell is Devondre Campbell?
It's
oh, my gosh.
And then,
what a sellout.
Let me go a step further on George Kittle. He also, and he addressed this, said that he told Debo, like, hey, Debo, you can't talk all this and tweet all this if you don't face up to the media.
Yeah.
You need to go wear it. You need to go wear it. And I thought that was tremendous leadership. I thought it was, what's wrong?
Well, no, because in the Green Bay game and the Buffalo, I was irate about him not speaking out.
You know?
And some people were like, well, Vontae, you're making too big of a deal. I said, no, you wear the C on your chest. You're a captain. You're a captain. You got to go face the music. And you know what, Debo? Had an awful game yesterday. He faced the music and talked to the media for about 5 minutes.
And George Kittle said that he had to tell him that.
Yeah, he should have.
Basically, like, hey, like, you need to go, like, if you're going to tweet it, you better step up and face it and then move on, you know? And so, look, George Kittle's a guy that I know, like, again, there's so much negativity. George Kittle's a guy that needs to play on this team for as long as that guy could suit up, period. I don't care what he costs.
You know,
remember, when the team is going through adversity, you learn more about the individuals. Remember who's trying. Remember who's out there. Like, to me, those things matter.
You know, you brought up the receiver, Doc, and not to cut you off, Bonte, but I can't not think of the adversity that Kittle's facing this season. I grow so much more respect for him. Watching the receiver, Doc, with a guy like Devontae Adams and seeing where he's at in his career now after this season.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Attitude matters a lot.
Attitude matters. Locker room focus. Locker room focus, man.
Basically tapping out.
They tapped out. Devondre tapped out. Devondre Campbell. Devontae Adams tapped out with the Raiders, but Devondre Campbell tapping out the way he did. Now, again, the offensive line stunk yesterday. Brock Purdy stunk yesterday. Debo Samuel stunk yesterday. The Niners offense stunk yesterday, and they lose, and the season is stunk. The season is smelled so bad.
I can't believe, like, what has happened with Debo. Like, it really, it's everything. It's like he went from being one of the ultimate fan favorites. He only works here, and only we get him, and he gets us, and he's just, and then all of a sudden, it's just, they booed him on the drop. He got booed. You could feel it.
No, he did. He did. When he dropped the pass and he ran straight to the sidelines, there was a lot of boos. And I just put my head down and said, damn, that was a dime. I've seen Debo make that catch before. It looked like the inverse of what happened in the Detroit game. He ran a similar route on the other side going from left to right, and he made a big play in that second half against Detroit. I'm thinking that reminded me of that play. He runs the slant from right to left and just flat out drops it. Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
Obviously, what happened yesterday with Campbell, that guy's a bum. D. Winters was pretty much better all year, so he should have started, all year long and stuff like that. But let's move on to Purdy. Purdy, he's showing this year that, he's limited. And obviously, his big kryptonite is rain. And football is played, the big games are in the wintertime. So the guy has a big limitation. He's not very effective in the rain. Look at last week. The weather was good against the Bears. He dominated. And then last night, obviously he struggled. So the rain is a big factor. I know it didn't rain all game. I get that, but it's still wet. So that's his problem. He has a big kryptonite, so you can't pay a guy that is limited. He's basically $15, $20 million quarterback. That's it. You can't pay him more than that. At the end, then you pay him $15 to $20 million, then you can build a team around him because he's limited.
Yeah, I don't think it's that definitive. Like, personally, I don't believe they're doing the measurements like, can we win with him, yes or no? I think it's like, what's he going to cost? What's his value in the open market? What are the other options available? How hard is it to draft a quarterback? Can we lure someone from somewhere else? I don't think it's cut and dry. I think there's a lot more gray area than people are willing to admit.
But you know what? The NFL is a year-to-year league.
Yeah.
And things change. I watched the Minnesota Vikings go to the NFC Championship game with Case Keenum. And them jokers say, yeah, we moving on. And that we may have to get to that point. You may get to that point with Brock Purdy. I don't know if we're there yet. But it may happen. The NFL is a year-to-year league. All hands on deck. You're trying to win Super Bowls. Who gives you the best chance to win a Super Bowl?
But here's my question. Like, and this is not exclusive to you or anyone. Like, we all thought that he was our franchise quarterback just, I don't know, 2 months ago. Like, oh, this is the guy. It's him and Shanahan. Like,
it's Shanahan, first of all.
What do you mean?
It's Shanahan's baby. Whatever Shanahan wants, he's going to get.
But then why all along, why haven't we done the evaluation the way that I've been trying to explain it? It's like, it's not just like yes or no on a player. It's like, this is the price point, and these are my options, and these are the options internally, externally. Like,
honestly, why we haven't done it? It's because we're afraid to do it. We're afraid to be critical to quarterback because we're afraid of the blowback. We are. Just admit it. Brock Purdy is so damn polarizing that if you say one thing about him, you know what happens. You get slandered. We are worried about that. The social media impact is real, especially for us.
I mean, you and I had a conversation yesterday, and I was basically saying he's been okay this year, and like we argued for an hour over it.
But you know what? The same conversation. I posted something yesterday. Somebody said, well, you've been disrespecting Brock Purdy all morning. So I get it both ends. I'm either a Brock Purdy cheerleader or a Brock Purdy hater. So I'm afraid. Sometimes I get afraid because I'm like, I don't want to go online and have to get name called. I don't want to deal with that stuff because there's a lot of suckers who are doing it.
Yeah, but our eyes are telling us he's been up and down this year. And he's been a little disappointing. But yes, the personnel around him hasn't been great.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The context matters. Yesterday, he was god-awful. He was god-awful yesterday. It's been a crappy season around him, though. And that's, I do wonder if Debo was getting open, if he was able to get separation. Debo has 101 receiving yards the last 5 weeks. Ricky Pearsall can't get a target to save his life. Wow, he got 4 targets yesterday. That's one more than he received the previous 3 weeks. How crazy is that?
But the elements are a factor. No one's saying they aren't. There's always a pie chart. His body's kind of breaking down. His confidence isn't there. He could scramble. Now it feels like he can't scramble that much. He can't see over the lineman. The league's adjusting. It's not just, everything around him is crumbling. I don't think that's what you're saying. Right. It's a lot of different things conversing all at once. And I think we're in the Jimmy zone, which sucks because I thought we were out of the Jimmy zone.
I don't know if we're in the Jimmy zone quite yet. I'm not going to go there quite yet. I'm not going to go there
because I thought we had a playmaker, but we don't.
Because you know what? Jimmy kind of quit on the Niners when he walked on the field in Philadelphia.
Did he lose confidence?
It's the Jordans. He did lose confidence.
Did his body start to betray him?
I don't think Brock Purdy's lost confidence. I just don't think he's making plays.
Yeah,
I think he's a confident young man. I think he's got a very different temperament.
He doesn't look as decisive.
I'm not putting him in the same category mentally as Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo literally had a beef with the head coach and couldn't take criticism and couldn't even his teammates. Brock Purdy's teammates ride with him, and he rides with the teammates. Jimmy was a different story by the end of it. Jimmy did not care by the end of it.
No, I'm talking about when things started to really change for Jimmy. I think it's more metaphorically when we all started realizing, oh my God, we feel very limited. And back to the Jimmy thing, they throw to 5 spots on the field.
Yeah.
And like this,
maybe that's
this
on Shanahan.
RPO slant, everyone knows it. When Okello Witherspoon is locking you up, I'm sorry, we've got problems.
Well, that's on the wide receiver, right? That's not on Brock. That's on the wide receiver. You can't beat Okello Witherspoon. How's that on Brock Purdy? He ain't running routes. Debo's running routes. Injury report.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Ow!
Offensive linemen aren't blocking. Wide receivers aren't getting separation. Brock Purdy was not good yesterday, but I refuse to say that he's in the Jimmy zone. Jimmy lost it. Lost it. I see a young man who's still confident. We'll play some Purdy sound on the other side and get into Brock Purdy, Debo Samuel. A lot of calls here. Mr. D, I can't wait to talk to you. Anthony Benisha's on the line. I love whenever Anthony calls because he comes in with measured takes. Jose and Oakley, we got everybody here. The hard hitters. Where's Robin Sambruno? Uh-oh. He's waiting. He's lurking at the cut because he said the downfall was
near, and it's coming hard.
And it came hard this year. There's no doubt. Drake Greenlaw made his return to the field last night after suffering an Achilles tear during the Super Bowl. He was all over the field, man. It was so good to see big play Dre back on the football field, number 57. He looked like he didn't miss a step, but I did see him limp off the field due to fatigue, soreness to the injury. He was playing a lot of snaps. I think Shanahan would have played the whole damn game. That's how good he was, but he needs to be on the pitch count. But it was great to see him come back and play and be healthy. I don't even see him the rest of the year. Just re-sign him. Come back next year with Fred Warner. Shut those 2 linebackers down, and let's go play ball next season in 2025. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your calls as we address. We're having a funeral session. This is what it is. It's a funeral today on the Morning Roast. The season's over for the 49ers. Oh, baby. That's not even Snoop's best album. Snoop's on First Take right now, I guess. It's not even his best album. What is it, Missionary? Yeah, Donkey Style's the one.
Well, yeah.
That's the one. Devondre Campbell, man. Oh, my gosh. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. You know what? YouTube's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Shout out to First NorCal Credit Union. We love you. I am a little ticked at Matt Nahegan. Today would have been a great day for the chat. It would have been great. Every day's a great day for the chat. But today with Campbell quitting and with the season being over.
Okay, it's not coming back.
And now it's sad. It's sad that it's not coming back.
Like Jimmy G. He's never coming back.
I feel like a little kid. You're not getting your iPad today. You're on timeout. Go to the corner. That's how I feel right now. I'm sorry.
The amount of issues that the 49ers have currently, you have no idea if their highest paid wide receiver is going to be ready to go at what point in the season next year. You have no clue if your star running back who you gave an extension to, who's the highest paid player by annual value, is going to be the vintage player from a couple years ago. You have no idea what to do with Debo. All right. George Kittle's going to have to get extended. You're probably cutting the fullback. I don't want to even talk about him today. He's got a lot to say about everyone, and he's really played terrible. No, he's not good. I like Isaac Guerrero a lot. I don't know what you do with Jordan Mason. He's a restricted free agent. You need offensive line play. What do you do with Trent Williams? I'd probably just trade him in the offseason. Then I look at the defense. Nick Bosa played yesterday. He's trying his hardest, but he's clearly injured. And he says he's going to try to play out the rest of the year. Saw very little impact from him. Fred Warner clearly has an ankle issue. Dre Greenlaw is going to be a free agent. What do you do with this secondary? Talanoa Hufanga is going to be like, I have so many questions. And I haven't even brought up the quarterback.
But that's what happens in losing seasons. When you have losing seasons, there's a lot of questions that you have to answer. You know, the Raiders are going through it. The New York Giants are going through it. Whenever you lose and you have high expectations and things don't go your way, there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of decision-making. And it's going to look very bleak. The odds of going to do something special next season, it looks very bleak. However, it's not. You got some really good players on this football team. Like Isaac Guerrero's a player. Okay, moving in 2025, Isaac Guerrero's not bad. Christian McCaffrey hopefully comes back at 100%. I know he's in the state. Dre Greenlaw, seeing him yesterday, made me feel good about myself. Made me feel good about the Niners. Fred Warner's going to be back. Bosa's going to be back. You know, Hufanga, we'll see about him. But when you have losing seasons, there's going to be a lot of questions. But I just want to say it's not all doom and gloom moving forward. You have some premium players that you could rebuild and retool with this team.
Yeah, but this season has been one of, I don't know, 2014 was just such a unique season, and to lose the way you did to Seattle the year prior and then to back it up and start the year off great and then just completely cave in a weird way, I feel like this might be as or more disappointing this year than even 2014.
Yes,
that was
it is.
So bad. And this one feels just as bad.
There's been some definitely frustrating seasons. Let's go to the...
To me, it's the offseason, B. Well, everything that happened in the offseason is like rolled into this year, and it makes me saltier.
Yeah.
Running back had to get extended. Wide receiver wanted to get traded and this and that, and then he got paid and then didn't look good early and then got hurt. Like, I can't control the hurt, but like, the Trent Williams, I got to get paid. Monster money. Came in, was and then now he's hurt. Obviously, he's having some tragic stuff.
But what were you
going
to do? Not extend? What if Christian McCaffrey? You're not going to extend him?
No, I'm just saying, like, every person that had their hand out had a very bad year.
No, they did. They did. It's been a bad year.
Every single guy.
It's been a bad year.
And it's hard to unsee that.
It's been a bad year.
As you know, and like Niner fans are, we're ticked.
Well, Juwan Jennings, the one guy, Juwan Jennings, he signed an extension. He's been good.
No doubt.
He's been good. He's been solid.
He's been trying his heart out. I thought yesterday was one of his poorest games because he dropped some easy passes.
He's been good. Got a suggestion. Duke from the city, 510 Comcast Business Text line. Is Duke from the city going to be at the Doobie Awards? I need that.
Oh,
it's from the 510.
I hope he is.
Hey, Duke, fast signal out there for you. The streets want you at the Doobies in Sunnyvale.
He's got to be there. He's going for the three-peat for Freestyle of the Year.
He's going for the three-peat? Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. I want to get back to the Lions. We got a lot of calls here.
We haven't even talked about the defensive coordinator. I mean,
well, the defense played, they gave up 12 points. But
yeah, but that doesn't overshadow the whole year. Like, where's that been?
Yeah, well,
is it as simple as Dre Greenlaw coming back?
I don't want to bring up Sorensen today.
No, but I'm asking you.
I hear you.
Is it as simple as Dre came back, Bosa came back, and boy, they looked amazing?
I don't know.
I've said that the personnel is not as good as last year.
No, because on the final play where they get the first down, that basically silked the game, throwing the pass to the tight end, I watched him. Cooper cut motions over from right to left, and Hufanga and everybody scrambling. Hey, go check, and you leave the guy wide open, uncovered, so you weren't lined up right. That's a miscommunication that I've seen way too many times this season. Mr. D in the city. Mr. D, what's happening?
Hey, guys, listen, I got a couple things I got to say. And the first thing I got to say is that I think Shanahan has lost some of the locker room. Maybe not all the locker room, but he's lost some of the locker room. That's the only way you get things that happen like DeAndre Campbell. What is it going to take? A Spreewell thing? I mean, listen, he lost some folks. And now I'm saying that, all right, how much time was left when he threw that ball? I mean, there was 5 minutes left. Do we want to really give the ball back to L.A. with time to score?
Well, it's just a bad decision by Brock Purdy. Shanahan didn't throw that pass, Mr. D. I love you, Mr. D, but Shanahan didn't throw that pass.
No, he didn't throw the pass, but obviously the call was there. I mean, and
the run game wasn't really running. You weren't churning out yards. You had a couple plays here and there. It was a nice little throw on second down. Purdy missed it, and Purdy missed back-to-back throws, Mr. D. Those were good play calls. They missed back-to-back throws.
Yeah, he missed them. And so I think there's something wrong with that shoulder, so you can't let him throw passes like that. They needed to dink and dunk and work their way down the field. They had time.
Yeah.
And it's just
he missed the check down. He missed it. He flat out missed the check down last night. He missed the check down on the Jawan Jennings throw. But Mr. D, to your point about losing the locker room, I think George Kittle, Tarvarius Ward, Fred Warner not wanting to speak about it. I don't think he's lost the locker room. If anything, I think the locker room is galvanized.
Yeah,
I think it's galvanized. I think that locker room. One thing, Shanahan, we keep saying that he's losing the locker room. I
don't agree with that.
They ride with Shanahan. You got to understand, this team rides with Kyle Shanahan. Kittle, Debo, Brock, Warder, Greenlaw, Hufanga, like they ride, like just listen to the quotes, listen to Ward.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, they could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle shit that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down and we needed a linebacker, you know, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably going to get cut soon, so, you know, it is what it is with that.
Tarvarius Ward, who lost his daughter, it's just horrific, and is also, like, from a professional level, is also playing basically with no money next year.
Yep.
He's playing for his NFL career and his 49er tenure. I can't believe the Devondre Campbell. I think it's a Devondre Campbell problem, not a locker room problem.
Yeah, no,
to me, he's an isolated, incident amongst a bunch of stand-up dudes.
What a bum he is.
When I see Brock Purdy step to the podium and say it's on me and wear it completely and not point any fingers, how can I say that this locker room is fractured?
Yeah, no, it's not. This locker room is galvanized. It's galvanized.
Did they play poorly? Yes.
Let's go to Anthony in Benicia. Anthony, what's happening?
What's up, man? Good morning. Long time no talk.
Long time no talk.
I want to get straight. I want to get straight to it. This, I've been saying it all season, and we got a Kyle Shanahan problem. And I know people are not going to want to hear that, but it's true. His quarterback philosophy is the problem. He believes that he can take a lesser than QB and make him great as long as everything is correct and everything goes well. You've seen it with Jimmy G at his high points. Everything looked pretty good. And then we noticed that Jimmy G had limitations when defenses started to stack the box and dare him to throw. You've seen the same, and then you've seen improvements with Jimmy G when we got CMC. He got his leg broken or his foot broken, and then Brock Purdy came in. We cannot forget that Kyle Shanahan drafted Trey Lance, and he gave up a lot of a lot of draft capital to get him in the belief that he can make him into what we see Brock Purdy can be when Brock Purdy is at his best. And then we find out he didn't even know that he didn't run the 40. He didn't know that he wasn't that fast and elusive and that he's more of a pocket quarterback. But nevertheless, he wasn't ready for the NFL. And now we have Brock Purdy. When things are right and all things are lined up and the timing is correct, Brock Purdy looks elite. And we know he can do some things elite, but that's his processing, right? But the physical tools, he does lack some of those. And when you need him to do things in big moments, other quarterbacks outperform him. I understand that there are other things that went awry this season, but it always comes back to Kyle Shanahan. We got rid of Steve Wilkes, and you see our defense sucks. Monkey, you know what? That's a Kyle Shanahan issue, and now we have another question on our QB. And then Sam Darnold goes to Minnesota, and he's playing lights out. Everything falls on Kyle. I don't care what anybody has to say. Devontae Campbell was a sucker. Debo is actually a sucker too, because if you think about it, Kittle should not have told him that he needed to face the music. He wasn't going to face the music. So Debo's not a leader as well. I don't believe that he's lost the locker room, but I do believe that there are people in that locker room that are tired of the same old thing. And they want to ride with Kyle Shanahan because he's their leader. And when everything is going right, they look fantastic. But let's be real. We are in this position for a lot of different reasons, but the question with the quarterback still exists, and that's not okay. So I believe it's all on Kyle Shanahan. Like I said, Steve Wilkes is gone. They blamed him for the defense last season. That really wasn't the problem. Clearly, we got this other guy, and he's even worse than Steve Wilkes, and Steve Wilkes wasn't that bad. The guys just didn't want to adjust to blitzing. But all I'm saying is you need a QB to get the job done, and when you're missing a player or two, you still need the QB to elevate the team, and that's not what we have. And so that's why I believe that Kyle Shanahan should honestly be looked at a little closer because his QB philosophy is wrong.
You know, it's a new point. It is. We are in year 8, and we have question marks about the quarterback once again. You know, and we don't need to go through the history of it. As you know, it's ironic. I saw Jimmy Garoppolo wears 13 for the Rams, right? He looks so weak in that uniform. I was watching him on the sidelines. He looks so frail, skinny, like he lost a lot of weight. But
see how happy his teammates were that said hi to him after the game?
Oh, my God.
Nick Bosa, biggest smile I've seen on his face in quite some time.
Did he say hi to Jimmy?
Oh, yeah. Matt Lively, I think, posted it. Yeah. Our guy, Matt Lively.
Matt Lively with the great locker room quote with Travis Ward. He's going viral. He went viral. Let's go to
you know, he made a point
ahead.
about the quarterback and like Kyle's philosophy. I want to examine that not today, but down the line. What he's getting at makes a lot of sense, right? Regarding, you know, the quarterback. But I go back, I think the quarterback is good. I do. I think he's good. Is he great? No. Like, there's a difference for me. And I know that people, like, we throw these words around flippantly, and you might not get this reference, but, like, the Monkees were a really good band. They had a lot of hits. Like, the Monkees had a lot of hits. But compared to the Beatles, no. The Beatles are all time. Like, literally their entire catalog is just banger after banger after banger, and there's a reason why they stood the test of time. And I feel like the difference between the good and the great quarterbacks in this league, it's not just a throw here and there. It's also the can you get on my back late in games. And I think Brock is good, right? But when you pay great money, you do cripple your franchise and you make it very, very difficult to field the team around him. And this is a classic conversation of good to great. And it's nuanced, and that's why I think it brings out a lot of silly takes and a lot of like crazy rhetoric, because it's like, no, you can win a lot of games with Brock when things are going well and things are humming or whatever. But the truly all-time great and the great quarterbacks in the league put you on their back and make wow plays multiple times a half.
You know what, though? I don't want to act like he hasn't done that before. He has made a throw. He has made plays. You know, I look at the Dallas Cowboys playoff game.
Plays, yes,
no, but I look at the Dallas Cowboys.
Garbage.
But the Dallas Cowboys. But it makes it sound like he's never done it before in the fourth quarter.
Said that.
No, but it sounds like. I'm just saying it sounds like that. I didn't say you said that.
The Monkees had a ton of number one hits.
Yeah, but you know what though? He's made plays.
So does Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has lots of games.
Dak Prescott has not made no plays in the playoffs.
No, I'm
he's
just saying.
He's not made plays in the playoffs. We see Jimmy Garoppolo in playoff games make the highest level throws. Against Detroit, you came back from 24-7. That just doesn't happen on pure luck. You got to make plays. No, Brock Purdy balled out. So
I don't think that I ever said that. He's a good player. You can make a lot of plays around him. But when you're talking about top market money. That's
that's a different kind of. I don't think you or I were when Jed York said what he said about resetting the quarterback market. Now. I said in real time, I said, whoa. And I got dogged. I got dragged in the mud for even questioning that. So you know what? I'm a reserve judgment on that. But the philosophy with Kyle Shanahan at quarterback, we have a lot of questions. From day one, on when he didn't select Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes, I had questions about that. I always think like this. With your franchise, right? You're starting to expect your draft. Me personally, I want to get the quarterback out of the way. Yeah. I want to invest in my quarterback. Yeah. And a lot of people push back on that, say, well, if you draft a quarterback, it may start his clock, all this stuff, right? And I'm just thinking to myself, if you got two studs out there at the quarterback spot out, I already understand where Deshaun Watson is now. But the fact that Mahomes wasn't even Scott. So I had questions from day one about Shanahan and the quarterback philosophy, even dating back to RG3 and Kirk Cousins. There is a conversation there about his philosophy when it comes to quarterbacks, not allowing them to audible at the line of scrimmage, wanting things done his way, not the quarterback's way, wanting full control of everything. There is a conversation to be had. But when it comes to Brock Purdy, and people have been afraid to say this, and it started not in the Super Bowl. Started the Baltimore Ravens game. Yeah. And it's actually started the week before that when Spadoni was in for you, and Spadoni asked him about, Brock Purdy MVP. Baldy shut us down. Was like, well, let me see the Baltimore game first. And I was like, wait a minute, Baldy, you've been the biggest advocate for Brock because I need to see the Baltimore game first. And what I saw in the Baltimore game was like, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Well, I'm glad you bring up Lamar because he's a great example. He's spectacular in the regular season and he doesn't do a lot in the postseason. And so, but again, I determine him, and people could disagree, but I see him as one of those guys, get on my back, regardless of who the playmakers are, and we're I will carry us to victory. And I know he hasn't done that necessarily in the playoffs, but there are a lot of really good high-level players. Jared Goff's a really good high-level player.
Can you get on Jared Goff's back, though, and win a game?
No, I don't.
Yeah, see, I agree with that.
I'm not a believer.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
But Bonte,
there's
that
Mahomes,
doesn't mean that I don't think I can win 12 games a year with the right setting.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think Purdy can win. And I think Purdy can win you a Super Bowl. I do.
Yeah, I just think it's really hard. But, to pull a Nick Foles off is really hard.
but when you think about the Super Bowl and what happened in the Super Bowl, lack of execution from everything. Now, he threw right into a blitz on the 3rd and 5, and Moody makes a field goal. That's a bad play. But you think about the Super Bowl play with Brandon Ayuk running wide open. Your right guard doesn't make a block. It can happen just like that. Christian McCaffrey fumbling on the first possession when you're going right down the field to take a 7-0 lead. You get a 1st and 10 at the 44 right after halftime, and you get called for holding right away. Players have to execute as well. So we've seen Brock Purdy help the team go to an NFC championship. We've seen him go to a Super Bowl. So I think if you tinker around him, you'll have a very good quarterback, and you'll see some of the production you saw last season. But when things aren't working, there's only about 3 or 4 quarterbacks in this league that if things are not working, they can still make a play. That's Burrow. That's Allen.
Yeah.
That's Mahomes. Who else?
Lamar.
Four. But Lamar Jackson.
People will push back on Lamar and whatever. That's fine. And we will see if Herbert is one of those guys eventually. We will see.
Right.
But I keep coming back to price point matters for me. Everybody think you said, I brought up Dak. You just lost your mind on Dak.
Well, I didn't lose my mind on Dak.
$20 million a year. We would view Dak differently.
No, but we stopped viewing him differently. We all said with Dak because he doesn't make plays in the biggest games.
Because he's making $60 million a year.
No, not my philosophy. Before he was making $60 million a year, wasn't making plays in the biggest games. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, Dak, I don't know if he's ready for that type of money. And then when they finally paid him that money, I say, that's a big time mistake.
Exactly. So that's the mistake you can ill afford to make as an organization. It does matter how much you pay someone.
Brock Purdy's highs has been bigger than Dak Prescott highs, in my opinion.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so
But for me, baked into how I evaluate Dak is I hate him at $60 million. I hate that money at $6 million. I hate paying Tua $55 million. That's how I view it when I'm building a team.
That's the price of the market. That's the market price. If you don't pay these guys, like you see Miami without Tua Tagovailoa, They could not function as a team.
Compared with a backup. But if I asked them that same question, all right, Tua at $55 million, or in your hypothetical, but Sam Darnold at $28 million.
Yeah, but these quarterbacks don't grow on trees. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's looking for a quarterback. So the market is what the market says it is.
I don't think Brock's market is $60 million.
No, I don't think so either.
Paying him that.
The Niners may think that. They may think that too. The owner said something that got us all gassed up about $60 million. Say, whoa, wait a minute. But I don't think any of us believe that he was that's why we say $60 million quarterback, that's Josh Allen.
Exactly.
That's Lamar. That's Burrow.
Exactly.
And that's okay. But if you're that second tier, it's okay. You could win a lot of games with him. So I don't I'm not going to be down and out on Purdy, but let's keep it real. He was very mediocre last night. Very mediocre. Let's get this call out the way.
He's been up and down all year.
Let's get this call out the way. Ken in Philadelphia. Kid, what's up?
Ken.
What's going on, guys?
What do you got?
So you guys really think Brock Purdy is an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, he's an NFL quarterback. I don't know where I would slot him in the pecking order of NFL quarterbacks, but he's certainly an NFL quarterback. Yeah.
That could win a Super Bowl.
I have my doubts now.
I've been having doubts since last year.
Okay. Well, spit it out, man. Come on, spit it out. Get it done. Spit it out.
Go Birds. Your team is
That was so soft. I swear to God, Philadelphia Eagle fans are so soft. They're the most sensitive, lamest
your team is
fans
My guy got
in the
stage
world.
fright, huh?
I mean, what a
bro.
softie. Hey,
could you?
Hey,
I know it's raining here in the Bay Area, but you could see him peeing down his leg as he was calling. Correct. It's one thing when you talk trash anonymously on a social media account. It's another when you come at the big dogs.
You know, crossingbroad.com. Shout out to them. They're going to get a ton of hits today.
A hella boost in my profile.
You know?
My whole family clicked on that link. They were laughing their ass
my
off.
family doesn't even know it exists. I didn't share.
Well, I sent it to them all. I was like, yo, check this out. Give them some aggregation.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not doing all that. One more call before the break. 8:27. No, break right now. Break right now.
There are long breaks today, guys. Yeah.
A lot of breaks.
We're doing great.
All right.
Odyssey.
Hitting our breaks.
Sales team.
Steve Kerr told me to hit the brakes, so I'm listening to Coach Kerr. He's a champion. Your calls as we kind of recap what's gone wrong
to Las Vegas
last night, Debo Campbell, and everything like that. That's coming up. Brought to you by the California Lottery.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers for the
Yeah, I had no idea. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to focus on the offense and where we're at. I didn't know until after the game, to be honest, that Devondre, was not playing. And, I don't really know what to say to that. So
I didn't know till now, but until I know more about the situation, I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't want to play, so I mean, I guess if you don't want to play, you ain't got to play. So you ain't want to play.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Can't wait to talk to Baldy on Tuesday. Cannot wait.
Did you see his video?
Oh, yeah. I saw it all.
Put out a video for those that haven't seen it about DeAndre Campbell this morning, and it goes, this is the last play of his career. And he's like talking definitively, basically saying that he made a tackle on the last play of his career. And I don't know why he walked off, but this is the last play of his career. That's Baldy's way of saying, like, you quit.
You're done. We did do shout-outs Friday, shameless shout-outs today because it is a game. Maybe we'll do it on Monday. We'll shout out everybody after the weekend, but I'm going to shout out a couple people anyway. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. What up, Roasters? Shout out to Carmel High Padres. Football try to cap off an undefeated season with their first state championship in school history tonight down in Fullerton. Go Padres. That's Erica Carmel. Go ahead, get that state championship. I'll shout out Pittsburgh High School. They're playing for a state championship as well tonight at Saddleback High School. De La Salle tomorrow gets about our day. I'm going to take the quick trip down there, go meet my sister and everybody, family. Nice. Go support De La Salle tomorrow. It gets about our day. Uphill battle.
Where's that game?
Saddleback College. Saddleback College, Orange County.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, okay. Saddleback. Great JC, junior college program. I remember they beat City for a state championship. Sorry, Justin LeBlanc, Coach Adam, Coach Tom. But you know what? You bounce back the next year. You beat them in the Final Four. You win your state championship. You're first of four. So anyway, that's that. Devondre Campbell sells out. We're talking about Brock Purdy. And look, I don't know what other teams will want Brock Purdy. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on in their war rooms. I don't know how their personnel think, how their GMs are thinking, or the coaches are thinking, or whatnot. But I know Brock Purdy, for the most part, fits what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. And watching that game yesterday, up close and personal, yes, Brock Purdy was very average. Not even average yesterday. He was awful yesterday. I'll just admit it. He was awful. I was like, wow, 14-31. It's the worst game I've ever seen him play. I'm going to say that. It's the worst game I've ever seen him play.
I thought that Baltimore game, but nonetheless.
Oh, Baltimore was bad.
Okay.
That's number one. But yesterday, I thought it was his worst game of the season by far. I don't think it was
Buffalo
close.
Buffalo was horrible. I'll give him a pass for the snow.
First game back, coming from shoulder, elbow. I don't know. I mean, it was rough. But
point still stands. It was a horrible game.
Offensive line.
But I guess here's my question.
The offensive line was awful.
So if he's making $1 million and you're able to spread out all this money and overspend in certain areas because the quarterback is making a very, very small amount. I mean, a fraction of what even rookie quarterbacks make on their contract, the first round picks on their first deal, first year in the league. How is the offensive line going to get infinitely better when the quarterback is making a huge chunk more?
I don't think we got to start. We don't know what the quarterback's going to make, number one. The owner said something that he probably shouldn't have said. And he put John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in a bad spot, which Kyle Shanahan basically walked back with the Tim Kawakami podcast, or with Tim Kawakami before the season. When he said, well, what does it look like when you pay a quarterback $40 million? What does it look like when you pay him $2 million? So he kind of like say, yo, wait a minute here. We're not there yet. Brock Purdy's a very good quarterback. But let's wait a minute here, because it is different when you pay him $40 million a year as opposed to 60 to 30 to 20 to 10. So we're not there yet. But you do have to upgrade the offensive line. And you look at a guy like Debo. Maybe there's some money released there. Charvarius Ward's going to be a free agent. He's going to probably walk. They're probably not bringing him back after paying Deommodore Lenoir 5 years, $92 million. I don't know what it looks like for Brock, but they have, on my list of issues for this football team, to me, quarterback doesn't come in the top 10.
It's a quarterback league. What?
He's a top 10 quarterback. But I'm not, on this football team, when I look at the 49ers, defensive line, D-tackle, edge rusher, opposite linebacker of Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner, because you need assurance there if they get hurt. You need a free safety. You need some explosiveness outside at the wide receiver position. You got to have a running back who's healthy. You're probably going to need a new fullback. You need a right tackle. You need a center. You may need a left guard, for crying out loud. On my list of issues, I don't think Brock Purdy's when it comes to the first 10 issues on this football team, I don't think Brock Purdy's an issue.
I think quarterback is always the most important player on the team.
I'm not saying it's not the most important player on the team. Brock Purdy's fine. But if I could upgrade these other positions, my team's rolling again, and I'm going to have the top of the NFC. Can you?
I think that's what they're going to. I think that's what they're going to explore. Like, can they upgrade or at least alter some of the money there?
Is Kirk Cousins an upgrade?
I don't think so.
Is Aaron Rodgers an upgrade?
I don't think so. I don't want Aaron Rodgers.
Is Russell Wilson an upgrade?
I don't know what they have in their head.
I'm just asking. Because these are the names that's going to be available.
No doubt. And
Sam Darnold. Is he going to be? Didn't Stafford sign some money?
Here's the thing, though.
Stafford signed some money, right?
I don't know. Here's the other thing. Like there's just in no hurry to pay him. Like, yes, he could hold out conceivably. Play that game. Like, go ahead and play that game.
You sure you want to play that game after what happened this year? With Ayuk and Trent Williams, played that game with Brandon Ayuk, and it killed the season.
But where's he? No,
it literally killed the season.
Where's he going to go? Brock Purdy.
I told you, I don't know what other teams are thinking. I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know how this league works. I didn't think Russell Wilson was going to. I didn't think Denver had a way of getting rid of Russell Wilson, and they did.
Yeah.
And they did.
And I think they've upgraded with a first-round quarterback, Bo Nix, who no one saw coming.
I didn't think Kirk Cousins was going to get the money he received in the offseason, and he did.
So Matt Stafford has 2 years remaining on this contract after this season, but they do have an out that the Rams could exercise and just move off of him.
Interesting.
And they're probably not going to do that.
Probably not.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't if I was them. But like my point stands at this.
I don't know how
they have the franchise tag in their back pocket. He is under contract for one more year, and if he wants, again, I don't want to go this route. This isn't my preference. But if he wants to play hardball and just not show up for anything, then I would just turn to him and I'd say, all right, you go look around the league and you tell me who's trading for you, draft capital, and giving you the amount of money that is so over and above what we were willing to offer you. Like, I think I would let the market dictate this.
All right.
You're in no hurry.
All right, but it's a dangerous game to play. You played that game with Brandon Ayuk, and look what transpired. Look how that worked out for the 49ers.
There's no doubt it's a dangerous game.
Trent Williams held out.
Look how that worked out.
I don't want to go.
Death sentence.
Do you really want to go through this 2 years in a row? If Brock Purdy says, "Oh, you don't want to pay me more than," because Brock Purdy cannot come back and play on $1 million because of what the film is starting to say, and
he's got
maybe decrease value.
Commercials.
I don't care. He's got to get a contract.
Chase is playing on his contract right now, having a banner year.
This is his career. He's got to cash in.
I'm tired.
He's got to cash in. But he's got to do it. This is how big business works. This is how big business works, Chasky.
I'm done with it.
If you were in the same position, you do the same damn thing. I got to get mine. I put up MVP numbers one year, and now I'm coming back, and Debo's not running routes correctly. He can't get separation. I got a rookie who got shot. He can't get off press man right now. Ayuk is hurt. What am I doing here? That's his argument. That's what his agent's going to present to the 49ers.
And I would turn to him and I would say, find me the location in the league who's trading for you and giving you top dollar.
You don't think there's one team that would say, we'll take Brock Purdy?
I've done the evaluations. We went through every single team. I did this internally. I did this with Spadoni. We did the exercise. It's not a long list. It's maybe a team or two.
Maybe now. Maybe right now it is. Things change. Things change in a hurry in this league. Things change in a hurry.
I mean, a year ago, if we had suggested the Niners might be in play for Sam Darnold as their starter and Brock could be on the way out, it would have sounded insane. And yet, when you present that this morning, I'm like, you might not be like that far off. You might not be. I didn't see Sam Darnold playing like this. He's played amazing. I also didn't see Purdy playing like this.
Let's go to Nito and Bill Bray. Nito, what's happening?
What's up, y'all? Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to share some positivity with Niner Nation. I know we're talking about stinkers and some crapshoots and a lot of stuff, but in reality, folks, this season was over maybe week 5. It's been a race from specifically the Philadelphia Eagles and the Lions and Green Bay as a wild card. And, folks, we're waking up today, and the fact is that Niners have the same record as the Dallas Cowboys. So talk about an implosion all around. Great things will come soon, but we just got to let go of this season. And for many of us, we could have let go of the season a long time ago, but the NFC West kept us all hopeful. Y'all have a great holiday and a great New Year's Eve.
Cowboys 5-8 right now playing Carolina, so.
And what are the Niners, 6-8?
Yeah, they would have to win.
Well, the way I view it is like
they're both not going to the playoffs.
They're inching closer to a 4th place schedule. They're inching closer to a top 10 pick. Like, there are consequences that actually might benefit them next year losing out here. Although I want to see them play out the strings and I want individuals to play well, there is a silver lining.
Spadoni, will Raider fans take Brock Purdy?
Last year they would have. Right now, I think they'd rather have Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders.
Got a top pick, right?
And the division really matters because you have Mahomes, you have
outdoors in Denver.
Yes, you have Justin Herbert, and now Bo Nix, who, you know what? I'll give him his credit. He's played a lot better than I thought he was going to be. So, yeah, you right now are easily the worst quarterback in the division.
Sean Payton literally did what Kyle was trying to do. And I'm going to find a young, cheap quarterback in the first round. I'm going to move off of someone who I don't think is that good. And they've squeezed the lemon, and he's been way better than I anticipated.
Could Jameis Winston be available? I love it.
I mean,
what?
Jameis.
You mean what?
I mean, look,
what are you going to say about Jameis?
As a competition? As a backup? Like, if we're going to bring up, like, I'm open to anything at this point. Who am I to scoff at suggestions at quarterback?
Oh, my gosh. Jameis Winston, Mr. Pick Six?
Oh, he would drive Shanahan insane.
He would drive you insane. Like, come on.
Would.
And I'm a Florida State guy. I love Jameis, but he's a gunslinger. As I watch Hard Knocks AFC North, and Tomlin, after Jameis Winston threw his second pick and overthrew somebody in the scene, Tomlin's walking down the sideline, gunslinger. Yeah, that's what Shanahan would want.
Allen.
That's not saying much.
I mean, everyone, Brandon Allen can win you a game.
No, not everyone said that. There was a couple people who said that who sound like fools. Not everybody said Brandon Allen was
the
good.
System. He backed up Burrow.
Well, that's Mark Willard. Just say his name. That was Mark Willard.
No, he was not the only one. John Lund, Greg Papa. Like, let's call it.
Let's start naming names.
There we go. Those are the names.
Name his names.
Those are the names.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
And they could shoot back at us and play the Trey Lance video and say, "Yeah, I don't care either." Let's go to
touchdown, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, not scoring much this year. Dave and Frisno. What's happening? Settling for 3.
Yeah, hey, Dante, I heard your little rant after the game. You said, let's not sugarcoat things. So I'm following your lead, bro. Like, we don't need to sugarcoat Brock, and this call, my call is not to pin everything on Brock, but he's a big part of it. Like Shasky said, it's the QB. It's the most important position, and I think people are a little hesitant because, he's like a Rudy story.
He was mad as hell yesterday. Real quick, Dave, I'm going to let you continue.
Yeah.
But can we I mean, honestly, Brock was very mid last night. Now, I never wanted to pay him $60 million. I don't even know where the damn thing number came from because Jake York said reset the market. Never wanted to pay him. But don't we realize, more so as we watch football, as we get older and older and older, that you need things to function around you. And there's only 4 quarterbacks in this league that can function when things go awry. Everybody else, they need the perfect system. They need offensive linemen to block. They need a good running game. They need wide receivers to get separation. It's hard for me to say, oh, man, we just need to move off the quarterback, and that's going to solve all our problems. That's going to solve our separation problems. That's going to solve our pass blocking problems. That's going to solve our run blocking issues. That's going to solve our lack of pass rush. That's going to solve our red zone inefficiency. Like, that's what I'm subscribing to, Dave. I don't think Purdy's the biggest issue we have.
I agree, Monty, and that's what I said. I said that I'm not trying to blame it all on Brock. I'm just saying he plays the most important position, so he's going to take a lot of the attention. But what I'm saying is, I think people are hesitant because of like his story. He's such a nice guy, and it's hard to be critical of somebody like that. Like I like him as a person, but it's like it's very demoralizing when you got to look every Sunday, Thursday, Monday, and you got to go on your phone and check the weather app and be like, damn, do we have a shot today? Like,
that's a real thing. That's a real thing now.
No, it barely, like, when they were on offense, it rained a couple times. But
then why was he so inaccurate?
Because he stunk yesterday. He stunk. He absolutely stunk yesterday.
Going. He's gone. Look, the reason everybody is so up in arms on the Brock Purdy thing is because he was playing like an elite player. And they did have all the Avengers out there. And a lot of people, the naysayers, were out, we'll see what he looks like when you're out a couple of pieces. And the normal NFL is you're not going to have 3 sick receivers and a great offensive line and the best running back in the game and a Hall of Fame tight end, right? The normal NFL is like, hey, if the quarterback's making a good amount of money, we've got to spread some of this capital around, and you might be without your right tackle for a couple of weeks in Tristan's worst, for example, or you might not have a wide receiver and you have to trade him away to another team because the guy's disgruntled, right? And so I thought we had one of those guys who was a difference maker. Now it feels like we don't. And I don't know what they're going to pay him. But at some point, just because the Jacksonville Jaguars gave to Trevor Lawrence $60 million, and just because the Miami Dolphins gave Tua $55 million, doesn't mean that I have to. And at some point, some team in the league is going to say, yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah. And I don't know when that's going to be. It might not be the Niners. It might be the Niners. Someone's going to do it eventually, and I'm fascinated to see how it plays out.
But don't you understand why those teams would bite that bullet? Because there's not a lot of quarterback talent out there.
Franchise both of them.
Right. Well, they should have. Yes, but they didn't.
That's the whole argument.
But in that argument, but then you're paying them $50+ million and you're still searching for a quarterback afterwards. And you just saw with Tua this year. That team could not. That was the worst. May have been the worst team in the league without Tua Tagovailoa.
He would have still played quarterback for you this year. He would have still been under contract for next year.
No doubt.
And you would have had 2 franchise tags back to back. If he puts together 3 healthy, great seasons, dude, I would have the checkbook, and if I was Miami, I'd have it open for him. Part of the financial advantage you have in the NFL is the franchise tag.
But you also played a dangerous game where that player's saying, you know what? Yeah, we're not going to play on that franchise tag.
Travis Ward's playing with no extra money.
But this is a quarterback. Quarterback's different than cornerback. Quarterback's different than cornerback. Cornerback's different than quarterback. Quarterback is the most important position in all of sports. But if he holds out, that screws Miami. If he holds out on Miami's saying, we can't function without Tua. We got to do something here. So that's where the player all of a sudden gets the leverage where he says, you know what? I'm not playing on the franchise tag. Now what? And then Miami says, okay, we'll come through the season. You don't play on the franchise tag. And then what? We saw what happened without Tua. That's all I'm saying,
Baltimore showed us how to do it. Go test the market. Look around. If you don't think you can get what you can get, here's the amount of money we're comfortable paying you. This is the price point in terms of a trade.
But don't you
test the market.
Don't you think also Baltimore looked? Because they thought, nobody's going to want Lamar. And everybody, all these dumbass teams put out social media posts, yeah, we're not in on Lamar. And then Baltimore probably looked at their roster saying, you know what? We need to just bite the bullet and get this guy the money. We need to get this guy money. And he rewarded them with an MVP type season. So that's all I'm saying.
That's the way to do business.
So if you want to do that, do it. Do it. But you could also screw yourself. It could backfire. So it's a sticky situation.
But you could also pay a guy like Brandon Ayuk, and he could get hurt, and then it's backfiring.
But you know what, though? Good for the player, because if he would have got hurt playing on the 14, then he's not getting no money. Yeah, what about Niner fans? What about Niner fans? When Ayuk comes back,
he's been underperforming this year.
But you know what?
I'm a Niner fan.
You missed Trent Williams last night. That's for sure. And your team is a lot worse without Trent Williams. They're a lot worse without Trent Williams. Well, that's most people because they're casuals. They're casuals. You know, that's all it is.
Has it been $30 million well spent this year?
So if we say this, if you want to play this game about value, right? You want to play this game about value.
That's the position.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish for a second. Damn it. If we're talking about value and whether or not a quarterback is worth $60 million a year, aren't you getting your money's worth for Brock Purdy? You only paid him $1 million. Aren't you getting your money's worth right now for him?
Yes. He's one of the best bargains in the sport.
Right. Is he a top 10 quarterback, top 12 quarterback?
No, he has not played like it this year.
He's not a top 12 quarterback?
You just said he was the worst quarterback in the NFC West.
But he's a top 12 quarterback? He's playing like it right now. I said, as we go into mid-December.
Right now it's value. But we're not talking about just right now. We're also
he's
talking
worth $1 million. So why are we... If we're going to gauge people on value and whether or not they're worth $50 or $60 million, then I look at the quarterback saying, we got an NFL quarterback making $1 million. Thank God we're playing in big games.
That's been baked into why we've been in love with him for 3 years. Like, part of why Debo is such a frustrating person, because he's making 27. And he's playing like a guy making 700.
Let's go to the lines. Oreo cookie in Oakland. What's happening? Move off of Brock then. Let's go. What quarterbacks you got named? Now I'm intrigued now. Go pay somebody else.
Hey, man, as I sit here, as I pulled my Campbell this morning because I felt sick myself, I had to call it in. So I'm out here getting roasted, and I'm ready to roast on your boy Brock Purdy. But as I'm listening, man, you guys changed my mind.
you guys are right. This team needs a whole lot of stuff. So this is what I'm thinking now. Brock Purdy, you need to come back for about 12 to 15 million. And we need to spread that money to the offensive line, to the defensive line. Now, this off season, I think we have a weak roster. That's really what it is. And I do blame Shanahan and Lynch because our roster was never good enough. Yeah, we had a lot of injuries. Our depth sucked. So let's reinvest in that. And that's how we're going to come back next year. Let's bring Brock again. Let's see how he does. Give him 1 year, 2 years, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, maybe you give him I've mentioned this before. People scoffed at it. Just give me the Jimmy G deal where you have an opt-out after every April. Try to work into Jimmy. This is where Parag Marache comes into play.
That, I think a lot of people would be on board with that.
If absolutely. If you would accept that, you do the big time deal, but you do the opt-outs like you did with Jimmy every single April. So you have the option to say, you know what? We can move on. Let's move on, and we'll move on from him. But moving on from him now and trying to look for another quarterback now?
But no, I don't think. I think he's under contract for 1 more year. There's just no rush.
I don't think there's any chance he's playing on that contract.
Okay.
No chance he's playing. And if I was Brock's agency and I was his agent, I would tell him, you can't play on that deal next year. The hell are you doing?
And I think what the Niners' point of view is like, all right, well then, like they did with Ayuk and like Baltimore did, go out there and look around and you come back to us. Our price tag is, it starts at 1 first-rounder, might be more than that, maybe some middle-round picks. And you tell all of the teams that would be trading for you, that's what it costs to go get you. And then you go see what you can get. And I'll happily either match that or allow you to walk.
Yeah, Brock ain't coming back. And you want to walk, then now we're back to square one. And then we're back to maybe Brandon Allen, Jameis Winston. I mean, there's.
But again,
you want Kirk Cousins? Kirk Cousins may be on the table. You want to go through that?
Cousins, Stafford's available. Maybe you got Russell Wilson who's available, and you got Sam Darnold, right? They might have 5 or 6 options. So now trading Brock and then replacing him with one of those guys, given the scenario that I laid out, maybe it makes a little more sense.
You just told me you didn't want those guys.
I don't. But that I'm giving you what the thought process is in that front office.
We don't know what their thought process. According to Ian Rappaport, they're going to extend him this offseason. According to Ian Rappaport, they love him.
I'm not in a hurry.
You know, well, they may have to be in a hurry because Brock ain't playing on $1 million next year. He'd be a fool to do that. An absolute fool to do that. With that elbow and that shoulder, you go out there and play for that type of money?
Which is more cost for concern on why to not overpay him.
I wouldn't overpay him, but we're in lockstep with that. We're in lockstep. When Jed York said resetting the market, I say, well, wait a minute. I'm there with you because I said last week what a $60 million a year quarterback looks like is Josh Allen.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people on this station who told me last year when I said I'd rather have Josh Allen in the system, and they told me I was crazy. I was a crazy guy, so I don't know. I can't keep up, man. We just flip-flop all the damn time. Let's go to RJ at Fairfield.
I don't think we do.
RJ at Fairfield.
Yesterday, you argued with me for an hour about this. Yeah. Earlier this year, you took Burrow. That's what sports fans do. Opinions are up and down, and based off where we're at.
So then I can't take everybody. We shouldn't take ourselves seriously then.
No, I guess I'm not credible. We're adjusting our opinions based off the current situations that we're seeing. Like
if you're not flipping,
what we see does factor into this.
You're fly flipping. What's the quote?
What are you talking about?
RJ Fairfield, man. RJ. I can't keep up with you, Shasky. I can't. RJ, what's up?
I'm riding with Shasky, man. Bonte, the writing's on the wall for Brock Purdy. He's a limited QB. Kyle Shanahan caters to his strengths, right? So that's why you see these 5-yard, 10-yard passes. He cannot throw the deep ball. I'm willing to go into the offseason drafting a quarterback in the 2nd round and having Brock Purdy on a franchise tag. Or if you want to be crazy, get Sam Darnold. See what you got there. I'm tired of Brock Purdy. If you're going to sign Brock Purdy, build a damn roof over Levi's because he cannot play in weather. Come on, man.
This is great. BPA, what's up?
They can't franchise him until the following year.
BPA, hey what's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I think multiple things can be true. He's not a $60 million quarterback, and they shouldn't pay him $60 million. 30 probably is the number.
Would
and
love
like
that.
if that's not going to work for him, then you have to make a decision that you're going to move a different direction because you know what we know is that he needs some talent around him. And right now, what he has around him on the field is probably a bottom 7 roster in the NFL. It's probably the 25th best group of offensive players around him, including an offensive line. He has no speed at wide receiver. He has a 4th-string running back. So, he needs help. And so, and you can't pay him $60 million and give him help. But this offseason is about Kyle looking in the mirror and taking ownership and accountability for the tons of terrible decisions he's made in the last 12 months. And, that to me is where the rubber will hit the road for the 49ers. Is he willing to accept responsibility for his bad decision-making, including the assembly of his coaching staff? Or is he going to double down because he doesn't like to own it, at least publicly? Is he going to double down and next year will be his last year with the 49ers? He's going to run it back with Sorensen and Schneider and Jake Moody and all the other guys that he should have cut a long time ago. Hey,
BPA,
guys. Sorry,
BPA, real quick, just to recap your call. You believe they have a bottom 5 receiving core, a bottom 5
right now,
offensive line, right? Offensive line too?
I mean the collection they have, yeah.
Right, collection they have, right?
Bottom 10.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bottom 10.
It's something function.
They're just not, they're not a good team, right? Yep. I mean, they're so we can sit here and blame Brock Purdy, but this is a bad team. Do you think, look at Sam Darnold. Do you think Sam Darnold would rather have the talent he has with the Vikings or with the Niners? And that's an easy answer, right? He has way more talent around him with the Vikings, right? So
basically this conversation is what I'm trying to say. Is that even when Brady's last year in New England, when I thought he was washed, it wasn't that he was washed. He said he was throwing to Kimbrel Tompkins. And I'm not trying to compare Brock Purdy to Tom Brady. I'm not doing that right now. But the talent around him eroded at such a level that I was like, oh, boy, Brady looks mortal. He looks mortal to where he's going to actually walk out the building, go to Tampa Bay. Wow, I didn't think that was possible. Kansas City. I forget their GM's name, but Brett Veach. They realize, well, we need to go out and get DeAndre Hopkins and surround our guy with extra weapons. Oh wait, Pacheco's hurt. Damn, we need to go get Kareem Hunt, who's a serviceable running back. We need to invest in our offensive line. And I think what BPA was getting to, and what I've been trying to get to after watching yesterday and all season long. Sure, we now know that Brock Purdy's not a $60 million a year quarterback. Okay, I think most of us believe that in the first place. But also that, boy, when you don't get separation and you in your receiving core is the worst receiving core in the league when it comes to getting separation from defenders. And it's not even close when we see it week in and week out. It's just all we've been talking about. And you down to your 3rd-string running back or 4th-string running back because Eli Mitchell didn't even play. And you don't have your Trent Williams. You don't have your offensive line. And your offensive line is just collapsing left and right. Then how is Brock Purdy going to look? It's going to look like this. So now we know that you got to have some talent around you. If you don't have talent around you for 28 teams in this league, when everything's not a well-oiled machine, you're going to struggle at times. There's 4 quarterbacks.
Timeout. What did the talent have anything to do? He missed with a perfectly clean pocket.
No, he was awful yesterday.
Wide open Ricky Pearsall.
We're taking a long-term view.
Pass into no man's land and lost them the game at the end.
If you want to talk about yesterday,
all of that is equal.
No.
What we're saying is that if you give him a certain amount of money, it makes it more difficult to surround him with talent.
Listen,
he can win you games.
Yes,
all I'm saying is how much.
We're talking long-term here. But if you want to go back to yesterday, in my video, I said he was mid. He was, as the kids say, he was ASS yesterday. He was ASS. He was not good. But the offensive line was just as bad last night. They were just as bad last night. Debo Samuel, boy, how did he play yesterday?
Terrible.
So it was a collective group effort. Now, obviously, the quarterback's going to get all the headlines when they win, and he's going to get all the criticism when they lose. It's been baked into this culture for many, many years. But also, when your wide receiver, when your offensive line is getting collapsed over and over and over, that affects the quarterback, that affects your play calling, that affects what routes you can run, that affects how you call a football game. It does. You need to get the trenches right. The trenches have done the Niners in. But if we're taking a long-term view here on why things have gone awry for Brock Purdy, it's easy to point to a number of things.
Of course. But also, he's inaccurate right now.
He is inaccurate right now.
His decision-making has been questionable. The 2 areas where he hung his hat All of that is true. But even when they block things up and scheme it up right and they get a wide open guy, he's missing them.
Well,
so
I think
all of what you're saying is true. And that goes back to, is he physically healthy enough? Can he survive in this league? Because there was a Jimmy Garoppolo question about his size and his stature and his ability to survive in this league at his size. The other question is confidence, which I can't go inside the person's soul. But I watch a guy who doesn't look as decisive and confident.
I don't think he has confidence in the guys he's throwing to.
That might be true.
He has a rookie in Ricky Pearsall and Debo Samuel who's down on confidence. And mentally right now is as low as he's ever been on the football field. And it's also, I think we underrated the Brandon Ayuk impact here.
Of course.
Brandon Ayuk has been his number one wide receiver since he's come into the league and since he's played football. And it's the reason why Ayuk exploded last year. That was his safety net. And not having his safety net this year, I think he's exposed a lot. Now, we could play the blame game on why it's happened or whatnot, but Brandon Ayuk was very important to Brock Purdy's success. Also, the Christian McCaffrey factor. Boy, the Christian McCaffrey factor. Oh, you can't. How did we skip over that one?
I mean,
so there's a lot going on here.
You're referencing might not ever come back to the versions
might
that
not,
they were.
which is great. They might not next year. That's why you have to get in the offseason to see where they're at. I'm talking about this year. For this year, we're still in the midst of 2024. For this season, it's gone like that. It's gone like that. So if you guys want to move off of Brock Purdy all of a sudden, fine. I don't.
What most people are saying is,
there's a lot of calls saying Brock Purdy.
Well,
there's a lot of people saying move off Brock Purdy. The fan base that you talk to all the time, they want to move off of Brock Purdy now. And I'm not even saying Brock Purdy's great. I'm not even saying he's worth $60 million. I'm just assessing the situation.
I just don't think there's a rush. You can win games with them, but I'm not giving him top of the market money. And if he's demanding top of the market money, then that's a different conversation. And I would allow him to go shop himself around, and then I have to see what my options are.
Yeah, well,
life's about leverage.
Yeah, well, what are those options? And the players have leverage too, so you can't get mad at the player for when they want to use their leverage.
My counter to you, there's no one in the league surrendering multiple high picks and giving him an exorbitant amount of money. That's just you're limiting the amount of teams out there.
I don't know that. I don't know that answer. I don't know what other teams are thinking. I don't know that answer. There may be a team that just says, "Oh, we're dumb. Let's go do this." We don't know. I've seen wild things in this league. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and ASU1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to who's been on hold the longest. Let's go to D in the city. D, what's happening?
Hey, D.
Hello.
Let's go to KC in San Jose. KC, what's up?
Hey, KC.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Bonte, man, are you working for the agency? You want to pay every player. You were simping for Ayuk so hard, and the same thing for Brock. And then when Shasky makes a good point, you're like, I don't know if another team would give us first-round pick and give him 60.
Hold up, KC. I'm all for a player getting their money in the NFL. I'm all for that. If you want to go handle your business, but you better ball out. So what are you talking about simping for this guy and being somebody's agent? I'm telling you what the situation is. What would you do, Casey? How would you leverage your job?
So
You want to take less money to help out your coworkers? You wouldn't do that.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Exactly
Hear me
my
out.
point.
Hear me out. That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying let him go shop out. Let his agent go figure out what he can get. And if he can get a first-round pick and the other team wants to pay him $60 million, then the same thing goes what I said about Clay Thompson over the summer.
So Casey, you're willing to move off of Brock Purdy and go get another quarterback.
Yeah, it's called a sunken cost fallacy, man. You don't just keep throwing money after.
So you want to reset?
Think it's going to work out?
You want to go get another quarterback under Kyle Shanahan for next season? Let me get this straight. Since you're staying on business, you want to go get another quarterback next season?
I don't want to, but if that's where the situation takes you, you don't bend the knee. Just because the agent wants this, X, Y, and Z.
Who says you have to bend the knee? Nobody said you got to get $60 million. Are you listening to me? Is anybody listening to me? I've never said get Brock Purdy $60 million a year. Never in my life.
I'm not even saying $60 million, but I'm not giving him $1 more than somebody else can offer.
Yeah.
But what if they offer him 50? What if they offer him 50 then? What if they offer him 50, 40, 30?
Good.
What is your offer for Brock Purdy, Casey? What's your offer for Brock Purdy? What's your offer for Brock Purdy? What are you offering Brock Purdy?
If he wants a deal,
no, I'm asking you, what is the dollar amount you want to offer Brock Purdy?
Let me answer.
Answer it then. You're taking too goddamn long. Answer the question.
3-year, $90 million.
Okay.
3-year, $90 million. That's
All right,
it.
perfect.
That's the deal.
All right, perfect. I'm glad we got there. Catfish 7, what's up?
All right, so look, this is my opinion, bro. Remember when Sam Darnold was he was a backup quarterback for the 49ers, right? Mm-hmm. Why Shanahan moved off of him, which he could have actually kept him as a backup. So when Brock Purdy is not playing all that good, then Sam Darnold could have came in and win games for the 49ers because, to my opinion, he's better than Brock Purdy, bro.
Well, here,
and look
Kerr,
what he's
I'll
doing
let you
at
finish.
Minnesota.
I'll let you finish. I think the allure first off, the Niners would have had to give Sam Darnold the $9 million that Minnesota gave him, and they basically got 2 quarterbacks and a wide receiver for that amount of money, okay, backup quarterbacks in Dobbs, Brandon Allen, and they gave some of that money to Juwan Jennings.
Sam Darnold won a starting job.
And Sam Darnold was offered a bridge starting job in Minnesota.
Right.
And so, yeah, I don't think he would have accepted another backup role, and I don't think the Niners were able to pay him that amount of money.
Okay, so check this out, Shaqty. But right now, Minnesota, they don't want to re-sign Sam Darnold, believe it or not, bro. Really? And would that be a good idea for the 49ers to go after him?
What would you do?
You know what I'm saying?
Would you go after Sam Darnold to replace Brock Purdy?
Yes.
All right.
100%.
Okay.
If he's a free agent and his price point, is, let's just say $10 to $15 a year more, less than Brock Purdy's over a 2 or 3 year period, it's something definitely consider. Now, if he's franchise tagged, you have to trade for him and guarantee him a certain amount of money. I think that changes the equation. Price is really a determining factor on a lot of these things.
Oh, man. What a difference a season makes.
It's crazy.
Gino in San Jose, what's up? Gino.
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys are doing a great job. Merry Christmas to both of you.
You too.
Thank you guys for all that you do, of course. Brock Purdy, man, I love the guy, but, this is a league where everything is not going to be perfect. You can't have the perfect situation every time. It's proven he cannot throw the deep ball. Even if we get receivers who can separate in the future, he won't be able to get them the ball. This is a league where you got to get the ball down the field. He is always underthrown. I can count the touchdowns that could have been made if he would have just put the ball on the money. Yesterday in particular, to Percival, he missed them. He was there. He just doesn't have the arm. So even if we go forward, I don't foresee the 49ers offense thriving like it needs to thrive. Another thing with Debo, something has happened to Debo. I don't know what has happened to Debo. It's like he's changed 100 degrees. I saw something on Instagram, and I don't know, man. I think he needs to be more conscious of carrying the football, carrying the rock, than walking around with the black purse. I'll take that off the line. Take care, guys.
Yeah, the Kansas City game, he underthrew Kittle and Cowing, and that could have been touchdowns. We touched on that.
Debo.
Cowing and George Kittle, where, could have been 2 touchdowns. Instead, you settle for 2 field goals. Difference in the football game. So, yeah, his deep ball accuracy, which, again, as Casey in San Jose thinks I'm an agent, if I was his agent, I wouldn't be so critical of his deep balls all season long. It is what it is. But, we want to be disrespectful this morning. Let's be disrespectful and move off of Brock Purdy. It's fine. What quarterback do you want then? You want to move off of Purdy? You want to move off of Purdy? Let's go ahead and move off of Purdy. What next? Because some of y'all act like quarterbacks grow on damn trees. That we just put, doesn't Shanahan have one of the worst complex systems in the league? Takes a while to learn.
Possibly.
Tell me. But let's go ahead and play hardball. It's a dangerous game. We see how that worked out with Brendan Ayuk. We saw how that worked out.
Might be suggestible.
More coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source. For 40 years, families have been loving our Life Source water. And now, when you buy Life Source, we will pay your sales tax. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. And soon.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that?
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shaq.
Need to take a walk for a second, man. Turn on my mic. You know, I don't mind disagreements, but don't call me a simp. Don't do that. I'm not going to take that from a stranger. And whenever we back a player up, this is happening now a lot in sports where, are you so-and-so's agent? I'm not getting the percentage of Brock Purdy's contract. I'm just assessing what I think, and it's my opinion on the Brock situation, but it is fascinating. So I brought up Donald in the 6 o'clock hour. Like, maybe you go get Darnold because he can go to get a deep ball, and I know this organization likes Sam Darnold. But the pivoting off Purdy, like Purdy had a terrible game yesterday. I'm not saying he's Josh Allen. I'm not saying he's Mahomes, but I've seen these guys have terrible games. Think about how we felt about Justin Herbert coming into the season. Think about how we felt about Lamar. Think about how we feel. I get things change on a week-to-week basis, day-to-day basis, game-by-game basis, and he was awful yesterday. I can't defend Brock Purdy's play yesterday. It was bad. But when I consider everything that's happened around him, and I look at the context of everything that's happened this season, okay, now we know. If he doesn't have a healthy tight end and a healthy wide receiver, it's going to be tough for him to overcompensate that. That is true. At the same time, we saw him in week 3 against L.A., and wow, he didn't have George Kittle and Debo Samuel. He played one of his best games of the season. And things went awry around him. All right? Does he have limited deep ball accuracy? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can subscribe to that. But boy, the guy does keep you in position to win a lot of football games. But, you know, when you count on your running back being there and he doesn't even play in training camp, that's tough. When you pay the running back and he comes up with a calf strain later on, Achilles tendonitis, and boom. You know what I'm saying? Boom. Like on the 40510 saying the same thing that I was thinking. Look, Matthew Stafford made the one throw in an otherwise terrible game. He almost threw. Matt Stafford threw 3 Jimmy O'No throws. Brock Purdy had the one Jimmy O'No throw. Maybe 2.
No.
Stafford had like 4.
I charted it.
Jimmy O'No throws.
No, there's
4.
You know? He dropped back 31 times, and I had 16 questionables.
Well, the separation wasn't
close.
There. I mean, come on.
What? No,
it wasn't close because nobody was open, Shasky. When you don't have wide receivers.
Guys are open.
He missed a couple. He had a bad. I swear to God, I said he had a bad game.
So let's remove Brock. Let's just Debo Samuel. If I told you Debo Samuel was only making $1 million this year, wouldn't we look at Debo very differently?
But it's not the case.
What do you mean?
It's not the case. He's making, how much is he making?
Yeah, I know. And that's
if he was making $1 million
regarding Brock Purdy.
If he was making $1 million
right now,
if he was making $1 million, he probably wouldn't be playing for the 49ers. He'd probably have somebody else. But he's not making $1 million. And so we don't look at him differently. It's not a hypothetical with him. The reality is he got a contract extension in 2021. We're in 2024 now.
I know, but that's my point. Is opinions do evolve and they change, and presented with data, and when you start going through the algorithm of finances and who else is out there and what can we get in the draft and who could we move and what could we get for you. These are the conversations you're having in every single position.
But Debo,
quarterback's not exclusive.
But Debo, baked into him is the stuff that's happening off the field. It's the tweets.
Of course.
It's the lack of talking to the media.
And baked into the Brock stuff is the shoulder,
it's
the elbow.
Question. Hold on. Like when it comes to Debo, there's a lot there with Debo. And he's a captain of the team, and he's, chopping Tabor Pepper in the neck.
Yeah,
that's
no doubt.
That's going on with Debo. That's why a lot of fans have turned on Debo. That's why Brock Purdy has been solid.
But you're asking why people have these conversations. We have them at every position.
No, I'm not asking why we're having these conversations. I'm not asking that at whatsoever. I just think it's wild to just all of a sudden say, you know what, this quarterback ain't good enough. Let's go get a new one. I'm like, wait a minute here.
But
wait a minute. Let's slow down.
We did it with Trey Lance. We've done it. We've done it since the beginning of time. Since
and I thought
Y.A. Tittle and John Brody.
I understand that.
This
but
organization
I think it's a little premature. I thought it was a little premature with all those. I did. Brock Purdy, when I look at the list of issues on his football team, I'm like, boy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. His name doesn't come up.
Yeah, but I think where it gets difficult, and it does come up, because quarterback
in
plays
my opinion, my issues. When I look at the team, when I look at the 49ers issues, these are my opinions.
So the offense not scoring yesterday, a singular touchdown, or even entering the red zone, the quarterback is exonerated from critique.
No, I didn't say that. I said I've said over and over this morning that Brock Purdy was bad, but also the offensive line was just as bad.
No doubt.
And the wide receiver core was just as bad. They were all bad. They were terrible. Now, the quarterback's going to get the brunt of the blame because he has the ball in his hands every single play. And, yes, he made some terrible throws and some terrible decisions. He was bad. But also the offensive line got dominated yesterday.
The reason this is so important
dominated
is when you pay the wrong quarterback the wrong amount of money, it is an anchor for the franchise.
There's no doubt.
And
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Staring this in the face of all Niner fans, it's just why this is such a big deal. We know this team can kind of reload through the draft and they can do things, but when you pay the wrong quarterback, it kind of boxes you in.
But Shasky, I don't think paying this guy is the wrong thing to do. I think you need to upgrade this offensive line. If you give this guy protection and invest in your offensive line, this guy's going to be good. This guy, I'm not going to say he's great, but he's able to function at a high level that gets you to the promised land and at least give you a chance to win a damn Lombardi. This offensive line yesterday, I'm watching it. Verse, Fisk, Young, they simply dominated the trenches. Dominated. Grindo literally had nowhere to run.
So,
he had 16 carries and 57 yards yesterday.
But that's what him making $1 million. And so if we calculate the money that he would be making moving forward,
I don't care if he's making $500,000, $500 million. The offensive line sucks yesterday, Shasky.
No doubt. But how are you upgrading that offensive line if he's making, let's say 25% of the salary cap next year?
There's other ways to skim off the roster. There's other positions where you could move off the roster. There's other ways you could restructure contracts. We've seen it happen.
I know.
They just restructured Javon Hargrave out of nowhere.
It's more difficult. And so
this is
that's
what they get paid to do. They're working on this every single day. Parag Marate's in the business of doing this.
Well, and the contract extensions that they've given out have kind of harpooned this season because of poor play, finances given up to that. You've said goodbye to really good players to make room for those guys.
But you know what, Shasky? Like, going into last season or after last season, everybody said, oh, boy, you can't pay Ayuk and Debo. You can't pay Ayuk and Debo. Guess what they did?
Yeah, and how's that working out for them?
I didn't say the final result, but they did. So many people tell me what they can and can't do when it comes to the money, and yet they do it. So Parag Marate knows what he's doing with the cap. They know what they're doing with the cap. Okay,
but it's been a nightmare. Like, doing what you said they did has been a nightmare.
Well, players haven't stayed healthy. No doubt about it. It has been a nightmare season. Christian McCaffrey got extended. Nobody. When Christian McCaffrey got extended, did anybody bat an eye?
Nope.
Everybody said he's worth every penny, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? He's played 3 games.
He didn't score a touchdown this year.
Played 3 games.
And I bet now, in retrospect, we're all looking at that whole contract extension a little side-eyed.
I don't do that because I think it's worth it. Knowing what we know about Christian McCaffrey, I think it's worth it. And unfortunately, his body went out. That's what happens in football.
Yeah, but if you're not evaluating the moves you've made in the past, it's going to affect.
They will.
Like, that's how you learn from things and try to avoid certain mistakes in the future.
They will. And the quarterback decision is
monumental.
As important, no doubt about it. But they'll get it right. They'll get it right. I'm just not like, all of a sudden, we're going to dump Purdy out of nowhere. It's like, whoa. Guy's been really good for the Niners. Really good. When you look at the rest of the roster and the offense, like, you can't. I'm sorry. I don't know what quarterback is striving when your wide receiving core has the worst separation rate in the league, and week in and week out, I'm like, damn, they can't get out bump and run. Debo has 101 receiving yards over the last 5 weeks. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, nobody's open. Pearsall's out there jogging. Now, he did get open, and Purdy underthrew him. Again, Purdy had a terrible game yesterday. I said it in my video. I've said it all morning. But when we look at the totality of his career with the 49ers, Purdy's been good, really good, really good, So I'm not willing to just move off a quarterback because of a couple bad games.
What most people are saying is we're in no rush and find out who you're negotiating with.
Well, you may have to expedite the process because I highly doubt Purdy's playing for $1 million next season.
And again,
so if you think I'm his agent for saying that,
Parag is going to say to him, go out there like they did to Ayuk.
Yeah.
You find me the team that's willing to meet our offer in terms of what we want back in draft capital and the amount of money that'll satisfy you. And we'll see if we want to match that or not. Well, there's just no rush.
And all I'm saying is that's a dangerous game to play. We saw how that game played out with Brandon Ayuk this year, and it blew up in everybody's face. And now Brandon Ayuk may not be ready to start the season next year. Let's go to JC and Sack. What's up?
I got some quick points, fellas. I appreciate y'all letting me get my calls off. So very quickly, I would not re-sign Brock to big money. I would pay him something. You have to pay him something, but I would not re-sign him to big money simply because he has significant limitations in his injury history. That's significant. I believe, don't be surprised in the offseason if you hear he has to get that shoulder cleaned up. That's going to mean 2 of 3 off seasons he had to have surgery because he got hurt, right? And that's alarming for big money.
No doubt.
Good point.
No
and
doubt.
Jimmy's body gave out. The Jimmy that we saw in like 2022, 2023 is not the Jimmy that we saw in 2019 physically.
And that's my point. Right, I'll segue into Kyle because right now Brock's not playing with any confidence. And when you look at Kyle, I put this team's failure on him and the front office, and here's why. When you look at Kyle, he hasn't really had a good relationship with his quarterbacks. I'm not saying whose fault it was with him and RG3, but that situation soured. It was well written about with him and Matt Ryan. They didn't get along because Matt Ryan probably felt like, I'm a top 5 quarterback when you got here, bro. Don't tell me you micromanage me with a throw the ball. Then look at Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. It's alarming how their careers are mirroring one another. Jimmy's first 5 games started hot. Brock's first 11 games started hot. All the confidence in the world, they both get hurt early in their careers. Come back, go to a Super Bowl, both in their careers. Lose the Super Bowl the same way. The next season, a disaster season. They both get hurt again, and they lack confidence. That's on Kyle Shanahan micromanaging your team. And I feel like when I look at the totality of the situation, this is my prediction for the offseason, don't be surprised if you hear San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan agree to a buyout. Because when you look at Kyle, he looks like a man that's been put through the ringer. He doesn't look like he's happy. There's no emotion on the sideline. Him and the front office have made some bad choices that are coming home to roost.
So
You're
JC,
still chasing the ghost of the
JC, you want to move off of Kyle Shanahan?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm looking at his demeanor, and I'm looking at his
demeanor he has the demeanor of a coach that's coaching a 6-8 team that's not going to the playoffs. What do you want him to be smiling left and right? The guy's stressed out because the guys can't win a game. He's in the family business. Football is a family business. He is ticked off that this season has gone awry for them. How do we expect his demeanor? What do you expect his demeanor to be?
No, I'm not saying only this season. I'm looking at the way the season ended last year. I'm looking at the contracts that didn't pan out. I'm looking at 2 players losing a total of 3 children. It's been a lot of stuff going on in these last 7-8 years that he's been there, and he's lost 2 Super Bowls that the entire sports world crashes down and say, you lost these Super Bowls based on your inability to want to do the correct thing instead of hey, I'm the genius, I can win this my way. So when I just look at the totality of that, I'm not saying I'm willing to give him a mulligan. You don't see too many teams with 2 players losing a total of 3 children. Yeah. I'm willing to give him a mulligan. I'm just saying, he doesn't look like a guy that's happy and he's having fun. And it's been 8 years. It's not like it's only been 3 years. It's been 8.
Point, and a really good call. You had me at the beginning. But I think Bonte's point is, what's he supposed to look like? He's having a down year. That happens. You're not going to be great every single year, okay? And so to your point about a mulligan, I'd be pretty ticked off, too, if I was in Kyle's position. And the stuff, I can't even begin to quantify how that would affect all of these individuals who are buddies and friends and probably treat each other like that. I don't even know. I went through some stuff with my dad, and I literally, this morning, I was listening to some music, and I cried thinking about my dad. It's been almost a year. So I can't even imagine if it was my child. I don't even know. I don't even know how these people are operating.
Whispered in my ear saying, I'll take Shanahan for that first-round pick right now. That's Joe Spadoni.
You would, huh?
A Raider fan.
Yeah.
First overall pick, I'll take out.
I'm not ready to come to the conclusion JC is. I don't think.
No, JC was saying that, he wouldn't be surprised if they said, hey, I'm going to step away from football. This is what Shanahan does. And he wants to roll up his sleeves after a bad year and rebound from this season. I don't think, if we expected to be all chipper stuff, Shanahan had to step up to the podium and ask the questions about Devondre Campbell quitting on him last night. That's what's going on. You got players quitting on the team. A guy who's not a real Niner. He was with the Packers, and he's gone. And Shanahan's boys and Kittle and Warner and Travis Ward, they had his back, and they had the team's back by saying, cut Campbell's ass. We never want to play with anybody like that again. That's what that is.
But also Shanahan's he's not McVay in terms of personality. Belichick is not the same as Bill Walsh. And, so I don't know why we expect people to act a certain way.
No, it's crazy because as many people wanted Belichick as he took the UNC job.
A year ago?
You ever see Belichick after losses?
Salty.
Right?
Or on
you see Parcells?
Leadership
Bill
is
Walsh?
Demonstrated in many ways. Tomlin does it different than Harbaugh. Harbaugh does it different from Shanahan.
Right.
Pete Carroll and Saban do it different than each other. Like, leadership is there's many ways to lead successfully.
Right.
Saban would win a game and be furious.
Be pissed off. Calling it rat poison. Furious.
You guys got my guys,
Furious.
Believing the press clippings.
Right.
Like,
rat poison.
Saban.
Rat
you
poison.
won by 40
They beat some 1 AA team by 50, gave up a touchdown late. He called the team on the field and cursed them all out.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
Yeah, exactly. Maria Taylor. Let's go.
Is that who asked
Ken in Orlando. Ken in Orlando has a Brock Purdy replacement. Oh, boy. Oh,
hey, good morning in the Bay, gentlemen.
Good morning, Ken.
Hey, listen, I've been listening to your conversation this morning, and Vontae, earlier you had mentioned, you say that there's no substitute for Purdy. You kind of looked around the league to see if there was anybody that fit the role that he can fit. Somebody that I'd like to put forward that I think could work is Hendon Hooker, who backs up in Detroit. I don't know if they would trade for him, but actually he started above the Washington quarterback. I forget what his name is, and they got the same type of skill set, which is to deliver the ball with velocity in the center of the field. Now, Purdy, he's a great quarterback. A lot of anticipation. He reads the defense really good, but the receivers have to be open because he's got such a, excuse the expression, but he's got a marshmallow arm, and he doesn't throw the long ball, and he's got not elite escapability. This is something that Hooker has, and also can throw the long ball with a lot of velocity.
Can I ask you a question?
I also would question.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How many attempts in his career for Hendon Hooker?
I have no idea, my friend. It's only a suggestion. I haven't even really
suggestion. This is what we do in sports. I got to calm down because this is what we do in sports radio. I forget sometimes that we play in fairy tale land. Ken's gone. I forget.
Hendon Hooker.
We're bringing up Hendon. This is what I signed up for. Josh on 580.
He has 9 attempps in his career.
Yeah, I don't know about Hendon Hooker, guys, but I'm enjoying calling a little bit more and more frequently and talking to you guys, man, just getting some things off my chest and some thoughts here. And I mean, the way I look at it, this coming into this season, I was like, I don't know if it was going to be 11-5 or 12-5, 13-4 type of season, just coming off of Super Bowl. Everything has to go so perfectly right, and that's what happened last year. I just had a feeling that it wasn't going this year, and it hasn't. And what worries me, more than anything, how I'm looking at it, is just macro level of like what the next 3 or 4 years look like for Niners, because I agree with that 2 callers ago, just like the mood of the locker room has changed a lot this year. Do guys want to play? Guys, Fred talking a lot about guys, Kittle talking a lot about just team spirit, morale. I'm not saying Kyle's a bad coach, but it comes to like Tomlin and Dan Campbell being leaders of men and galvanizing guys. Like, has he lost that vibe that he has with those guys? And then you look at contract-wise, you look at, Trent, he didn't play a lot this year. He's getting older. They just gave him an extension. McCaffrey's got big injury issues. He just got an extension. Purdy's due a lot of money. You got 2 receivers who, Ayuk, down with the ACL. Debo looks like he's about to be out of here. So a lot of money is tied up in a lot of guys who have helped us win the last 3 or 4 years, but guys are getting older, getting banged up now, that we have to kind of reset. And now resetting with Kyle again, and you don't know if Purdy is really the guy that's a true playmaker that can do it with lesser talent. I think that's why people are so worried about Purdy, because it's like, yeah, he's not bad, but he's also not great. And if we're not going to have the great team that we had the last 3 years, is Purdy worth keeping, right? Or is it worth trying to just go back out in that market and start again, and you're kind of just stuck in purgatory, which is a scary place to be as an NFL franchise. When you had the window, you didn't get the ship. So I think everybody's just so worried about what the next 2 or 3 years look like. And, like, if Brock is the guy, does that mean we're going to have a ship if we don't have all the other guys? And we're probably not, because they're all getting older. We kind of have to reset and bring a new wave of Niners in than we've had the last 5 years. So I just look at it as macro. I think that's what's scary and why everybody's kind of up in arms about Purdy this, Purdy that, because you realize you're not going to have what you've had the last 5 seasons.
Yeah, you got to retool, which they've done a poor job at. and not last year's draft, but the previous 2 drafts, it was just awful, god-awful. Just bad pick after bad pick after bad pick after bad pick after bad pick. You're not filling up the cupboard with good picks here. And that's where this year, where you do have the injuries and you need that depth, that's where it comes into play. The drafting has not been great. Now, this year's draft class has been good, right? Renardo Green's been solid. Dominic Pooney, I think we got a right guard for the future. I'm missing a couple guys here. Tato Bethune, we'll see about him.
Isaac
Guarendo's been solid.
Cowing has actually been better on the punt returns.
Yeah, he has some good punt returns. We didn't even get to that.
I don't know if you saw, he ran a route yesterday.
Yeah.
They had him in like on the closest to the bottom of your television screen, and he went, and he got off, and I go, oh my God, the amount of speed this guy has. We can't find a way to just put the ball in his hands.
I like Cowing more than I like Pearsall after the draft. I did because I saw the route running at Arizona when I watched his film. I was like, wow, this guy, I see what they see. You mentioned Malik Mustafa. So this draft class has been good for the most part.
I would agree.
The previous 2 draft classes, not so good. And so that's where that depth comes into play. So the front office has to do a better job of surrounding this team. Now, I see 707. Maybe they're trolling here. Comcast Business Text Line. What about Tommy DeVito or Drew Lock in our system?
Tommy DeVito.
This is why it gets crazy.
I'd rather have Danny DeVito play quarterback.
This is why you have to be careful with Brock Purdy. Because now we start talking about the Tommy DeVitos, the Drew Locks, the Hendon Hookers. I mean, we start talking about some names. It's like,
I can't believe we got a Hendon Hooker call.
I mean, this is what happened. I mean, we got a Rex Ryan. Last week it was fire Shanahan, and we got 3 calls on bringing in Rex Ryan.
But we could laugh a little. It's okay.
I ain't in a laughing mood right now.
You laugh.
The Niners season is over.
It's like a clown.
The Niners season is over.
Cover up the
I ain't laughing. I ain't in a laughing mood right now because the Niners season is over. And I watched it yesterday where they scored 6 points. And Debo, Brock, the offensive line, they were terrible yesterday. And they lost to the damn Rams, and the Rams are walking around telling the press, yeah, we're the big brothers now.
Yeah, they played like a C- game and beat us.
They're the one and done. Everybody hypes up the Rams. They're doing it again. Oh, the Rams are getting hot at the right time. Wait till Philadelphia or Detroit smacks their ass in the face, and they're one and done. All right?
Like the last time you did that, they went on to win the Super Bowl.
No, last year they didn't. I was like, they're not winning anything, and they got smoked by Detroit in the first round.
They didn't get smoked. That was a close
game. They lost.
Game.
I know it was a great game. I know it was a great game. But they lost was my point. They didn't make it out the wild card round.
If you're tired
you believe this team's going to the Super Bowl? That LA Rams team?
No. Monte, I have no clue who's representing the NFC or AFC. Because right now, if you told me Detroit went on to win it all, I'd believe you. If you said the Chiefs, I'd believe it. Why are we laughing?
Let's just now. You want me to laugh?
Why?
You want me to laugh? Let's go to line 2. Yvonne in West Oakland. What's up?
Hi, Yvonne.
What's going on, guys? Man, thanks for taking my call. I got one out of left field, man. We got to get rid of Shanahan and we bring in John Gruden, a.k.a. Chucky, bro. We need tough-nosed head coaching, great gridiron, just a legit head coach. So I say John Gruden. Why not?
John Gruden, why not? Sure, why not?
I mean, he's doing podcasts on Barstool, right?
Why not? Go get John Gruden.
Could you imagine? This Brock Purdy guy, I'm telling you, I like the way he slings it.
Go get John Gruden.
John Gruden.
Let's go to TC and sack. Let's go to TC and sack. It's getting
out of
my
control,
bro. Man. This has gotten out of control. TC, what's up, man?
Hey. Oh, man. Hey, listen, what's up with my bros? Hey, I'm laughing. Hey, Bonte, I'm laughing because I've been knew it was over. I'm another fan that already knew it was over, bro. I wasn't holding up because I've been told y'all about that. But listen, Shasky, we ain't going to go down that road and beat everybody up. But also, we also have to be honest, Shasky. And you know what, Shasky, what I've seen from you today, nothing against you, Bonte. You doing it too. But Shasky, you keeping it 100 today. And I love that. What are Brock's 2 elite traits? Not
accuracy and decision making, and he's been lacking in the last month or so in those departments.
Pocket presence for the most part. Did he not have good pocket presence? Good footwork? He didn't have it last night, but let's not let it jaded over his all the starts.
No,
DC.
I was just the two. Okay, that's fine. I'll go accuracy and decision making, but that's fine.
Decision making, and he's a good guy, bro. He doesn't get rattled. That's it. The accuracy, that's not accuracy when you're throwing to a spot, hoping that your guy's going to be there. That's anticipation, bro. That's what he was doing, and he was getting away with. When the league caught up to that, and the weather, bro, is bad for this guy. We need to draft a quarterback, bro, and move on from Shanahan. We're going to cut this call short. Move on from Shanahan and draft a quarterback. We don't got to get rid of Brock. Brock can be a backup, right? He's a good guy. good dude to have in the locker room, all that, bro. But we need to draft a quarterback, bring a new coach in, and let him duke it out that way, bro. Period, point blank, bro. Bring Drake Greenlaw back, bring Fred Warner back, and you know what? I love Kittle. Bring Kittle back because I like his demeanor this year. After that, bro, we're going to shake it up, get some draft picks in here, bro, and play the young dudes and see what we got, bro, and move on with a new regime, bro. That's it. That's all I got.
Shaka, Berkeley, what's up?
What's up, big dog, man? I ain't even playing with you on the phone, man. I want to call and give you my support, man. You're a top
It's all good.
guy,
Don't worry
man.
about it. I just had to check, KC. You be coming at me kind of sideways, man. Like, relax, partner.
Exactly.
You know, some of these calls, K-Bass Shasky would talk about, they're like, nah, we ain't going to do that. We're not doing that this morning. But anyway, go ahead, Shaka.
Hey, man, Sam Darnold, man, would be a definite upgrade, man. He got gun, man. You see him been throwing them passes to Addison lately. He's getting 50 or 60-yard touchdowns every game. And we're going to have to I think he got a 1-year contract for $10 million. We would have to franchise him and give him $41 million, man. But I think it's something up because Harbaugh is at San Diego now. I think he really wants that quarterback that we drafted from Michigan. So Herbert might be open. So it's going to be a lot of options, man. I think the difference between a 7-10 season and a 13 and 4 season is so minute. A couple of games y'all could have won, man, makes a difference in the season and injuries and all that. Let's keep the faith, man. They just want NFL, man. That's all I want to say, big homie.
All right, Shaka. Good to hear from you. Bobby in Los Altos.
What's up, Bobby? Well, we got heavy hitters.
Hey, fellas. Look, I understand, Shasky, of course, more so than most is a fan of the team, right? You're always thinking about the team more than a player. So I think that kind of, jades the way you think about reality in some sense. These people calling in saying, oh, yeah, I'll take Purdy for $15 million. Yeah, I would take Purdy for $2 million, but that's not reality. The reality is his greatest asset is his processor, and I'm pretty sure that the best quarterbacks are the ones that can read the field and make decisions, not hit 60-yard, 9 routes or go routes. So I don't really understand. Yes, he has some deficiencies, but his greatest asset is what's going to make him a great quarterback. So while of course I'd like him to play another year for $1 million and then another $1 million and then another $1 million, the fact is, the reality is a player is going to need to get paid based on market rates. Right now, I think Dak is $231 for highest guaranteed money. So I don't know about the 60 or 65, but I'm very confident this summer we're going to see a deal where Brock Purdy gets paid $232 guaranteed, and then we're gonna continue on with Brock Purdy as our quarterback.
Bobby, let me interrupt you, and I'll let you finish. Over my dead body, should they be paying him $232 this offseason? Because my comps, like when you buy a home, there are comps in the neighborhood. Just because a house in St. Francis Woods sold for X doesn't mean your house in Stockton sells for, $1 million more. Like the way it works is there's got to be comps. And I'd be staring at the Geno comp and the Baker comp to bring the guaranteed money down because those guys are outplaying you right now on significantly lower deals. You don't have to go to the top of the market. Just because Miami did it, just because Jacksonville did it, doesn't make it smart and prudent to do.
Listen, what is not smart and prudent is the ridiculous amount of money wide receivers are receiving. If anyone should be getting paid, they're tight ends. They have the hardest role, in my opinion, on the field. But the fact is, that's the reality, man. Like, I'm sure the station wants to pay you $10,000 a year for your services, but that's not going to happen, right? So they're not going to comp them to Baker Mayfield. They're going to comp them to the next the second contract.
I disagree.
That just occurred.
I disagree. If they pay $232 guaranteed, I will buy you a burrito of the place of your choice. Burrito bet. You know me and my burrito bets. All right.
Oh, okay.
Lock
Sounds
it in.
Good. Hey,
Lock it in.
Then he should sit and then enjoy the Matt Castle or the Kenny Pickett era of the Niners, because that's where we're going to be.
Let's go to. I'm going to get all the calls, man. I think I'm taked out. I'm taked out.
232. Come on.
This is getting 232. I think we've had some
guaranteed.
I've heard some stuff today that I'm like, wow, I can't wait to talk to my friends about. I was like, yo, you know what happened on the show today? Oh, so and so said this. Oh my God, and then we'll laugh. I mean, I didn't not say that. Alamo in Richmond. Alamo, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, family? Hey, listen, man, I got a hodgepodge of things to talk about, and it's not very selling. I mean, Stevie Wonder can see it, and Ray Charles can point it out. It's cookies for us, bro. You know, and I heard y'all talking about giving Brock some bread, and I understand from both sides of the equation. And Brock is playing with house money, making $1 million a year, and yeah, he's been somewhat great. There's times when he's been horrible, times when he's been great, but that's par for the course. But that's neither here nor there. When we looked at the game yesterday, we dropped 2 picks in our hands, which turned out to be pretty much the turning point of the ball game, which could have turned things around had we went down and took advantage of that opportunity. However, that didn't happen. We're looking at Debo. We're looking at the decline of Debo, and there's something mentally going on with him that I can't put a finger on it. I don't know what it is. You know, I've heard folks say, well, you know, they get the bag and they tap out. That could be true, but I don't know what's going on, man. And I'm not going to get on the situation with Campbell. I don't know what's up with him. Maybe there was some illnesses going on. Who knows? We don't know. But it looks very, very weird when players are tapping out and not returning to the field after the third quarter. Could it be a Shanahan issue? Could Shanahan have lost the team? Probably. I don't know, man. I mean, we got some sorting out to do in the offseason, and I hope they come up with some variables and some conclusions to get this thing back right.
All right, good call. Good call. It's 30 seconds each. Let's go to Tony and SF. 30 seconds, and then we'll get to Stefano. And after that, 30 seconds each.
Hey, I think we all need to calm down. You know, we're losing games really close. That was a winnable game. I think if we just beef up the offensive line, man, we're good. Instead of weather the storm this year, stock up the offensive line. That's what we got to do.
All right, Stefano. Stefano, what's up?
Yeah, how's it going, man? I just want to say I love your guys' show. And, you know, I don't think the grass is greener if we move on from Shanahan. We got to stick with him. I also think Debo going to Twitter fingers after we've been, you know, going to the NFC Championship, Super Bowl 5 years straight. We have one bad season, and he puts on a performance like that. That's terrible. I do think we get Brock, bring him back at a reasonable price. I don't think he's big money like you guys are saying, but yeah, I think we got to run it back next year.
All right, good calls. Some good calls. Got some good calls. Fun show. Losses always good for business, right?
It's always fun game.
Fast Five. Shasky, what you got? Go ahead, start it.
My final thought is this. I love my son. Something I was just thinking about this morning as he's sick as a dog in the crib. And I left the house this morning, and it's like, look, the Niners make me very furious, and I wear it on my sleeve, and I love them dearly, and they're like a part of my family. It is part of my family ritual. But at the end of the day, sitting there watching the game with my son on my chest because he's sick, and all that stuff, like as much as this all makes us crazy and all that, there is real life out there. Hug your family. Tell them that you love them. I love you, little guy. I hope you feel better.
Yeah, LJ, feel better. And it's well said. This is why I've kind of had that perspective for 4 years where the losses don't get to me as they used to. It's because baby Chaz is around, and I get home and she's sleeping in bed, knocked out, waiting for us to get home. So when I get the FaceTime calls like, hey, I'm not going to sleep until you guys come back from the Niners game, it makes me feel good. And it's not so much because she's like, oh, man, she didn't get her ass to bed. But you got to say, and I'm like, you know what? I don't mind that. My final thought is, oh, man.
Hendon Hooker?
No, you know what? De La Salle High School. I'm heading down to Orange County for a quick trip. Going to hang out with my sister Carmen, Camille. We're going to root on Jayden Jefferson and De La Salle to hopefully pull the upset of all upsets against Matter Day. Then we'll be back up for Warriors and Mavericks on Sunday. So let's go De La Salle. Let's go Pitt High.
Let's go Spartans, yeah.
Let's go Pittsburgh High, too. Pittsburgh High's in the state championship as well, playing Lincoln and San Diego. A lot of state championships going on. Lincoln High School and the cities in the 7A championship. So let's get those NorCal championships. Let's go.
Cool. For a while, Pitt was the last NorCal high school to beat De La Salle before the streak. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, shout out the Spartans there. My final thought, I really kind of wonder how the conversation around Brock Purdy this year changes if Jed York doesn't talk about resetting the market with him. Because I feel like every single contract conversation we've had with him, it always comes back to, well, the owner said we were going to reset the market with him. And I feel like that's completely changed the conversation all year long. That said, ironically enough, if you're in contract negotiations with Brock's agent next year and Brock's agent's like, well, your owner said this, I feel like what the plays had this year, that comment might not hold as much weight in these negotiations. So that's just my read on it. But
Sam,
the entire season is just every single time Brock does something, I just think of what Jed said. What do you got, Shasky?
I was thinking you were going to go Corbin Burns.
No, we'll save that for Monday, assuming that he signs by Monday.
If the Giants are smart, they do it today, and what's all we're talking about?
10:05, right?
No. Do it on Monday. Because Monday, you take away some of the attention from the Warriors and Clay Day, and the Niners are not playing until Sunday. Friday is usually a news dump day, and it gets lost in the weekend. You don't want to do it before football weekend. You want to do it on Monday.
So you're saying they're going to do it at 10:05 today?
Maybe. Well, but it's a news dump, though. Why would you do that? Friday's the worst day to announce a new move like that. Well, you either want to do it on a Sunday or Monday.
Okay, so 10:05 on Monday.
No, you announce it Monday, and then you have the press conference on a Wednesday or Thursday.
Hopefully we'll be there.
I just want it so bad.
You know who else wanted it so bad last night? Bronny James and the South Bay Lakers. No. I think Devontae actually heard what Bronny was doing and actually traveled to Phoenix to go sit courtside and watch the performance.
I gotta go, guys. Bronny's going off.
Hey, he's 30.
30 points on 13 to 23 shooting from the floor. Not great from beyond the arc, 3 of 9. But you know what? He got some couple of boards, couple of assists, and a couple steals. Bronny, 30 points. Impressive.
Will he score 30 all year at the NBA level?
Stay tuned.
I don't know.
Brock or Bronny, who gets paid?
He might. I
love that package deal. It's like when you get Kyle, you get Mike Shanahan too.
Stock up.
707. Mike Shanahan in the suite yesterday, not looking too thrilled. 707. Comcast Business X line. He's in the suite right behind me.
The
every single
lobster.
game.
The lobster, man.
Look at the bright side. I might be able to afford 49er tickets for my family of 4 in the next 3 weeks. So my big dog came down to the game yesterday. He was trying to sell his tickets. He goes, dude, I can't even sell them for $50.
His daughter is taller than me.
Yeah, baby Jaylee's a big one.
Yeah, she is taller than me already.
How about this? Niners couldn't sell his tickets. They were going for like $50 yesterday. He said he got more than face value for a Raiders-Falcons game on Monday Night Football.
Allegiant Stadium.
Is that what it is? All right, that was Fast Five, man. Brought to you by Xfinity. I may need to join after this show. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good one, everybody.
Might be suggestible.
praying you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Everything.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Extra rush. And they're going to end the game with a sack. So the Rams, instead of sending 3, dropping 8, sent 5. Roseboom gets credit for the sack, and the Rams have now won 7 of their last 9.
All right, Al Michaels, Amazon Prime. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I'm just, what is there? I'm shocked. And I've been shocked since week 1 where the Niners destroyed the Jets, get that, destroy, but yet settled for 6 field goals. I came in here and I said, you know what? It's just an anomaly because I'm holding this Niner offense as a whole, Kyle included, to the standards that they set. And Steiny, the rat on the table, and it's out the bag or what have you. For whatever reason, this Niner offense has been off and has been off all season. And last night was climactic because it was, I thought I'll start with Purdy. And I've been one of his biggest supporters. He looked like Jimmy Garoppolo last night in the pocket with the throws. And I'm not putting it all on him, but Steiny, even when McCaffrey came back, we didn't see that oomph, that boost. I know they beat the Bears, but now last week looks like an anomaly because Chicago didn't have it together. Matt Stafford threw the Niners defense, who I thought was exceptional yesterday, threw 2 early interceptions. I know Hufanga has a club on his hand. Hit him in the numbers. If you get that, I believe everything changes. And then who else had one? Lenore had one. So at the end of the day, the Niners did not get in the end zone. And moving forward, Devondre Campbell, I'm surprised nobody I'm a lover, not a fighter, put hands on him. But how dare you do that to the fraternity that is the NFL, your teammates. And I watched the game with the person that works in HR. So they always have the HR glasses on, Steiny, and they asked me, do you think Kyle, and I'm not putting this on him because he didn't deserve it, do you think did he explain everything to Campbell before the game? And I ran that by you guys and almost had to get out. I needed security. Bottom line, partner, is the Niners. I don't want to say shambles because this is a lost season. Your highest paid receiver, we don't know when he's coming back. Your hot shot running back, we don't know what's up with the bilateral tendonitis in the knees, but the rat on the table for me moving forward with 3 games left, and we won't have the answer, is what do you do with Brock Purdy, Steiny?
Yeah, it's funny. I was watching that game last night, and Brock Purdy wasn't very good, but...
Why do you think he wasn't good? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Because it was rain, and they played a good defense. It was raining, and they played a good defense.
But Josh Allen and the Bills scored 42.
The 49ers aren't them.
And that's
the 49ers have never been that team. They haven't beaten a good team all year other than the Seattle Seahawks.
In Tampa Bay, if you want to, because they got to win. Go ahead, but they got to win a record.
So I mean, Purdy wasn't very good, but to me,
neither were they.
To me, he's not a huge issue. They got bigger issues than Brock Purdy. That's the way I look at it. They got I get it. They got to figure out his contract and what they're going to do with him. But to me, a higher priority is the guys who are already under contract, who are on the team.
One that dropped a touchdown pass.
I mean, what are you doing with this team? You really think this team's good enough around Brock Purdy? We all know that, if McCaffrey's healthy and Ayuk's healthy, yeah, they got weapons, but
they're not.
There's other players on the team, and they play on the offensive line and defensive line. And this defensive line, I mean, again, this was comprehensive, just like the entire season. And the defense was terrific, absolutely terrific. But with 5 minutes to go,
5:20,
they have to get a stop, and they can't. And the Los Angeles, the Rams, everybody in the building knew they were going to run the football, and the 49ers couldn't stop it.
Williams was running
They
tough.
couldn't stop the run when they knew that the Rams were going to run. So that's a bigger problem to me than Brock Purdy having a bad game.
But what if I told you the defense put the offense situation to that game could have got out of hand? They got tired. I'm with you. And then when Greenlaw was done, Stoney, it changed. But my goodness, that defense looked like the old Niner. It was incredible. I seriously thought to myself, if they win this game and somehow get in the playoffs with this defense, what it looked like in the first half, Stoney, I was thinking big things. So,
well, they're playing in the rain.
You're right with the 5 minutes left. They ran it down your throat, and that was ball game. But I guess I'm saying, Stoney, from the beginning, the outset, Stafford was uncomfortable, and I think a lot of that had to do with the Niner defense finally showing up.
Stafford started out 2 for 10.
Didn't have a first down until the second quarter.
And after those 10 throws, he was 14 for 17. So he picked them apart after the first 10 throws.
Ward on one to Nakua. That was game.
I mean, their 4 division losses were all the same. Their offense had a chance to take a lead. Debo Samuel drops a ball midway through the third. By all intent, he's going in there. It's going to be 10-3. He doesn't do it. And then the defense couldn't get a stop when they had to. They just, all season long, they didn't make any plays when the games were on the line.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is a number. We got one guest today at 10:45.
Family.
And it's Emmanuel Acho of the facility on FS1. And if you're on social media, Emmanuel Acho was pretty much beside himself last night talking about the 49ers and how that game went down. So we're going to talk to Emmanuel Acho at 10:45 and put this season to bed, even though there's 3 more games left in the season. But, I mean, top to bottom, another loss that, to me, had everybody's fingerprints on it. Brock Purdy throws an interception with 5 minutes to go. They were in field goal range, and he throws an interception.
The
first guy he's probably overthrown all year.
Wow. And that's another, I give it to you, Stoney. You can take your victory lap. You never been fond of his deep ball, and now I'm starting to, that's a concern of mine moving forward. So we'll find out what this season's. Stoney, they got 3 left. So if you think this is the bottom, it can get worse. But we also got to talk about the rat on the table, which is Devondre Campbell, Stoney. I mean, I don't think outside of Antonio Brown, and that was different because we all saw it. I don't know how he's still employed by the Niners. I don't know if he's jeopardized his future. But at the end of the day, to hear Kyle at the podium, and he was somber, Stoney, Mooney Ward told Mike Silver after the game, they've had a dark cloud over them all season long.
Yeah, we've known that.
Yeah, but when I told you this has been the season of hell, you kind of fought me. Now I feel like
self-inflicted. They got selfish.
But it still can be hell.
They got fat and happy.
Yeah, but it still can put you in hell.
They brought it on themselves.
Like everybody in jail. It's hell, but you did something to get there.
My point is they're responsible for the season, not external forces that caused them to have a bad year. And maybe we're saying the same thing. I'm just...
this is a big project to get fixed, partner. That's what I'm worried about.
I don't even care about Devondre Campbell and what happens to him. But you can't tell me that isn't just the latest indication that this team was not together, hasn't been since day one, and it started probably the day after the Super Bowl. The day after the Super Bowl with Brandon Ayuk. There's too much evidence that says this team didn't have the same priority as they've had in the past, which was winning.
Yeah. But now, how are you closer or further from your goal? And I'm talking about, I know I don't want to get into next season right now, but the bottom line is you still got question marks. Your highest paid receiver will not be on the field week 1. How does Brock Purdy and the contract situation play out? I think it's reality to now say, well, Kyle, does he have a wandering eye? Is Sam Darnold? I can look at you now because I won't put it all on Purdy, but Stoney, these are 3 games. The Buffalo game, the Seattle game, just where he's been off, and now he's not seeing it. So that interception was crippling, man. It was like, you're right. You were in field goal range. Mistakes happen, and then he's jumping up in there in the pocket, and I'm like, that's the stuff that reminds me of Jimmy. So moving forward, how can you really do a quick fix if you don't know,
these
so
aren't
many
new.
of your prized possessions
These aren't new. These aren't new problems.
Well,
they have the same problems today they had a week ago. Exactly. The whole season
Well,
has been the
you had a
exact
dream of
same
making the
thing.
playoffs a week ago.
Well,
Last night
now,
was over.
but that was it. Now that we look back, it was a joke. It's a joke. I mean, like, it's not like, oh boy, now the 49ers played a bad game. Now we got to think about the future. They've had a bad season. It's been like this all year long. All year long. This has been the same team from start to finish. And I get it. Last night puts them to bed. It puts them to bed. But they had problems week 2. They had problems week 4. They had problems week 7. They had problems week 10. Well, they'll get it together. They'll get it together. They
tried to feature Debo after he went selfish. That's what I hated.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
When selecting a financial institution,
destination for high-quality fine jewelry gifts. Come find beautiful gifts at competitive prices, from dream engagement rings to tennis bracelets, engravable charms, and more, all in stock and ready to give. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Along that defensive front, 2nd and 11. 5.5 left in the 4th. Taylor is the running back. Purdy going for it all, and it's going to be picked off in the end zone. Darius Williams on an overthrow, and the Rams get the takeaway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Al Michaels, Amazon Prime, and to me, that was the play, one of the plays. And it feels like this happened in 4 of their losses. That happened, and then they never got the ball back.
Wow.
With any kind of meaningful time.
Yep.
And
yeah,
the Rams make an interception. They got 5:14 to run down the clock, and they run down the clock.
But
night.
Okay. Night. In a bad way. I'll say this. Steiny, I you know me. I got a good heart. I was offended with what Debo did. And I always put myself in a team dynamic, which I work here at the station. We don't play ball. But at the end of the day, I care about others. I'm not perfect. But what Debo did in a win on social media should not have rewarded what I felt like Kyle and Purdy trying to force feed him the ball. That stench was coming off of my TV. And it's not like he's not worthy to get targeted, but it's like you're rewarding what I deem the wrong behavior. And then Purdy's best throw of the night, it was a spiral that should have went for a tug. He drops it. So, again, this is one of your leaders. He talks the talk, but you don't back it up, man. And as much as that was a bad game from Brock Purdy, Steiny, but Debo had a worse game. And Kyle, hey, have I ever put a game plan together on something other than a video game called Madden? No. But Steiny, couldn't you tell from the jump they were trying to force feed Debo the ball?
Which is what they did with Kittle the previous week after he complained.
But his complaint was saying he was open. And he said it in front of the media. Right, he didn't go home and get Twitter fingers.
Then they fed him the ball.
Dude, and I'm being honest here. Ayuk, I know you're recovering, and thank God you got your money, but you were in your own head because it was you against the fans, I believe, even when you were between the lines. Debo got booed yesterday, Steiny, and then to put his hand over his helmet, he dropped that ball. He drops him, but you can't stick your chest out and let your team down. That was their best opportunity to score, and maybe we're talking about something different if he catches a ball right on them, right between the numbers.
888-957-9570. 49ers lose to the Rams 12-6. They're 6-8. They're essentially done.
But for how long?
We know that.
For how long, Steiny? That's my fear.
They have a lot of issues to figure out. You know, I know there's going to be a lot of talk about Brock Purdy today, and that's fair. But the way I think about things is, okay, so Brock Purdy is making $1 million, and he's under contract next year for $1 million. So we'll deal with that at some point. In the meantime, what are we going to do with Trent Williams? What are we going to do with Christian McCaffrey? Is he officially injury prone at this point? Man. What are we going to do with Brandon Ayuk? He's probably not going to start the season next year. What do you do with Debo Samuel? What do you do with Travarius Ward? I mean,
he says he thinks he may not be back.
They have multiple issues, and I feel like last night Purdy was not very good, and he was one of multiple players and position groups that weren't very good, and that's what's gotten the 49ers beat this year consistently. They just haven't been good enough. They haven't been consistent enough. They haven't put together a full game. Their defense slipped. Their offense slipped. Their special teams wasn't very good. And it all adds up to a 6-8 year. And now if you take a real hard look at these games, you realize, well, you played the Packers. They're pretty good. They blew you out. You played the Bills. They're pretty good. They blew you out. You played the Chiefs. They're good. They handled you. The teams you beat were mediocre teams. And so that's kind of the game within a game that I look at that it might be alarming.
Yeah, and if I was a doctor, normally I'll prescribe you something. Hey, this is just a phase. You've went to the SEC championship 4 years in a row. This is a byproduct of that. Just take a couple and you'll be well next year. But Steiny, it's not that, because you got so many lingering injury questions to the big dogs. And then I'm asking you this question. I'd like an answer. I don't think Kyle's had his best coaching season, and he might it's either that or the defenses have caught up to what you're trying to do, and Exhibit A is Debo Samuel. Kittle gets a 33-yarder early, and I'm like, oh, boy, watch out. Like, how does that just vanish? And I know the team's playing defense, but the Rams gave up, and you hit me in the face earlier, I'm going to tell you how. The Rams gave up 42 points to Buffalo, but you reminded me, Buffalo, you're not Buffalo. And your quarterback's not Josh Allen. But Steiny, I thought early in this season when you said, I'm using the P word, profound, you want to see Brock Purdy without the weaponry, and I thought that was just like, why would you want to see that? But now I understand it, and we have, and now I don't look at him like I looked at him coming into this season. No, and I got to deal with that. But
look at him like a $35 million quarterback. Might be able to get him for 35.
Forget the money. What about the product on the field? Am I going to get Steiny, his accuracy downfield is deficient. It's been deficient this year.
Right.
He's leaving chicken on the bone. Guys are open. He's not seeing them.
Then don't re-sign him.
The tip balls at the line of scrimmage are a thing. I'm not saying don't. So if Sam Darnold's available, do you think Kyle, like that's the
how are they going to get him? Why would Minnesota get rid of him?
Well, they got McCord. They got their hotshot rookie that got hurt last year. I get you. But you planted in my mind the wandering eye. If Kyle has it, we're going to find out.
Again,
because Purdy's not doing anything, I don't believe, here recently. He's not why you lost. That offense was it was impotent last night.
And this is really,
I'm not used to it.
This is really, truly what I believe. All right, you got Brock Purdy. You want him? All right, re-sign him for $35, $40 million. All right, you don't like him. Is Sam Darnold available? All right, maybe we can get Sam Darnold. And I'll just throw Kirk Cousins in for the sake of argument. All right, Kirk Cousins. Guess what? That's not their biggest issue. Quarterback's not their biggest issue. Right. The quarterback this year, in the grand scheme of things, was okay. He wasn't great. He wasn't awful. The problems were around him all season long. What do you expect out of Christian McCaffrey next year? What are you going to get from Debo Samuel next year? Trent Williams. What do we do with Trent Williams?
It's real.
Brandon Ayuk. Probably going to be unhealthy the start of the season. Then what?
Maybe that you can't do anything to Debo that you might naturally want to because of that.
Exactly. Let's start it out with Vaughn in Oakland. What's up, Vaughn? How you doing?
What's up, guys, man? How you guys doing? Big fan. Yeah, man, when I watched that team last night, when I watched the offense, it's so obvious to me, man. The teams don't respect our deep ball at all. Like, when you watch the defense guard us, no one's worried about getting beat down the field. And I think that stuffs everything up for everyone else, you know? And, I mean, the deep ball he missed, Pearsall, that was a touchdown if he could put 5 more yards on it. I just think that's such a theme, and no teams respect us down the field, and it clogs everything else up. I see Brock, you know, he is a good quarterback. I'm not saying that he's not, but the way teams defend us is so limiting. That's why McCaffrey has no space. That's why it's hard to get the run going, because they don't have to respect the deep ball. And then on top of that, he's supposed to be the decision maker. And with the game on the line and the season on the line, he chucks it into the air with 4 Rams right there for no reason. I don't get it. I just don't get why. I think he's a good quarterback, but is he going to get you to the next level with no deep threat at all, no defense respecting the deep ball ever? They're not worried. No teams respect that. They don't think oh, if I'm watching the quarterback, I might get burned. They're not worried about that. And I think that takes away a whole angle of an offense when teams don't have to respect you deep. They don't even think about getting hurt.
I mean, thanks, Vaughn. Yeah, appreciate the call, Vaughn.
Yeah, we got Acho coming on from the facility, FS1 at 10:45. I'm going to run that by him. But
Emmanuel Acho, the facility, FS1, 10:45. Thank you, Goo. The most alarming part of the Purdy interception to me was it was two things. It was a bad throw, but it was a worse decision.
Man.
You just gotten into field goal range.
Yeah, you did.
And that's, Brock Purdy, if Brock Purdy isn't as talented as some other great quarterbacks, well, then he's got to be super smart. And that was a throw last night that got the Niners beat.
And he has been super smart for 2 years, right? I mean, you just the numbers speak for themselves. A Super Bowl, NFC Championship game.
Well, that's all.
I don't know if he's hurt.
And with all due respect, that's all in the past.
No, that's their
all
reality.
in the past.
Hey, you ain't got to sell me on that.
It's like, how long are we going to talk about them losing a Super Bowl? Are we going to talk about it as long as we talked about the Warriors in 2022? We're going to be looking at this personnel and saying, well, you know what? They got to the NFC Championship game in 23. Are we going to be doing that in 2026, hoping that like Brandon Ayuk can turn back the clock or Debo Samuel? Well, it's like this is who they are. They're a 6-8 team, and they now miss the playoffs. So that's what you're working with. If you want to go into next year and think, well, we're going to pretend like we're the NFC champion team of 2 years ago, you know what? I think that's what they did this year, and it got them beat.
Wow.
Let's go to Robert's in the city. Hey, Robert, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm in here in a dump truck right now.
Oh, man.
I just wanted to,
so you're carrying around the Niners?
That's a two. Listen,
you got Devondre Campbell in the cab?
But, hey, so I was thinking about what you guys are saying about Debo, right?
Yeah.
And about him, give me the ball, give me the ball. It's like, if you remember, during that playoff game when we were with Dallas, and he basically was like, give me the ball. He put the team on his back, and he made it happen. And so I don't know if Kyle and if the team was just caught up in that nostalgia, but I think that, it's a different team. It's a different year, and he's not having his year. And I think that maybe that they try to force feed him because, you know what? He's done it before in the past. Let's see if he can do it again. But it's not happening. This team is kind of caught up in nostalgia. And, for all the way around, not only with Debo, but with Trent. I mean, the guy's older. You give him a very heavy deal. I mean, he's a great damn player, but I mean, you took a gamble. Same thing with McCaffrey. Yeah, he's been good, but I mean, you knew he was kind of injured before the end of the season. So it's like, we kind of get caught up of what players have been and what they did, before then. Okay, what's staring us here in the face? Same thing with Purdy. Let's not make the same mistake. He looks awesome. His first season out, the 5 or 6 games. He looked awesome last year. This year, absolutely not. Right. All the questions are up in the air and on the table for him. Let's not get caught up in nostalgia as far as what he did 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you got to assess everybody and where they're at right now, not where they were or what they've done for you.
And I'll say this
is Trent Williams a reliable offensive lineman at this point?
I want to say yes because he's earned the benefit of the doubt. But if you tell me last year is too far to go back to live in nostalgia, I disagree. But Steiny, a left tackle is everything, and on a good day, he still can do his job. My question is, so if you Jetson him, what do you got? What are you doing? That's a rebuild.
And that you got to see. I don't buy that. They're 6-8 with a guy, like this is the Draymond Green thing. Oh, you're telling me Trent Williams is so important that we can't get back to a 10-win team? Well, hell, you're a 6-win team with him. I mean, he and everybody acknowledge. Okay. Look, here's the deal. He's one of the greatest of all time. Fine. He's one of the greatest of all time. We all acknowledge last year he slipped. Everybody acknowledges that. Now, this year, he had some personal stuff, but he got hurt again. And you know what? He wasn't reaching his standards when he was playing. It's like, if you want to continue to just give these guys tenure, well, then bring them all back.
This is year one of this new deal.
Bring them all back. Then bring them all back. But to me, I mean, if you're John Lynch, you really say, let's keep Trent Williams at left tackle, and you know what? I think we can pencil him in for 17 games next year. Why would you do that? You can't count on that.
But they signed I'm not saying you're wrong. They signed the paperwork. They signed up for this experience that is just getting started, Steiny.
Exactly.
So how bad does it look if you try to do something after you gave him the bread when he held out?
If you got to do something, you got to do something.
And they did it. They chose to look at everything in totality. And Trent Williams, and I still believe, Steiny,
of course.
He's a plus. No, ain't no of course. He had a bad Super Bowl, but he was an all-pro last year, regardless if you like it or not, or you're not into that. I'm just saying for the people.
Okay, so you've made a decision that we must have Trent Williams back.
I think he's a top 4 left tackle in the NFL.
I'm out. I'm open to talking about what we can do with him. I'm open to talking about what we can do for Debo Samuel or what we're going to do with Debo Samuel. Like, I really do. I look at this team and I'm thinking, what are we going to do with McCaffrey? Can we expect 17 games out of him? I don't know that I can do that anymore. Trent Williams, can we expect 17 games out of him? I don't think so. I mean, the guy's 37 years old. So, but again, if you want to go on what they were and you think that they can turn back the clock, well, then there really aren't a lot of decisions to be made. But the way I look at the football team, the San Francisco 49ers, is they're 6-8, and they deserved every bit of 6-8. This wasn't a 9-5 team. They were a 6-8 team. And if you want to bring all those guys, if you want to, theoretically, you bring the whole team back, you know what? You're bringing back a 6-8 team. You're not bringing back a 12-5 team. They're not that team anymore.
Well, you know what? Again, that same energy is across the board. So when you look at the most important position in the NFL is a quarterback. Your quarterback's 24. But Steiny, I got to say this to the people that say 35 or 40 will do it. What are you really trying to do with that 35 or 40? Get a bargain, or do you want a difference maker? And your question going into the season was Brock Purdy a difference maker? I said, hell yes, in my Marshawn voice. I thought he was that guy. Now, I'm reacting to new information, Steiny, and I can tell you all, I am really worried about moving forward, even if you give him 35 or 40. What am I getting for that 35 or 40? You need a difference maker. And these last few games, he's reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo. And you know what? That was good enough to get you to Super Bowl and multiple NFC championships. Brock Purdy's done it. But why is that okay if you get him on a bargain, but you're looking for a difference maker that I thought this dude was? And now, deep balls and deep accuracy on those throws. Last night he was throwing the ball high. That's a concern that's higher than Trent Williams for me.
Oh, God, not even close to me.
Yeah.
Not even close. You know why? Because just tell Purdy to come back and play for $1 million.
Well, you could do that.
Because he's under contract.
You could do that.
But you know what?
You're not that cutthroat.
The lesson of Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey is, hey, hold out. If you want more money, just go get it. This is where I'm coming from with what I'm thinking about with Brock Purdy is I actually don't have an opinion, or I actually don't have to do anything with him right now. I think, what are we doing with Trent? What are we doing with McCaffrey? What are we doing with Debo Samuel? What are we doing with Ward? Those to me are bigger than Brock Purdy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 10:45, Emmanuel Acho, the facility FS1. Let's go to so we're not breaking. Oh, okay. So I'm just not.
No, I hear you, man.
I mean, Purdy was better than McCaffrey this year. Purdy was better than Trent Williams this year. Purdy was better than Debo and Ayuk. So,
I hear you.
I mean, okay. Let's, I'm sorry. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's bring in Emmanuel Acho, the facility FS1. Thank you so much for squeezing us in, Emmanuel. Really appreciate it, man.
Hey, fellas, let's commiserate together, shall we?
All right. I'll just kind of let you in on what we're talking about. A lot of talk about Brock Purdy today. And my feeling is what last night's game showed me is they've got maybe bigger issues than Brock Purdy. What would you say to that, or just join in? Emmanuel?
I think we lost him.
All right, we'll get him back.
Yeah.
We'll get him back.
No, that was a good question. I can't, and Steiny, I'm not saying you're wrong. Our order is different. The sequence.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to do anything with Purdy.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I look at it.
But
Trent Williams, you got to make a decision on. You can't have a guy on the team that's not playing.
Okay. All right. But Steiny, there's a reason he's not playing. He's hurt, and Fred, and he's had loss, and so has the Ward family. But the bottom line is last year, the Niners, this offseason, they were Santa Claus.
There we go.
They were Santa Claus. They were getting the given mood.
Yeah, they were.
But now
you got to take it.
When I ran it by, and I ain't using Evan as an example, when I run it by, are you that cutthroat to tell Purdy you're playing on him? That's what I'm saying needs to be done. Okay. You need to take a stance.
Let's get Emmanuel back. What's up, Emmanuel? We were, Brock Purdy's been a focus of the conversation today, and I watched that game last night, and I'm thinking, well, I think they got bigger issues than Brock Purdy. I'll just let it there to see how you would respond to that.
Evan's biggest issue.
There you go.
You got me?
Yes, sir. All you.
Yeah, I said he's maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th biggest issue. They got way bigger issues than Brock Purdy. Number one, schematically, Kyle Shanahan's going to have to start to do more. You can't be an offensive wizard and only put up 6 points in a must-win game. It's just that cannot happen. Furthermore, we all watched the game yesterday. If Debo catches that slant, are we having this conversation? You can't call for attention and hang up. And Debo Samuel called for attention when he said, hey, I'm not struggling, I'm just not getting the ball. Is that true? Juwan Jennings has been an overachiever all season. You got to catch that rock if Brock Purdy hits you on that slant and protects you from the post safety coming to take your head off. And let's not even talk about players quitting on the team. So Brock Purdy, he does have limitations that are even more glaring in inclement weather. Like, I got secondhand embarrassment when he had to jump to throw the football because he couldn't throw it over the line. Truth be told, I did get secondhand embarrassment. I was like, dang it, like that hurt my heart to see because it was just a reminder of his physical limitations. But they got bigger issues than Brock.
Acho, we feel how we feel in this world, right? And I'm telling you, as a fan, I was turned off when Debo did what he did in a year where he doesn't look like his old self. But to say that after the team puts up 38 points and won the game for that matter, but then to drop that pass that you talk about, there was a touchdown. He's been rendered ineffective. How much is it him, or is it Kyle that's got to go in the lab? Because I'm looking at Debo and PFF, if you're into that, everybody's saying Debo can't be man coverage. You're paying this man almost $30 million.
With all due respect, Debo's, and I'll say this as if Debo was listening, Debo's best attribute is not beating man coverage. Take that for what it's worth. Debo, obviously, him and I have had our run-ins. I respect the hell out of Debo's game. I respect Debo a lot as a football player. He's DM'd me to communicate based upon some things I said critically about him. So I will simply say Debo's best attribute is not beating man coverage. But you cannot, under any circumstance, drop the football on a huge play in a huge game after saying you're not struggling. Furthermore, do y'all realize since Debo Samuel punched the long snapper, Tepper, he has 22 catches on that, 22 yards a game. He's never had more than 25 yards since that play. So that's why I said what I said after he punched the long snapper. Debo, are you perfect? Are you? Because since that, the Niners, they've lacked the leadership that they need to take them through the course of the season. I suggest every starter falls into one of two categories this offseason. Get healthy or get humble. Get healthy or get humble. Fred Warner, get healthy. McCaffrey, get healthy, big dog. Get healthy. Trevarius Ward, emotionally, man, heal up, bro. You've been through a lot. Get healthy. Debo, you might need to get humble. Pride comes before the fall. And statistically, the numbers have fallen. With all due respect, even in the touches that he has gotten, he averages 6 touches a game this year. Last year, he averaged 6.5. So he's getting half a touch less a game. He's averaging 2 yards less per those touches. 11 yards per touch last year, 9 yards a touch this year. So with that being said, pride comes before the fall. I think the Eagles got way too big this year.
Interesting. Let me throw two more players in there to get your opinions on Trent Williams and Nick Bosa. What are they? They got to get humble or get healthy?
To me, I think Trent probably has to get humble a little bit. Trent's a dog, first ballot Hall of Famer. He a dude. But at the point in which I think Trent thought he could just roll out to training camp and be all right, bro, it's hard to maintain 350 pounds in a healthy manner. And so you don't want to go to training camp and you think you can roll your 350-pound freakazoid body onto the football field and not have any injury issues. Now, again, what Trent is dealing with off of the football field, I totally empathize with that. And as a human being, Trent, more than anything, like, take care of your family, take care of your loved ones, take care of your heart, take care of your emotions. Like, first and foremost, take care of all of that. Before the off-the-field tragedy struck Trent, on the field, it's very hard to maintain that size. He can't afford, I think, to miss training camp. He's older. I think he's 36. He's bigger. So I think Trent, get emotionally healthy, get physically healthy, but I think these Niners have to go back to work like they're rookies. I think they thought they could roll out of bed and get back to a championship game. They have to go back to work like they are rookies.
Wow. Acho, my partner and I got a saying on the show, we react to new information. And last year I said, Purdy, give him a blank check, 60, reset the market. The owner said it. But now my partner had mentioned last offseason, I want to see him without the weaponry. I'm like, nobody's hurt. It's all good. We saw it. Acho, what do you see with Brock Purdy? And is there a scenario that I brought up that they could play hardball finally and say, come back and play on your last year? Do you see that?
They can play hardball. It comes down to at what cost. What I see with Brock Purdy, and many people have to remember, December 7th, 2020. Remember that date, December 7th, 2020. It changed the trajectory of the Niners franchise. A player on that team told me in confidence, December 7th, 2020 was the day the Niners played the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen was on the other side of the field. Kyle Shanahan saw what Josh Allen was doing. Then he looked at his quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, and he said, I need more. So after December 7th, 2020, what did the Niners do in the draft?
Trey Lance.
They went and acquired a 6'4", you're exactly right, 225-pound physical specimen because they said, we don't have enough. And now Trey Lance didn't end up being enough. If you're watching Brock Purdy play yesterday and he's got to make 2 jump passes, and then on the other side of the field, you're watching Matthew Stafford. Matthew didn't play a crazy game yesterday, but you saw what he did the week before. Are you sitting there saying to yourself, I'm going to pay Brock Purdy $55-60 million? Y'all know I defend Brock Purdy more than anybody on national television. I think he has the heart of a lion. I think he's incredibly mentally tough. But at the point in which you're watching the physical limitations, do you feel comfortable going to war, knowing other teams are bringing Matthew Staffords to war and other teams are bringing Josh Allen's to war? Do you feel comfortable going to battle if Brock Purdy is your guy and they got Josh Allen's walking around here?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Last one for you, Manuel, because I know you squeezed this in and you're on a time constraint. Devondre Campbell essentially quit on the team, walked off the field.
Hey, take out the word essentially.
Okay.
Quit.
Well, I'm not a pro. You are, so you go ahead and be strong. I mean, what have you ever seen anything like that before?
Not in this situation. Antonio Brown, obviously, he quit on the team, but radio listeners, please hear me when I say this. The Bucs wanted AB to go into the game. The Niners needed Devondre Campbell to go into the game, and there is a difference. Fred Warner had gotten hurt earlier on in the game. He went back in. Greenlaw had gotten hurt. He did not go back in. I think it was D, the linebacker. He messed up his neck in the first quarter, so he couldn't go back in. Devondre, we needed you to go into the game, and you quit because of a bruised ego. Fred Warner's playing with a broken ankle. McCaffrey went to Germany dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Charvarius Ward lost a child. George Kittle has tendons held together by string. Dre Greenlaw came back after 10 months, and you don't play because of a bruise, because of a bruised ego. I've never seen such selfishness. I say he's a traitor. I call him Judas. You're dining at the table with the team, but you're planning their death. You're dining at pregame meal at 1:15 Pacific time. You eat pregame meal 4 hours before kickoff, and you're planning the Niners' death. And worst of all, before the game on his Instagram, and I apologize, listeners, because I'm passionate. Before the game on his Instagram, he essentially precluded it. He said, hey, this team has been playing with me. He Instagram posted it. I think it's since been deleted. So you knew you were going to do this.
Yeah.
In a must-win game. And here's my thing, bro.
Hey, Acho, real quick, is that on Kyle at all? Is that on Kyle at all?
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no. If you didn't want to play, do what Devin White did for the Eagles. Devin White for the Eagles this year, they gave him a 1-year, $4 million deal. He didn't start. He didn't start during the course of the season, so he didn't even travel with the team 1 week, and the Eagles cut him. But at least if you say before the game, I'm not playing, they can activate another player.
Right. Yeah.
They need that roster spot, bro. Remember, you got 53 on the active roster. You can only dress 47 on game day for the listeners that might be a little less familiar. So, Campbell, if you don't want to play, we'll keep you inactive. We'll activate somebody else. That way we can play Flanagan, or we can play number 45, and one of the other practice squad linebackers can run down on special teams. Instead, we got a starting linebacker running down on punt, running down on kickoff, and trying to cover a hook curl drop. It is incredibly selfish, disgusting, disrespectful.
Wow,
Emmanuel,
man.
thank
Good
you so
stuff.
much for joining us as always, man. And one more time, I really appreciate you squeezing us in because I know you're busy today. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks.
My brothers, we'll talk soon.
All right,
man.
Emmanuel Acho, courtesy of the River Islands Gas Line.
He covered it all.
The facility on FS1.
Man, and Steiny, I to myself, I'm gonna be honest. When I saw Purdy jumping at the line, I never once thought that was by necessity to see over the line. Yeah. Like, that's alarm. I wouldn't want my quarterback to have to deal with that. And I know we haven't saw it, but we have saw the tip balls. But the Campbell thing, I didn't see the IG post. Man, that's just a bad look, man.
Well, what I'm feeling like, and I don't have all the information, but it feels like this was all premeditated.
Which makes it worse.
Devondre Campbell.
Yeah. Called him Judas.
So it feels like he was going to do this. And that tells me that, so why wouldn't he just say before the game, I'm done. I'm done with this.
He's trying to stick it to him in the worst way.
But he's also sticking it to his teammates.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
So that also may tell me that there were really issues going on in that locker room that we didn't know about, which I firmly believe.
But nothing to have to constitute him being that weak.
No, but a guy quitting, to me, is an indication that there are big issues going on with this team.
Right.
That a guy would even think of that.
He was planning to quit.
That's right.
He wanted to hurt everybody.
That's right.
And that's why some of his teammates called him a sucker.
So, not to blame the team, but how does the team let that happen?
Well, I guess, Donnie, I would say this to you. If I came in on you and Evan and there's 10-on-1 and you think I'm about to and I walk off, I don't think that's any blame to you, Evan, or the boss not knowing.
My only point is the fact that the guy quit, to me, is just the latest indication that this team got selfish, this team got happy, this team got complacent, this team thought that it could do things without having to pay the price, and that there was not a lot of camaraderie and cohesion in the locker room.
Man.
And whether it was among players or among players and coaches or among players and Shanahan, I don't know that answer.
And it's a bad look for the team.
But this team wasn't together. Yeah. Let's go to Jeff's in Marin. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. So I think this really comes down to we got outcoached and outplayed.
Yep.
I think McVay has clearly demonstrated that he's a better coach than Shanahan. This team does not spend money on offensive linemen. I think, look, the pass to Purcell was underthrown. I couldn't tell, was it something where he was rushed or Purdy couldn't step into the pocket? The interception in the end zone was pretty ridiculous, as I recall seeing it on TV. He's got a defensive lineman just coming right up into his face, and he's throwing it up into the air. Bad call, bad throw, but, you don't protect him, you're going to have problems with any quarterback. You don't open up running back lanes, you're not going to get a running game, even if you've got CMC or that talent of a running back. We've always gone cheap on offensive linemen, notwithstanding picking up Trent Williams. Look at the other offensive linemen down the row. Purdy looks like he's going to be a player, but he was a fairly high, what was he, a third-round draft pick?
Second,
when
I believe.
When was the last time we spent a first-round draft pick on an offensive lineman? The other thing that we haven't done is, we haven't got anybody who can stuff the run. And that means, maybe it's Hargrave. I haven't been that impressed with him. I know he's been injured this year. But we haven't got, the prototypical type of nose tackle who can really plug up the middle since DJ Jones left.
Yeah.
And so I think Purdy's fine. And I think the idea is that, okay, you're going to get rid of Purdy, then you're going to need a quarterback. Who is out there that's better than him that we can get? And it sure as heck is not Sam Darnold. He's going to be signed with the Vikings. They'd be crazy not to, right?
I mean,
that's what I think.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the call,
man.
Boy. By the way, I got to shout out this texter from the 402. Great knowledge. He says the last guy who comes to my mind who refused to enter a game, Scottie Pippen. That's a great
hit the
call.
3. Yep. Wow.
Now, he ended up playing. He got over it. He didn't go in. Kukoc hit the game winner. And they moved on. That was a little different. He didn't walk into the locker room. He stayed on the bench. But,
I mean, and Acho said it, Stoney.
Yeah. Once the play wasn't called for Pippen, he was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out. I'm not playing.
They wanted Antonio Brown, Tampa Bay did, to go in the game. The Niners needed Campbell to go in the game.
Yeah.
And man.
Dennis is in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, what's going on, man?
Good morning, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying this morning, Steiny, about, you look at all the injuries, who's out, who's in. The only thing I'd like to say, what would Sam Darnold look like behind this offensive line? It would have been going back to his New York Jets days, you know,
man.
when he couldn't do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the problem's Purdy. I think Purdy, he's a young quarterback. He's had some bad games this year, but he's been running for his life most of the season. And Trent Williams, we talked about this the other day, Steiny. I mean, Trent Williams is a big disappointment. He was one of the leaders on the team, and he holds out, and he comes in completely out of shape. I feel for him, what he's going through right now, but as far as what I think, he was a big disservice to this team. He was one of the leaders of the team, and what somebody said earlier, where has been the leadership on this team? It seems like there is no leadership, and that starts with Mr. Shanahan.
No doubt. Thanks, Dennis.
Hey,
Dennis, we got to go, but you're right. You're right on the money. All right. Kyle Shanahan is going to talk to the media in the next hour. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, is going to talk to the media in the next hour. We'll have it as soon as it's available. We'll give you Kyle Shanahan. It'll probably be sometime between 11 and 12 when Kyle Shanahan talks, and we will get it immediately when that occurs. So don't go anywhere. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the 49ers getting beat 12-6 last night in Levi Stadium. What are you thinking, 49er fans? Where do we go from here? That segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our LifeSource water. And now, when you buy LifeSource, we will pay your sales tax. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. And soon.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I've been telling you for months, Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we like to have fun on this show, and I like to joke around, but trust me when I say this in all seriousness, Niners are in shambles. 49ers are in shambles right now.
Don't look like a quick fix. Speaking of friends, we're enemies right now, though, because we're going head-to-head in the fantasy playoffs. You had Juwan Jennings last night.
And Moody.
Oh,
Purdy doesn't throw that interception. Moody's going to hit another 55-yarder.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers all but eliminated last night after a 12-6 loss to the Rams. They don't score a touchdown. The Rams moved the ball effectively enough when they had to. Brock Purdy, not very good. Debo Samuel, not very good. It was a game that looked similar to a lot of games this year where they just didn't make enough or any winning plays when it really mattered.
And we had the one caller, Stoney, I think he was from Marin. He just talked about, and we've talked about it, Kyle Shanahan and company, Lynch saying that there wasn't an O-lineman worthy in last year's draft to go in the first round, and that's why they didn't, address that position, the O-line. But then Acho saying also, too, Stoney, about, the picks. And I'm just looking at the first-round picks under Kyle and John, Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, McGlinchey. You hit on Bosa, Kinlaw, Ayuk, and Trey Lance. That's a big, if this is a big fix, a big project, which I think it's going to be, and I'm just wondering, Stoney, they got to do better in the first round. And I know they got Pearsall last year, but he hadn't pretty much helped you at all, and we know why. But, man, this thing might not be a quick fix.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the way I look at this game is, last night the 49ers were eliminated.
Couldn't do squat.
What did we really learn last night? Everything that happened last night we've been questioning all year long. Whether it's Purdy's production, whether it's what's going on with Debo Samuel, whether it's this defense has trouble stopping the run, whether it's this offense has not looked as explosive as it has in the past, whether it's the special teams have taken a step back. I mean, the way I look at it, and this has got to be Kyle Shanahan, or at least in his domain. You didn't get any better this year. From week one till now, you didn't get better. And if you want to blame the injuries, you can blame the injuries. But I'm always going to be the guy who says that really the injuries didn't start until the season was already on the wrong track. You missed McCaffrey for 8 games. Other than McCaffrey, I mean, you had everybody. Ayuk for the first 6 or 7. I mean, you weren't good when you were as healthy as you've been at any point in the season. When it was early in the season and you were relatively healthy, you weren't a good football team.
Yeah.
So, nothing changed last night to me other than the Niners got eliminated.
Well, for me, it did, and I'll tell you how. I thought, Stoney, they had a button, and you get this button when you're the champs. And you're not the NFL champs, but you're the NFC champs. And I thought, as long as the math was there and Greenlaw coming back, like I did with McCaffrey, and it didn't pop like I thought it would. But, Stoney, I was kind of in denial thinking, you know what, if they get this game, if somehow they get this game, I know a lot's gone wrong. They've dealt with loss. They've dealt with injury. But you know what? They ain't going out like this. And to see that defense come out flying around with Greenlaw, who, again, I know didn't finish the game, Stoney, I'm sitting there at halftime. They're a play away maybe. And if they can right the ship, nobody's going to – I text that to a few of my friends. You might not want to – and they just couldn't make the play. And the backbreaker was he beat Ward. Nakua's throw, Stafford made it, and Purdy threw the interception. And Stoney, on the interception, it looked like he was just trying to put his all into it just to throw it, and not, you know what I mean? He just threw it up there like there was nothing there but Rams. And it was a big interception, and you didn't get the ball back.
Let's go to Michelle in Pittsburgh.
Hey.
What's going on, Michelle? How you doing?
I'm good.
I just want to put my perspective on the team this year.
All right.
Just from the beginning of the year, just watching them play, I kind of felt that we wasn't going to make the playoffs just with the injuries and everything else that was going on. And I just feel like we need a lot of work. First off, that special teams is just horrible. That's just ridiculous. Kyle needs to revamp that special teams. Defense has been off and on this year. The offensive line needs a lot of work. She got to get that offensive line together. Yeah, some of it has been Purdy's fault, but at the same time, sometimes he doesn't even have a chance to even get the ball out because he's getting too much pressure. And I think we need to get rid of some of our key players, players that we probably really don't want to see go, but I think it's time. We need to revamp this team a little bit.
Yeah.
Get some younger players, newer players. And, man, it's just been not our year.
No, it hasn't been. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate the call.
And how do you fix it? And then what do you do first?
The first thing you do is, let's see, you cut Campbell, probably.
That should be happening any minute.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners all but eliminated yesterday with a 12-6 loss to the Los Angeles Rams. And, I mean, if you look at the yardage totals in that game, the Rams essentially had 300. You had 200.
It was a punt fest, man.
The L.A. Rams ran the ball down your throat with a game on the line. And this defensive line is supposed to be a strength of the team. I mean, where was Bosa last night?
He's been where he's been all season, Stoney. He was out there, but not making a big impact. So, again, you can't mention the Niners. I guess you can without saying injury, but, he was out there. The jersey was out there, but,
where
he wasn't causing ruckus, and that's and a guy that's getting paid the amount that he's getting, Stoney, I just hold him to his standards. Defensive Player of the Year in the past, and I'm just like, I haven't seen that all year from him.
This was Shanahan on the offensive woes.
Not good enough. I thought we played good enough to win, obviously on defense and special teams, but we just definitely didn't play good enough on offense. I thought the main thing, didn't get the run game going, which was huge. I thought that was the difference in the two offenses. They got the run game going better than we did, and we had a couple opportunities there in the pass game that, I think could have led to 14 points, and didn't have a lot of them, but we had definitely had a couple and didn't make those, and that's what it led to.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan talking about last night.
Can I give you a nugget, Stoney?
Yeah.
The Niners didn't get in the red zone the whole game.
Yeah, so they didn't have any red zone issues.
None. Well, man, think about that.
Well, maybe they were trying to get big plays because they knew once they got inside the red zone, it would guarantee only 3 points. So they really tried to score from the 21 and out, I guess.
Man.
The one part, and look, it's easy to say now, but I've been feeling it forever. They never had a button.
Right.
They never had a button.
But I thought they did, and I don't think I'm by myself, but you are right.
They just,
man,
this team was not good this year. They were not good. They just weren't.
But we're talking about the opportunity that was on national TV last night, in front of the nation.
Well,
even though the Bears were a top 10 defense, and I know it was the Bears, I was like, okay, was it 38 really? Did they?
Bears.
Okay, they're turning the corner, and you're right.
Okay.
That's how I feel now. That's how I feel.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, your biggest takeaway from that disappointing game last night. Is it Brock Purdy? Is it the injuries? Is it Shanahan? Is it Campbell? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Sports at the heart.
Rams start this drive from the 33. Stafford going deep downfield, and he's got Nakua to the 16-yard line. Puka Nakua got freebie. Jamarius Ward, biggest play of the night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Kyle Shanahan is talking to the media. We'll have that within the hour, addressing all kinds of issues. Just real quick, some of the a nugget or two. Dre Greenlaw has an Achilles issue, Achilles/knee. He's day-to-day, and
so that wasn't a pitch count last night. He got hurt?
Yeah, he got a little bit banged up.
Man, I was thinking he was on a pitch count.
And I think that's another reason why the Devondre Campbell quitting on the team hurt so much.
Well, D. Winters got hurt too, and that's who he was supposed to come in for.
This from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, and we don't have to go this extreme, but it's part of the equation. It's Shanahan. I'm sorry, why would you cut Campbell? The dude held up a mirror to the team and locker room. Kyle's not a leader. Dude has no answers, no adjustments in game. They stopped playing for this guy. Put yourself in Campbell's shoes, gave everything all year, and then they just asked him to step back and hold on while they gave Greenlaw a spin.
Let's talk about that.
Well, look, Devondre Campbell quitting is a bad reflection on Devondre Campbell to me. It's a bad reflection on his teammates. It's a bad reflection on Kyle Shanahan. It's a bad look for the organization and John Lynch. It's a bad look for everybody.
Wow.
And I get it. We can all be angry at Devontae Campbell, but for whatever reason, 50 guys couldn't keep him in the fold. And teams that are together managed to do that somehow.
Well, I got to run this by you since we're on that topic. I got a friend, Skip, and he just sent me this text, right? Very thought-out guy. Sonny, he says he feels like the Niner players don't respect Kyle. I don't believe that, and I told him as much. But then I thought about Debo. Why would he make those comments or send that tweet if he's not worried about the possible blowback? And for that matter, I know Kyle, I believe Kittle wasn't trying to disrespect Kyle or the team, but to say what you said, that you were open in that forum, I'm starting to, like, if I double back, are those instances to where one can make an argument that they were like, I don't care what my management thinks. I'm saying what I say, regardless of where the chips fall.
Yeah, it's a sign of a team that's not together.
But why?
Because they're frustrated. They're losing. They're pointing fingers. They're doing everything that a mediocre and poor football team do, that we talked about for 5 years and mocked because we didn't think it could happen to our team. And the reality is, when you don't win, it happens to every team.
And before you grab the next call, this is just me. I can't believe, and I don't know, and I don't believe you do either. I don't know the inner workings of an NFL team, but Steiny, when I hear my teammates call me and people on the post game call me a sucker and call me ignorant, how the hell have we not got the news that this guy's been cut off the team?
I mean,
is there a scenario to where he's playing next week?
I don't.
Then I would really be offended if I'm a Niner fan.
I mean, honestly, that one doesn't. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, but my point is, there's got to be a penalty.
I'm sure there will.
You quit on the team.
I'm sure there will be. Just relax.
All right,
just relax.
By the way, Kyle Shanahan at the podium minutes ago just said that he does not expect Devondre Campbell to be with the team in Week 16.
Okay. Yeah. All right. There. Thank you, Evan.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fleas in Oakland. Thank you so much, Evan. Appreciate that. We needed that.
Yeah. Flea.
That had all the makings of an issue.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Flea.
I'm gonna tell you like this. It's been 3 years. We went to 2 Super Bowls, a championship. Guys is tired, man. We all human beings. I ain't gonna even get on Debo today. He'll be back next year. Hopefully they just hungry next season. Purdy, that's a question mark. We already know Purdy can't play in cold weather or rainy games. You know, he's a small guy. Physically, he's not a big guy. So that's the only question mark. But I'm not even mad at the team. We didn't win 2 Super Bowls, lost them, championship game. And I don't even think it's Shannon. He lost a lot of great coordinators. If any of the fans listening, he lost a lot of coaches, great coordinators, great defensive coordinators. The team is, this is what happens when you get a 5-year run at the highest level. Guys get injured, guys get hurt, guys start dropping balls. But at the end of the day, you got to just reboot. They need this time off this season. They need a good summer. They don't need to play, another extra 4-5 games, in the Super Bowl and going through that. Sometimes you got to go and take a vacation. We all human beings. If any of the fans listen, we human. We need time off. We got to reboot. We got to reflect on where we was at. Then return back bigger and better. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we keep a lot of the guys. Debo will be back next season. Purdy is probably the only question mark. And some of the defensive linemen. But outside of that, we need a year off, man. We didn't have
Appreciate it, Flea. I want to get into some of this sound because we're talking about Devondre Campbell. Didn't go into the game last night and said he didn't want to play and then walked to the sidelines. I believe it was in the early fourth quarter, late third. This is what Kyle Shanahan said last night about what went on with Devondre Campbell.
Happened with Devondre Campbell. He didn't play and he went into the locker room at some point.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So.
During the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Has that ever happened to you where a player said they didn't want to play in a game?
No.
He got demoted for this game, right? I mean, he was not going to play.
No, he was gonna go in when Dre came out.
Will you release Devondre Campbell?
We'll figure out something, but I don't know that right now.
Did he give you any reason why he didn't want to play today?
No.
Campbell, I mean, to hear a player say, I don't want to play today, does that create dissension, especially knowing that at this point in the season, with the type of season that this has started out to be, you kind of need as much camaraderie as possible to be successful? Does that create dissension amongst the team, or did it not really affect anyone? Did no one really notice?
People notice, but when someone says that, you move on. You don't deal with that anymore.
All right, so that was what Kyle Shanahan said last night in the wake of the 49ers losing the game. This is from just moments ago. Shanahan was once again asked about Devondre Campbell. This is what Kyle Shanahan said just moments ago.
Kyle, what are your plans to do with Devondre Campbell?
We're working through the semantics of exactly how to deal with it. But, I mean, you guys heard from me last night. You guys heard from our players. Like, his actions from the game is just it's not something you can do to your team or your teammates and still expect to be a part of our team. So we're working through exactly the semantics of it right now, but we'll handle the situation appropriately.
Has there been any contact with him, Kyle? Has he further explained if anything was going on, why he did that?
No.
Kyle, when Fred had to leave in the, second quarter for a snap, Flanagan Fowles went in instead of Campbell to replace him. I mean, did you have any sense before that something may have been off with Devondre, or just why didn't he go in it for that snap and why did Flanagan Fowles replace Fred?
Just because he wasn't by the teammates at all and was distant from everyone. I didn't notice till the third quarter when Dre came out and D went in. And then I got on the defense headset and asked what was going on. And then the coaches told me, and then I addressed Devondre and found out. And it was pretty simple to see how he was. And then we moved on with our lives after that.
All right, so that's what Kyle Shanahan said today to the media about Devondre Campbell. Man. I mean, I believe it sounds very, very premeditated. And that's the part that I actually...
It's all weak.
Well, it's all weak, but so I think there's a big difference here between a guy who doesn't play in the heat of the moment and he's frustrated and he does something that he later regrets.
Scottie Pippen.
I feel like Devondre Campbell knew 5 hours before the game that he was going to do something like this. And to me, that's an entirely different sign of egregiousness. I mean, when, if something happens during a game and you quit, all right, that's not good. And you leave your teammates hanging. But if you think about doing something 5 hours before a game and you know what it's going to do to your teammates, that tells me was a bigger issue with Devondre Campbell, and it makes me wonder, how did it all come down over the course of the season. Like, you can't tell me the team didn't know that he was fuming about something.
Well, the one guy that gave him some love was the guy that got hurt that he was supposed to go in for, D. Winters. Donnie, I don't know if you heard it, but he said he had been a leader. He didn't throw him under the bus like we heard other players, and rightfully so, but I wonder if he's hurt his career. Like, what other
I'm
team
sure he has.
Like, what explanation? And now that, the premeditated word is being thrown out there, I mean, who would want that on their squad, man? Boy.
Let's go to Tom and Rodeo. What's up, Todd? How you doing, man? I'm Tom. Sorry, Tom.
Hey, guys. It's Carlos.
All right.
I don't
What's
know
up,
how
Carlos?
we heard that.
All right.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. Enjoy the show, you guys. I'm a big Lojo and Dibs fan.
All right.
I just wanted to call in and agree with you, Steiny. I don't think we've seen anything new last night. I think it was just confirmed last night.
No doubt.
If you know what I mean.
Yep.
Everything is the Rams just showed us who we really were. The faithful just wanted to hang in there. And I don't know. The team, Belichick and Brady didn't win a Super Bowl every season. You know what I mean? But when they lost, they were still in it. And that's what I kind of want from my Niners.
Right.
And I feel like when the Niners lose, it looks really bad. And I think we're we need some direction. I don't think getting rid of Shanahan or Lynch, I don't think that's needed. But I don't know. We need some kind of change. Maybe Shanahan reel it in a little bit for the guys. And I agree with that caller saying the guys are tired. I'm like emotionally tired, and I never played a snap on the field. You know what I mean? Even from last year. So
yeah.
I get the tiredness because, I don't know. It's hard to see. I'm a lifelong fan, but that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the call.
You know what I thought about when Tom said that?
What's that?
Steve Young's comments about how last year was they squandered a big opportunity, and I don't want to promote fear here, but Steiny, on my bingo card, and it happens naturally in sports, this has been a great run. I wonder if if this is the end of an era, or the Niners as we know it in regard to being Billy Badass and being ahead of everybody offensively and defensively. Stafford threw the ball 27 times last night with Bosa in the game, did get sacked once. Sometimes, naturally, you have to hit the reset. And sometimes you don't know when to do it. But I'm wondering, with Ayuk and McCaffrey and the question marks with their availability and now
Trent.
and Greenlaw, and Bosa needing help on the D-line and the O-line needing help, if an off season is enough for you to find the remedy for all the problems that ail you.
Debo Samuel obviously dropped a pass that looked like it could have gone to the end zone.
Touchdown.
The score was 3-3 midway through the third quarter. And, of course, Debo Samuel had complained on Twitter that he wasn't getting the ball enough. This is Debo Samuel on what happened. This is from last night, and this is via KTVU.
Very, very frustrating. Like, at the end of the day, it's their ball. It's nothing there but the end zone. At the end of the day, just got to catch that rock.
I mean, you do that in the past.
Just like seeing the moment, came across the middle and see nothing but the end zone. At the end of the day, got to look the ball in and go score.
How much did weather impact you guys in that first half?
We got here, we was kind of expecting the rain. That's why a lot of guys wore studs, but didn't really impact it too much. We like to run the ball, so this is what we do. But it kind of limited, what we can do in the passing game a little bit.
Were the Rams doing anything in particular that was stopping the runs at all? Or?
No, I don't think so.
On that drop, your reaction, is that probably the pinnacle of your frustration this season?
I was more frustrated than anything that I even dropped the rock.
I mean, how nice was the ball that Purdy gave you?
Pretty good ball.
Were you happy with the game plan and how they were trying to get you involved tonight?
Yeah. At the end of the day, they didn't come out with the win, so we just got to be better.
I saw George talking to you in the locker room. Was he just giving you words of encouragement?
At the end of the day, George is George. He came over. He was like, man, I didn't see you make that play a million times. Don't let it eat you up. But I feel like I made that play. I think we win the game.
All right, that's Debo Samuel from last night.
You can make that case.
And
they didn't ask him about the boo birds, and I wonder if he got booed and people booed Stoney because of what he did leading up to the game.
You think?
Well, no doubt.
I think that was certainly a part of it. Although you could be, even if he doesn't send that tweet and he drops that ball,
I wonder.
It's just the culmination of a real subpar season for him anyway. The fact that he complained on Twitter just adds another level to it. But the reality of the situation is he's another one that didn't have a good year.
If you told me Ayuk wasn't injured, I'd really believe these would probably be the last 3 games of Debo's career. But now that nobody knows what's going on with Ayuk, and he's got a lot going on, Stoney, with that injury. I wonder if that keeps him in town.
Not sure. Let's go out to Alex in Atlanta. We just talked about, we just heard from Debo Samuel on the drop pass. That's what Alex wants to talk about. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Well, gentlemen, I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't feeling very deflated this morning. But look, that Debo Samuel drop was kind of a perfect metaphor for the 49ers season this year, because I think across the board you can point to a lot of guys this season and even leading up to this season who dropped the ball. With Brandon Ayuk going out, Debo Samuel had an opportunity to really establish himself as a guy who can be a number 1 wide receiver in this league. And he's had a subpar season, so he's dropped the ball on that front. I think Brock Purdy had an opportunity not only last night, but throughout this year to show that, hey, even when he's missing, offensive weapons, he can be, an elite quarterback in this league, and he dropped the ball throughout the year. Kyle Shanahan, when it came to game planning last night, George Kittle, Jawan Jennings, they both looked like they were having good games to start that game, and Kyle Shanahan kept trying to force feed the ball to Debo, and that clearly wasn't working. So he dropped the ball on that front. So I think, I agree with one of your earlier callers that this is a good opportunity for the Niners to really do a lot of reevaluation of certain pieces they have right now, get rest. I would shut down the majority of the starters for the rest of the year if possible. I don't think you need to risk injury to anyone major at this point. So, rest Purdy, rest Kittle, rest Bosa, rest Williams, and really go into this offseason trying to address a lot of the shortcomings on this team, and maybe talk to Kyle Shanahan about reining him in and maybe taking some play calling duties off his plate.
Maybe, yeah. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Alex.
Thank you.
It was well said. Well said. As it relates to Shanahan, if he deserves as much criticism as anybody, he does. But my question is, okay, so what do you do? If you're going to hold the players accountable and you need to hold the coach accountable, what does that look like outside of firing him? Can you ask him to go about things differently? We had Acho on Goo. He said schematically, Shanahan's got to do more. Well, I got to believe he can. That's within something that he can control.
But it's getting concerning that we're down the road and we haven't seen it. Now, last week, there was some different stuff that he dialed up, screens to Kittle, but moving forward, that's why I thought there was a button, Stoney. I thought he could also go in the lab and kind of change this or tweak it. But the bottom line is, if we're going to come down Brock Purdy's road, how much blood is on Kyle's hand for maybe not putting Brock in this whole offense in a better situation? Maybe Debo's not done. Maybe this is a byproduct of Kyle not adapting.
Well, I don't believe that as it relates solely to Debo.
Well, you got a major decision coming up with him then.
I just made a note of it. I got 3 players listed here: George Kittle, Jawan Jennings, and Diamador Lenore.
Okay.
They had the best seasons of any Niner.
Right.
No other player had a good year.
Yeah.
No other player had a good year. I'll give Pooney had a good rookie year.
And Garindo.
Yeah.
Well, when you called on him.
Whatever. Didn't impact winning or losing. I'm not mad at the list.
But just think about what you just said. There's 22 positions, and you named 3.
Exactly.
What about Moody?
No, he didn't have a good year. Oh, my God. McCaffrey, Ayuk, Pearsall, Debo, Bosa, Warner, now. They just played. I don't know if it's below their standard anymore.
And
it was below their standard from last year, but maybe this is who they are. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How's it going over there?
Doing well.
All right, great to hear. So I just got a quick question I want to ask you guys.
All right.
So I know there's a lot of questions on the futures of Debo Samuel, Trent Williams, Ward, and all these guys. I want to say, do you feel like the most disappointing do you feel like the way it ended with Harbaugh and them not winning a championship is more disappointing, or this core of Niner players not being able to win a Super Bowl? That's all I got.
Yeah, that's good.
You guys.
Good question.
Well, I got my answer is this one because they had two opportunities. John had one.
Yeah,
lost NFC championship.
I mean,
but
what I also remember is the 49ers were 7-4 Harbaugh's last year, and they ended up 8-8.
Yeah.
So they lost 4 out of their last 5 games. So that told me that they were a team that was on the decline if the playoffs would have happened, which they didn't. So, I mean, this year was way more of a disappointment from the start of the season than that year. I mean, this year was, oh, my God.
Yeah, and I was listening to the guys.
A terrible year.
Yeah, no doubt. The season from hell.
Yeah.
Now, I was listening to the guys in the morning.
by themselves.
And they had brought up, Bonte had brought up that Brock currently is playing the worst football out of all the quarterbacks in his own division. But Acho said, how many times when you're going to battle, Steiny, because you always told me, Guru, they got Mahomes. I thought Purdy superseded a lot of quarterbacks, but when you're talking about winning the top tier quarterbacks, the way he's playing right now or this season, and I know the other two were better than this one, Steiny, how many times is Brock Purdy going to be better than the quarterback he's facing when it's when it's a playoff type of game? Like, that changed for me, and I'm dealing with that. And I can admit it, I backed up the truck, but I know it was drizzling or it was raining last night, but conditions, I mean, he was off.
Yes, sir. The whole team's been off from week 1 to week 15. They never got anything going.
And
never.
Yeah. The question
they
is
played one good quarter against the Cowboys. They never put a full game together.
Well, they went up 20 on Seattle on that Thursday night when we were at the veranda. Almost
we can focus on the high points, but I think we all know we'd be kidding ourselves. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners all but eliminated. I think I saw they have a 0.1% chance.
Well, let's go.
1/10 of 1%.
That should just be 0. Right?
Well, no, it gives you the opportunity to say the math is still there.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, looking back, we realize
play is not there.
Now, looking back, we realize the math was never there.
No.
888-957-9570. It's coming up next on the game. It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
Experience the unbeatable performance, quality, and
not a championship level team right now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking about last night's 12-6 49er loss to the Rams. They're all but eliminated this year from the postseason, and it kind of puts an exclamation point on just an absolutely disappointing season for the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan talked to the media last night, obviously after the game. We heard a lot from him after the game.
He was somber, man.
Yeah, he just got done talking to the media on a conference call, and this is going to be Kyle Shanahan. It's about 8 minutes. This is from his conference call today with reporters, so he'll have updates on anything that this group of writers has asked him. So Kyle Shanahan, and once again, it's from today, just minutes ago.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Zaire Brown had a groin. Checked out pretty good, though. He'll be day-to-day. D. Winters, same thing with his neck. He'll be day-to-day also. Greenlaw with his Achilles/knee, checked out good, so he's just dealing with some soreness. So he should be good going forward. He'll be day-to-day, and that's it from the game.
Kyle, what are your plans to do with Devondre Campbell?
We're working through the semantics of exactly how to deal with it, but, I mean, you guys heard from me last night. You guys heard from our players. His actions from the game is just not something you can do to your team or your teammates and still have to be a part of our team. So we're working through exactly the semantics of it right now, but we'll handle the situation appropriately.
Has there been any contact with him, Kyle? Has he further explained if anything was going on, why he did that?
No.
Kyle, when Fred had to leave in the, second quarter for a snap, Flanagan Fowles went in instead of Campbell to replace him. I mean, did you have any sense before that something may have been off with Devondre, or just why didn't he go in it for that snap and why did Flanagan Fowles replace Fred?
Because he wasn't by the teammates at all and was distant from everyone. I didn't notice till the third quarter. And Dre came out and D went in, and then I got on the defense headset and asked what was going on. And then the coaches told me, and I addressed Devondre and found out. And it was pretty simple to see how he was, and then we moved on with our lives after that.
What's your perspective, just where the team is right now, and hope, and what your goals are, and what you want to accomplish the rest of the season, just to, basically in essence, set yourself up for 2025?
I want us to show up next week like we showed up for this game. I thought our guys came out ready to play. I thought they were extremely physical. I thought our guys battled. I don't think we played very well on offense. I thought there was a few key plays that we could have made that would have been the difference in the game. But I thought our guys sold out for that game, and I expect them to sell out here for these next 3 games. Every time we have on our uniform when we go out on the field, regardless of the situation, I expect us to play a certain way. That's the standard of how we do things, and if you can't play to that standard, make it easy for us and show us that, and we won't be a part of it.
I realize this has been happening all season, but will you start to work in younger players, less experienced players, with an eye toward 2025?
Anybody has an opportunity that we think can help us going forward and stuff. We would definitely do that, but I think you kind of said in your question, we've already been doing that. We are playing a lot of young players right now, and a lot of guys got their opportunities early because of injuries, and they're continuing to get it. So there's not a lot of options there after that, but we're going to just keep playing the guys to give us the best chance to win every week, and what we plan on doing.
Kyle, do you expect? What have you seen from Jacob Cowing as a returner? It seems like he's come really close to breaking one, and he actually did a really good job in the hidden yardage department last night. What have you seen from him as a returner, and what has led to him getting more snaps?
We've seen him really in the last month. We felt take a step forward in his returning. He missed that game with a concussion, and when we came back from that, we felt like he's been close. We think he's improved throughout this year and finishing strong right now, and hopefully he'll finish even stronger in these next 3 games.
Kyle, now that you can look back on it just by several hours ago, was Dre Greenlaw's performance last night maybe even a little more amazing than you thought at first glance?
I thought it was pretty amazing at first glance, and so kind of just confirmed it. Dre's he's an amazing player, and it's not the first time he did that. And a few years ago, I think 21 it was. I'm pretty sure it's 21. His first game that he got hurt in week 1 versus Detroit, and the next time he played was in week 17 versus the Rams when we needed to win that to go to the playoffs. And that game, I thought he had one of the best games I've ever seen from a linebacker play, and it was looking a lot like that last night too, exactly the same. It was just only a half of football, but it was amazing.
Kyle, what gives you hope for a better season in 2025?
I'll talk about 2025. When we get to 2025, but you have hope every year. You put together the best team possible. You go in practice, and you go out there and you battle. So that's what you do every single offseason. You figure out how to get the best players possible through free agency and the draft. You try to keep your best players as possible. You go to work, and you show for week 1.
Kyle, just to be clear, you don't expect Devondre Campbell to be in the team week 16 and beyond?
No, I don't.
Kyle, what had been your assessment of how Devondre played this year and kind of how he fit in previous to what happened last night?
We were needing a starting caliber linebacker to fill in for Dre until he could get back. We didn't know how long that would be. I thought he had some ups and downs throughout the year. I thought he started off slow. I thought he got more used to our defense and how we expected people to play, and I thought he improved throughout the year.
Kyle, to play an entire game and not get in the red zone, has that happened before in your career as a play caller, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't remember. I've been doing it for a long time.
Kyle, after the game, when you talked about Brock's interception, it almost sounded like you felt like he made the right read. Brock said that, on second down, he wished he had just checked it down. But at the time he let go of that ball, did you think that was the right decision that he made?
Yeah, I think you got to put yourself in the quarterback's shoes. When you have a remote in your hand, you can see it all. You got a zoning corner who's bailing a little bit and never want to throw that, as we'd say, when the receiver's chasing a ghost. But there is a pass rush and stuff. He's holding the safety, and when you look out there, the corner did buckle, and that's why there was some contact, which slowed Juwan down because the corner did stop on the double move and collided with Juwan. That's why he couldn't get back going and catch up to the ball. So, when you get a cover 3 and they're off, you'd love to get to a check down. There's a much better percentage of it, but that's not so easy. So I understand why he threw it. So I wish I didn't call it. So there wasn't any indecision. Had an opportunity, but corner ended up making a good play, and we didn't get it done.
Kyle, after the game, Debo was obviously frustrated with his performance. What did you see from his performance after looking at the film, and did you have any chance to talk to him at all after the game?
No, I didn't get a chance to talk to him after the game, but I think it was pretty obvious. Debo did the best of his opportunities, and the best opportunity he had, he didn't look the ball in and got too excited probably trying to score, and he had the same route earlier in the game out of the backfield on a 1st and 10 where he gained about 6 yards, and on this one they blitzed, so he had a good look and look it in and had a big drop. So that was about it.
Kyle, is there any update with Trent Williams and whether what he plans to do the next few games?
He's trying to get back, but it's been a frustrating injury for him. It hasn't healed like here we would like. Hopefully it can, having these 10 more days before our next game, hopefully that gives a better chance. But, Trent's doing everything he can to get back, but he is injured. And with the injury, there is a chance he will get back. It has to start recovering, and it's been a lot slower than anticipated.
Kyle, did you tell Devondre to go to the locker room after you talked to him?
No, I didn't.
He just went on his own?
I'm not sure exactly what led to him leaving the field, but once I found out he wasn't playing, I moved on to people who we could count on.
Nick Bosa came out of the game fine, I'm assuming, since he wasn't on the injury report.
Yeah, no report of anything today, so it was awesome to get Nick back, and he really helped us, and it was good signs that they didn't tell me about anything today. All right,
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan just moments ago. He met with the media on a conference call, 8 minutes long. He addressed most of the things that happened last night, including Devondre Campbell walking off the field. And he said they're in the midst of figuring out what they're going to do with him. And he said, we got to figure out some semantics.
Yeah.
Which means just verbiage on how they're going to lose the guy.
I got to tell you, man, sitting down, not knowing what to expect last night, it felt like a playoff game. You even put on the Vine, this is a good game. I mean, it was ugly, but, there were stakes involved. And, Stoney, I got to say something. I got to double back. I talked about, and I take the L, there was no button. But there was a button that the defense hit, and they were activated. And I know anybody out there can go to the fourth quarter once that interception happened and 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. The Rams just put on a master class on how to, run the clock out, 3rd and 4. Parkinson's, nobody even's guarding him, and he's wide open. He gets the first down to clinch it. But, Stoney, I got to say this, and I'm ready to say it about the season. The Niners' offense is the biggest culprit on why they didn't reach their goals. And the defense has more of a injury excuse if you're into that. But last night, they were flying around. They had Stafford, who had scored 40 points on Buffalo. I mean, they didn't get their first down until the second quarter. Like, it was good enough for the team to almost win going away. I know sports don't work that way, but there's no way I can watch that game after I turned the TV off thinking, okay, both were equally as bad. The offense and the defense was balling out, and I'm sitting here thinking if somebody offensively can make a play, maybe the Niners win this game and you got action. But there's one play when we talk about early on in the game, Stoney, in the first half, when we talk about Kyle, how much is he a part of this? A 3rd and 6, and they dial up a handoff to Debo Samuel. Like, that was offensive to me. And, of course, it went for nothing. But I'm thinking to myself, how in the holy hell can you call a 3rd and 6 with Brock Purdy, Kittle, Debo, Jennings in conditions and decide that that's the play you want? And that was just a stain, Stoney. And collectively, this was probably one of the worst offensive performances of the season as a whole. But I don't know if you remember that 3rd and 6, let's give it to Debo. And the Rams snuffed that crap out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, when I look at this team and you want to...
I don't know why I just thought of that play. I wrote it down.
If you want to point blame and you want to say, well, it's 40 offense, 40 defense, 20 special teams, I'm not going to argue with you. If you want to say it was 50% the offense, 30% the defense, 20% special teams, I'm not going to argue with you. But if we're going to talk specifically about the defense, I mean, what if
they ran out of gas?
Well, if they were so great, the time of possession was a blowout. It was a blowout.
But you know how that works when you're going 3 and out like the Niners did, and the Rams did too. But you know what I mean? They found a groove. That 5 minutes, that 5:20 was big, and I see where you're going. But it was 3-3 at half to a prolific offense. That's what I'm calling the Rams offense. And Stoney, at some point, they need help. Well, and they didn't get it from their offense. And that's been a consistent theme this season. And I think last night, real quick, this is the time to call it out. That D played well enough into the fourth quarter. They were begging for the offense to make a play, and they just couldn't.
I mean, I'm not going to challenge you on the offense, but I will say this. When you're playing in a game and it's 6-3, all right, so nobody's scoring.
Yeah.
The bottom line is your defense gave up 3 scores in the fourth quarter. And that's been what's happening all year long. Nobody's saying, well, the defense lost them the game. But the reality of the situation is, over the course of this season, last night's game was the same game we've seen them lose 4 times. And both sides of the ball had opportunities to win games with the big play. And last night, the offense couldn't score. They had an opportunity. Debo didn't catch a ball. And then outside of that, they had nothing offensively. Defensively, they came out, played a great first half, great into the third quarter.
Yeah.
And they needed They needed the defense to either be, either play shutout football or they needed the 49ers to score more points. And it's been one or the other all year long for this team. They just have not played complimentary football.
And I love the reporter, I forget his name, who asked Kyle, have you ever coached a team that didn't get in the red zone? Like, they didn't even get in the – just think about that. That's how inept the offense was. And the million dollar question moving forward, Steiny, is why? And I do believe Kyle's a part of it. So whatever they plan on doing just next week, I just watched that game and I felt bad for the defense. Like, man, the Greenlaw went out and things kind of changed a bit. And then you had the Campbell situation and watching the game in real time. I didn't know what was going on, but I was like, that is one that's really got to hurt to where you did the defense no favors, man. None.
Let's go to Shante in San Francisco. Shante in San Francisco. What's going on, my man? Shante.
It's a lady.
Hey, how you doing?
Guys.
How are you doing?
Thank you for taking my call. Just listening to, I had some points I wanted to say, and listening to Kyle's press conference, he made my points. Kyle is a good coach, and Guru, you made this point talking about his play calling. He's not a good offensive coordinator. I think we've seen that. It's up for debate. I don't think he's going to give that up. If we want to continue to move forward, making these kinds of calls with him at both, we're going to be another Dallas Cowboy, Jerry Jones franchise where we're just going to be stuck with Kyle and, genius play. That's number one. Number two, this whole Purdy debate, I know he's a nice guy. Apparently, this is why people are just soft with him, but he is not the answer. He is not the answer. Nice guy. I know he's a sentimental favorite. He can't throw in the rain. All the Mother Nature elements must be perfect. And if that's the case for him, that's problematic. He's not a $60 million man. I don't care what the market is. And if Niners going to make that decision, we're going to be another 10 years in this drought with him. That's on Purdy. And the last point I want to make is on defense. Sorensen has been a nightmare. Everyone had all the smoke for Wilkes on week 3. Sorensen with just about the same players. Granted, there are injuries, but what is going on? Like, this man, where is he? Is he even there? What is he even doing? The defense is dismal. And so this is where we are. This is where we're going to be. And if the Niners continue with this Kyle Shanahan, offensive coordinator, guru, genius play caller, we're going to be where we are. And hey, we're faithful, so I guess we got to deal with it. Thanks, guys.
Great call.
Appreciate the call.
Wow.
This is just...
He said a lot.
This is just, to me, what I'm going to say is an indication of, there is so much blame to go around that, like, there's literally dozens of guys. And I was thinking about this, another kind of microcosm of their season. Just one particular play.
Yeah.
And the Rams tie it 6-6, and it's early in the fourth. And the 49ers have the ball 1st and 10, and Purdy throws a 6-yard pass to Debo Samuel, and they should be looking at 2nd and 4.
Oh, flag.
But Kittle holds, and now they're 1st and 20 at the 10. 1st and 20 at the 10. And guess what? Then they go 3 and out on that possession, and they have to punt the ball back. Am I blaming Kittle? No, absolutely not. But when it's a comprehensive failure like that, you can't, and in a 6-6 game, you can't be 1st and 20. You're not going to get a first down in a game like last night when it's 1st and 20, and then they kick a field goal to tie the game, and you go 4 and out or whatever it was, 3 and out. You can't stave off any momentum. Well, you needed to at least push the ball down the field a little so you could punt and pin them back, but they couldn't.
Yeah. And we saw the Rams get the ball off a good punt from the Niners at the 2-yard line. They drove enough to eat up clock, but to change field position. Now, I will say, to your point, Stoney, I saw it. It's factual. But how many times did that on the flip side help you? The Rams would have been at the 1-yard line, but there were holding calls, and that enabled the Rams from getting touchdowns and have to settle for field goals. So it goes both ways. But again, Stoney, I hate to be a one-trick pony, and I hear you, Shante. That game last night in the elements, Purdy was 14 of 31. 9 targets to Jawan Jennings. They've been making sweet music all season. Only 2 receptions. Jawan had a couple I felt he should have held on, but Steiny, 2 of 9. And then you talk about if the elements is your thing that he can't throw in the rain. It just reminded me of the Green Bay playoff last year, Saturday night, and he was just off. Brock Purdy, and I'm starting to, and I can remember Mark Willard. We'll see him soon here. He kept saying, or he said, and I'm speaking for him, I'm paraphrasing, he doesn't think Debo, nothing's wrong with him. He's still the same. Then why is he ineffective? Why did Kittle get a 33-yard pass and then we didn't hear from him again? You know what I mean? Like, Steiny, where is that going? Why, if you got something working, why does this Niner offense not able to just continue to rub your face in it?
Because they're not good enough. They're not good enough to, like they used to be. My
words, execution.
They used to be a football team that teams knew that McCaffrey was going to run it 18 times and catch it 7, and they can't. I mean, you can go to Kittle, and then they'll make an adjustment. I don't know.
And Debo's 2 rush attempts, Donnie, netted 3 yards.
That many, huh?
I mean, throw that out. Like, again, and there are people there blocking or whatever, and there's nowhere to run, but I mean, who saw this and Ricky Pearsall, I will argue to the end until my time is out here on earth, that it's not him more so than being put the design of the play. You can't tell me this dude's doing something wrong not to be able to make contributions. And it doesn't help when your quarterback misses you.
Well, and it doesn't help when you miss the first 5 weeks of the season and you're a rookie wide receiver who's trying to figure out the league, and you're playing in a game against the Los Angeles Rams, who have won 7 of 9, and they're really good, and everything gets harder. I mean, you know, it's like, I know I'm just messing with you, but like when you say stuff like, well, who saw this coming? It's like a lot of people saw this coming. Seen it coming since week 2,
This
3,
ineptitude
4.
on offense, though?
Just losing, just not winning, not being good enough. They have, like, this is the only thing that kept people afloat with this team was the idea that they could somehow use their championship pedigree. But what all the evidence on the field over the course of the entire season, and particularly last night, showed me that, you know, and it's like, and I know we're just getting into it, but you say, you know, God, man, Debo makes that play and he goes in.
I mean, that's a touchdown.
That's great. Yeah. But you know what? They're still not making a run. They're still, this team has proven they were incapable of running off 3 or 4 wins in a row. They weren't good enough all season long. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about last night's game. What happened last night? How similar was it to the entire season? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Do you know the most important factor in your company's success? It's your people.
I mean, obviously this one hurts, and I'm just trying to comprehend it really still. Don't really know what the whole picture looks like, but we have a lot of guys in the locker room, man, that are going to continue to fight, including myself, for this organization and for our fan base and for each other more than anything to finish out the season in the right way and focus on one game at a time and see where we're at the end of it. So
now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Brock Purdy after last night's loss, 12-6 to the Rams. 49ers essentially eliminated from the postseason. And just a disappointing game last night. And just real quick, I was
take your time.
I was I was watching the game with my boy Dana.
Dana Ali.
You guys know he's a Packers fan, and he goes way back. And we watched that first half, and both of us are like, this is a great game.
Oh, I loved it.
I just thought it was a great throwback game, and I don't need 45-42.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And so that, in that game last night, Debo Samuel makes a catch.
You got to catch it. If you're going to talk crap, I want to say the S word. You got to catch that. Get out your head, man.
You got to catch it if you're never complaining.
Yeah, but what you did, you got to have one of your best games.
One of the things,
you can't drop a pick in a game like that.
One of the things that I think has happened to the Niners this year is
you can't drop a touchdown.
That when you get like Debo Samuel not catching that ball, it's -4. It's 4 points that you don't get.
And it changes everything. Maybe the Rams come out, their next offensive possession. You know what I mean, Steiny? Like, oh, boy, Stafford was awful early, and the Niners didn't give him anywhere to throw the ball. He couldn't hit the side of – I go, what's wrong with Matthew? But, man, that would have capitalized on the momentum that you had from the start. They looked like the old Niners defensively. And Greenlaw was looking like Ray Lewis. He was looking like the real Debo from Friday. Every tackle or pile, he was looking like what he was last year before he got hurt. And I just hate in our world, Steiny, when people boast and pound their chest and try to deflect what's really going on rather than just stand up and say, you know what, I ain't been playing well, I got to do better, and you drop a touchdown? I'm just saying that was a microcosm of Debo's season.
And so Debo cost him 4 points. And then Brock Purdy, when you're sitting on the 33-yard line and you throw an interception, that's -3 also because you were in field goal range. And I go back to the game, I can't even remember the game, where Mason fumbles deep in their territory.
The Arizona Cardinals, you're about to go up 9.
That's like a 10-point swing.
Yes.
It's the 7 you don't get and then the 3 you give up on the other end. And that happened so frequently this year for the Niners. And last night it happened again with they just left too many points on the board offensively all season long.
I do want to say this, and I'm with you and Dana because you put it on the thread. It was a great game, but Steiny, the rat on the table, and I'm going to do this until 2 o'clock. The rat on the table for me is, I've always said for Brock Purdy there were 2 scoreboards this season. I just can't ignore how he looked like Garoppolo on some throws. And then Ocho talking about Emmanuel Ocho from the facility, FS1, joining us, Steiny, like he had to cringe when Purdy had to do what he was doing, the Michael Jackson jumping up just to throw the ball over the line. Like, that's for another day, but that's more. I know Niner fans are like, Steiny, you and Dana could have fun all day. It was 3-3, but it was why it was 3-3. And they were going 3 and out left and right. High throws. He didn't have command at all yesterday, Brock Purdy.
Let's go to Daryl in D.C. What's going on, Daryl? How you doing, man? Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, no, you good, you guys. I'm just listening to your show. You're just doing great. I'm with you, Guru. To be honest with you, I don't think the 49ers is going to have a good season since the offseason. Since the offseason, the team has been in disarray. And to be honest with you, since the offseason, it was downhill. And from moving forward, I think the 49ers need to make tough decisions with Debo. I think they need to make tough decisions on how they're going to pay Brock Purdy. I think since he still got a year left, I think you don't pay him. I think you see what you got in him for one more year to see if he can be the guy. I would strongly consider Nick Bosa, Warner, Dre Greenlaw, all of these important pieces. At this point, you got to start to make the change. And the only way you're going to make the change is if you get these big players that are having these big contracts that are not producing at the level that you need. And I think it's about time for you to make the change and go younger. Because if you don't do that, you're going to end up in a Dallas Cowboys situation or worse, whereas you're holding on to these great players, but you're not getting anything in the back end. So me personally, I think the 49ers need to take a very good look at the roster, players that they need to bring back, go younger. And I also think that Kyle Shanahan, he needs to upgrade his play calling ability.
Yeah, if he can, and you'd like to think that he's got that in his arsenal, because Acho said that too. He said Kyle's got to scheme a little differently.
And I'm trying, and they never scripted for us, right? We meet, we talk about and react to what we saw last night. But Steiny, I'm just telling you, man, I'm looking at this Niner team, and if you're telling me Bosa's going to be the Bosa this season, and I'm judging him by his own standard, Defensive Player of the Year a few years back, the highest paid defensive player in the game, if you're telling me him being disruptive is predicated on help, I understand that. But now I'm scratching my head as to what could I get if we thought about moving him, if he's just going to be out there on an island and we're not going to be able to get home on many Sundays. There'll be some. I mean, everything's on the table. And then the last thing for me about the future, maybe the blessing in disguise, if you want to call it that, is the Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? When they walked off that field in the Super Bowl, I said I would give Brock Purdy $60 million. And I don't think many would argue because it was immaculate.
I did.
Oh, you did.
60, I made a bet on.
There's nothing that's going to pop off these next 3 games that's going to make this season as good as the last 2 for Brock. And maybe that's when you get to the table, you got leverage on, the first 2 were great, but we're really looking at what we just experienced and what you put on tape. Maybe you meet halfway and you don't bring the house down paying them. You got to stop, Steiner. You gave everybody their bread.
Steve in Oakland wants to talk 49ers. What'd you think of that game last night, Steve?
I was happy with it until I was happy with it until halftime, and then after that, the Niners just went downhill. But I just wanted to kind of say something everybody's been missing. Purdy is a system quarterback, and he's also a rhythm quarterback, and he hasn't had any rhythm. And his rhythm was Ayuk. And everybody kind of is missing that. Like Ocho said, Debo is not going to get you separation. And like you said, also after he makes a couple of passes to Kittle, they make an adjustment and nobody is really left. So it's no rhythm for him. I also think that Kyle needs to get another offensive coordinator, somebody that can enhance his system already. And I think they need to make whatever they need to do to get Robert Saleh back in the building, because the defense played for him, and also he knew how to get the best out of his players. And I think other than that, also what Emmanuel Ocho said was right. They need to get healthy and humble. And I think after that, we can begin to see a Niner team that we've begun to get used to in the last 5 years. But other than that, the offseason messed them all up. And Purdy, for needing rhythm, didn't even go into the season with rhythm.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And everybody go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call.
Well, Steiny, help me out. And I was going to tell Steve, I appreciate your take, but he had Ayuk and it wasn't good for anybody.
Ayuk was out of shape.
Well, for whatever reason, but his rhythm was there.
Whose?
It's supposed to be rhythm. Purdy's. We were coming in, did 4 shows on where's the production from Ayuk. So I'm just saying he said his rhythm, Purdy's, this about Purdy, his rhythm wasn't there. Ayuk was there and had one good half.
Right.
So that's...
Well, that I blame on Ayuk.
Okay. But even blame it or not, I would just tell him, it's not like Ayuk has been gone. We got a glimpse of Purdy and Ayuk, and still we're waiting.
Can we acknowledge that training camp matters?
I've never, man.
I mean, Ayuk stunk before he got hurt. He wasn't ready to play. Neither was Trent. And obviously neither was McCaffrey. I agree.
Well,
this thing started, again, the minute the Super Bowl ended last year. Let's go to Brian in Maryland. Brian's in Maryland. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, I think, Steiny, you are rubbing off on me, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Uh-oh.
Can I just say, I don't want to make a comparison.
All right.
You remember when Draymond Green punched Jordan?
Yep.
Poole, and it seemed like it was downhill from there?
Yep.
And we can blame Steve Kerr, but he didn't punch Jordan Poole. The player did. So when Ayuk holds out, I think we're trying to blame Kyle for a whole lot. But when we keep talking about Ayuk, he decided he was worth more than what he was, and everybody wanted to sign him. He went and did his thing the way he did it. Guru hated it. He's always said how he didn't like the way he went about it.
Yep.
But I want to go just kind of step out as somebody who loves the Niners, grew up watching the Niners, but I have the benefit of living away from the Bay Area right now. People keep talking about Kyle. There are so many games where we came away from talking about somebody not making a play, a player not making the play, which means the coach probably put somebody in position to make a play. We probably should pause, take a step back, because we've been down this road before, but we need to look around the league at teams who, when the game starts, they have absolutely no shot of winning because they don't have players or coaches. They're never in a position to win. They're never in a position to make bad plays because they're never in a position to even draw up those plays because they have bad coaching, less than average players, and the 49ers don't have that. I would caution everybody, before you start talking about Kyle, half the league is running his offense. Half the league claim it took some of his coaches. And you can't lose all these coordinators for all these years in a row and have the same continuity. We've been here before. When Jim Harbaugh got ran out of town and you want to run Kyle out of town, just think about what the next 5 years was like, looking for a quarterback and looking for players, and everybody was clamoring for him to come back and blamed everybody. I think that we have to take a step back and understand everybody's fatigued. Everybody's fatigued from being so close, almost winning the Super Bowl, seeing it within an inch. But remember, Kyle wasn't the one who went the wrong way on the play. Kyle wasn't the one who threw some balls that went over people's heads. That wasn't really him, and I'm not absolving Kyle Shanahan. I don't want all the callers to jump on and say that I'm wrong. But we talked about so many people who made or did not make a play.
Yeah.
You have to be in a position to make a play. And I think more often than not this year, we're talking about people not making plays. I'm going to say the last thing, and then I'll get off. Guru said something earlier. He said the defense pushed a button last night. The button was pushed, and here was the button. Oh, Dre Greenlaw's healthy. Go play, Dre Greenlaw. That's not pushing a button. That's symptomatic of the whole year. You had guys who were not the same caliber of the players we had last 4 or 5 years, and we asked them to be superheroes when they're not superheroes. That's not necessarily something that you can just say, Kyle, Andy Reid, Mike Tomlin, go down the list. You put all these coaches in this position, you might have had similar outcome.
You might. Hey, thanks a lot, Brian. We got to get a bunch of people in here, but good stuff.
Point taken, but
good stuff. 49ers 9-11. 9-11 over their last 20.
Wow.
Over the last 20 games.
Yeah, Kyle didn't drop the touchdown. It was a great play call, right? Which
one?
To Debo, had he catch it and they get in the end zone.
Yeah, and that's the story of the season. A lot of drops at wrong times. And defense dropped a lot of interceptions, of potential interceptions. It felt like during the course of the season.
I got to ease up, and I hear them, and people are entitled to their opinion. But Matt, I'm telling you, and I mean this. I know I gave, and you got mad at me, I gave Jimmy Garoppolo that B+ for his tenure here with the San Francisco 49ers. But, man, every time I'm watching this team offensively, I'm like, tell me the difference. Purdy's had better weaponry with the 49ers than Jimmy had, and it just seems like they're under Kyle, they're at the same plateau, but now it just feels like the ship is headed in the wrong direction.
Let's go to George. George is in Los Altos. Wants to talk about the couple secondary guys. What's up, George? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I loved what that last caller had to say. I agree with him completely. Also, too, I have my "why aren't we" comment. Why aren't we? Why aren't we blaming Amador Lenore for dropping a pick six in one of the first series of the game? Yeah. That ball was right in his hands. Why aren't we blaming Talanoa Hufanga for a ball that hit him in the chest? Okay, he's got a cast on one of his hands, so we'll give him a hall pass. But we need to get off of this. We need to get rid of Kyle Shanahan stuff. I mean, if we were to get rid of Kyle Shanahan, he would be rehired by somebody in 13 seconds. So there's a lot more to it than that. The whole season has been a disaster. I think I talked about that a couple of weeks ago. And the way you fix this thing is you get rid of the special teams coordinator. You get rid of your defensive coordinator. Kyle has to let loose of the reins on some of the things that he has to go through out there. And I still believe that some of the things that happened this year might be a silver lining, believe it or not, for next year. I think we're going to get a lot of guys back next year. And I think we still have too much talent, too many all-pros on this team that are still young enough to play first-class football. So let's not give up on them. This season was a disaster from the very beginning, and we all know the reasons why. I think I said it a couple of weeks ago. Okay, it is what it is. But let's not give up on these guys. And please, let's stop talking about firing Kyle. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, thanks, George. I mean,
nobody's saying that.
Well, a lot of people are. A lot of people are saying it.
I thought he was talking about you.
But I mean, and the thing is like we can talk about Kyle, but we all know he's not going to get fired after the year. So,
but what if he has a bigger? What if a lot of onus is on him of why this offense, even with McCaffrey, didn't pop? I know the O-line is not the greatest, but it's the same O-line that last year took you to Vegas. Like, I'm just asking, Stoney, what if something's going on to where he's calling everything? They figured out you're trying to attack us over the middle. We take that away. You don't got deep threats. Playing Madden seems like it would be, I would want to face that team if I were a defense. That's what it says. Like the Rams were not scared. And how many were there almost intercepted balls where Purdy was off or threw it behind somebody and you're just like, well, thank God nobody in the yellow and blue were there. Like, again, if you think nothing's wrong with Debo and Purdy is a byproduct of this porous O-line, then I'm looking at the play caller.
Yeah, and again, to me...
You didn't get in the red zone against the Rams who gave up 40 points to the Bills?
Yeah.
Huh? But then in Buffalo in the snow, you told me it was snowing. So we gave you a pass. Then the
same
week before,
team.
you scored 10 in
the same team all year.
No snow, but rain.
Yeah. Same team all year.
But you were at home on Thursday night.
Same team all year, and people thought everything was going to change, and I don't know why. I just don't know why people thought it was going to change.
But sometimes a light comes on.
No,
partner.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. If they had started the season 3-1 or 4-0, gone into a slump, and then needed wins, you could at least say, can we get back to the way we were playing in the first month? But they had no reference point this year. You can't pinpoint one good stretch of football, and it's week 15. Not one good stretch. Mm. So, like, that's the one thing that I never saw it coming. Like, there was no evidence, not a sliver of evidence that this team could put together 60 minutes. And you watch game after game after game, kind of when, they won some games and they lost more of them. You get to the 5th, 6th week of the season, you're like, man, we're just It's everything. It's special teams. It's the offense. It's the defense. It's the play calling. It's the special team. It's like they never played well enough this year. And now you got to make a decision, whether it's an anomaly and everybody's going to come back next year. Oh, McCaffrey, he's going to be just as good as he was 2 years ago.
He's still got health
and
questions.
Debo Samuel, he's going to turn back the clock. And Trent Williams, he's going to be 37, but he's going to play like a 27-year-old. And George Kittle's just coming off a great year. Is he going to have another great year? He's getting up there too. If you think this is a one-off, by all means,
the Warriors did it.
Let Trent Williams sit out of training camp again if he doesnst want to come.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well,
and he was at the game, so if he was healthy, he would have played. He didn't. But Steiny, like I said, when you win so much like the Niners have, you get this thing called benefit of the doubt. And you're right. There's nothing on the field, on film this season would lead you to believe they could snap out of it. But they've won just as much as the Chiefs. They're right behind them. So you always thought until last night happened, maybe it'll pop. And to that caller's point, if you went back, Good, there was no button. It was Greenlaw. I'll take that. That's a button. Something was activated, and him coming back popped more than McCaffrey coming back for the offense. But I'm sitting here thinking, you could sit here and say it's a one-off. You can't do that, Steiny. The health thing is going to follow you into next year. Exhibit A is Ayuk, McCaffrey, and then Greenlaw.
If I had a nickel for every time someone said last year, I'd be rich. When we were looking at the 49ers and what was going on this season, why weren't we using the games we were watching this year? We never used this year as evidence to why it may not happen. Well, I don't know.
But it was a flurry. Again, I know you hate this, but we got to be honest here. It was a flurry of injuries, on top of the disease of me.
Then just assume everybody will be healthy next year. If you want to say that injuries were the number one reason that this team faltered, then we'll just welcome McCaffrey back. We'll welcome Trent back. Ayuk will be ready when he's ready.
It's number one for me, and I don't have the answers
number one for me.
The offense.
It is not number one for me. It is absolutely not number one for me. Number one for me is a complete and utter lack of togetherness. And it started all off season. It started with Ayuk. It continued with McCaffrey. It continued more with Trent Williams. Then it continued with Debo Samuel. Then you did have some unfortunate things happen with Pearsall and Trent Williams' family and Travarius Ward's family. And because you were already fractured and because you weren't together, those things were unable to be overcome. And then you got Debo having a terrible year and Pepper, and now a guy just quit. It's all evidence that it was not happening this year, and it was playing out right in front of our eyes all season long. I can't believe how lousy they played consistently all season long. I mean, that's the part that's staggering, and that's the part, Kyle Shanahan. This team was not very good. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from,
That was a big one. At the third down, and, with Debo's skill set, I would have been shocked if he didn't score on the play. So, everyone knows the answer to that. Debo, too, he needs to catch that ball. Then we were just off on that post down the field to Ricky right there, 2 plays before the interception. That could have been a big one, too.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Story of the season.
Yeah. Okay, I got something for you. Because you said, Detroit's got a lot of injuries. I said, yeah. But the ship is moving still in the right direction, right? It's the NFL, no excuses.
That's my point.
I keep going to Willard. I'm about to tell you. If Debo is not washed, then it's on Kyle because your system has him looking washed. If Purdy has not regressed, and you really believe that, and a lot of people do, then it's on the system that's making him look like he's regressed. So that's why I'm saying no matter how this comes out in the wash, onus is on Kyle. And last night was Exhibit A. Not one trip to the red zone at home. Not against the Ray Lewis Ravens or the Dick Butkus Bears or the Lawrence Taylor Giants or the Ronnie Lott Niners, the Rams. They just gave up 40. Boy, I'm just telling you, Steiny. And you're not saying Kyle's not at fault, but I'm starting to think the more I keep just racking my head around this thing, I think he's the coach. Did you tell Campbell he wasn't playing so he wouldn't pull that stunt?
Don't go there.
Could you snuff it out?
Don't go there. Don't go there. You're going to lose that one. Not with me, with the fans.
No. I'm not defending Campbell, but I do wonder.
Devondre. Hey, Devondre. Dre's coming back, but we really need to keep you into the mix. This is the NFL.
Oh.
I would love to know.
That was a horrible move by that man.
I would love to know.
Oh, man.
If you could somehow do it and you talk about San Francisco sports radio and how many times me, you, every host and every fan at one point said something about McCaffrey. Well, we don't have McCaffrey. And then compare that with how many times in Detroit they talked about Aiden Hutchinson. Because I'll bet you they don't talk about him being out as much as we're talking about the McCaffrey being out for half the season.
Yeah, because we're not winning. They kept winning.
That's right. Because in a way, when you keep, and I'm not saying the fans are doing this, but when you keep McCaffrey, now Ayuk. You can't talk like that if you're an NFL team because you're kind of giving in already. Like they started talking injuries after week 9 or 10, and that's really when the injuries started to happen.
Well, the team. Well, unless you heard something I didn't, the players. I wouldn't even have $1 in my pocket, Steiny. I don't think they've used that as why they're Fred Warner on line 1. We didn't know just till a couple weeks ago what he was dealing with. The fans have, but that's denial. And the denial is, okay, when McCaffrey comes back, we'll take off. They didn't take off. So what's that telling you, Steiny? Either you've been figured out to a degree, and now you got to make a counteract. You got to do something to the adjustment.
The bottom line
maybe
is
it's off season.
Now it's easy to look back and say, why did we think McCaffrey was going to make a difference? Jordan Mason was leading the league in rushing.
But he didn't catch it out the backfield.
Okay. And he never did when he came back, really, either, McCaffrey.
Well, will you give me this about last night, Rob Lowe? You had to be impressed with the Niner defense through the first half.
Yes. Okay. One half, and that's the story.
And it almost went to this. It went into and then Greenlaw went out, but even then they only gave up one. Come on,
They gave up 3 scores in the fourth quarter in a low-scoring game.
But they gave up 12 in totality.
Right.
That should be enough to win.
It should be.
When you got Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Brock Purdy,
you're using
Kyle Shanahan.
Those are just names. They're just names.
Well,
they're
I can't
not
argue that
great.
now.
Kittle's great. Debo Samuel's not great anymore. He wasn't great this season. In fact, he was subpar. And I'm sorry, I'll give you Kyle Shanahan's got a hand in Debo Samuel, but you got to be absolutely S-ing me if I'm going to blame Debo Samuel's horrendous season on Kyle Shanahan. He was bad this year, Debo Samuel. Yeah. Let's go to Johnny in South City. Hey, Johnny, how you doing, man? What's going down?
What's
up, brothers? How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, hey, you guys just hit it on the nail. You guys were talking about Detroit. This whole year, I don't know if you guys, I usually watch the game a couple times, and then I see the breakdowns. And brothers, it seems like when the fourth quarter comes, and even throughout the whole year, both sides, the line of scrimmage, offensive, defensive line of scrimmage, is getting roasted. We just don't have the consistency of the play on defense. It seems like the defensive line, last night I was at the game, and that defensive line was getting, the first half, they looked great. The second half, they started to get pushed back. They were losing the line of scrimmage battle. The offensive line, it seemed like Purdy was always getting somebody coming through in his face. I mean, it's been like that all year. And, you said something about Detroit, right? They get guys hurt,
right,
but they're still rolling. And if you look at all the teams in the league, their defensive line and their offensive lines are all doing well. And you can have all the star players you want, but if you ain't got the guys, the hogs up front, I call them the big uglies. I used to have a saying, Coach and Pop Warner, if the line plays well and they'd all yell back, the team plays well. And that's pretty much what I've been seeing all year long.
Yeah, I'm with you, Johnny. The lines have not been good.
Yeah, and Kyron Williams was running, Stoney. He had 108 yards, and he earned every one of them. But that drive to not give the ball back, that was just a master class of once they got that interception, we're going to milk it. And, I mean, that was to perfection.
Let's go to Randy. Randy is in San Lorenzo. San Lorenzo, what's up? What's up, Randy? How you doing, buddy?
Good, brother. What's happening? My two favorite twosome on the station. Hey, so I believe with you, Goo, the onus is on Shanahan because look, I mean, Detroit and Kansas City, they have injuries, okay, but they're still winning.
Yeah.
And I also believe that the majority of the players on the Niners have lost confidence in Kyle, okay? And I don't know if firing Kyle is the answer, but I just don't think that the players completely believe in Kyle anymore. Thanks for taking my call, okay?
Appreciate it. And, after
How do you determine that, though, Stein?
Well, I mean, I don't know. After a loss like last night, though, the question becomes fair. I got to do this.
Yeah.
I want to get into some of the sound from last night. You can talk about the defense did that. Rams had a 19-play drive.
Oh, you're right.
A 19-play drive that took 10 minutes off the clock.
When?
At the start of the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah, and I'm just saying, I know this is sound crazy.
My point is the defense gave up a 19-play drive.
Right. I'm not defending the defense, but I am defending in this. They did not get the benefit of the Niners putting together any type of drive. They were gassed.
That was the big one. The 49ers had kicked a field goal to go up 6-3. And on the next possession, again, you have a little momentum, you're up 6-3. On the next possession, the Rams hold the ball for 10 minutes on 19 plays.
That's wild.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. And I'm not exonerating the offense. The offense was terrible.
The Rams started the game 10 minutes before they got their first down, and I know that's early, but Steiny, they were dominant. 3 points at half. You would think you would be able to muster something up to have some comfort or a lead to where, and it never happened.
This is Brock Purdy on the interception that did the 49ers in.
We had a double move on with JJ on the outside, and I thought we had the right look with the corner off, and thought we were going to get him. And just in that moment, trying to be aggressive and give JJ a shot. And when I let the ball go, couldn't see the whole release of him at the top of his route, but looking back on it, man, 2nd and 11, just be smart, try to check the ball down when I can't see where he's at. So just got to learn from it.
How hard is that one to swallow, Brock, just given the situation and the stakes at that moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's everything, man. Like our season and our guys, trying to fight to get in this thing and fighting for each other, playing for each other, man. So that's what comes with playing quarterback and being in this position. You're trusted with the ball in your hands and to make the right decisions in the right moment. And that's something, man, that I'm gonna have to learn from for sure moving forward.
Yeah. So this will be the first time since what, 2020 they didn't make the offs?
Was it 2020?
Yeah, that game in Buffalo was Monday night in Arizona. Yeah, Evan gave me thumbs up.
This is Shanahan's 8th season. They will have made the playoffs 4 of the 8 seasons, 4 of the last 6. But 4 of 8 years in total. Doug in Wichita wants to talk about Debo and George Kittle, both of whom did their own self-lobbying over the last 2 weeks. What's going on, Doug?
Hey, guys, I wanted to point that out, that Kittle was actually asked the question, sorry about that, about Buffalo's defense maybe covering him up.
Oh, yeah, right.
And his answer was simple. No, I was open. And that's all there was to it. He didn't come out and say, I need the ball, give me the ball, wah, 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 and then proceed to drop the ball and proceed to get tackled on first contact every damn time he gets touched. Now, I like Debo. I like what he has done. I don't like what he is doing. And it may be that he's just not getting the openings he was getting a couple years ago. Our offensive line is not good. Just put it that way. It's not good.
It's not.
The caller a couple calls ago, he pointed it out.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out, man. And by the way, Isaac Guerrero, he's a good relief running back. I like his speed. I love his speed. But the man's not – he's just not getting through the line. And, if he needs bigger holes, that's understandable. But the fact is, it seemed to me that McCaffrey and Mason were hitting the same holes.
Appreciate the call, Doug. Appreciate the call, buddy. Yeah, I don't know how good Guerrero is or isn't. He looked fine in what they asked him to do this year. I'd say it was a pretty good rookie year for Isaac Guerrero.
3.6 a pop last night, 16 for 57.
But there's the 49ers have used a lot of young players this year. And, a lot of those young players have had good years. For rookie players, they've had good years. But there's another level that they're going to reach at some point, you would hope. And, this is the other thing that, I think we've really, I don't know. I think people lose sight of this, especially now, for whatever reason. The text line. I don't like how Brock Purdy keeps saying he has to learn. Well, if that's the case, and I hear you, then we expected too much from him. Because how can we really, really, really think that a quarterback with 2 years of regular season games, he's played 38 regular season games, slightly above 2 seasons, is it really fair to ask Brock Purdy to be a finished product after 38 starts? To me, the answer is no.
This is a guy that's played and started in a Super Bowl.
That's right.
And he deserved and earned that.
But he didn't play on a Super Bowl team this year, and so he found himself quarterbacking a team around him that wasn't as good. And maybe the next time he quarterbacks a team that doesn't have as much talent as the year before, he'll do it a little bit differently because he knows it's going to be a lot harder to do it without the talent around him that he's been accustomed to for 2 years. I mean, we have watched Brock Purdy for 2 years before this year quarterback a football machine, and he didn't get to do that this year.
And he was part of the machine, or supposed to be.
He was part of it, but again.
Like, you got your answer.
Hey. You all wanted to crown him after 35 regular season games.
I'll take that.
I mean,
I'll take that.
How about waiting to see 3 or 4 years before we make a determination about a guy? Like, yeah, he's been really good, but that doesn't mean he might not regress at a certain point and then get better a year after that and then have an up year and then have another up year and then maybe struggle. It's like, maybe everybody didn't miss on him.
Well, man, you are what you are in this world, right? And I'm just going back to Emmanuel Acho's comments, who joined us earlier, Stoney, from the facility on FS1. I can't get over, and I know it's not a quarterback competition, but in the grand scheme, it is. And I don't want to go here, but I'm going to go again. If I'm going to pay a quarterback, Stoney, I want to know when I'm going up against the big dogs on the other side. Well, I don't want to. And now when is he ever? And how much does that work?
Right.
Like, but it's about not throwing behind receivers, and I'm not saying Purdy does that all the time. But arm strength and film on Mike, where you at? You know, that conversation we were having, that's starting to show its head, man. Nobody's going to sit here and say, from a physical standpoint, the Niners got a top 5 quarterback from that vantage point. But I thought Kyle didn't need that. He could scheme and draw it up, but now it's becoming apparent that maybe you do need that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, Trevor Lawrence got 50, so give Purdy 50. What's the difference? Is Trevor Lawrence better? Man, I don't know. I don't know if he is or he isn't. But hey, going rate's the going rate. That's what everybody said. That's what everybody's been saying.
But see, I don't think they're in position now after this debacle of a season. No, this debacle of a season. Okay. Now you got to really hone in on, hey, we gave out all this stuff last year, kind of played ourselves and gave in.
Well, maybe the owner shouldn't have said this guy's going to reset the market.
Well, it doesn't matter because it didn't happen, though. Those were words. Now you can do different.
We'll see.
Yeah.
And how much different can you do? I mean, how much different can you do? Can you get him for 35? Still going to be the same quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, but that's my point, is before yesterday, who got the big contracts? Love, Tua,
Dak,
and we all laugh and say, how could you pay him $60 million? Well, let's see what the 49ers pay Brock Purdy.
Well, the premise of that, Stoney, was he had been places those quarterbacks you just mentioned hadn't. He had taken his team to the Super Bowl after, taking them to the NFC Championship game.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Why does Purdy get credit for taking the 49ers to the Super Bowl, but Jimmy Garoppolo just happened to be the quarterback on a Super Bowl team?
Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm answering your question. I'm being real. Steiny, he got the same credit. And at one juncture, he was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. I know that was 2 days. It does not matter. Jimmy became the butt of all jokes because he turned into a pumpkin and couldn't stay healthy. But before that happened, let's put some respect on his name. The Niners thought they had their franchise quarterback, and they did. It was he couldn't stay healthy, and then the warts start showing. And that's why I'm like, I'm wondering if Kyle, are they going to have that? Like, we've seen the prom king fall. And I'm not saying Purdy's going to do that, but if you pay him like that and it happens, I mean, good God. Matt Stafford made one throw in the damn game, and it was a great throw. And that was one throw, Steiny.
Matt Stafford was 14 for 17 after his start. He was 14 for 17.
Well, partner, I'm looking at you. He should have 2 interceptions. He didn't. I mean, he threw it to. They
wouldn't have scored off the interceptions anyway.
Well, I can't argue that.
Maybe they would have gotten a field goal. I don't know.
But it sets the tone for the game.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I forget who the caller was. Was the caller from Virginia? I forget.
Yeah.
And he was right. Think about how many times this year we talked about a player not making a play. And we're doing it today. They had 2 interceptions that became non-interceptions.
Yeah.
They had Debo Samuel drop a ball in his lap. They had Brock Purdy throwing, and I'm going to use this word, unconscionable interception when you were in field goal range.
Right.
It's like those things I do not believe are on Kyle. Does that mean he's exonerated? Of course not. But for God's sakes, if I could make a list, there were 15, there had to be almost 20 plays this year that 49ers just didn't make that you could make a case might have changed an outcome.
I'm thinking of Ronnie Bell right off the top.
There's one. How about the punt return that came after?
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to think of them all.
The fumble, the Mason fumble against Arizona.
The Mason fumble. I mean, they're just the season has been peppered with players coming up small from week one. And like the one thing I want to say is like, I'm not saying week one, this team's done, but after they were 3-4 or whatever, and there's, and then they win a game, but they don't look good against a terrible team. It's like, no, after about week 7, I was thinking this team is done unless they start playing a brand of football that they haven't played yet. And they never did. They never played anything close to playoff football.
But the last few years, even though I know you're like, Guru, get out the past, they have.
Right. They're old now. And anybody that wants to, you got to now deal with the very real possibility that McCaffrey's on the decline, Debo's on the decline, Trent's on the decline. So you got to figure out what to do with those guys. 888-957-9570 is the number. It does feel like last night's game is one of the few games where officiating hasn't been brought up.
Oh, man.
Is there anything we can blame on the officials?
Not one thing.
On the officials. Trying to think.
No, Steiny, if you got to think, they won. They did not. That's a great call.
By the way, Evan, was it the shortest game in the NFL, time-wise, this year? Because you're right. It was flying last night.
I didn't like it either.
All I know is I took a nap between the middle of the first and the second quarter. Nothing really happened. A lot of kicking and punting. But it did feel like I only took a 20-minute nap, and it was like a full quarter had elapsed.
Yeah, I felt the same way, too. It was, well, a lot of running.
I did get caught up in Garoppolo mania, and there was Purdy mania.
You get caught up in every mania.
Hey.
You do. It's all right. You got caught up in Shanahan mania, genius mania.
No, I won that. They went to the bowl, 4 NFC championship visits.
Oh, so wait, is he a genius or not? And what were you right about?
Him being a genius and him taking Jimmy Garoppolo
you're saying he is a genius.
To multiple NFC championship
games. Was he a genius last night?
No.
So you're a genius sometimes, but not all the time?
No.
It's out the window?
It's nuance. You ain't ready for it.
I probably am not. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, this season's essentially finished, and it ended last night 12-6. And some of the facts of last night's game are really alarming. Not one trip to the red zone. Not one touchdown.
Wow, man.
They had their starting quarterback. They had their number 2 or number 3 weapon in Debo Samuel. They had their starting tight end, one of the best in football. They had their starting defensive end, Nick Bosa. They had Warner. They had Greenlaw back.
But even when those guys were back, it's still the same thing.
Exactly.
That's what's scary, man.
That tells me that even though the big boys played, the level of their play didn't even sniff.
Not good enough.
It didn't even sniff their level of play in previous years.
You got caught up with Buddy Hield mania, 408.
What are you talking about?
They said you got caught up with Buddy Hield mania early. So you know what it feels like.
No, the text reads Buddy Hield mania. It doesn't say I got caught up in it.
I apply that to you.
Right. And I'm the guy who's already said Buddy Hield's the exact same player he's been for 11 years in the NBA. And that doesn't mean I dislike him. I kind of like him. But he's not really doing anything different this year. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Many architects and builders who team up with Golden State Window and Door Design are familiar with their list.
Rams start this drive from the 33. Stafford going deep downfield, and he's got Nakua to the 16-yard line. Puka Nakua got free, beat Tremarius Ward. Biggest play of the night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Al Michaels, Amazon Prime.
He'll be back next year, too.
Well, I got to tell you, we had a former coworker, Kyle Madsen.
Yeah.
He had a great line.
What did he say?
He took the headline and said, Al Michaels will be back for another year of Thursday Night Football. And Kyle said, does Al know that?
Oh, wow.
He's too old.
Oh, man. I got to say something about that.
Real quick. I gotta make a plea for a caller.
That could be a segment real quick.
And I have not, I never do this.
Well,
I don't like to beg for somebody to call in.
Oh.
But let me tell you who we need today. We need Antonio in Oakland.
He's in hide.
The most optimistic, positive Bay Area sports fan that I've ever met, who called a deep playoff run coming.
He's being tested.
He is being tested.
Hey, but about that pass, give me this.
Which one?
The one from Stafford to Nakua.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Evan, I want your thoughts too. You've been watching a lot of football in your young age. Evan, 30 quietly. But listen, some guys throw the ball and have arm talent to where when they throw a bomb, you just know it's going to be caught. And that ball, that spiral was so pretty, Tony. I said, it's going in the right person's hands. And lo and behold, it's in the hands of Nakua. But Matthew Stafford, Steiny, a guy with a ring, a higher gun, he got it done.
He sure did. Kyle Shanahan, this is after last night's game, was asked how he thought Brock Purdy played.
You saw the other quarterback on the other side go through the exact same things in the first half. So I thought Brock made some really good throws in the first half too. So, from a throwing standpoint, I thought, in those circumstances, I thought we were throwing the ball better in the first half than we were running the ball. I know we got that explosive to Kittle. I think we had a third down to Juwan, I believe, and a couple drops in there too. So, I think it was a little bit of everybody.
All right, what's it matter? You got.
Well, I'm going to tell you this to that. What if they would have lined up and ran that same play to Kittle? What do you think would have happened?
What play?
The one where he got 33 yards, they hit him over the middle. Run that back. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Run that back.
Right. Okay.
And all it could be is incomplete or stop.
You know what? That would have been the answer.
The 3rd and 6 to Debo. That's when I said this is bad.
That would have been the answer. I'll tell you what.
No, I'm serious.
That's their whole season. They should have run the same play more than once. They should have thrown to Kittle 42 times a game.
Well, man.
Look, let's go to Lamont. Lamont's in Oakland. Hey, Lamont, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
So I think that one thing you said, Steiny, earlier was interesting, but it proves a point. You said that there were so many other things that were wrong with the Niners last night besides Brock Purdy. And that's a true statement, but it's also why he can't get $60 million. Is because he's supposed to be a Band-Aid for all, not all, but most of the other things, if you're that type of a football player quarterback. And this also explains to me why, knowing that McCaffrey had an injury history and might have still been hurt this offseason, why they decided to still give him the money. Because they knew, look, man, we need him in order for this whole thing to work. We need him. We absolutely need him. It's not negotiable. It's not like maybe we could get by without him. We need a dynamic offensive player. And their dynamic offensive player is not their quarterback. It's their running back. And he sets the table for everything. And so now that he's out, even we see the running backs, they're doing pretty good. But the reality is Brock Purdy is a good quarterback, but he needs too much to get the 60. It's just too much. There's too many variables that we can throw into the pot, right, to give reasons why he's not performing. And I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback, but when we're talking about top-tier quarterbacks, he can't get 60 and needs so much assistance.
Oh, well, well, I'm with you there.
At least they be a playoff team. At least make them a playoff team, okay?
Yeah.
We know that some teams are not this great, but the quarterback will at least give. We saw with Stafford. Stafford stunk last night, too, if we keep it 100. But he made enough plays down the stretch to get the points. And let's be honest. Yes, I know you said they give up 9 points in the fourth or 3 straight, but 12 points. If you're a good offense, you score more than 12 points at home. Period. No doubt. It's 12 points. I don't care when they scored them. You got to get more than 12 points if your quarterback and your offense is humming. Just decent. Just find a way to win. And I think $60 million, means your quarterback can find a way to win, especially in close games like this. And they just need McCaffrey too much to break the bank on Brock.
Hey, real quick before you go, I'm going to say this. There's a couple quarterbacks, one in Dallas, that are getting that big bread, but they don't deserve it. All that I'm saying is, and I'm rooting for Brock, but be careful. I wouldn't want my quarterback being the quarterback because he's cheap. I want my quarterback to be the quarterback because I think he's got the goods to go up against anybody and take us to the promised land. Now, the first 2 years under Purdy, that happened, but at the end of the day, I'm starting to hear, 30, 35. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm doing whatever number it is predicated on what I'm getting back. And,
but they have McCaffrey, Guru. They have McCaffrey helping. That's another. We're leaving that out.
Yeah.
They have. That's how they got to the Super Bowl, and that's how they got to. He was an Offensive Player of the Year.
Fair.
So it wasn't just Brock just slinging the rock around the yard. It was the basis of McCaffrey being the best player, period, on the team offensively. And then that's what opened up everything else. And that's the biggest problem with Brock is because he needs that superstar dynamic offensive player, and it's not him. And if you get $60 million, the superstar dynamic player has to be him, has to be the quarterback. And I know Dak, that's what Dallas chooses to do, good for them, right? But I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have gave him that money either, right?
I appreciate it.
That's my take.
No, I appreciate it, Lamont.
And I really, Stoney, want you to take that victory lap, man.
What victory lap?
I've never been more radio mad at you than in the summer when you said you want to see Purdy without the weapons. I'm not burying Purdy, but the bottom line is I've got the answer to that question that I thought was just preposterous. So shout out to you. I'll get you a beer at the cafeteria. You earned it. You called it because it's not how they drew it up, but the rat on the table for this Niner season is we've seen Purdy without the weaponry. I'm not saying he was awful, but he wasn't what he's been in the past, and I had him almost up there with Jesus, the football Jesus. So shout out Notre Dame, but you know what I mean. What's wrong, buddy?
Well, we just go through one of these a week.
Stop.
We do.
Wait, remember, cue up last year's I'm having a good year.
Go ahead.
You had this
Bring
year,
up the Dallas
Stoney's
Mavericks from
over.
3 years ago.
No, had it. Last year applied. This year, not so much.
What, are you kidding?
Give me something.
No, that you botched.
No, I'm talking about you. You're having a bad one.
What are you talking about?
Your ERA out of the bullpen this year, I'm predicting.
Yeah, because I use things like because I said Brock Purdy should get a blank check. Okay.
Well, first of all, it's almost his birthday. Easy with the Jesus talk.
Right. No,
let me tell you who's
You're right.
He hasn't had a good year either. The Lord and Savior's been struggling.
Stoney, my family's listening. Don't play with. Where's the light?
I'm irreverent, and if they don't like it, tell them to turn on another station.
I got in Norm's car the other day. Another station was on. We had to talk about it.
19 play drive. That's got to be the most in the NFL this year, I would think.
Oh man.
So
I was talking about it, Stoney. McVay was in his bag on that last drive. He had, you thought it was going to be the conventionals, take 3-step drop, 4-step, and it just he had them roll out. Like, it was innovative, man. It was creative, and they're hot right now. McVay quietly 3 in a row on Kyle.
Yeah. Yep, 3 in a row.
I'd have ended the season this year.
He sure did.
Yeah.
He sure did. Let's see. I haven't gotten to some of this sound. Let's hear what the Invisible Man, Nick Bosa, has to say about. He's always full of quotes.
We're going to find out who wants to be here next few weeks. Obviously, it's slim, and that's not really the focus. Is to win games and to put our best out there.
Spit it out.
Put on your hat. Hey, that's the rat on the table. I don't want to do it today, but I will. Stoney, that didn't help anything in the locker room. That did not help.
Just another.
But that's too much. Stoney, you talked about it. The Yankees didn't like each other. They won World Series. You don't have to get along to win. So I don't want to put too much in that. You know what I'm saying? Distractions happen all day, every day. These guys got jobs to do, and this just not their year, man.
Dre Greenlaw on his teammates.
I got confidence in every guy in the room or in that locker room that they going to come out and they going to give it their all.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't know what it takes for us to go and, whatever percent chance we have. I'm not even looking into none of that. I'm just trying to win the next game and enjoy being out there with my teammates. I'm trying to win every game. So if we win every game, I know if we win every game, then we have a chance or something like that. But honestly, I'm enjoying playing football with these guys. And
all right, that's Dre Greenlaw.
He was a monster, man. What one guy can do, man, to rejuvenate a D, they were flying around. Yeah. Nothing to show for it, though.
Let's go to, I'll tell you what, we don't have Antonio, but we got Jimmy in Bayview who apparently is optimistic. All right, Jimmy, do your best Antonio impression.
Hey, guys, thanks for putting me on.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Brock Purdy's contract that we're going to get is going to be similar to Steph Curry's bad ankle contract. I believe Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. I think he's having a tough year, and that we're going to get him at a discount, and he's going to return to form. He's smart. He knows he can't throw a deep ball, and he's going to work on it. I think we got a good quarterback, and we're going to lock him up at a decent price, and I think he's going to give the 49ers the homeboy price. And I think we'll have our most expensive position locked up. What do you guys think?
So that would be 40, right? Didn't Steph get 4 for 40?
44. 4 years, $44 million. Yeah. Can you get Purdy for $11 million a year? That I would do.
11.
Well, that's what Curry.
Yeah.
No. He was. Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, 4 for 44. Yeah. I think 4 for 48, something like that. Dave in Richmond says he's got something about Kyle Shanahan that has not been said before.
We'll see.
Dave in Richmond, what do you got? He's got something that
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Okay.
Hey, all I got to say is I think Shanahan's problem has something to do when he talks in his press conferences. He's gasping for air, and I swear something's wrong when he's talking. He's like taking deep breaths, and I think he's got oxygen is not going to his brain. And that's it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, Dave. Thanks.
How long were you?
No, I
on?
appreciate that.
How long were you on? If he was on
right.
stage, he would have bombed.
Hadn't thought of that.
You're laughing, so I guess he's ready for Cobb's Comedy Club.
Okay.
Nothing like bad material. I would know.
Let's go to West Coast Holloway. Finish us up with the calls,
on
West Coast.
Friday.
How you doing, man?
He's gonna come in hot.
We'll see.
West Oakland Holloway, Stein. You talking about West Coast? Hey, look, it's Friday the 13th.
Let me do it right. Let me do it right. All right, joining us right now from deep in the heart of the East Bay, West Oakland Holloway.
Man, shout out. I appreciate it. So like I was saying, it's Friday the 13th, Steiny.
Yes, it is.
Man, why I got a smile on my face today, Steiny? I thought today was supposed to be bad luck. I'm smiling today. I'm happy.
How come?
I don't know about y'all, but I just heard Guru give you your praise, give you your flowers. Says, Steiny, you've been right all the time about Purdy and the weapons. That's funny because you never gave me my flowers, Goo. I told you before the beginning of the season when I called in, I told you the Rams was going to win a division. I tried to make a bet with you on the air that you declined because you were scared. And, am I right, Guru?
No, well, I wasn't scared. I was broke, but I also went to the summit and told the cast that watch out for the Rams. So I'm with you. It looks good right now, but it's about you.
Oh, okay. So all I'm saying about that, because Steiny had made a comment probably about an hour or something ago, like, what did people expect from this team? What were their expectations? And mine was what they are right now.
Great call, man.
Everything I'm seeing right now is what I expected. But I know y'all got to go. I'm going to get with y'all on Monday because I got a whole bunch of other stuff I want to talk about.
All right, baby.
Well, we'll be waiting.
Warriors, Dallas, Monday.
We'll keep a line open for you.
Yeah.
Look, I got as long as we're getting into silver linings, I have a silver lining for the 49ers.
Lay it on us.
The charade is at least over. All right? The ruse is done. The mirage is just that, a mirage. The season's now over. Okay? We don't have to,
Clarity.
we don't have to try to fool ourselves that something magical is going to happen. It's over.
Yeah.
They're 6 and 8.
Yep. 3 more weeks.
There are 3 more weeks, but at least we can start talking about this team at a venue outside of Fantasyland.
Well, the Commanders are 8-5. They're the 7th seed right now.
I don't know what that means.
They're the 7th seed, the last
What's your
playoff
point?
spot. They can lose this weekend. They would be 8-6, and the Niners would be 2 back.
Okay, so you want to continue
I'm not
talking about this team. They have a 0 point. What? That's not even 1%. It's not even 1.
All right, you're stating the obvious. We get it.
No, I'm not stating the obvious. I'm stating the way we should have been talking about the 49ers for the last 5 weeks.
They earned what they are.
Didn't.
They earned their record.
Okay. I was ready to jump on you.
Yeah. They earned their record.
I got the same chances of me getting with Natalie Portman.
Who is that? An actress.
The brother of the show. Don't know. What show?
The point is that I haven't been mathematically eliminated.
No.
But I got no chance.
I mean, I gotta believe they can be mathematically eliminated this weekend.
Yes.
Okay.
You know who she is?
I know she's an actress. Yeah, of course. I like Jennifer.
And it's actor
I like
now.
Jennifer Garner.
It's actor. You don't say actresses. You say actor.
He's right.
Thank you, Gil.
He is right.
I learned the hard way.
Yeah, he's right on that. Oh boy.
What you get? We got the guys coming in. What you got going this weekend?
Oh, well,
no Tulane. That thing is done.
They're in the Gasparilla Bowl, so that shows you how much you know.
What?
The Gasparilla Bowl.
The Gastineau Bowl?
That ain't even televised.
Gasparillo. They're playing Florida. In your face.
You won't be watching because we would have known already.
The game's not this weekend.
Well, when is it?
It's a big bowl. We got a few weeks to prepare.
I bet it is.
It's probably on New Year's Eve.
Please. What you doing this weekend?
I'm golfing Sunday. And
on football day?
I got it. First of all, the Niners don't play. Secondly, the Niners are eliminated, essentially.
I have 31 other teams.
Oh, that's great.
I love it.
That's great. And that's a fun thing for you to say that nobody believes. But
I love ball.
Yeah. And I'm
not saying you don't.
I'll be playing golf.
Like I shoot my pickup on Saturdays. Pickup hoop Saturday.
Okay, so you really wanted me to ask you what you were doing.
I've done that in the past, but I got
I'm going to a celebration of life event on Saturday night.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
You wouldn't let me play golf with you on Sunday.
Well, we've got 12. It's the Winter Classic.
It's the only time I could golf with you, and you said I couldn't play.
We got to force him already.
That's all I know.
That you haven't golfed with Shasky, and now you're telling Evan. I didn't hear about this till just now. Get over yourself with your golf. You're not Tiger.
No, I know I'm not.
You're a steward here at the station, and you should take the young guys out with you. Yeah. You talk, you sip, you bond. But to tell Evan he can't go because we got 12.
Yeah, that's a fact. First of all, you don't know anything about golf or golf etiquette, so I don't listen to you.
I got that.
I know, and I'll never take you out again.
You took my golf virginity.
Settle.
When someone drops on Sunday morning, and I get a text saying, "Hey, you available?"
I can't believe you told Evan no.
I will decline.
You make something happen. You're Steiny of Steiny and Guru 10-2.
You know what this is going to get? Shut up! You guys both don't know what you're talking about. And you know what? You know what? And I want to bring this up. I want to bring this up too. You know, this is why you piss me off sometimes.
What's bugging you? 10 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I have another one.
Gasparilla Bowl.
I have another one.
Go ahead, Steiny, hurry
up. You know, it was a few weeks ago. You know, and this is the way you are. The Cowboys stink. We stink. We're terrible. And I'm like, dude, they're 5-7, just like the Niners. Oh, but the Niners, they did it 4 years ago and then 2 years ago. And it's like, the bottom line is, they're the same team. But
they're not the same team.
They are the same team.
Kyle Shanahan is a 40 times
better
better coach.
They're 2 6-8 teams.
Well, I'll
2 6-8 teams.
Damn.
But because of your bias, you were never able to discuss the 49ers in a realistic fashion this year until today.
They've earned my hope. They weren't down 27-0 in the playoff game last year.
They earned your hope.
They were in the Super Bowl.
They earned your hope week 2 against the Minnesota Vikings. No, we got blown out against the Vikings. No. That's all right. We went to the Super Bowl 6 months ago. Okay? How about the Rams? Oh, we lost to the Rams. let's still give them the benefit of the doubt.
Off.
They're 1-4 in the division.
That is wow, man. That
Enough
is a wow.
said.
That's a wow. McVay swept them. Kyle.
Everybody swept them this year.
When's Campbell fired?
Dan?
And that's what
no,
and there's another one. The easiest guy in the world to pick on today, Devondre Campbell.
He quit.
He's not even on the team, but you want to harp on
He's
him
still on the team.
because harping on him means we don't have to talk about Bosa, and we don't have to talk about Purdy, and we don't have to talk about Debo Samuel. No, let's talk about Devondre Campbell. Boy, if he wouldn't have quit, we would have won a Super Bowl this year.
I'm the guy that said Kyle should have been ran.
Yeah.
When Trey Lance got his broken ankle.
Yeah.
Trey Lance is going to be a free agent this offseason, by the way.
I'm worried about him. He can't even get on the field in a mess.
Well, that's because in Dallas, you got to earn your right to be on the field. It's not like San Francisco where you're grandfathered in. Trent Williams, you're grandfathered in.
He's an all-pro last year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? Give me a dollar for every time you said last year. You know what?
We'll see.
You're running a year behind on your shows.
Please.
Hey, remember the Jimmy Garoppolo game against the Saints when George Kittle made that great run and Garoppolo threw for 300 yards? Well, maybe if Garoppolo quarterbacks for the Rams next week, he'll be that guy.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Yeah. How savvy was that? Oh, Steiny, I think they caught some against the Bears. I think they're on the verge of turning this around.
Hey, dude, that was, I didn't say put it in the cap.
This sucker.
Thank you.
Where's
give me all a priest right now.
We need him Monday after the Warrior-Dallas game Sunday.
I'm going to back off.
Don't. No, now's not the time to back off, priest.
What you want for Christmas?
Here's a prediction. They don't listen to the show this time. Usually they're usually talking.
Div tried to ignore me like he didn't see me. That's all good.
This is what Willard's going to do. You ready?
Yeah.
This is going to Willard.
Hurry up.
Willard's going to. I got 25 seconds. The Willard's going to be like, we knew it. They just weren't that good. He will not be emotional.
No,
in fact, he'll be like, well, we know this is who they were.
I checked his Twitter. Nothing was there last night.
Exactly.
So that let me know where
he will not be up in arms.
Okay.
That's because he doesn't want you to know. Inside, I believe him to be an emotional wreck right
that's
now.
My point.
That's my point. No doubt.
Get ready for a little, what's it called? Drama. No. Fiction.
And
Therapy.
Coming here like Tupac.
Coming up next, Mark Willard acts like he's not annoyed, but he's actually crestfallen. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
monster rush. And they're going to end the game with a sack. So the Rams, instead of sending 3, dropping 8, sent 5. Roseboom gets credit for the sack, and the Rams have now won 7 of their last 9.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is crossover time, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Coming up in 10 minutes, what's bugging you? That's what we do on a Friday, but we got 49ers to talk about for the next 10 minutes. They lose 12-6. They're essentially eliminated, and
12-6.
12-6.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Pay the under.
Wow.
Fade the dibber. Yeah.
12.
What was your biggest takeaway, Dibs?
From the game last night? The biggest takeaway is that Brock Purdy has regressed. Brock Purdy, for some reason, has decided that he needs to do more than what he did last year, which is what made him number 4 in the MVP race. This year, he's trying to do more than he should be doing. And I don't know if it's the coaching or if it's his own sense of, I got to earn the contract that I don't yet have. But I look at 3 or 4 plays last night in the second half where there was meat on the bone. Man. Take the incremental gain, but instead, he's trying to make the big play. I don't know why he's doing that, but
he used to do that.
Exactly. And that's what got him to where he has been, taking the little 7-yard check down, taking the 4-yard here, looking underneath and just moving the chains. Last night, the biggest play of the game was his INT into double, if not triple coverage.
In field goal range.
And a throw that did not need to be made. There's 5:40 to go. All you have to do is check that thing down and keep the drive alive. Take your 3. Now it's 9-9, and let your defense, it's been so good all night, let them go out and make a play for you.
They were phenomenal. I texted and said, oh, my God, the Greenlaw effect. Well, if they somehow get it, Will, they're going, this is what we saw. And he went out. But Stafford was never comfortable from the beginning, and they dropped 2 picks, and I know that's why they play defense. But if you get one of those things, last night's different. And, Debo, you got to catch them.
So for the 7th time this year, if they had just made that one play, they would have won the game. And they don't make those plays. You're not wrong. The defense was phenomenal. Oh. However, you come out of there with and the dropped interceptions. Look, whatever. That happens. But Devondre Campbell situation is fascinating. It's stunning. I can't believe this happened on this team. It's very, very surprising to me. I don't think he'll ever play football again. And then
that's where I'm at.
And this is nitpicking. It's not fair because this is not what lost the game. The game has essentially already been lost. However, did you see, and I love that you guys had Acho on, did you see one of the videos that he posted earlier today on the
3rd and 4?
Yes.
It was, man.
Where is Hufanga? Yeah. Where are you going?
Evan, so just
you
saw that on the 3rd and 4th?
Defensive confusion. They both followed the man in motion.
Oh, my God.
And then in real time, I go, what a great play. And then I watched it he was wide open.
I was standing there in the stands. I'm sitting in the stands, and I looked at Christy, and I went, your entire season is your whole season comes down to this, and Matt Stafford turns to his right, and a tight end is standing by himself 7 yards down the field. The easiest pitch and catch he'll have his whole career. And I'm like, if that doesn't sum up, the 49ers motto this year is if it's not one thing, it's another. Because, by the way, Brock Purdy, I agree with everything you said, Dibs, but I'll add, when he made a good throw last night, the receiver dropped it.
And that one throw, his best throw of the night was a touchdown.
And Jennings, who's become my favorite Niner this year, had 2 drops.
2 of 9. He caught 2 of the 9 targets.
I don't know how to define a team that if it's not one thing, it's another. Every single quarter. If it's not one thing, it's another. They cannot put it all together for one quarter, one half, at least not the ones that matter.
Well, and you do need to take a moment, and I'll take it for all of us to say best game of the year for the special teams. They were spectacular.
They got the 2-yard line, back them up.
I did not have that making the crossover.
You know what?
I thought that was like 5:42.
No, but he's right.
This afternoon.
And I'll wait for Grandy's grades, and it better be an A or an A- at the least, because Debo actually gave you that last little breath of life.
True.
He took it 8 yards deep and took it to the 35, and they horse collared him, and they got to the 50.
I said, are you kidding me?
And they still couldn't even get
They needed 2 more tugs to get
he couldn't do it. Brock Purdy had Pearsall open on the sideline
he missed
for a
that.
15-yard pitch and catch, which at least gives you a chance to run an actual play as opposed to a Hail Mary.
And win the game.
And credit the Rams for treating the Hail Mary the right way.
They did.
Which is
the passer.
rush 5, dude.
Yeah.
You rush the passer. You rush 5, and you don't let him sit back there. And, you don't rush 2 and drop 9 and get cooked. They rush 5. Brock sacked. Season over. Night.
I'm so bummed. I'm so bummed.
We lost the bet because we had a bet, and he admitted that you would just come in because we said he's got to be.
He's still going to do this. He's got 4
he
hours.
said he's bummed. So the winner goes to.
But he's also going to say, this is who they were all year.
No, but he said he's bummed. You owned it.
No, I think, Steiny, what you're trying to get me to say is, well, look.
It's all good in the hood.
They're going to be back next year.
No, that's funny.
And the Warriors have a winning record. And Brock's going to still get his chicken because he's played more games than good games than bad. And isn't life, happy holidays, everyone. Isn't life beautiful still? Like, I hope did you have fun with your friends and family last night, even though they lost?
Oh.
Is that what you want me to say?
No, it was more.
Bleep that guy.
The one thing you're not coming in. What I really meant was don't expect Willard to be incredulous today about what happened.
Him being bummed counts. Count the bucket.
Yeah, I don't know.
Him saying he's bummed.
I don't know if I ever get incredulous, but I'm really, really bummed. Yeah. I'm bummed. I can't believe that this is how it went.
Yeah.
I can't believe that this is how it went.
And I feel greatly vindicated today.
Me too.
Victory lap?
About what?
I'm not going to take a victory lap based on a take that comes across as negative, but all offseason, I talked about a phrase that Mark poo-pooed over and over and over again, and here we are, and it's about to come to pass. Super Bowl or bust, and now you're 6-8, and this thing is going to get busted apart.
No doubt,
Debo Samuel, question mark, does he come back? Trent Williams, does he come back? We know that the big fella, Javon Hargrave, has been restructured, and he's going to be cut. And Mooney's not coming back. And you want to talk about a busting up of the roster? Well, it's here now, fellas. Yeah, so it is Super Bowl or bust. I was right.
No, you weren't. Don't take your victory lap.
I'm not taking any lap.
That doesn't even exist.
Steiny.
I love it. So there's roster changes, which happen to
major
every
roster
team
changes
every year. The Eagles.
Is Devondre Campbell coming back? Super Bowl or bust?
I can't believe he's still here.
That's what I said.
The victory lap. The victory lap that you should be taking actually was the one where you put your hand down because
I'm gesturing to the crowd after chipping in for Birdie.
And you noticed,
thank you.
You noticed the crowd's making a lot of noise, aren't they? Because there isn't one. You look like a truck
they're not booing me like they booed Debo.
I
couldn't believe that.
The victory lap you should be taking is the one where you talked about the roster before the year started.
Yeah, no depth.
Not having the depth that it needed. The Niners had a good draft. They had a bad offseason. They had a good draft. They had a bad offseason. Their free agent signings to create depth have not worked. They didn't do it in the secondary. The Devondre Campbell one went from bad to, okay, I guess it's not that bad, to literally embarrassing.
Well, it got good for a minute there.
Not
he had
really
a couple of good games.
It got okay.
Yeah,
it got okay. Now it's patently absurd.
Let's talk about Trent and Brandon and CMC.
Exactly. The way you handled the contracts, the way you built your depth, the way you readied yourself for what you at least, I don't want to say should have seen coming, but it's your job to be ready for it. That they did nothing. They did who did they bring in outside of the drafted players? Who did they bring in that has helped this team? Give me a name.
Outside of the drafted players?
One person.
I mean, he wasn't. Leonard Floyd wasn't absolutely terrible.
And if that's the best.
Evan Anderson with the Guardian cap.
Okay. So if that's the best we can do, that's not very good. That's not very good.
And your defensive coordinator didn't help a lot. I'm just saying what I feel.
The changes you made, like, yes, it appears you made some quality selections in the draft. But I would argue just about every other maneuver in the offseason came up very short.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious at this point.
Hey, Goo, this is the point where you mentioned that the math is still there.
He tried to get me to say that. I will not. Because the play is not there.
Yeah.
No, it's over.
Well, I mean.
It's over.
And I want to say something to Willie.
Let me do the legal.
Go ahead.
Oh, time for the legal.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's bugging you coming up very quickly?
So you said the other day you thought Debo is not done. And then a lot of people said, and if I'm to believe that Purdy is the quarterback that I've seen the last 2 years and maybe not, all this season, then I got to put it at Kyle's doorstep in regard to, I don't know what the question is, but you got to get the answers because maybe as a collective, everybody's not looking like themselves because maybe they caught up to you. The blocking, but I do believe Debo is in his own head now. But if he's not done, I don't believe Purdy is this bad because he looked like Jimmy, and he looked like Jimmy yesterday.
That stuff's all fair. I think that's all fair. I do think it's on each of us to sort of define what that question is. When we get frustrated, and we're all frustrated, I find it like, let's go further than just it's on him or it's on him. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what's the question? Obviously, it's on all of them, but let's go into each player and each coach and point to some things. Debo Samuel, to me, is an example of how this is how life works, man. When you're one action, when you're out of line, life's gonna find you.
Karma.
If you want to call it that,
that's how
call
I felt,
it whatever
man.
you want.
They booed him.
And we're going to talk about that right out of the gate.
At home, Dibs.
I'll tell you what the Shanahan thing is that gets me.
This is,
okay?
Yeah.
And it's not just that broad, like, this is on you, Kyle. Here's what gets me. I don't know if in 2024 anymore in the NFL, I don't know if you can play football this way where you are immediately at your absolute worst if the game is close in the fourth quarter. If you're even down by 3,
wow, man.
These two, Kyle and Brock, feel like they're down by 10. And I don't know if and I get it. I get that that's the system they run. But to me, that is too gaping of a hole. You have to, in the NFL, with the offensive rules the way they are, and the quarterbacks that you have to go beat. When you watch what Stafford and Allen did to each other last week in L.A., where it's just like, okay, it's a close game. We're both going to score 80 points in the fourth quarter. Bing, 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 pinball game. When the Niners are down 3 in the fourth quarter, you feel hosed. Like it's over. And the stats will show that usually it is. And to me, that's the hole in what Kyle Shanahan has built. It's effective until it's not. And when you get behind for whatever reason in the fourth quarter,
I feel
they
like
cannot. I can't say they can't. They usually can't do it.
Yeah, I feel like we're watching an NFL team, an NBA team, not shoot threes by the vertical ball. I mean, if you could give me a video clip of a Niner going deep and a flag being thrown, I can't wait to see it. My point is, does he got to diversify his portfolio? This league is going downfield, and the Niners, everything is over the middle. And I believe teams have figured the Rams weren't scared last night.
Well, they still don't have anybody who can run deep. Yeah. The 49ers don't have.
But you got a $30 million receiver that didn't do that when he was on the field.
It's not what he does. Like, it's not, I mean, not every receiver does that.
Yeah. Hey, who's enjoying these bouts of rain and cold weather we've been experiencing? The weather isn't the only thing to worry about. It's also ant and rodent season. If these pets have made their way into your home looking for shelter from the rain and cold, Atco Pest Control has comprehensive solutions. From effective ant treatments to rodent eradication and exclusion work, Atco can take care of what's bugging you. Call Atco Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. It is time for the What's Bugging You.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
My favorite part of the week.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dib.
I'll lead off, and this one is personal to me, but it's more personal to someone who is very close to me. And what's bugging me is the Baseball Hall of Fame process, because earlier this week, we lost one of the great ones, a man who certainly should be in the Hall of Fame. He had 374, I believe, career home runs. He played 14, if not 15 years in Major League Baseball in the 50s and 60s. But what we do now in the Hall of Fame is we forget the men who laid the groundwork for the sport that we all enjoy. And we forget the accomplishments of a man in particular who was able to slug it out back when pitchers were on a higher mound and you played 8 days a week, you had double headers, you traveled on buses, and life was a lot harder. Rocky Colavito died earlier this week at the age of 91, and I know a lot about Rocky Colavito because of my good friend Matt Steinmetz, and Rocky Colavito is a family friend. And so what's bugging me, Steiny, and I was thinking about this earlier in the week, and I sent you a text of condolence because I know that your mom in particular is dear friends with Rocky and his wife, and Rocky's no longer with us, but a player like Rocky Colavito falls through the cracks, whereas modern day players who have similar numbers and similar impact, they get their causes championed. It becomes a cause celeb of these people, as opposed to a man, Rocky Colavito, who I never saw play because I think he stopped playing when I was 3 months old in 1968, somewhere along that line. But some of the great players of days gone by don't get the credit that they deserve. And so it had me thinking about it, Steiny, and my thoughts go out to you and your family. Rocky Colavito, 91, a great life lived. But what bugs me is this whole idea about the Hall of Fame. We don't give credit where credit should be due, which is to those who came before us.
I'm mad at you. Good one. Yep. I'll take it in a little different direction. What's bugging me is anybody who claims to have EV anxiety.
Ooh.
Electric vehicle?
I don't know what that is.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
EV anxiety is when you have an people are shying away from electric vehicles because they're afraid they'll run out of a charge. Okay. And then what do? Let me tell you something. It's the same as having a gas tank. Okay? You fill up your gas tank with gas. Guess how many miles you get? About 300 miles. And then you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to go to a gas station. It's the exact same thing with an electric vehicle. You charge your vehicle, you have 300 miles, and then you're going to have to charge your vehicle again. Oh, but Steiny, what if you're in the middle of the desert and there's no charger? Well, what if you're in the middle of a desert without a gas station?
That's fair.
You don't drive into the middle of the desert if you're going to run out of gas. It's an excuse. It's a cop-out. And frankly, to quote a guy we all know, I'm sick of it. EV anxiety? Hit the pike.
I hadn't heard of it till now.
And look at a map. There's charging stations all over.
Do you know anybody who's recently run out of their electric vehicle charge?
Or suffering from EVA?
Yeah.
No.
I didn't know it existed.
I've never run out of a charge. You know why? Because the car says you have 25 more miles, and then you go, oh, I'll charge it.
If you hadn't done that NBA thing, if you hadn't done that NBA thing 2 weeks ago, I'd argue this is your best rant of all time. I don't know where it came from or why it's happening or why you're so mad about it, but it's the most intricate, wonderful thing I've ever heard you say in my life.
I've been thinking about it for 3 days. In fact,
what happened?
On the bottom of
but who got you going?
Just the phrase.
No,
EV anxiety.
Where are you hearing this?
Urban Dictionary.
Oh, are you late?
No, look it up.
I believe
it's a phrase. It's one of the things that's holding back electric vehicle sales.
But to be that bugged, you need to be. I would think you were confronted with this somehow.
No, that's the beauty of Steiny.
With the idea of it.
Amazing.
And somebody who
absolutely
uses
incredible.
a phrase that is so ludicrous.
Mine is stupid and quick, so I'll be. Let me go next. Especially because Ken is sitting in there looking at me. The two of you are playing each other in the fantasy.
Yes, we are. He had Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, he had Juwan. And so no, you smiling and clapping right now is exactly what I want to talk about.
Is that what's bugging you?
No, what's bugging me is my own overconfidence. I don't like what happens when something good happens to your fantasy team on a Thursday night and you spend 3 days peacocking around, planning for the next round. And Ken, I know damn well I haven't won anything yet. Ken started Cooper Kupp last night.
0.
He got 0.0 points.
He had what, 1 target?
I don't even know how many. Ken, how many do you have?
3.
Ken knows. Ken's like he had 3. But I don't even think any of them were even close.
Out of bounds.
And now I've got to spend 48 hours.
I feel you.
Just acting like my you-know-what don't stink because he's basically playing me down a player.
Wow, man.
What's your percentage jump to?
Oh, God. That's even worse.
He doesn't believe in these.
When you look at those stupid things.
And he got an A+ for his draft. Didn't make the playoffs.
You might as well just go to the toilet and slam your head with the seat rather than look at the ridiculous percentages.
I had a 92% against you until that Jerry Jeudy happened.
It's a miracle. Since you asked, Steiny. Since you asked. I am now up to
probably 71.
I am up to 76.
Wow.
And I haven't
even
started. I did have to replace my tight end, Evan Engram, today, who's now out for the year, which dropped me, I think, from 77 down to 76.
Man.
So we're dealing with that adversity on the team, Ken, and we'll see if we can recover.
Yeah. 2 Monday night games this week.
I know.
What's bugging you, buddy?
Oh, yeah. Listen.
China's got somewhere to be. He's out of energy.
The bag is not on the shoulder.
Yeah, from the streets to the hood to high school to some colleges, I wore number 34. And I wore 34 playing basketball because I was rough and tough in the paint. If I wasn't the most skilled, I was rough. And that's why I wore 34 for
Charles
Barkley.
Oakley.
If I see another NBA player 8 feet tall give me the too small thing, when a guy 6'1" is guarding you, I'm going to lose it. Karl Malone's, the greats, Maurice Lucas's, they did what they did and ran down court, and the fans knew what you had. You don't got to symbolize that you're bigger than the other guy, and I'm seeing little guys do the too small thing. Get back on D. It's ridiculous. I might be aging myself, but it's whack. You don't got to tell us you moved and grooved down low in the paint. Let the fans watch it and know, man, look at them shoulders. But this little, he's too small. It's sickening to me.
I mean, if I'm Wembanyama, I do that every time down the floor.
Exactly.
This might be my favorite what's bugging you of the year.
Stand on it. My hand to the ground.
It's such a great take. Like, shouldn't you be talking smack if you scored on someone bigger than you?
Right.
Why would you be like, look at me, I just scored on someone 7 inches shorter than me?
In theory. On Sunday and was doing... Dude, he's 5'8". Come on, man.
I need somebody to now start instead of too small, just go,
yeah, exactly.
I'm too tall. Wembanyama can do it every single play.
Come on, man.
All right.
Yeah, that's what Juwan Jennings did last night when that ball flew over his head. Well, too tall.
Which time?
Sorry to bring the room back.
Yeah, he hurt me a little bit last time, but that's all right.
Debo, you got to catch that.
Wow, great. Awful. That's a perfect place to let it go. Debo Samuel, right in the breadbasket. That's what we used to call it back in my day. Yeah. Dibs, the bread basket.
Back when there were bread baskets.
Yes, exactly.
How long ago was your day, Steiny?
You know what? When I was in my prime.
Yeah.
1982.
What do you consider your prime?
82.
Late 80s, early 90s.
It's been
late 80s, early
that
90s.
Long?
Yeah.
Really?
It was Holy Names High School, 1982.
That wasn't my prime. That wasn't my prime.
Like you've been here now for 6 decades.
Maybe senior year.
Basically.
Once you got rid of Ed Lackman, that's when you really started to blossom.
My son is 10.
Ed Lackman.
If he asked you, what's the best decade out of the first 6? What would you say?
It's after college,
okay,
but you got to have a job. It's that first job after college.
You like your 20s as long as they're...
Yeah. It was like when I finally drew a salary. Instead of working for Waterfall Gardens for $5.50 an hour as a college graduate.
Wasn't that salary, as Draymond would say?
It was
too small.
It was. It was too small. It was not a Wembanyama salary. All right, gentlemen, have a great show on 95.7 The Game.
I love the young people.
the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Okay, let's go. This is, of all days, this is the day to really just... don't save it for tomorrow. Let it out. And this is what struck me, Dibs. And glad you're with us. And just know that the invitation is absolutely already been sent. Okay? 888-957-9570. The Niners season is over for all intents and purposes. Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5 o'clock. What a perfect thing to do because, ladies and gentlemen, Warriors season is here in full effect. But this is what struck me, and I wonder how you and I can kind of compare and contrast this. Because we did the show together, and then off we all head through the parking lot of Levi Stadium. You went to the press box.
Yep.
I ended up in some seats, and therefore that made you drier than me. But what struck me is the vibe of this fan base right now. It really struck me. I have now been in the stands twice this year and listened to Brandon Ayuk get sort of kind of booed and listened last night to Debo Samuel sort of kind of get booed. And I also listened to Kyle Shanahan essentially get heckled for the entire night after every single play call.
By one guy behind you.
No, it was multiple. There was one who was excessive.
Okay.
And sir, if you're listening, you're not that funny. It's not that funny to cuss on every single sentence at the top of your lungs. I'm not a prude. My kids weren't there. It's fine. You're not that funny. Anyway, he probably should have been on What's Bugging You. But I don't want to spend too much time on that. Kyle Shanahan is getting heckled on the regular and on a night when the 49ers score 6 points. I completely get it. I totally get it. I think we need to be open to all comments and all thoughts and everything on a day like today. But I really would love if we can collectively take the temperature of this fan base, because I am struck by where we find ourselves. This is a very angry place right now. This is a very, and that's, for me, that's the only way that I can put it into words. I am so bummed. I don't get angry at sports teams. That's not the word I would use. If you do, that's great. That's fine. But I'm just so bummed because this experience I had sort of at least marked down with ballpoint ink that something was going to, something fun, something special potentially was on the schedule this year.
Yeah, and something fun has happened, but not when you've needed it to happen. And you look at the last 5 games, and they've lost 4 of those games. And you could look at every game individually. Seattle, well, Geno Smith drove down and beat you. Well, that's not supposed to happen. In Green Bay, you had a backup quarterback, fine. You go to Buffalo, and it's a blizzard. Okay, it was a scheduled loss anyway. They were coming off a bye. You beat Chicago, big whoop. And then you come out and you play the Rams, and you get Greenlaw back, and you get Bosa back, and your defense is pretty damn nasty for the majority of the game. And I know that the Rams did have a couple of long drives in the second half, and the defense was kind of worn down, and Dre Greenlaw wasn't there, and Devondre Campbell had decided he didn't want to play football anymore. And you had Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who was already injured, and he had to go out there and play. And so, yeah, the defense stood up. The defense was great almost all night long.
Sure.
And yet you scored 6 points. And you talk about the fans, and the one thing that struck me even before Debo got booed is when that game kicked off, it was about 65% full. And I don't know where your seats were, but I was up in the press box and looking across at the sunny side, which turned out to be the rainy side by the second quarter. And the majority of that upper deck was kind of empty, which told me that a lot of fans were either turned off by the weather or turned off by the fact that this team is 6-7. So
probably a lot of both.
Even though fans were the ones who did show up and shout out the faithful who were there and they stayed till the end, those fans who showed up, and you have every right to boo whoever you want to boo. You're a paying customer. I get that. But what I saw from the crowd was general disinterest even going in. Well, the crowd, the thing was not even close to sold out.
Yeah, it's hard for me to put a finger on that because I'll give you this example. The United Club last night.
Oh, look at you.
Chest to chest. The whole time. So,
a lot of people who were out in the crowd, they chose to be in the club.
They chose to be inside because it was raining, and
it rained for about a quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it was light rain in the first quarter. The second quarter was it was pretty intense. And I don't mean intense other than like if
it rained hard.
Yeah, if you're a sitting duck, if you're just in a chair sitting in it, it was incredibly wet. And so I do think that a lot of fans made that choice, and that's fine. I get that. I'll also say that even inside some of those clubs and underneath overhangs, it was not like the group was intensely screaming at television sets, totally locked into the game. It might have been much more locked in on, big Bud Light or whatever else they may have had in their right or left hand. You know what I mean? You're not wrong with what you're saying. So I don't know where everybody's belief was. And sure, they were already in a bad spot before this game started, but I remember the last thing I said to you before we left for the game last night. I'm so excited to see what this feels like if they can win tonight and really put together a late season charge. And for Kyle Shanahan, who's got a reputation of late season runs, sparkly November and December record, for him to come out there last night and have this be the product where we all thought season on the brink, and what the fans were delivered in that moment were two things: 6 points and one of your players who basically flipped you off and left, is stunning. It's absolutely stunning. And it was a boring game. It's very hard to watch. And I really think if there is one thing that Kyle Shanahan needs to review, so many people want everybody in these situations to review themselves, right? And I think that's fair. If Kyle wants to review himself, he's got to look at that. He has got to look at the effectiveness of his team in the second half when it calls for points. You can't just get your 10-point lead in the first half every time and then pound people into submission and win the game. It's been very effective. You've been very good. I'll be the first one, obviously, always have been, to point that out. I don't want Kyle fired. We don't need to go there. But I think there's a fair conversation to happen about whether or not in 2024, with all rules set for quarterbacks and passing game, if you can be effective when you're down by 3 in the fourth quarter, it usually feels like you're down by 10.
I can honestly say they're not built for this.
Yeah, what it feels like.
It's the way it is. And look at the two different offenses and look at what Kyle does throughout the entirety of the game. And all you have to do is look at their formations, and it's bunch formations. It's everyone tight to the line of scrimmage, and they try to do everything off of that. And then you look at the Rams on their 17-play drive where they took the lead and they slowly but surely went down the field. Everything is spread out wide. They're either going empty or they're going 11 personnel with the tight end and the one running back and the 3 wide receivers. A lot of times they went to 4 wide receivers and they spread the defense out, and they let the quarterback go out there and make plays and make choices and kind of pick the defense apart. And that's not what Shanahan does schematically as an offense.
What's the emotion you're feeling?
Like, it's frustration and emotion?
Sure, absolutely.
That is, the biggest emotion is frustration.
Okay.
And it's not just about one thing. I'm frustrated by Shanahan and his play calling. And you go back to the first half where it's 3rd and 6, and you are across the 50 and you go to 21 personnel with Debo Samuel as your running back, 3rd and 6, and you give him the ball. You run the ball on 3rd and 6, and he goes nowhere, and now you're going to go ahead and kick a long field goal. Moody made it, great, but that is not a very aggressive play. The fact that he continues to try to run Debo Samuel as a running back is a failed scenario. It continues to fail. When was the last time Debo as a running back broke off a big run? I'd have to go back through all my notes
probably last
and find
year.
that
Yeah,
run.
last year.
But it doesn't work. And so he continues to try to do the same thing over and over and over again.
Did you feel like, because I heard this from a lot of people, did you feel like they were force-feeding Debo Samuel, especially early in the game?
I don't feel that way, and our show thread had that as an idea, and Grandy and Lucas both thought that. And I watched the game again this morning, and the first play from scrimmage was a play action. They went to Debo. It was incomplete.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, on that 3rd and 6, they brought Debo in as a running back, and they handed it to him, and he got 2 yards, and it didn't work. I don't think that they, quote, force-fed him, but my issue and the frustration was more with Brock Purdy, where there were a lot of plays that weren't designed for certain players, but he went there anyway. He was forcing balls unnecessarily when the check down was available.
Well, I think when a quarterback starts forcing things, we could psychoanalyze, but I would argue I've always likened it to and you know this, the way that I play Madden. When you're force feeding it, and it is in some way baked in fear. Like, in other words, if you're not trusting, and he did not have a clean pocket last night. If you're not trusting that you're going to have time to go through your progressions, then I think you're vulnerable to sort of make a decision early about where you're going to go with the ball. And that's when you force something. And I saw that especially with his deep throws last night. The one to Jennings is just, woo, that's mind-boggling. That's mind-boggling lack of awareness to throw that football. He was never open.
Right.
He was never open for a moment, and you were in field goal range while down by 3. That's the drive that Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy rarely pull off. And the truth of the matter is, they were pulling it off. They were in the process. They had converted a few 3rd downs. Ricky Pearsall was allowed to touch the ball. It was crazy.
Once.
They were moving the ball. And that throw is exactly, I would argue, what Brock Purdy has made his reputation for not doing.
Exactly.
And it ended their season. That's just wild to me. So I think that, let's play with this for a little while. Niner fans, what are you feeling? I was so struck by the vibe in the stands last night. I was very, very struck by it. And that's the best. It's not a great word. It's the only one I can come up with. I'm just so bummed. I'm so bummed that this is the season we got. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are you feeling after that? We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started with BayAreaFastTrack.org. We're going to take all your calls, okay? So line up right now, and we will go to you. And you can just, go wherever you want, say whatever you want. How are you feeling after that effort with the season on the brink? It's Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
defensive front, 2nd and 11. 5.5 left in the 4th. Taylor is the running back. Purdy going for it all, and it's going to be picked off in the end zone. Darius Williams on an overthrow, and the Rams get the takeaway.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, look, I would be disingenuous if I wasn't going to admit that part of, I think, what happens at a time like this for 49er fans is it makes you question yourself. It makes you question your own opinions. It makes you question the things that you felt before. There is a Brock Purdy conversation to have.
Yeah.
And we'll have it. I'm ready for that. But that's what's hard is you're like, wait a minute. Like, was I a crazy person for the last 2 years with what we saw? So we'll get to all of it. Here's, by the way, what Kyle Shanahan said with regard to Brock Purdy specifically and the offense. This was last night.
We saw the other quarterback on the other side go through the exact same things in the first half. So I thought Brock made some really good throws in the first half too. So, from a throwing standpoint, I thought, in those circumstances, I thought we were throwing the ball better in the first half than we were running the ball. I know we got that explosive to Kittle. I think we had a 3rd down to Juwan, I believe, and a couple drops in there too. So, I think it was a little bit of everybody.
Yeah, I don't disagree with him. I mean, that's why I said earlier, if it's not the Niners this year, if it's not one thing, it's another. When Purdy makes good throws, and he did make some good throws, they got dropped. He threw a touchdown pass to Debo Samuel. He didn't catch it. That was a 3rd down, and it was a tough catch for Juwan, the diving one in the first half, but it's a ball that he has caught and should catch. And then the second half, he just dropped. I mean, my God, this is just a little out route. I mean, he was standing 10 yards from each other and just went right through his hands. We haven't seen Juwan do that this year.
Yep, 5 of 12 for Brock, 46 yards in the second half. And I'm just looking at the notes that I made this morning, and even one of his completions, he got one to Garendo on 1st and 10. It was behind him. Garendo had to dive actually just to catch it, and that was 2 yards where it probably should have been
bad throw,
8 or 10.
Bad throw,
terrible throw. And then you look at an incomplete to Debo on 2nd and 20 where he forced it down the field and Garendo was open on the check down. The interception that he threw, he had 2 guys open on the check down. And the last throw that he made in the game where you're just trying to get a pitch and catch to Pearsall to get something to make that last Hail Mary-ish play plausible. He threw it 5 yards in front of Ricky Pearsall. And Pearsall is open, breaking toward the sideline. It's an easy throw. Let him catch it. Let him run out of bounds. And now you've got a 1st down at the 30 or the 35 or whatever it is, and you've got one last chance to, maybe not throw a Hail Mary, but actually run a play where the defense will have to honor you. So, yeah, there were drops, and the Debo drop is one that will forever live in infamy as, the play that might actually be the one that fans will think about when they want Debo gone. And I wonder what fans really want with Debo. And this is where I talk about Super Bowl or bust, because you look at the Debo Samuel situation just in isolation, and fans have turned on Debo like I never thought they would. And you were there last night, and I was in the hermetically sealed press box sitting next to Lucas, and he's eating his pasta, and I'm eating my Cubano, and I'm like, do they boo him? And he wipes his mouth, and he's like, I'm not sure. I took a bite of salad, and I'm not sure either. And he got
First off, both of you should probably finish your bite before you have a conversation.
There was no finishing any bite.
I'm going to eat it. Yeah.
Because every time there was an incomplete pass, we had to go get more food. It was a rule.
That's a bad rule.
It was a great rule.
That's like playing the, did you ever play the Roxanne drinking game?
No doubt.
You played that?
Oh, yeah.
Does everybody know this?
Roxanne.
Yeah, and the game is that like every time Sting says Roxanne, you have to take a shot of beer.
Oh, boy.
And all he does is say Roxanne 48 million times in that song.
I love the young people.
Let's go to Dibs, half of the bag.
Shot of beer every time he says Roxanne. And then I think it was like every time the chorus hits or something, then there's an actual shot.
Or every time you got to turn on the red light.
Great. Something. Let's drink. Something. All I know is by the end of the song, you gone. But anyway, I digress.
Yes.
Like I was in the stands, and I don't know that I would call it an out-and-out boo. It wasn't like Philadelphia and Santa Claus was on the field.
Right.
But it was a very hefty, negative moan. It was a moan that says it's not just you dropped a pass. If a beloved player, if Justin Jefferson goes over the middle and drops a big ball, the crowd is more like, oh,
right.
Like, oh, man, we had a chance there.
It's more of an exasperation.
This was like a, dude, you tweeted 2 days ago.
Yep.
And now you can't hold on to the ball. Like, it was an angry moan. And
I can't make a play if I don't have the ball.
Well, part of me was really proud of the Niner fan base because, like, when I hear that, when I hear 50, 60,000 people collectively have that reaction, I go, oh, you're tapped in. You all know the context here. You don't just understand that Debo dropped the ball and he's got a Niner jersey on. You're not a casual. You're tapped in. You understand the context of this moment, which was way bigger than the actual moment itself. And so that made me feel good, as a Niner fan and somebody who does Niner content and all these things. I was like, oh, okay, Niner fans, but it was heavy. It was a heavy moment. And I know a lot of people who think if he catches that ball, they probably win the game.
You would figure. I mean,
they probably win the game.
You catch that, you go up 10-3, and whoa, a touchdown. Look at them.
Yeah, if you use the end zone last night, you probably win the game.
It seems like it. And that was not the game-ending miscue, but that's one where you definitely bookmarked it and thought, okay, they got the field goal, they're up 6-3.
Well, it just changes the whole game.
Well, it's a 4-point swing is what it is.
And it makes the Rams probably call plays differently. Like, there's still plenty
still early.
It's still early, but it was clear that if somebody got the non-field goal lead, it was like, oh, we're going to need to get a little more aggressive on offense
Well,
now.
let's just say this. If they score that touchdown and it's 10-3, the Rams do go on a 17-play drive, and they get down to, it's 3rd and 4 at the 5-yard line, and it's a hold, and Bosa actually got something done, and we can get to Bosa later if you want, and how ineffective he was in the game. But, the Rams wound up with a 4th and goal, and maybe they go about things a little bit differently if they weren't going to settle for 3.
Yeah, they might have gone for it. You're right. Okay, let's get to everybody. And again, the question is just, I was struck by the vibe and the sound and the feel, what fans are feeling like in the stands. Dibs used the word frustrated. I used the word bummed. I could translate that to just disappointed. I didn't know if the Niners were going to win the Super Bowl this year, but man, I'd have bet a lot of money that it wasn't going to be 6-8. Like, holy crap. You got to be kidding me. Jack in the city. Hi, Jack. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up? Jack, you there?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call. Love the show. First off, I'm super frustrated with the season. This team was just soft, but I am optimistic for next year. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on what we need to do to get back to winning football. I mean, personally, for me, I think it starts in the trenches. Our lines were not good this season, and is really why I think Brock wasn't as good, why McCaffrey and Debo weren't as effective in the backfield. I mean, we need to get back to bowling people at the line of scrimmage and running the ball. I did not feel that once this year. McKivitz, for starters, has to go. He's awful. We cannot waste any more high picks on these skilled players. Football is won at the line of scrimmage, and I keep thinking back to that Green Bay Packer playoff game at Levi's when Jimmy G was the QB and we ran the ball down their throat. Where is that team? That team is gone. We don't have that anymore, wow. And that's how we're going to win football games with Brock.
Jack, I love your point, and here's how I'll say it. Thank you, Jack. I don't know what you think, Dibs. When I look around the NFL right now, there's a few teams that stand out for certain things that they do. And the 49ers have traditionally, you know this, John Lynch has said it, the heartbeat of the team is the defensive line. I don't mind that. That's true. That can be where you start things on defense. But I would just tweak the thought of the heartbeat of the team. And instead of making it the defensive line, it needs to be the offensive line. Because in today's NFL, it's too much pressure to ask your defense, in my opinion, to lead the way. I don't really buy the idea that defense wins championships. If you mean you need a good defense, I'll buy it. But I think what's going to win the championship this year is the offensive line. Detroit has lost their entire defensive line. Guess what? They don't lose any games. Why? Penei Sewell. They have an unbelievable offensive line. Look what the Philadelphia Eagles do. If it's 3rd and 4th and 1, just move the chains now.
First down. 3, even same thing.
First down. Because, and the Chiefs too, who people accuse of cheating because the right tackle, false starts on every play, whatever. If the offensive line plays well, you score points. And this is not an excuse for Brock Purdy, but let's admit that he's running for his life this year in ways that he hasn't the last 2 years. I think it's a big factor in the way he's playing.
Well, and it's affected the way he's playing.
Totally.
And that to me is a bigger issue about Brock Purdy and also the coaching and the coaching points therein, because he has been under a lot more duress this year. And yet last night's a great example where even though he's under duress, he's still trying to make throws that he probably shouldn't, as opposed to taking what is there. And, you know, if you look at the film from last night, the Rams didn't blitz a ton. They didn't have to.
Correct.
They got home with 4 many, many times. And so if you get home with 4 and you cover with 7, a lot of the deep throws won't be there. And yet Brock continued to try to force the ball down the field as opposed to taking what the defense was giving him. And that's an issue. And if you look at what they've done in the draft, over the last 4 drafts, in the top 100 picks that they've had, they've taken 1 offensive lineman and 0 defensive linemen. So you can talk about building in the draft, and they do need to do that, but they haven't done that. They've chosen to go other directions.
Yeah, and maybe that's because they don't want to put rookies there. I don't know. They've had a very, very veteran group. On one end, it's based on Trent Williams. You look at how they attacked the defensive line when they needed somebody new opposite Bosa. They went free agency, not draft. That can work, but I'd argue this offseason, they had a hell of a lot better of a draft than they did a free agency period.
Yes, but they didn't address the defensive line, and they got Dominic Pooney.
Yeah.
But in the draft is, what I was talking about.
Yes.
You got Okawanu, who actually turned out to have a pretty good year, and Evan Anderson was an undrafted street free agent that you got. So you piecemealed it fairly well, but you don't have the real game wrecker, and that's where Javon Hargrave, and you could say he's a bust, but you paid him to come in and be that dude, and he got hurt in camp, and I don't think he played a snap this year, so he wasn't able to come in and be that guy.
No. Yeah,
Javon Hargrave.
No, he played 3, 4, 5 games. This happened in the game. It was at least the Rams game when his injuries started. So Hargrave, how many games did he play this year, Grandy? Hargrave,
Javon Hargrave played in 3 games this year, so he got hurt week 3 in LA.
In LA. Yeah, that's when that happened. So, but he wasn't good last year. He wasn't horrible, but he was disappointing based on the number they gave him, in my opinion. Let's go to Jacob in San Jose. Hey, Jacob, thank you for calling.
Hey, man, how are you? I'm glad I'm putting in. It's my first time on a call. So sorry if I sound a bit nervous.
No,
but I still have.
Jacob, relax. We don't bite. Everything's cool. Take your time, brother.
All right. I want to talk about Debo and Devondre Campbell. That's his name, right?
Yep.
Campbell?
Yep. You got it.
Yep. All right. First, Debo. I don't know what's going on with him this year. Something's wrong. Last year, he was doing better. This year, I keep saying, I don't know what it is, but you cannot make a tweet saying you're not getting the ball enough, and then when you get a clear pass up the middle and just drop it, and there's only end zone in front of you. You just can't do that. And going to Campbell, you can't just leave when your team needs you. You got Greenlaw. He's on the sideline. We got no linebackers out there. You can't just walk out on your team. You just can't do that. I mean, have you seen anyone else do that besides Antonio Brown? No.
Jacob, you're spot on.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson this year with Pittsburgh did that,
thanks,
and
Jacob.
They suspended him for a week.
A little bit different. All of these situations all have some differences in them.
Of course.
Right? Deontay Johnson, who had just been acquired by the team, and I think there had been some stuff going on in practice, and it was brewing and whatnot. What really strikes me about the Devondre Campbell thing last night is that seemingly nobody had any indication that was coming. And this is an important point. Everybody can talk about the machismo side of it, which is right. Let his team down. You don't do that. You can't walk off a field. Everybody's totally correct in that. But here's the extension of it. If you do feel some type of way, if you're in your feelings and you flat out are refusing to play and you know you're going to do that, my man, tell Kyle that 2 days before the game.
Right.
And then it's still a problem, but it's not that kind of problem.
You can deal with it for sure.
Well, you can get a practice squad player elevated and at least have the correct number of linebackers.
The body, yeah.
This was yanking the rug out from underneath all of his teammates, who, by the way, did nothing wrong. Like, he's forcing teammates to play injured. That's why they were so offended.
Exactly. And if you think about it and you look at the situation, Devondre Campbell on the year has played the 4th most snaps on defense on the entire team. So it's one thing if it's a guy who, and we'll use Moses Moody as a cross-pollination situation, sensation.
Thank you.
And, a guy who, if Moses Moody were to pull it, it's like, okay, fine, I get it. You're not playing and you're kind of being jacked around, whatever the situation. I don't excuse it, but at least you could look at it and say, here's a guy who's not playing. Devondre Campbell's played in 83% of the snaps. Wow. And here's another example.
Yeah.
Jair Brown, a guy who last week lost his starting spot. He's played in 95% of snaps. What happened yesterday? He came out and played a great game. The secondary was great. Jair Brown made one mistake in coverage, but other than that, he was really, really good, and he got benched the week before, and now you're back because Mustafa's out, and did he sulk and say, no, I don't want to play? Of course not.
And that's not even nearly, like you're right, but it's also a completely different kind of benching. Like, I'd love to call Devondre today and be like, dog, what did you think was going to happen when Dre Greenlaw got back?
Well, they told him when he came in exactly why you were here.
You think that this is your core now? Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw are gods in this city. Okay? These two dudes don't need wallets and don't need names on the back of their jerseys for the rest of their lives. These two dudes are in ink. These are Niner legends, even if they never get a ring. You thought you were going to displace one of them? You're a nut job. You are nuts. You are absolutely delusional. If you thought this was going to go any other way when you signed here, you should not have signed here if that's how you felt.
Yeah.
Period. You shouldn't have signed here.
Well,
and they shouldn't have signed you.
And that is where, you can assign a little bit of blame to the front office for not properly vetting the player. And you heard some rumblings earlier in the year about,
he's had issues
about Campbell and, a little bit of rumbling about being replaced in certain situations and in certain packages. And then now you get in the spot where Dre Greenlaw finally is able to get healthy. And the other part of it is Dre Greenlaw went out there and balled. It's not like you had Dre Greenlaw out there limping around and you're Devondre Campbell thinking, I could do better than what he's doing. There was no better player on either side of the football last night than Dre Greenlaw through the first half, and yet you're all up in your feelings because you lost your spot. The guy you lost your spot to had 9 tackles, and it's funny, just a quick vignette about the press box.
Yeah.
I'm sitting a couple seats away from Hutch, Jake Hutchinson, our Niners insider, and I was like, man, I said to Lucas next to me, I said, Dre Greenlaw's got 6 tackles. He's playing great. Mm-hmm. And Hutch leans over and goes, yeah, I tweeted that 4 minutes ago. He's got 9 now. And I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, since I tweeted that, he has 3 more tackles.
He was a complete inspiration. He was the best thing that happened last night. You want me to say it?
You might as well.
He was an inspiration sensation.
What else are you going to do?
I don't know. Save my money for holiday gifts. Anyway, point is
amazing.
He was the best thing that happened to that game last night, and maybe the only good thing you take out of last night. Go ahead and get comfortable signing that guy to the extension even off of injury. I'm in. I am in on Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner staying together into the future. That's all I needed to see.
How about this stat from the first half for Dre Greenlaw? First Niners player with 9 or more tackles in a first half of a regular season game since Fred Warner, Week 17, 2021.
Dude,
and he did that off an Achilles.
Off an Achilles in 11 months, 10 months. Wow, dude. Wow. Dre Greenlaw, I don't know which linebacker I love more. These two dudes have been the best tandem in this league for a long time, and they gave you a glimpse right now that there's hope that they will be again.
And he plays basically 2 in a change of quarters, and he's over there with a knee issue and a Theragun on his calf, and it's like he wants to go back in there. He's got 1 injury he's getting over, and yet he's got 2 new injuries, and Devondre Campbell can't find the courage to go out there and play.
Courage ain't the right word. He can't work through his own ego enough to find his way onto that field. And I hope y'all understand that's why that was so offensive to the team last night. when you're part of a team, Dre Greenlaw is out there off an Achilles, 9 tackles in the first half. And you, Devondre, this doofus, decided that he would risk that. He would risk the health of Dre and D. Winters and anyone else. Fred Warner, who's playing on a broken ankle.
Well, that's the thing is D. Winters was already out in the first quarter with a neck.
And so you put all that at risk because of your own ego. Dude, get off this team. Get off the team. Don't ever come back. If I'm the Niners, I told Devondre last night, you are not, give me your key card. You are not, you're not just cut. You are not welcome in this facility. Get away from these players. You're offensive. You're not just bad. You're offensive to these teammates.
Well, there are ways to go about it, and I'm not saying that they won't do that, but if you do cut him, he becomes available to every single other team to pick up. I don't know what team would want to pick him up, but there are other things you can do before you cut him, such as suspend him for a game for conduct detrimental to the team, and you can do that on Monday. You can do that at the end of this week, and then he has to sit another week. And, yeah, you don't have to come back to the facility, but there are other ways to go about it other than just a snap judgment to cut him.
I hear you from the standpoint of I would like to know what is like financially damaging to the Niners, and I don't want them to do any of that. But I could give a rip respectfully. Agreed. If he plays for another team, I think that team is nuts. I think his career is over. But if I'm the Niners brass, I want that man out of the building for sure. And never, ever, ever to be seen again. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Let's keep rolling, okay? So Tom and Jonathan and Wesley and Connor, Cowboy Sal, stay right where you are. We are coming to you. How you feeling? How did this season make you feel? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
It's Bonte Hill. Don't just stretch.
first down and maybe a touchdown had he caught it. And now the crowd, of course, is responding to the fact, give me the ball, and look what happened.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's not a hefty boo, but that's a boo. That's a boo. You can hear it.
Oh, it's a boo.
That's a boo.
It's a boo. You can almost hear Lucas and I chewing, too, in the background. It's really hard to hear, but if you tune in, you can hear us.
Levi's does take care of the food, man. They do. There's some options now.
Early second quarter, Lucas turned to me and said, "This is the best press box ever."
I'm telling you, man.
I said, quiet, I'm eating.
Exactly. I want to go to the phones. Going to Levi's and having that kind of moment, it's no different for me than eating at a Mexican restaurant. I am not mature enough to handle the chips and salsa. I'm just not. Yep. I'm full by the time the meal comes every time. So it's the same thing. You head to Levi's and you're just like, oh, here, as much as you want. And I'm just like, I'm supposed to choose between nachos, chicken strips, burgers, and pizza. And that you're like, I think I need all of it.
All of it.
I gotta.
Yeah, all of it.
Anyway.
3rd and 10 at the 29, and the Niners had forced a 3-and-out on the Rams' opening possession of the second half. And Debo runs a great little, I don't know if it was a slant, Greg Cosell, not till Wednesday.
I don't think,
a little bit of a post, whatever it was. He breaks open down the middle, and Brock throws his best ball of the night right in the breadbasket, as Steiny would say, and just boop.
It's a touchdown. There is zero question.
And Pearsall's out there throwing a block.
Blocking.
Yeah.
There's no way that Debo doesn't beat those defenders to the pylon.
Perfect play design.
Yep.
Everything was perfect except for the fact that he didn't catch the ball.
So how you feeling, everybody? Like, we're struck by the emotions that were in that building last night, and I can't even say the final score without laughing and rolling my eyes. 12-6? That's the final score of your season on the brink game? 12-6? I don't care that it was raining. It wasn't even raining that hard. Part of the game. The score was higher in Chicago 2 years ago. It was an absolute drenched downpour the whole game. Let's go to Wesley in San Mateo. Hi, Wesley. Thank you for calling.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I really appreciate it. I love listening to the show.
Thanks, man.
I just want to say that Brock Purdy, he's been struggling recently. You know, seeing him literally try to jump and throw, and I think he jumped through 3 times. And, you know who doesn't do that? Tim Tebow. And Tim Tebow would be a great connection with Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Wesley, thanks. Your call was building, and then I got the joke that you tried to get off.
Yeah.
So obviously, Tim Tebow's not the answer, but there is a Brock Purdy conversation to have.
And there is a Florida connection there from Tebow to Pearsall.
Sure, understood.
We'll leave that there.
Yeah, the jump throws from Brock. Sometimes jump throws, you're like, whoa, that's athletic, that's creative. Sometimes you're like, can you not see over the line? Is that why you're jumping? And yes, you got another big ball knocked down last night when they were deep in their own territory. There's no way around it. It's been a problem this year. His height has been a problem this year.
Well, it's been the offensive line. And the height's not a problem when you have a clean pocket.
Yep.
And you're still going to have balls tipped. And last year when he threw the 4 picks against Baltimore, 2 of them were tipped at the line of scrimmage.
True.
And so that's always going to be an issue. And, it's up to Kyle Shanahan to roll him out and get him away from the defensive line that can tip those balls. But the biggest issue for Brock this year, I think, has been a lack of pocket security. He hasn't had a clean pocket a lot of the time. This is not to give him excuses because he's been able to make plays outside the pocket and make plays with his legs, but the lack of real pass pro this year has been an issue.
I completely agree with you. And so I am not of the mind that the 49ers need to move on at the quarterback position. I think too much has been achieved. I think he has shown that you can succeed with him. But obviously, like any football team and any quarterback, like there have been good quarterbacks who, I think of Joe Burrow a couple of years ago when the Cincinnati Bengals could not block a stationary target, and it'll ruin you. It'll make it very, very difficult. And it's not like Brock has been awful all year. He has been lesser than he was the last 2 years. But I still think the scenario exists for him to play very well and for the 49ers to be successful. But yes, he needs to be better. He needs to grow from this. And yeah, they need better offensive line play. That's what they need. They need better offensive line play. And you know what? Maybe this will help. Maybe this will help. Maybe the blessing in disguise is that now Brock Purdy and his agent don't ask for $60 million. I don't know where that's going. I don't know how week to week it is. That's the phrase that Tim Kawakami used. Like, what's the price? It's week to week. Well, stock down. And maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll give them some flexibility that they weren't planning on in the offseason. Right. I don't know, but I still want Brock Purdy to be the quarterback of the team. And I don't think that there's any doubt that they want Brock Purdy to be the quarterback of the team. So if we all start with that as the baseline, and you can feel whatever you want to feel, and if you want to fire Shanahan, you can fire Shanahan. They won't. And if you want Brock gone, traded, cut, or whatever, you can feel that. They don't. Yep. So Shanahan's coming back. Brock is coming back, and Brock, I believe, is getting a contract in the offseason. But your point, I think, is a good one. And maybe it just changes the tenor and the structure of the deal. And, Brock has struggled this year, and he's looked pedestrian at times. Yep. He's looked mortal. So maybe instead of 5 years and $325 million, 65 per, maybe it turns out to be 4 years and 160, which is what Daniel Jones got with the Giants. Maybe he ends up settling, quote unquote, and I'm using air quotes because $40 million a year sounds pretty cool to me. I would do that if I'm the Niners still today. If I'm Brock, I would take 4 and 160. Yeah. I would look at it and say, you know what? This year was not wonderful for me. It wasn't great for us. You want to pay me. I want to get paid. You know what? I'll take 4 and 160 with 100 guaranteed no matter what. And then let's go forward. And after 4 years, or 3 years really, if after 3 more years you still want me, then I'll get the really, really big bag. Connor in San Leandro is next up. Hi, Connor. Thank you for calling.
Thank you, guys. Really happy when anytime 2 p.m. on a weekday comes around, feel like my blood pressure goes right down. This is like sports fan therapy. I feel like if I listen for all 4 hours, I should get a discount on my health insurance premiums. This is great. So listen, after having a season like this, after getting to the Super Bowl, I mean, this season could mean one of two things, because I think that we actually are in the off season right now. Either it was just a gimme year, and if so, that's great. Everyone gets a long summer. Maybe we get some good draft picks and a better schedule next year. Or it could really spell the beginning of Kyle Shanahan on the hot seat. And I think the difference between those two options is whether or not we have another goofy offseason. And I really do want us all to start to question, what does a goofy offseason look like? Like, what does a Farhan-esque goofy offseason look like? Well, first, the silence will be deafening, right? Like, Parag is not going to come out and tell us what he's thinking, and neither is Kyle. He's just going to sulk. But also, you'll sign Brock to the max. You maybe get an offensive lineman in a late round. And then we see these goofy luxury picks, like a wide receiver in the first round or a kicker in the third. And if we get to September and he's leaving it to the sports radio guys to tell us, well, a good quarterback doesn't really need that strong of an offensive line, I got to be honest, that's a hot seat sentence to me, because I love the guy. I said over and over on this show that he should run for mayor in any city in the Bay, he'd win. But for Kyle Shanahan to have another goofy offseason and not address what's obviously going on, he would deserve to be on the hot seat.
Well, Connor, it's a very interesting call. Thank you very much. I can only imagine Kyle Shanahan running for mayor. He would hate all the speeches. He doesn't like talking to the media. But anyway. We're going to reduce crime and stuff, and we're going to try to fix the homeless problem and stuff. Connor mentioned signing Brock Purdy to the max. I just want to mention there's no max. They can sign to whatever they want. They can sign to $1 billion if they want. But that's just sort of a quirky little response to what you said. This is what as he put it, was the word wild or a bad offseason, a wacky offseason, what it would look like to me. If you get to free agency in the NFL and you start getting rumors and you get the headline, Purdy and Niners are far apart on a deal. And then the next thing that happens is Niners expressing interest in free agent quarterback Sam Darnold. That's the 1-2 punch I don't want to see.
Nobody wants it.
That means you've mismanaged this. To me, if you get to that, you're setting yourself up for another chaotic, controversial, disconnected offseason. And you don't want that. I understand why today it may feel alluring to look at other quarterbacks, but it doesn't make any sense, especially that Brock has another year at only $1 million. That's going to be the cheaper option for next year for sure. I'd argue that Sam Darnold would look a lot like Brock in front of this offensive line. I'm not there yet. And I don't even think I'm going to be there. There's a real weird circumstance that would lead to that.
No.
This needs to be quick and quiet.
It needs to get done early because the last thing you want, if you want to keep Brock Purdy, is for him to not be in OTAs and maybe miss part of camp.
Totally.
If you want your quarterback to get better, and everybody wants Brock Purdy to play better than he did this year, the best way to get better is to work on your craft with your team and the quarterback whisperer. So if you want him, if you like him, if you're going to keep him, get it done early, Parag. Don't dawdle.
We're going to take all of your calls. Yeah, 888-957-9570. Also coming up next, did you hear George Kittle after the game on Debo's drop, on the Devondre Campbell situation? George Kittle, one of the clear team leaders. You got to hear what he had to say. We got it for you next. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Are you a plumber, steam fitter, or HVAC-R technician looking to make the most of your career? Listen to what UA Local 38 member Jeremy has.
Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Purdy, wide open. Kittle, middle of the field, to the 41-yard line. Quentin Lake, able to run him down. Kittle, in his 8th year, as productive as ever, 33 yards.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We were struck. I was struck. I don't want to speak for you. You were eating in the press box. I was struck by how everyone was feeling last night. I totally get it. I just mean, I was just, it was just something I took note of, that the emotions came quick last night. And they really were like climbing a staircase that led to the Debo drop. And the minute Debo dropped that ball, that crowd was different. And it never recovered. And it won't this year. And we will come back next September, a different group. It's not going to be that like cocky Super Bowl or bust group anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
And you know, someone just called and was like, maybe this sort of weaves its way toward Kyle Shanahan being on the hot seat. Yeah, like could the start of next year feel that way? Honestly, that feels a little quick to me. I think you could get there in the year if you look like, I mean, if you're out there scoring 6 points in season on the brink games again, maybe you could get there. But I'm still reminded of what was told to us 2 weeks ago by Tim Kawakami, who we respect a lot. He is very tapped in. And he said this locker room would be legitimately mad if Kyle Shanahan was not their coach.
Right now, sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, new information and new situations change fairly rapidly. If they have another year like this, and, you know, you go out and you pay Brock in the offseason, whatever you pay him, it's going to be a lot. Doesn't even matter how much for the sake of this discussion. But you go back next year and you mostly run it back and you have this kind of a result and you're 6-8 with 3 games to go. And again, you're not going to win the West and you're not going to make the playoffs with a healthy quarterback. Well, now, if you get 12 months from now and you're 6-8 again with a healthy quarterback, whatever else is swirling around it, then we can talk about hot seat.
Then it's for sure. Because, by the way, in theory, like you just said, now you're dealing with a lack of flexibility with regard to the quarterback position. If you're feeling disappointed about it again next year and you've signed him and he's locked up for the near future, you're talking about a completely different animal.
Yeah.
That's a lot of ifs.
It's a ton of ifs. And, you know, looking at the schedule, and I know the schedule's not out, but knowing who they're going to play, AFC South, NFC South, looks like you're going to have a 4th place schedule, which means your 2 crossovers are going to be against 4th place teams that, you know, this year you had to play Kansas City because you were first and they were first. And so that becomes a tough game. But the schedule next year, looking at the opponents that we already know, it is a lot easier than what you had this year.
No doubt. And I'll say, you say 4th place schedule. I would say it's going to be either 3rd or 4th. The Cardinals could lose this weekend and have the exact same record as the Niners. They play each other again still. Niners could definitely end up with a 3rd place schedule. But your point is well taken. It's an easier schedule by far and away than what they faced this year.
And if I'm looking at it right now, I would much rather finish in 4th than in 3rd. And I know that you want to compete and you want to win games and you never want to go out and lose on purpose at this juncture because there still is a chance. It's a minor chance that you can still win the division. But until that's totally exhausted, but you do want to go out and compete.
No, you want to show better.
You do.
Football.
Right.
Just right. And that's what Kyle,
however, there is a benefit to losing out, going 6-11.
Of course. Your draft position could go as high as the top 10.
And that's a Monday conversation based on what happens this weekend. But
I appreciated that Kyle last night sort of blew off the whole, like, you guys are still mathematically alive. He's like, I don't care. Like, first of all, that's fool's gold. It's not realistic, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now at this point. If 6 points is what you have on that night, you have got, and players walking off the field, you got a whole different thing to discuss than rallying to make the playoffs. You have got to challenge your guys when you get back from this mini bye to just be like, you all have to play better football. And he needs to coach better and all of those things. Like, you have got to go get some good feelings back in your room as you move into the offseason. And I think you start that by letting everybody know, take Steve Kerr's line. It's $1 billion industry and people's jobs are on the line, including all of yours. So let's start today with earning your stripes for next year. We promised the Kittle comments, and then we'll get back to the phones. This is important, I think. George Kittle on his message to Debo Samuel after a night like last night.
Basically just said, one, there's things that you just have to take on the chin. Talk to the media, take ownership of whatever you had said before, how you played the night, take ownership of it, leave it in the past, and move on. Because there's better days ahead for Debo. There's plays to be made for Debo. And he has more opportunities ahead of him to make plays for this team, and I believe in Debo. I've had games where I've had drops. I've had games where, I had to not play my best game, and people picked me up and allowed me to play at a high level again, and I love Debo. And he, while it was not his night tonight, when he did get the ball in his hands, I thought he fought his ass off to, try to, make plays for us. And there, I know he'll be eating himself over that, one drop, but he has plenty of plays ahead.
Yeah, as opposed to the tone around the Devondre Campbell situation, that right there is how you be a good teammate. You pick them up, you have their back, but then you also share a little honesty with them. You were bad tonight, and you need to face that.
Take it on the chin.
Don't you go not talking to the media again.
Right.
Don't tell everybody it's because nobody showed up to my locker. They're showing up to your lockers, a home game. You be there. You speak to it. You be authentic and honest, and then we'll see you next week. And that's sports. People accept that.
Yep. 5 touches for 19 yards for Debo. 2 carries for 3. And I've said this for the past 4 or 5 weeks, and I hope that Kyle's listening and stuff, but stop giving him the ball on the ground. Stop. It doesn't work.
It's
not working.
Yeah.
It's not working because the defense is on to you, because he's lost a step, because the offensive line isn't blocking, or all of the above, or none of the above. Whatever the reasons are that you think, I think it's all of the above. Stop doing it. It is not working.
Well, the element of surprise is key to Kyle Shanahan's offense and probably everybody's offenses. And when Debo Samuel's in the backfield, there just aren't any surprises. They're like, oh, Debo's in the backfield. He's getting the ball. So, and I know there are times where that's not always been the case, but it's different. When he goes back there, he usually gets the ball. They're ready for it. Let's go to Tom in the city. Hi, Tom. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
I want to talk about Nick Bosa and his the double standard that I see both at the organizational level and also at the fan level. I think the Niners have 2 guys that are the highest paid players in their position. One is Christian McCaffrey, and then the second is Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa happens to also be the highest paid player on the defensive side of the ball entirely. And I think it's a factual statement. I don't think this is my opinion. I think everyone agrees at this point this is a fact. From the moment he signed that contract, he has never been the same player. And he showed up one day when he was holding out, one day before the season started. Brandon Ayuk was around the entire, he wasn't participating in practice, but he was around the entire time, leading up to the season. And Brandon Ayuk signed 1 week before. And so the biggest indictment you could give a professional, I believe, or one of the biggest indictments, is once they got paid, they never showed up in the same way. And right now, that's where Nick Bosa is. But what I saw from Kyle Shanahan leading up to the season this year, I didn't see when Nick Bosa was holding out. He was grumpy. He was pissed off at Ayuk. He was almost messaging that to fans, whether it was purposeful or not. The fans embraced that. The fans booed Ayuk, and I get it. He dropped some balls. It was frustrating. But, he got paid, and the reason he held out to get paid is because of exactly what happened to him. And so the vitriol, and Debo was sort of a different case last night because of what he did on Twitter and then dropping such in a key moment, but the booing of Debo as well. So there's this double standard as it relates to Nick Bosa, who is the highest paid defensive player in the entire league.
Yep.
He needs to be a game changer, a game wrecker. And he hasn't been from the moment his pocket's filled up with money. And my last point would be, if he had to go these last 2 years before signing that big check, I don't think we would have seen the 2 seasons we've seen back to back.
Well,
and so I don't know.
Yeah, Tom, thanks very much. This is interesting. I I think Tom probably has a lot of people nodding their head right now. I see it a little bit different. I don't see this as a double standard, and here's why. I don't think that the situations are perfect comps for one another. I get that you can say, well, the one was a holdout, the other one was a holdout. Here's the difference. Nick Bosa is coming off of a DPOY year. We can have a separate conversation over whether or not you buy that the second he signed the contract, he's not been as good anymore. I think that's been true largely this year, not so much last year. I know you didn't love the sack numbers, but Nick Bosa is a problem for offensive lines, and ever since he was DPOY, they deploy themselves differently toward Nick, and the Niners have not had a secondary answer. Nick is still, and this is also a fact, one of the hardest players to block in the NFL. And last year, he had a good year. It wasn't just sacks, but it wasn't a great year, but it was a good year, my opinion. But the reason these aren't comps, Nick was in a situation where he's coming off DPOY, and anybody, your dog and your cat both knew the contract he was getting. So I find that to be mismanagement by the 49ers, that they waited so long to actually sign him, because they knew they had no leverage. And they absolutely could have gotten that done in a month that was July, or certainly the month of August. And they didn't do it because of ego and because of wanting to win the deal. To me, it's a totally different conversation surrounding Brandon Ayuk, because there is a very fair opinion of he's not worth that. He's not a top 5 receiver in the game.
Well, you're worth what you can get. And
well,
so,
sure. Yeah, he won, but
right.
I'm talking about the build-up to it. The build-up to it. And one of them handled it very quietly, and one of them handled it very loudly.
Yeah.
That also changes the tone.
It changes the opinion of fans, I think, but when it comes to what they got, Nick Bosa got top defensive money because he was DPOY, and Ayuk got top 5 or top 7 wide receiver money because that market is completely out of whack. And put aside the injury, if Brandon Ayuk didn't get injured, I don't think that he would have gone on to have a 90-catch year this year, because this isn't that offense, and he's not that player. So you look at the team, and I think the team botched it by waiting and then capitulating and giving him the money that they ended up giving him. And they reworked Debo's deal, and now Debo's in a spot where his contract can be dealt with post June 1st, and the cap hit won't be that great. They're going to be faced with really interesting decisions in the offseason. Forget Brock Purdy, but Javon Hargrave, Debo Samuel, a Kittle restructure, Charvarius Mooney Ward. There's a lot of guys who are going to either look at big pay cuts or they're walking papers.
Yeah, well, and Ward's a free agent, right? I think Ward's just, right. I think that's a let him walk. I hate to say it.
I don't know what the market's going to be like for him.
I hate to say it, but I mean, they made their choice with signing Lenore to the extension that they had, and Charvarius has been through hell this year.
He has.
And I will feel for him, and therefore I will view everything that he does through a different lens. But also, I mean, and by the way, that wasn't fully his fault. The Puka long catch last night.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Well, not solely, in my opinion.
It was man-to-man coverage, and
Right.
There was one of the few times they blitzed, and Diamador Lenore blitzed.
But it's Deshaun Gibson's responsibility to cover what's going on over the top, and he decided to go double team a tight end.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a bad choice.
Sure.
So that doesn't mean Charvarius is off the hook.
Yeah, Charvarius was beaten by 5 yards.
Yeah, he was beaten.
Yeah,
he was beaten. But there is somebody on the field that's supposed to be there in case someone gets beaten over the top, and he went the wrong way.
And the safety's got a choice to make, and I'm not excusing it. And Gibson is your 4th or 5th string safety.
Totally, I get it.
He's pressed into duty, and he's a guy who you just brought back about 4 weeks ago,
Yep.
and now you're asking him to go in there and make plays in a big spot. Not to excuse Gibson, but Mooney Ward in that spot as the cover guy in man-to-man, he got absolutely cooked by the route.
He got cooked. And Nakua is just a man. It was unbelievable to watch him up close. He's an unbelievable player. He is so strong.
Yep.
He is so strong and so smart. Grandy, did you have something?
Well, you guys talking about Mooney Ward and his future. What's interesting is I think there's been a switch in the last couple of weeks. This team might need Talanoa Hufanga back, and he's a free agent. That might be a guy that maybe if his market is suppressed because of the injury history that they ultimately bring back. I don't think we felt like that was going to happen for most of the season.
That's a great point. And oh, by the way, any confusion that people might have been feeling about what to pay Dre Greenlaw, I think changed in one half of football last night. Because now he's going to be ready for his extension, and we were all sitting here going, dude, do you do that? And maybe it's stupid to feel the way I do after one half of football, but I'm like, all in on Dre Greenlaw.
Yet
absolutely keep him.
His night ended due to injury, and a different injury.
Well, precautionary.
I don't know. I mean,
the word was he said his knee felt funny, and in the situation they were in, wet field coming off Achilles, they went,
I get it.
Have a seat.
Of course.
So,
and then he had the Theragun on the calf as well. So
right, I think that's
I'm just
normal.
saying that if you want to talk about market value, you had a guy come back after 10 months, and not that he got injured, but the way he plays, I don't know if I would want to sign him to a 3 or 4 year deal.
I do.
Because
I hear you.
The way he plays, he's going to get hurt again.
But we love football players like that. The quote, way he plays applies to George Kittle. It applies to Debo Samuel throughout his years. You have to have those guys, and you got to take the risks.
For what it's worth, Shanahan said today about Greenlaw that the calf and the knee checked out good, and he's day-to-day.
Nice. That's what you want to hear. And, of course, they were going to be precautionary in that situation, which, again, is what made the Devondre Campbell situation just so awful. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say, man, forget about crowded house. It's over to the tune of Roy Orbison now. I mean, it's over. The question is, because I'm having difficulty naming more than 20 guys you can identify you want to move forward with. And another follow-up question with the, you alluded to earlier with the contracts that they gave up in the offseason, are they kind of stuck between a hard place and a rock, which it's going to, not give them ways, or they're not going to be able to retool and regroup for the next season? Because they're going to need a lot of new people to bring in here if they want to continue and compete next year. And if they would have to pay Brock Purdy market price, that would be very detrimental, man. Because I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback, but he needs people around him. You know what I mean?
Well, but Jonathan, what do you mean by market price? Do you mean top of the market price?
Just going rate. What's the going rate? It's going to be about 50, right?
No, going rate and going rate changes based on who you are. You know what I mean? Like, what's the going rate next year for Sam Darnold? Let's say Minnesota, and Jonathan, thanks. Let's say Minnesota wins one playoff game, and they've got the whole J.J. McCarthy thing. Sam's a free agent. What do you think he gets? He's not getting top of the market. He's not getting 50. He's not getting 60, but somebody might love the idea of a 2 or maybe 3 year, $90 million deal for Sam.
Yeah, maybe even more.
Maybe. So I don't know what going rate is. I do think that this year has taken Brock, at least in this moment, off of the $60 million conversation.
Well, he's not going to reset the market.
No.
That's for sure. And I think that he's even come down off the $50 million mark. And if you're the 49ers and you wind up wherever you wind up, I doubt you wind up 9-8. It feels more like this is heading toward a 7-10, to be honest. Detroit's going to be motivated. They're better than you. Miami is motivated. That's a tough spot on the road, although you're better on the road than you are at home. And depending on what Arizona needs to do in the finale, Arizona probably will need that game as well. So let's just say you wind up 7-10. Wherever you wind up, you're not going to the playoffs, and Brock's had a bad year. So, yeah, and you don't have to extend Brock Purdy. You can try to make him play on his $1 million contract next year. You won't, and he won't. So, but the leverage point is there to where maybe you wind up giving him 4 years and $45 million per.
Maybe. I mean, look, this will still, it'll change and evolve through the next handful of weeks. Also, Jonathan asked, does this leave the 49ers between, as he said, a hard place and a rock? I've never heard someone do it in that order, but that's wonderful. But my answer is no. I don't think that at all. I think we also continue to think about Brock Purdy's extension and think it kicks in right away, which it does not. They still have a quarterback under $1.1 million contract for next year. And, yes, they probably will have to move on from some players. But one thing I've always had confidence in the 49ers in doing is their manipulation of the cap. They're very good at it. I remember a few years ago when the Niners were in their window, everyone was like, they have no free agents, they have no cap space, none. How are they going to re-sign all these guys? And it was when Trent Williams needed a huge new contract. And they kept them all. They kept everybody. They will be able to, I am confident, they will be able to manipulate this. Do they need some new players? You always do. Are there going to be some high-profile cuts? Very possible. And they'll navigate that. I do not think that as they sit here today, this means that their roster is automatically in shambles for next year.
And it's not in shambles, and you're allowed to keep the majority of these guys if you want, but do you really want to? And that's the other part you get to.
A lot of them, yeah, not all of them.
You're going to bring back a 37-year-old Trent Williams and hope that he plays 17. I actually saw Christian McCaffrey last night as I was heading back for dinner number 4.
Did you talk to him?
No, I wanted to leave him alone.
Okay.
And I saw as
he wanted you to leave him alone too.
Exactly, which is why I'm not, hey, Christian, how's the knee? And he had a gigantic brace on his leg. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if he's already had surgery or not, but that thing was, from the ankle all the way up to the thigh, and he's all wrapped up. So you're going to bring back your running back, of course, who will be coming off a pretty major knee injury. So, yeah, you can probably rework a lot of this and bring them all back, but my question is, do you really want to?
My answer for most of them is yes, not all of them. But the majority of the players, I don't know if it's necessarily about roster spot as much as it is about reliance and role. In other words, how much are we relying on Christian McCaffrey? Do you have a different role next year that includes Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero?
He's a free agent.
Yep, I understand that, right? And
Mason's not coming back.
Probably not, based on what happened this year. They probably can't afford him. But I don't think that a bunch of these players are now just dust. There are questions. There are questions with a handful of them. There's absolutely. Jake in the city. Hey, Jake, what's going on? Jake.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry,
what's up, Jake?
I had my phone down.
Jake, we're short on time, so fire away.
I'll be quick. We've been talking about Brock Purdy's contract coming up, and I can't help but wonder. Earlier this season, you, me, everybody, we were going to war for that man. He was a top 5 quarterback in every debate we had. Right now, he's not even top 3 in our division. You got Matt Stafford, Kyler Murray. Geno Smith is second in yards right now. So why are we about to pay big money for this guy? Where do you guys put Brock Purdy genuinely in the rankings among NFL quarterbacks this year?
Among
NFL
Niners quarterbacks, I'd put him number 1.
No, I think he meant NFL.
I know what he meant, but for me, it doesn't come down to where you rank him in the NFL. It comes down to where you rank him among what you have and what you could have.
The fit, yeah. And by the way, this whole, I know that, is he the worst quarterback in the division? Sure, if you want to spotlight the last 4 weeks, I guess, yeah, you can do that. I don't really look at it that way.
You can sign him and not be tied to him for 5 years.
Like Matt Stafford's got a better arm, but he's much older. Geno Smith, I still think Brock Purdy is better than Geno Smith. Kyler Murray I've been impressed by Kyler this year. He's done some things I didn't think he could do. But yeah, I think your answer is the best. It's not really relevant. The question is, do you think that the Niners can win with Brock Purdy? I still say yes. To me, that's the only question to ask. I still say yes. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. How are you feeling? 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr is just over an hour away. And let's dive a little further into the Devondre Campbell situation also coming up next and let you hear what some of the players said, because it was absolutely intense after that game last night. This is Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr is in that montage, and he will be on this radio station.
That might be your finest hour, is getting that from him. Because he doesn't give that to just anybody, and you got it.
It was a good moment, and we'll see if we can do it again in an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, I got questions for Steve today.
You sure do.
That's a great question.
You elementary school ref, you.
I felt personally attacked by his post-game comments after the Houston loss.
You should.
And I do.
He was thinking about you.
Yeah. He's got some splaining to do.
Well, that's what he'll do. In an hour and 10 minutes, Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs. And while we're talking about Warriors, hey, all of you Warrior fans, do you even know that a game was added to the schedule? Do you understand that means just like a bucket of tickets are sitting there that nobody has? And they're sitting right now on Warriors.com? And that Klay Thompson, for the second time, is going to be back here at Chase Center? Are you all rummaging through your closets right now to find those captain's hats so that you can wear them to Chase on Sunday?
Sold mine on eBay.
There's no 49er game. Did you really?
No, but they were going for like $125.
Were they really?
Yeah.
Are they still?
I haven't looked.
Okay.
But,
anyway, I'm going to. Anyway, Sunday, 5:30 start, Warriors and Mavericks at Chase Center. And just a bunch of tickets that aren't normally available are available, because this one wasn't on the schedule coming out of the NBA Cup.
Yeah.
So check it out, Warriors.com. And then we'll talk to Steve in just over an hour. But until then, we are talking to you about the most ridiculous final score I think that I can ever remember. 12-6 in a game the 49ers absolutely had to have. 888-957-9570 on the emotions that you felt as this one ended last night. And check this out. With regard to emotions, let's just get a small smattering of what the 49er players were feeling about the Devondre Campbell situation. Devondre was needed. He was asked to go in the game. Dre Greenlaw had to come out. D. Winters was hurt. You had Flanagan Fowles, who was out there, also a little dinged up, overworked, and not starting level linebacker. And Devondre, in his feelings because of the way the lineup cards worked with Dre Greenlaw coming back, told the team, I'm not going in. And if he had said this 2 days ago, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal. Still a big deal, but not as big of a deal. But to do it in the middle of a game when injured players are playing really set the Niner locker room on fire. Here's what George Kittle said.
I didn't really hear anything about it until I got in the locker room, so it's all brand new information to me. Look, if you're on the roster, you suit up, you're expected to play. I think anyone in this building that got asked to go in, I would say 100% of everybody would die to get on that football field. And so, people are going through random things off the field. I can't speak on that. Whatever, his decision was, it wasn't for this organization. It wasn't for this team. And no, that's on him. So, not very happy about it. I would have something to say. I wish I would have heard about it on the field, but I didn't. Is that the reason we lost? Absolutely not. But it's hard to win football games when someone doesn't want to play football, especially when you're suited up. It kind of puts you down, especially when you lose two linebackers and, could address another one.
One more from George Kittle.
That is one person who just decided not to, play for his teammates. And I don't think that doesn't make our offense look at each other like, wow, man, we're falling apart. It's more of or like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision. And I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that. And I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
Okay. There's your statement. I've never been around that, and I hope I never am again.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Devondre Campbell needs to be gone. He needs to be gone. This needs to be as firm. I'm actually surprised, and we'll play for you what Kyle said today in just a minute. I'm a little surprised that we haven't gotten something definitive already.
Well, the words have been made, and the statement has been made, and the action will be taken. But I do think that there is a certain procedure that has to be enacted, and there's a certain amount of time. I don't think it does you any good to just go ahead and make the move right now. There are other ways to go about it, and it's pretty clear that he will never play for the 49ers again. From the words from Kittle and from Fred Warner and everyone else who spoke, Kyle Shanahan, he's not going to play for the Niners again. Now, how do you go about making that the best possible exit for you? Forget him. Forget the player. It's about you, the team, and I do think that there are other ways to go about it that have the same net result, which is he'll never play for the Niners again. So you play on Thursday, this happens, you wake up on Friday and you realize he's not going to be a Niner again. You wait until the end of week 15, then you come out and you suspend him for a week without pay, conduct detrimental to the team, easy to do, the union won't fight it, and at the end of week 16, then you go out and you cut him. That to me is the easiest and the most professional way to go about doing it. If you cut him right now, I don't think he could play this week, even if another team wanted him. But come next week, he could latch on to another team. Maybe he becomes a Miami Dolphin and he runs to Mike McDaniel and tells him all about all the things that he knows about the team.
And what are the Niners really losing there, seeing as you and others have already said it'd be better for them to lose these games on the way out the door? Like, I hear everything you're saying, and I'm just not worried about it. I'm not worried if he plays for someone else. The only thing I'd be worried about, and what I don't know, is if there are some sort of financial ramifications for just cutting him today. But I would have cut him today. I mean, listen to Mooney Ward. Listen to this.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, he could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle shit that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down. And we needed a linebacker, you know, and I think Flan was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some sucker stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, it's probably going to get cut soon, so, you know, it is what it is with that.
That's some sucker stuff, and he's probably going to get cut soon. You're right. I've never heard a player say that about a teammate in a locker room.
Yeah.
He's going to get cut soon.
Well, that's some sucker stuff,
yeah,
is what that is. And I wonder if he left the locker room before the game was over, because I know that the reports were that he went back to the locker room after Kyle went up to him and said, "So you're not going to play and stuff?" And he said no, and Kyle's like, "Okay." And Kyle basically went on about coaching the game, and at that point, Campbell goes back to the locker room. I would imagine that he dressed and got his stuff together and left before the fellas came back.
I would imagine so. If he was smart. So those wanting to know what happens next, here's as much as Kyle Shanahan was willing to say today with regard to the situation.
Kyle, what are your plans to do with Devondre Campbell?
We're working through the semantics of exactly how to deal with it. But, I mean, you guys heard from me last night. You guys heard from our players. Like, his actions from the game is not something you can do to your team or your teammates and still have to be a part of our team. So we're working through exactly the semantics of it right now, but we'll handle the situation appropriately.
Has there been any contact with him, Kyle? Has he further explained if anything was going on, why he did that?
No.
Kyle, when Fred had to leave in the, second quarter, Flanagan Fowles went in instead of Campbell to replace him. I mean, did you have any sense before something may have been off with Devondre? Why didn't he go in it for that snap and why did Flanagan Fowles replace Fred?
Because he wasn't by the teammates at all and was distant from everyone. I didn't notice until the third quarter. And Dre came out and D went in, and then I got on the defense headset and asked what was going on. And then the coaches told me, and then I addressed Devondre and found out. And it was pretty simple to see how he was, and then we moved on with our lives after that.
All right. And I mean, I'm satisfied by the first answer. He said we're working through the semantics of it, the language of it, I guess. But he flat out said that's not something you do and get to still be a part of our team. So, I mean, Devondre is gone, and I don't think it's going to be a matter of weeks. I think it's probably going to be a matter of hours.
Probably Monday. And it's, the semantics of it for me is having to work through exactly what you're allowed to do, when you're allowed to do it, and what sort of roster maneuver you could make. Because clearly when you do cut him, whether it happens today or not until the week is over on Monday, you're going to need to elevate somebody from the practice squad, which means you've got an opening on the practice squad. Yep. And so you want to find somebody to fill that vacancy as well. So it's not as easy as I'm mad at you, you're cut. Well, you can do that, but there are certain other ways you can go about it. Like I was mentioning, you can suspend him for a week without pay, at which point you can elevate somebody off the practice squad, and you can go through those procedures while still having him technically a part of your team.
Kyle was asked directly if Devondre has any chance to be on the 49ers going forward. Listen to this exchange.
Kyle, just to be clear, you don't expect Devondre Campbell to be in the team week 16 and beyond?
No, I don't.
No, I don't. So,
yeah,
that's that. And this update from 510 on the Comcast business text line, Campbell was cut off the team in my franchise mode on Madden immediately last night.
How funny.
So, in the East Bay, Devondre Campbell was cut there too.
Off of Madden, so there you go.
Go on.
And his Madden team immediately got better, I would imagine.
I would imagine. At least has enough players. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Back to the phones. Hey, Mike in Santa Clara, what are you doing, man?
Not too much, man. I'm actually just about to get home from work and everything. So
good.
I was going to talk about one thing, but I'm just going to make it very brief because I want to pivot to this Campbell thing. One thing I was going to make mention of is I just, with the defensive backfield, the defense has a lot of work to be revolutionized, if you want to say. But I want to see what they do with the defensive backfield. I do want them to stop looking into, and again, obviously changing the scheme up, depending if it's still going to be the same DC or a different one. But I want them to look at, instead of a box safety, I want them to actually look into and maybe going into more of a true safety, strong safety, free safety kind of format in that case. So that was the one thing I was going to say about that. But I wanted to pivot to this Campbell thing. Out of anything, this guy literally just shot himself in the foot. He made it. He's selfish. He didn't want to play. And the fact that, other teams are going to see this, it's going to stand towards his character as a teammate on a football team. You're just looking out for yourself, and I understand, maybe you just didn't want to play because you already knew that the season was potentially done with or what, but at the same time, other teams are going to look at that. They're going to see you as a quitter. So I just think that this guy literally shot himself in the foot for any team, and it just ruined his career in regards to getting a bigger payday than what he should have gotten. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Mike, I agree. I don't know. Do you agree with this? I don't think he ever plays for anyone ever again.
No, career over.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you? It's one thing if you are a really good player, and I think about Antonio Brown, who kind of did what he did in Pittsburgh, and he violated the locker room protocol, and he went on Facebook Live, I think it was, might have been Periscope, shout out the Scope, and he did what he did, but he was still a really talented player, and so the Raiders thought, oh, you know what, we could really use him and we can fix him, and well, it turned out you didn't. Devondre Campbell is not that. He's a middling, fledgling, fringe, borderline NFL player anyway, and now you up and quit on a team in their hour of need.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you're super talented, you're given a second chance and a third chance. When you're Devondre Campbell, this was your chance, bro.
Yeah, I think you're underselling who he's been in the league a little bit, but
no, it's who he is now.
It's who he is now. Yeah.
He's been a good player, but he's, 31 years old?
September 9th is the night the Niners played the Jets. Okay? September 9th, Devondre's Twitter. Thankful for every opportunity I get to suit up and take the field. Thank you, God. Prayer hands emoji.
Yeah. Any tweets from last night?
I don't think so.
Thankful for every chance I get to leave in the third quarter and go get warm and dry.
Yeah.
Prayer hands emoji, umbrella emoji.
Most recent tweet was 9 days ago. And he wrote, no matter what you do in life, people are going to have an opinion about you, so you might as well just do it your own way and live with the results.
There you go.
Well, that one works pretty well, doesn't it?
Yep.
You're damn right we got an opinion about you, and you're going to live with the results, too.
He's doing it his own way.
He sure did.
Which is almost unheard of.
Yeah, there's a reason it's unheard of. It doesn't work. But that's fine.
Football.
Yeah, maybe he don't want to play football anymore.
Right.
Like, maybe not anymore at all. I don't know. He's been around for a while. He's made enough money. Maybe he don't want to play anymore.
Well, he didn't want to play last night, and that's all you need to know. And you got a situation where you've played the 4th most snaps out of your entire team all year. So, Mark, that's the thing that sticks with me. It's not like you were getting screwed all year, and this is a straw that broke the camel's back. Dude, you've played 87% of the snaps.
That sticks, but here's the secondary part of that, which I would want, like if I don't know Devondre, if he were sitting in front of us right now, my number one question, dude, what did you think was happening when Dre got healthy? Like, I don't care if the Niners told you, emailed you, texted you, didn't tell you. I have no idea how that went down when he signed. But you should have assumed. You should have known. When Dre Greenlaw is healthy, I am going to the bench because Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw are on this team. And I am not playing over those dudes if they're healthy. Period. How do you not know that? How?
Well, and there's the other part about
possible.
Special teams where, you know, you played a lot of special teams this year, and so you can still make an impact on a football team. If you're a member of a team, then, yeah, you go out there and you get the job done. Mark Grandy filled in for me so capably and eloquently when I was dealing with my voice and my sickness last week, and he knew that when I get healthy, he goes not to the bench, but he goes back to his usual spot. He's still showing up and still doing great because he's a team guy, and he understands it. And it's the same thing with Devondre Campbell. They told him for sure up front when they signed him, and he knew. He watched the Super Bowl, and he knows that they've got Warner and Greenlaw ahead of him.
It's a wonderful point. I will say you do not know what Mark Grandy said to me after that show last week. Just leave it at that.
He probably said, let's get Dibs even sicker. I like it in here.
Something like that.
Yeah, that
I know Grandy.
And there was more. But anyway, Sean in Petaluma. Hi, Sean. What are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm just chilling, man. I had to take the day off today because that loss just hurt me so bad. But, hey, let me just say this. As soon as they showed the Trent that wasn't Trent, I already knew it was bad for us. You know what I'm saying? And as far as Debo is concerned, it's very interesting that after the tweet, they, kept feeding him the ball. And it's only fitting that he dropped every single one of them, you know? And he just got punked out. And we lost this game today because of Purdy, which is actually the only time that that's happened. You know, this is the only time that he actually was the one that, you know, kind of cost us. Now, there was other things, but that throw in the end zone, that's what did it, you know. And he hasn't done that before. And then as far as the Campbell thing, it's just let him go. You know what I mean? This is the NFL. You know, you're getting paid millions of dollars. It's there's people that would kill to just be a third-string kicker. You know I would be. You know what I'm saying? So it's you know, if you want to walk, there's somebody that will replace you. And I think it's almost not a blessing, but kind of a blessing that we lost, because now we can just think about next year and just regroup. And to see Greenlaw out there, that energy, wow. Imagine if we had that from game one. You know, that's all I got to say. Thanks,
Sean,
guys.
thanks. Yeah, look, Purdy is pretty high on my list too, but I do the shoulders start to move around a little bit when I hear him say they lost this game because of Purdy. I'd put Purdy very, very high on the list. The interception to me is certainly the play that put you in the darkest hole late in the game. But I think Debo is number one on the list.
I'd put Brock ahead of Debo.
Would you?
For sure.
Okay.
I mean, Brock, there was a number of throws that Brock missed. There were a number of throws that were open that he didn't choose to make.
And a number of throws that were dropped. And that was a touchdown pass.
Yeah. As far as targeting Debo more than you would have.
Yeah, what did you think about that?
10 plays from scrimmage. The first 10 plays from scrimmage, 4 of them went to Debo. And on one of the other ones that didn't go to Debo actually made a tackle on Isaac Garendo, if you remember that play. So there was the opening play is a throw to Debo, incomplete. 3rd and 6, they run it to Debo, and in my notes I wrote, why? Why?
Why? Here's something that I was thinking about earlier, and I wonder what you think about this. For those who think that the Niners were, quote, force-feeding Debo because he tweeted, I wonder if it's a little bit more organic than that. In other words, I don't know that the 49ers are like, all right, here we go. He tweeted, we have got to just almost exclusively go to Debo early in the game. But I do think if you're Brock Purdy, organically, there may be this pit in your stomach of, let's see if we can get him involved early. Let's see, and therefore you might have multiple options. It's not like definitely going to Debo, but you might go, I'm going to lean Debo because we want him involved. We want to get him a play. Let's get him feeling good. And obviously it only got worse until the third quarter when then it became, I would argue, the signature bad play of Debo's career.
Yeah, perhaps I'd have to go back through the Rolodex of all the plays, but that was a bad one because you catch it, you most likely go in, or at least you get inside the 5. You probably get to the pylon, and it's a touchdown, and you go up 10-3, and the game feels a little bit different. But I do think that what you're saying is more accurate. Maybe it wasn't organic, but you want to get Debo going, and you know that you get him the ball, you get him involved, and if you can get him rolling a little bit, he's going to feel better. Maybe it's in light of the tweet. Maybe it's just knowing who he is as a player and a guy who he wants the ball. He wants to contribute. But I look at those first 3 drives, and the one thing that strikes me is Kittle. The second possession, you get a 33-yard hit to Kittle down the middle, and you try to throw it to him again in the next possession on 3rd and 4. You threw a deep ball to Kittle. After that, I didn't see a lot of Kittle in the game plan, and Jawan Jennings wasn't really featured at all in the game plan.
Well, I mean, and he had, how many catches did Jawan end up with? 3? 4?
I think that's right. Let me find it here.
He had 2 drops also. I know one of them, that's a little hefty of a word to use, but I mean.
2 catches.
He only had 2?
Yeah, I got 1 as a drop.
Well,
9 targets.
Yeah, statistically, maybe only one of them's a drop, but the third down over the middle, he has to sort of like, it's a sliding catch, not a dive. It was a great throw. It was a very good throw, and it hit him in the numbers, but it was a sliding, difficult catch. I will tell you, if you ask Jawan, he'll tell you he had 2 drops.
Yeah.
That's a ball that he absolutely believes. And I kept my eyes on him when he went to the sideline after it, and he practically threw his helmet. He was furious with himself because it would have been, by the way, a first down in the high red zone. And
I think that was 3rd and 9 at the 50.
Yeah.
And again, that's one I put in my notes was Juice was open. And it was a tough throw, and he slid and tried to get it, and it was incomplete. But
he nailed a receiver in the chest, though. I got no problem with that.
I don't know if that's in the chest. I mean, if he's sliding.
No, but I mean, that was just the nature of the play. It wasn't like I had to dive because it's low. That's where it was purposefully put.
Yeah, I'll punch it up in the all-22.
Yeah, take a look at it.
I was going back to your Puka Nacua call, and it was Hufanga, actually, who was the deep safety on that side.
No, it was Gibson.
I'll show you the play.
I will too.
They're playing cover 2, and Gibson's on the other side of the field.
I know. He's on the other side of the field because that's where he ran to.
That's where he lined up. No, I'll show you.
I'll show you.
No, I'll show you.
No, I'll show you.
You're so wrong.
You're sponsored
so wrong. It's right here.
I'll show you.
You better be careful.
California Lottery, 888-957-9570. If you want to get loose on just how this whole season has made you feel, I would suggest that right now is really, really your turn. Steve Kerr is going to join us in 45 minutes, but we would love to hear from you on how this season made you feel. Dibbs used the word frustrated. I said just bummed / very disappointed. What do you say? We will take your calls next. 888-957-9570, the number. Willard and Dibbs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give Scratch.
productive as ever, 33 yards.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, this is another piece of the puzzle that I think is frustrating. Once again, and I'm not going to say the Niners outplayed the Rams yesterday. They didn't. But for some reason, maybe this is on me, I sort of get allured by the idea of when a game starts, who comes out and looks like the aggressor. And then I get married to that. Not meaning like that's the better team, but I'm married to that as in you're the aggressor, you're controlling this game right now. You need to build on this opportunity in this moment so that this holds and you win this game. And the 49ers were, again, I thought, the aggressor and the better team in the first half of this football game.
3 points.
But right, and not even the lead. And so you don't do what you're built to do, and then you end up in a rock fight in the second half. And boy, the second half is a different animal for the 49ers than the first, isn't it?
Yep.
And they've got to figure that out. If there's one conversation I could have with Kyle Shanahan, my questions would be centered around that, which is what is going on when you get late in a game, and even if you're down by only 3, what is it about the scheme that you've built that suddenly just sort of feels like it gets rendered ineffective? And then secondarily, my man, what can you do about that? Because that's a problem. This is no longer a couple of examples. This is a trend, and it's a problem.
Yeah.
And it needs addressing in this day and age of offense in the NFL.
10.9 points per half in the second half. They are ranked 16th. Last year, where do you think they were ranked? Number one.
Number one, yeah.
Number one, 13.9. So 3 points per half better last year in the second half. Yeah, thank you. 13.9. They were number one. And there's so many metrics where last year they were number one. Red zone offense, last year, number one. This year, they're in the 20s. Red zone defense last year, they were really good. This year, they're near the bottom. And you mentioned earlier about, I can't remember what word you used to describe the score, whether it was wacky or stupid or crazy.
They all fit.
12-6 was the final.
I can't say it without laughing.
The last 12-6 game was in 2015. It involved the Rams, the St. Louis Rams.
Oh.
And the last 12-6 game before that was in 2014. It involved the Rams, the St. Louis Rams. They've authored the last 3 12-6 games. And, because I always look for scoregami whenever something pops up. And I knew this wasn't one of them, but I was wondering how often there was 12-6 games. And the answer is not very often.
Yeah.
It's been 9 years. Stupid.
That's a good word, too.
No, and you mentioned it, and I was thinking the same thing watching with Lucas and Whitley and Jake Hutchinson up in the booth. It felt like the Niners were not dominating, but the defense was wow.
Yeah, like the
defense
Rams,
was amazing.
You said it earlier. How far into the game when the Rams got their first down?
It was into the second quarter.
Okay.
It was 18 minutes into the game.
It was their fourth drive, wasn't it?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, fifth drive.
Fifth drive.
Yep.
Come on, you got to do it.
Fifth drive.
You have to come out of that with a different score. Because, by the way, what does that also suggest to you? It doesn't just mean your defense is dominant. It means you're winning the field position game.
Right.
Because they're not just punting, they're punting right away. That means they're punting from well into their own territory. You are given plus field position at least a number of times in that first half. You cannot come out of there with a 55-yard field goal and nothing else.
Yeah.
It just can't be.
3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. And by the time the Rams got their first down, it was 3-0. And part of that is you had the Hufanga drop on an INT, and it's not really a drop when you never actually catch it. I wonder if he has a bruised chest based on where that ball hit him.
Seriously, it looked like he didn't even know it was coming.
It hit him so squarely in the chest, right between the Hu and the Fanga. And I know that's on the back, but you get
correct,
the point.
Yeah.
Right between the 2 and the 9. Seriously. I think he's 29.
Yeah, no, Stafford absolutely threw a beam right at him.
Right at him. And on that drive where they did finally get a first down, they started at their own 3. And they eventually got across or near midfield and they had to punt.
And they punted.
The whole thing that you're saying is exactly what I was feeling. It's like the defense is totally dominating the Rams, yet the offense just can't get over the hump and get points.
Yeah. How about Nick in Martinez? Hi, Nick. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. What's going on? How you guys doing today?
Good.
So, I'm not. But, listening to you guys kind of calmed me down a little bit. And I actually was listening throughout the day, and I wasn't going to call. But if I did call, it was going to be during your guys' segment because you guys are my favorite. So here we go.
Okay, Nick,
this
let's ride.
Entire season. Let's ride. Here we go. And I'm so glad that you referenced Let's Ride, because this whole team, it's crazy hearing everybody talk about this person's fault or that person's fault, Brock's fault. This is a system team. It is built like a car, and we are literally watching this car fall apart. And it's not just one person's fault. It's not just it's not just the motor. It's the tranny. It's everything. And this season felt like you fix the brakes and then you get in to go and then the tire pops, right? It's like it's one thing after the next. It's one thing after the next. It was inevitable for this to happen, though. The players are older. We're watching them go through it, mental exhaustion, everything, right? So this was bound to happen. And I would argue that if it was going to happen, I'd rather it happened this year than next year when we're hosting the Super Bowl at home. So if we are gonna just, hey, car's gonna fall apart, might as well be now. Let's not go deep into the season, and then really take a look at these players or these systems, right, that are breaking down, and give them the attention that they need.
Well, yeah, Nick, thank you, and thanks for the comments. I do like the optimism that Nick still has for the future. I will say this: I don't know if optimism is the word I would use, but I certainly am not. Let me use the opposite. I'm not going to be dismissive of it. You know, what I will say today, this season's over. Not next season.
Next season's not over already?
Next season's not over. Okay. You know what I mean? And that's going to sound stupid. But
sounds funny.
Well, but there are a lot of people.
You know what? I'll see you in 2026.
But there's a lot of people who look at a season go like this, and they'll say the window is closed. And now we got a problem, because now you got to pay Brock, and now you got to get rid of this player and that player. It's funny. I always see this, like, for instance, here's one spot where you and I very firmly disagree today, is when you were like, told you it was Super Bowl or bust,
yeah,
and now they're busting it up. No, they're not. They're going to do an offseason the same way they always do. Some people are out. Some new people will be in. Try again.
It's going to be different this offseason, I would predict. It's different
every season.
It's going to be more profound. There's going to be more top-line big names that leave. I do think that 2 of your 3 coordinators are going to be gone. Your defensive coordinator, your special teams coordinator, your big boom box-carrying wide receiver might get cut.
Maybe.
Your high-priced D lineman who only played 3 games, probably getting cut. Your corner, Charvarius Ward, won't be back. You've got Hufanga may be gone. Mason's going to be gone. I do think that the Super Bowl or bust, it's going to be more of a busted up than what normally happens in an offseason.
I guess that I look at this year and I feel like too many look at the roster this year and feel like this was a carryover from last year. And that's part of why everyone was like, you should win the Super Bowl. Greg Cosell literally said it to us on Wednesday. He's like, your personnel is completely different. It's completely different. If we were watching football with the Niners last year, and I had told you, okay, I know it's going well, but tomorrow, no McCaffrey, no Ayuk, no Trent Williams, no Dre Greenlaw, on down the line. No Eric Armstead, no defensive coordinator, like all the things. There are so many things this year that are different than they were last year. And so, yes, I expect that again. But I don't think that means the roster's busted up, the window is closed, and they're not allowed to be a good team next year. I just don't think any of that. This is the job of a professional sports team. It's what Buster Posey is doing with the Giants right now. This is not like a cataclysmic change, but everyone's optimistic based on one player. Like, okay, and we're thinking that more things will happen, but there's just changes every single year. This offseason is just the next offseason.
Just looking at the depth chart from last year, the changes are much more pronounced on defense than they were on offense. Because I'm looking at the depth chart from last December, and put aside the injuries you suffered this year, but Ayuk and Debo and Jawan, Trent, Banks, Brendel, Burford is the one at right guard. Pooney came in and replaced him. McKivitz, Kittle, Purdy, McCaffrey, and Juszczyk. That's basically your starting offense this year. Now, Trent had his issues. He was hurt.
A bunch of them
McCaffrey was hurt.
Ayuk
got hurt, but you didn't make changes other than right guard until you had injuries. Then you made changes.
You weren't doing it purposefully, I think is what you're saying, and that's
Correct.
true.
Defensively, though, Armstead, last year, he's gone. Chase Young, Dre Greenlaw hurt. Oren Burks wasn't with the team. Tashawn Gibson was gone, and then he came back.
Right.
Ambry Thomas is the other one. So more changes on defense than on offense. I just look at from where we are now to where we'll be next September. I think that there's going to be a lot more turnover on the roster.
You might be right, but you might not be. Like, I do feel like there's a premise being built here that Debo's not on the team next year. I don't know that.
Nobody knows that.
I don't know that that's
but
what Kyle Shanahan is thinking.
But we all had that same premise back in May when they were talking about signing Ayuk. We talked about it would be one or the other.
The premise was it would be one or the other. And then they restructured Debo and signed Brandon. And we went, oh, well,
and then Brandon got hurt, and Debo had a bad year.
Ineffective year. Totally. So what does that leave you? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what Kyle is thinking with regard to that.
And it becomes really interesting as it pertains to the timeline. And I can't wait to go back to the phones here. But a post-June 1st release is much more cost-effective for the Niners. But what that would mean is you get to the draft in April, and maybe you draft another wide receiver.
Oh, God.
Not with the first pick. I'm not advocating that.
Well, sure, they may at some point. I mean, there's a bunch of picks. Yeah.
For sure. But the point is, you don't want to let the draft go without getting a receiver and then go ahead and cut Debo, because then you'll be left with a recovering Brandon Ayuk, not ready for September, and then Jawan and Ricky and Cowing as your unit?
No, there's and who knows? There's also free agency. Like, there's a number of ways to do it. But you might not be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I would suggest, just for the mental health of the fans, to not pick a receiver in the first round. Now, especially since now, by the way, in terms of who saw that coming, guess what? 49ers are probably picking in the first half of the first round. How about that? For the first time in a long time. For the first time since Kinlaw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that was a trade, though. They traded into the first round for Kinlaw. Manny in Union City. Hi, Manny. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Happy Friday, guys. Hey, Gibbs, I just want to correct you. It's not just going to be Jennings and Pearsall and Cowing. What I'm thinking is that since they're going to release Campbell, they're going to activate Ronnie Bell from the practice squad. So there you go. We got Ronnie Bell back. Hey.
Problem solved. Appreciate that. I'm going to go throw up now, but go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to throw a quick shade to my boy Goo. I saw him in Union City the other day. I was wondering what the heck he was doing there. He looked like he was picking a fight with those high school kids, but then after I saw what I saw, it looked like he was just talking to another guy, but I thought he was trying to get into it with him.
Go ahead, Manny.
This is what I wanted to talk about, man, and I was telling the guy that picked up. Here's my theory on why Campbell did what he did, right? He looked at the score. He said, enough is enough. You know, you got the offensive captain basically saying things like, we're not playing as hard as we can, and then the offense goes out there and lays a duck. I'm not excusing his behavior. I coached youth football. I coached a team where these kids were undersized, undermanned, and they were not as talented as most of their teams, but they played that game heart and soul, in and out, day in and out. Even whatever the score showed, they fought tooth and nail. So I'm not excusing his actions. But if I wanted to play devil's advocate, I could see it. I mean, the offense basically stunk up the place. Debo talks one hell of a game, doesn't do it on the field. Purdy, I was telling people today, man, as much as we love this kid, it seems like he's fool's gold in some ways because his shine is starting to come apart at the seams here. He was a 7th-round pick. That's the productivity we get out of a 7th-round pick. So my feelings for this season, moving forward, it got me waxing nostalgic of the days of yore when we had true powerhouse squads. And what this season showed me is it was so reminiscent when those powerhouse squads got humbled in the 91 season. They came so close at the end with their record. If you looked at it, they were 10-6, and this was the time when the Falcons and the Saints were in the division. They lost the tiebreaker to the Falcons. As try as they might with that record, they couldn't get in the playoffs. And this is what this season eerily reminds me of. We didn't have Joe then anymore. We didn't have Roger. We didn't have Ronnie. And with all the losses that we have suffered through the years, the powerhouse that we saw in the 2 Super Bowls, it's kind of like become mid now. So this season's got me waxing nostalgic for the days of yore. What I'd like to see moving forward in the draft come April, if we do, I know some people might be against this, but we need to explore the possibility that maybe a 7th-round pick might not be the one to bring us to the promised land. And we need to look, especially if what we have as far as draft capital, we might want to look at something a lot more stable at the quarterback position. I love the kid. I can sing high praises of him, but I'm also realistic about what we have. So, fellas, I'm not conceding the impossible. This Sunday is really going to play it out. If you look at it, the only team realistically out of the playoffs right now are the Giants. But then again, Sunday is going to come around, and then we're going to see what we're going to see.
Well, Manny, actually, I disagree with that last part. Thank you so much, Manny. But no, the Niners are done. They're not making the playoffs this year, and it wouldn't even matter if they did. This is just that I've certainly accepted it as of today. This is not that caliber of a team. I don't even know if that would help them at this point. Now, as far as your talk on drafting a quarterback, I would ask, when do you mean that? I don't think there's any doubt that the 49ers, like they always do, they will look at every position. They drafted Brock Purdy at a time where they thought they didn't need a quarterback. They drafted Brock Purdy a year after they had spent heaven and earth to get their future starting quarterback. So if they see value at the quarterback position, I'd argue next year is a great year to flank Brock Purdy with another young quarterback who will be cheap, and who knows how he will develop. It's not like who they have in their backup room right now is all that impressive. So I love the idea of drafting a quarterback. I do not like the idea of drafting one in the first round.
No, and they won't. And if you look at what Shanahan has done, he's looked to make those picks late in drafts. And you go back to C.J. Beathard, who they drafted at quarterback in their first draft in the 3rd round. Now, that was too early, and it turned out that he wasn't a great quarterback, but that, I think, is much more the model. And I'm thinking more and more about this Brock Purdy extension, Mark, and I'm not comparing Brock to this player, but the contract that this player signed, to me, makes a lot of sense for the 49ers, and it's Daniel Jones. And the Giants gave Daniel Jones 4 years and $160 million, and everybody laughed at it because it was a grotesque overpay. But when you look at the details of the contract, only $81 million of that was guaranteed. So if you are sold on Brock Purdy, but you don't want to break the market with Brock Purdy, and you're sold on Brock Purdy, and you believe that, he still is the guy, but you kind of want to have a possible out, a contract like this makes sense, where you give him a 4-year deal, and whatever the number is, probably more than 160, maybe it's 4 years and 180, $45 million a year, and you guarantee half of it, and you pay a lot of it up front in the first year, which wouldn't be next year, by the way. It would be the year after. So he plays next year, then he plays the year after on his new deal with a lot of money front loaded. And at that point, if you realize, geez, he's not getting better and he's not the dude, well, then you can do what the Giants did with Daniel Jones, which is cut him, eat a portion of it, and move on at that point.
Yeah, I don't mind. And are you talking about a Daniel Jones style contract or actually Daniel Jones as the backup?
No, I'm talking about the contract.
The contract, okay. Because I don't mind either idea, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, a backup, like Sam Darnold was a perfect backup.
Yeah.
He was a guy who...
And I would argue that Daniel Jones would not be a bad backup either. Right. It's not like it's not because I saw something in him, but I will tell you, like, Sam Darnold is a fascinating case this year. Because you do look, and this is one of those things that I wish people would think about when they say, system quarterback, product of this, that, or the other. Yeah, and that's okay. You all love Sam Darnold is in the MVP race this year, and he has been on 4 football teams in the NFL, and he's never looked great before. He's never looked like this. Why does he suddenly look like this? Poof. He's got time.
Yeah.
He has time. He has receivers, and he's got a smart head coach.
Jared Goff is a great example as well.
Jared Goff. And I wonder, it's not like Daniel Jones. I don't think he's great, but let's be real. Daniel was stuck in the same city and the same stadium and the same joke style of an organization that Sam was. Like he's on the Giants. He's on the New York Giants. And I know Dayball has got some really good offensive resume stuff there, but I mean, we watched this team. This is a team that looked at Saquon Barkley and went,
no thanks.
For $12 million, we can have Devin Singletary for $9 million. And that's fine.
Yeah.
That's the decision they made.
It's a bad one.
Daniel Jones, I'd be interested to see him get a shot somewhere else.
Grandy with a great point in my ear. I'll give him full credit. Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith. 2 other quarterbacks, new systems, second chance, and didn't go in, and a chance to revive their career.
Totally.
And I do think that, Brock Purdy deserves to get a contract. He deserves to continue to get a shot, but you don't have to pay him max money and be completely tethered to him. You can do a Daniel Jones type of contract where you give him $40 million a year or whatever the number is, but you have an out after a couple of years to where if he doesn't really ascend to where he was last year, then you can part ways.
I can almost promise you that what you're saying will happen.
Right.
It is the way the 49ers do business and not something that any of us have talked about. Like, we're so stuck on the 60, 50, 45. We haven't talked one bit about how much of it is guaranteed because there is precedent for quarterbacks to walk in and go, oh, by the way, you'll guarantee all of it. Deshaun Watson did it. Kirk Cousins has done it. That there is some of that precedent. Teams are starting to tap the brakes on it, but that's another thing that could be welcomed into the conversation. Do you give Brock Purdy maybe a couple more $1 million on the average AAV, but then also say, but we are creating an out for ourselves so that when you turn 26, 27 years old, if we don't like the way this is going, we can duck out. We can duck out. And so I'm with you. And I think that is exactly what they'll do.
And it has to be because the fully guaranteed contracts, as we've seen, usually don't work out. And look at the Browns and Deshaun Watson. I don't know what's left on that deal. I know it's north of $100 million.
Good Lord.
And I'm sure that the Browns don't ever want him to play quarterback again because he stinks. And I think he's played 2 years of his deal, if I'm not mistaken,
I'm pulling up right now. Deshaun Watson.
He's got to have about 130 left on that baby.
Deshaun Watson, after this year, still has 2 more full guaranteed years left, totaling $92 million.
Oh, there you go.
This is a 5-year, $230 million.
So he's played 3 of the 5.
Fully guaranteed deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're just going to have to eat that. I'm going to eat it.
Eat it.
Yep.
Eat it. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years, a full-service banking with no compromises. Jason, Redwood Dave, Cowboy Sal, how did this season, Niner fans, make you feel? 888-957-9570. We will also get you ready for Stephen Kerr. He is going to be along here in about 23 minutes, little bit after 5 o'clock. Steve Kerr will be on with us live, and we'll be talking to him about everything going on with the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga, and beyond, and the fact that got a new game on the schedule Sunday, and it's Klay Thompson back at Chase Center yet again, 530warriors.com, because this game wasn't on the schedule. Might be an opportunity for you to pop in and sit somewhere you don't normally get to sit. So check it out. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to not scare you, but I do need to make you aware.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Thank you, Coach. We haven't spent any time on you yet.
Do I get to make a pick for Sunday Night Football?
No.
I got to wait till the Monday doubleheader.
I mean, you can if you want. I don't care.
I'm running cold right now.
You got to make a pick for the weekend. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
fine. Packers, Seahawks.
5:45.
Yeah, to keep the Niners season alive.
Boy.
Yeah, right.
Pick is in. I don't really have much in terms of last night as far as the pick goes.
I forgot to go after you.
Well, Kerr just did.
Niners -3.
Goosh.
2-game losing streak.
That's not on me.
It's totally on you.
Last night is not on me.
You're now 20-22, by the way.
Yeah.
How is that pick not on you? Literally, the whole room craters whenever you pick the Niners. And
Debo.
You did it again.
Catch the ball, Debo.
Yeah, Debo. Dibzo.
Yeah. I guess by Monday it'll be
a good one.
Too late. It was not good. A 1.
It was not a 1. It was not a 4, but it was not a 1.
Did you do Granny's grades on the internet at all?
I did.
Okay. I don't know if we even have time to get to it.
He gave you an F.
That's fair. That's fair.
There were multiple Fs.
He gave you an F. 12-6. I can't even look at this score without stressing out. 12-6. People bought tickets to that.
You bought tickets to that.
People bought tickets.
You got tickets to
that game. And they sat in the rain and watched 6 field goals.
With their slicker on.
Oh, my God.
I saw Bonte and Joe both in the post game. They weren't happy. Bonte was there, apparently.
Bonte was there.
I know Joe was home. It's funny because
Joe's was a little bit more intense.
I didn't listen to either one of them, I watched them both.
Bonte's was like, he was organized. He was on point. He was walking to his car.
Yep, walking through the lot.
It was good. He was.
Well, they're both always so good.
Well, no, Joe's good, but he's just yelling at that phone. He's just so mad at it. He's just like, what
are we doing?
Right.
I want to go back to the playoffs.
Niners, what are you getting? Yeah, and that's fair too. Bonte's was more measured, and it was like a check mark. You sucked, and you sucked.
Oh, wow, okay.
And you sucked, and we got to talk about you and you and you.
I don't listen to him usually, but I do watch him, and a lot of times with Joe, I'll try to read his lips because the gestures are so wild.
Wait.
I'll watch him, but I won't listen to him.
You watch, but you won't listen?
I'm usually in a spot where I can't just go full volume.
So you just stare at...
I don't stare at it, but I watch it.
You stare at mimes of 95.7 The Game, just like...
You don't need to listen to
read
Joe
their lips.
to understand what the emotion is.
You didn't have a choice on one he put out last weekend.
That's
after
true.
the Giants
The
signed
one in the
Willie
car.
Adames. He was in the car with his whole family, and there was no audio. It was just him screaming, and no one knew what he said.
And he was fancy. He was like dressed up. They were heading somewhere, maybe just a church or something.
Well,
I don't know
saw
where
that
he was
one
going.
because the person behind him, I don't know if it was his mom or mother-in-law or whatever, all of a sudden you see this woman's head pop to the side, and then she pops back in.
But you're right, Dibs. You can kind of tell a lot of times what Butch is saying.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like you even need to do that. I knew before a video even got posted that Butch was mad last night.
Right.
The Niners lost 12-6.
Say it again.
Who the hell wasn't mad?
12-6.
12-6.
And I think you said it earlier. Maybe you didn't. Yeah, stupid. That's what you said. 12-6.
Stupid. That's stupid.
John Sally.
That's a dumb football game.
Yeah.
It's not worth our time.
Right. It's kind of like losing a baseball game 5-0. Where
No, it's way worse.
Well, at least
it's way worse.
And somebody made the point in the press box, might have been Jake Hutchinson, where when the Niners fall behind, it's kind of like when the Giants fall behind by 2 or 3 runs, and you realize, oh, this game's over.
No, I'll give you a good example because this happened one time. I was there. I swear the game was at least 14 innings. It might have been 18. I can't even remember. I think I'm thinking 18 because of the playoff game against the Nationals a few years ago. But this was like 5 years ago. The Giants are playing the Rockies, and it's like the 14th or 15th inning. And Eric Kratz, do you remember this human being?
Kratz.
Eric Kratz was like the 4th-string catcher, and he gets in there, and I don't remember if this was – I think this was pre-pandemic, so I don't think we were doing a runner at second base yet, which is part of why – actually, I know we weren't. That's why it went 14, 15 innings. But somebody was like over at second base or third base, and Kratz fists a pop-up to first base.
Can't say that.
And the first baseman drops it. And the game ends 1-0.
On a Kratz fister?
On a Kratz fister that was dropped in the 15th inning. That is what happened last night at Levi Stadium.
Well,
12-6. Use the end zones. Somebody painted those. Somebody worked on that.
Yeah.
Somebody worked all day on that. Use them.
Well, the 49ers last night in the red zone, 0 for 0. They did not make it in the red zone. 0 trips to the red zone.
Correct.
The previous week, they were 5 for 6. And you just mentioned that 15th inning game of memory. Do you realize that the longest game in the majors last year was a 12-inning game?
Yeah.
That was the longest game in terms of innings played.
Sure.
And I know that we all want to cut to the chase, an automatic runner on second, whatever, but some of the greatest memories, the Washington National game when they won it in 18, right, in the playoffs, and you're talking about a Kratz fister in the 15th.
Kratz
Those great memories are now gone based on this cockamamie runner at second rule. 12 innings, Mark, was the longest game last year. It's a shame.
Kratz fister sounds like a fancy beer that someone would order when they're on a date.
It's a nice Hefeweizen.
Yeah, like, I'll take a Kratz fister. Great, let's drink.
Not to mention Doug Fister.
Another good one.
Yeah.
Didn't that start with a P?
I think so, yeah. PF.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? Silent P?
Former Tiger pitcher, I believe.
Just an F.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I don't know where are we right now? Let's go to
12-6. Stupid.
12-6.
And you got into Kratz fister.
12-6 is cool if it's a curveball that you threw.
Nice.
Other than that,
shout out Barry Zito.
It stinks. Let's go to Redwood Dave. Hi, Dave. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just getting ready for Christmas here. Was super disappointed on how the season started because the organization needs to do a much better job of signing the players that they need prior to the season starting, like with Trent, and Ayuk, because that just puts a downer on the preseason. It's so much different when you tell a player, hey, we need you, right? As opposed to saying, hey, I know you need me and you're going to have to sign me sooner or later. So that just put a big dampener on the preseason. And we don't care how much players get paid as fans. What we do care about is how the negotiations affect the team. It just looks like they're not having fun out there, And when you're having fun, like it looked like they used to be doing, that's when you win,
Well,
and it's amazing how other organizations other organizations are able to replace players. And for some reason, the players that we need that are replacing just don't live up to the caliber that we initially have.
Well, it's interesting. And Dave, I wonder how you'd answer this. Like, there's a little bit of a chicken or the egg conversation. When you say the team's not having fun, do you think that they are losing because they're not having fun, or are they not having fun because they're losing?
I think you can still play hard and have fun, but if the team is not enjoying the atmosphere, whatever it is, and you're losing, then that's a double whammy. And that's something they need to work on as an organization.
Redwood Dave, thank you very much. Thank you for the phone call. Enjoy Christmas.
It is definitely chicken or the egg, but I think that teams that are losing in general are going to be having less fun. The New York Giants probably not having a lot of fun.
Not as much
the
fun.
Las Vegas Raiders not having too much fun. The Kansas City Chiefs, when you've won back-to-back Super Bowls and your coach lets you do Ring Around the Rosie and your coach lets you basically do whatever you want because you're winning, that's pretty fun.
I just think sometimes these things are like you organically lose them and you don't even know for a period of time that you lost them. And then once you realize you've lost them, you don't know how to get it back. And I'm sort of talking, I guess, about their mojo. Like they came out and from the Ayuk conversation to a lot of guys worried about money to overconfidence to injury to a couple of poor signings. And how often did you hear this phrase in the month of August? Bad vibes. It was constant. It was absolutely constant. And I don't know if the players were actually feeling that or not, but we sure were. We sure were as fans. And then you get into the season, you win one football game, you beat the Jets by a lot, and you're like, okay. And that was a super calming night. It was like, oh, wait, no, they're good again. Too many field goals, but that's okay. They're good again. Let's go. And then the next thing you know, 2 weeks later, they're 1-2. They've blown a game against the Rams. A bunch of guys are hurt, and we are off. We are just rolling downhill on the bad vibes train, and they never got it back. And maybe they're worse than we even know. Dudes walking off the field last night in the middle of the game. Like, I can't
That's
believe
one guy, though. I don't necessarily think that speaks to the overall vibe.
I agree, but I also I can't believe that happened with this team because we've been trained for years now that this is a no-knucklehead group and a phenomenal, top-notch locker room with great leaders. That's what and so for that to happen here was jarring to me.
Well, and I do look at other things like Debo choke slamming or going after the long snapper. That to me is not indicative of necessarily a great locker room. And I don't want to put all the blame for these things on Kyle Shanahan, but it's his house and these things happened in his house. And Nick Sorensen, the defensive coordinator, if you have a defensive player up and just quit on you, well, that's something that, you should probably see coming, or maybe you can't see it coming, but it does reflect poorly on the coordinator when something like that happens.
There's no question. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. On Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are always excited when Steve Kerr comes on this show. We are extra excited that Steve Kerr is about to join us in 3 minutes for a few reasons, but this is one of them. I want everybody to remember what was going on the last time we saw Steve Kerr. It was Wednesday night. The Warriors had just lost yet another frustrating come-from-ahead game in the closing moments there against Houston. And there was the scramble on the floor and the foul call and the Jalen Green free throws, and the Rockets win by 1. And then Steve Kerr went to the press media gathering, and we want to play this for you so you can be reminded of what went on and how potentially it was directed not just at the refs, but at Dan Dibley. We'll see. You make the call. Here it is.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. Loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout and let the players decide the game. That's how you officiate, especially because the game was a complete wrestling match. They didn't call anything. Steph Curry got hit on the elbow, plain as day on a jump shot, just clubbed right on there, no call. So you've established you're just not going to call anything throughout the game. It's a physical game. We're going to call it a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line. This is a billion-dollar industry. You got people's jobs on the line. I am stunned. I'm stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back. They played great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game, or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made, because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
And that rant led to a change in the name of this show here on 95.7 The Game.
What do you mean?
Now Willard and the elementary school referee.
Gotcha.
Because that's what you are.
And
that's literally what you are. For how long now?
I've been
113 years?
Probably 35 years, off and on. I started in high school, and as I matriculated through and I got older, I started refereeing primarily the elementary school level, 4th and 5th grade. I had your elementary school son.
You roughed a game for him last year.
I sure did, yeah. And you had prompted him to try to beg for calls, which I thought was funny the first time, but when he did it the 7th time, I almost had to throw you both out of the gymnasium. But yes, I am an elementary school official.
I would have loved that if you had tried. That would have been amazing.
You're gone, and take your father with you.
I'd have been like, hell no, we won't go. You don't have that kind of authority here.
I actually do, which is kind of fun. And normally you go to the coach and you have the coach handle it, and that's a very, very rare circumstance.
Have you ever tossed someone out of a gym?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. If a parent won't stop, you go over to the coach and you say, Coach, I think that parent's with you. You're going to need to go over and talk to him, because we're not doing that here. We're not doing that. We're not yelling at an elementary school ref here on a Saturday morning. And if it persists, then we got to go back over and say, got to go. He's got to go.
Anyway, you were saying.
I'm an elementary school ref, and I have been for a long time. And Steve's right. You have to have a certain amount of feel. And in that situation, they absolutely should have huddled and agreed to grant the timeout, but they didn't do that.
They didn't do that. And so it leaves the Warriors in a spot where they too, not like the 49ers level, but they too are feeling very frustrated right now with regard to how they finish games. They're scoring down the stretch. I'm going to ask Steve this. I'll tell you this, because there's another one that just came out within the last hour. Steve is not going to comment on trade rumors, but he can answer this question. Has it gotten to the point of distraction? Because you cannot watch one NBA show right now that doesn't have a trade idea for the Warriors.
Right.
There's not one. Bobby Marks, ESPN, literally hours ago, said, do you want to know who is a low-risk trade target for the Warriors if they're looking for a star? Ready for the name? Are you ready for the name?
I'm ready for the name, Mark.
Zion Williamson.
And he calls it a low-risk trade target?
Low-risk trade target because it wouldn't be as expensive as some of the other names out there. The Pelicans might be looking to move on, and he matches the salaries of Andrew Wiggins, Brandon Podziemski, and Kevon Looney and says that would work. So we can play with that a little bit later because we're a sports talk radio show.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not going to throw names around with Steve.
No, he can't comment.
No, but I do wonder. Look, they're professionals. They get it, all of that stuff. But it is getting overwhelming very early. We have still got a long way to go before the trade deadline.
$123 million left on his deal feels to me not so low risk.
Yeah,
with a guy who's got injury history.
No doubt.
My opinion.
Significant injury history. Let's do it. He's here. He's ready. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Coach Steve Kerr here on Willard and Dibs, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Hi, Coach. How are you?
Great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, but we wanted to start with this because we just replayed for our audience your press gathering after the Rockets game on Wednesday night, and when you finished it by saying it was a call that an elementary school ref wouldn't make, I immediately wondered, do you know that when you're talking to us that one of us is actually an elementary school referee?
I had no idea.
Okay,
is that true?
Dan Dibley has been doing it for 35 years. So, Coach, the floor is yours. You talk to him.
Would you have made that call?
Steve, I wouldn't have, and I'll tell you why. I do 8 games in a day. I'm kind of the Zach Zarba of Marin County CYO.
Not nearly as good looking. Yeah, take it easy.
Well, you kind of jumped the bit because I'm both handsome and efficient with the whistle. But what I like to do, Steve, is I like to let the kids, in this case, and I do a lot of 4th and 5th grade, I like to let the players decide it. And because I work alone, I don't have the opportunity to do what Mr. Kennedy and the crew should have done, which is huddle up, because he bursts in from the baseline with the fist. Meanwhile, the other 2 officials are looking at the play, doing exactly what the dibber does up in the CYO. Is that where your frustration really stems from? The fact that, Kennedy stole the call from the baseline while the other 2 were kind of letting it play out?
Well, I said what I said after the game. Obviously, it was a disappointing finish. I just think in general those plays should not be called. I think Bill Kennedy's a great ref. He's a great guy, and I always feel bad after games if when I criticize refs, because these guys have the hardest job in sports. I mean, other than being a quarterback in the NFL, I think they have the hardest job in sports. But my issue is that there's got to be feel with officiating. It can't be black and white. And this is, I've said this before. This is not tennis where you go to Hawkeye, the ball's either in or out, and everybody agrees. I mean, we could have an argument on every single call that happens or non-call in a basketball game. So these guys have really difficult jobs. I acknowledge that, and I just think the NBA is best served, and all of basketball, including elementary basketball in Marin, it's best served when there's some feel. Like it's that's just not a call that should be made, and I'm going to leave it at that so I don't rack up any fines.
I appreciate it, Steve. And coaches in our league don't get fined, but if you need me to don the stripes and get out there when Dallas comes to town, I need to start stretching now so I can make it the full 48.
Well, I'll be in touch.
Thank you,
Coach. I will ask you this. I wonder if there is anything that has sort of changed with your thought process on this. And I mean that with the view from 10,000 feet, because you told us last week that what you say in press conferences, you do think that out. That is somewhat strategic, and there has been at least 3 instances of discussing officiating in post-game press conferences. So why has it been more of a topic for you this year?
I'm not sure it has been more of a topic this year. I only really remember the Denver and this one. What was it? What was the other one?
I'm thinking of Memphis also.
Yeah. I was a little upset that night. That's true.
Yeah. Well, fair. I'm not saying it's unfair, but anyway.
No, like I said, it's and I'll tell you this. I think the game is in a much better place than it was a year ago, where the players were just manipulating their way to the foul line. We've done a really good job, the league has, of kind of eliminating that dynamic. And the game, I think the game is way better this year than it was a year ago. And so the one thing I say, the league is always trying to make it a better game, trying to improve the quality of the flow of the game. And I know that, when I speak publicly, I am speaking to the league too, and I think they know that. And I actually think that's somewhat appreciated. As long as you do it in a tactful way and you're not crushing people, I just think we're all kind of, working towards a better game. And it's really hard because, as I said, the NBA, every single call, there's gray area on. And what I think is a foul, you're going to think it's not, depending on, what side we're cheering for, what side we're on. So this is really difficult stuff.
Yeah, and you were mentioning the benefit that the game has gotten from refs kind of letting them play. And without being critical of the officials that night, do you think that the Rocket game maybe is too far in the other direction in terms of the allowance of physicality?
Yeah, I do think it got too physical in that game. And I thought, and that was one of my comments afterwards was, if it's going to be that physical, then how can you possibly call that, that play at the end? And so you want it to be consistent. That's the main thing. You want to know what's happening, but there's always the league is always evolving, and the officiating is evolving with it. And as I said, I feel good about the league's handling of everything and how they want the game to go to a good place, and that changes from era to era, from year to year, and like I said, they do a good job of collaborating.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I look at what is, and I wonder if you actually would use the word trend, but it feels like a little bit of a trend that you guys are having a hard time getting buckets in the final 2-3 minutes of games when the game is close. What do you see as to what is preventing the scoring down the stretch?
Well, I think Steph had great comments after the game. As always, he took accountability because that's what Steph does. Whether anything is his fault or not, he's always going to, stand up and say, hey, I take responsibility for this. But what he said was we have to be better organized. We have to get certain go-to sets. We have to really be comfortable with what we're doing with the personnel that we have. And I think he's dead on. And the beauty of Steph is that, he's one of the only superstars in sports who can just say that so authentically, so genuinely, so non-threateningly to anybody. There's no controversy. Nobody's writing stories today or yesterday about, Steph Curry calls out his coach. It's just genuine collaboration. It's the beauty of Steph. Along with lots of other stuff, but he is an incredible partner in all of this. And the reason I'm so confident that we are going to get through this is because we're going to collaborate. Today's practice was really dedicated to situational stuff and talking details on, end of game actions and what we're trying to accomplish and who needs to be where. And I have a lot of accountability in that as the coach. I've got to make sure that we are really efficient down the stretch in closing games. And so, Steph and I are aware, Draymond's aware, we have to do this together. We got to figure it out. And that's the plan.
Looked like most of the offense was Steph and Draymond screening rolls down the stretch in that Houston game. Is there more space for Jonathan Kuminga to get the ball and kind of create on his own late in games in crunch time spots?
Well, we saw that in the last Houston game at home when Steph and Draymond were out, and that was definitely a great option, and that can still be an option for sure. But to be fair, like if we have Steph and Draymond on the floor, we're going to go to them. That's they are our best option. We know that they've run that pick and roll for a decade. They've won championships doing that. That's the best option. There are other options for sure. JK in that situation is an option. There are other things we can do, but our bread and butter is going to be the pick and roll with Steph and Draymond. Everybody knows that, but we've got to do a better job of building the rhythm within it and making sure guys are in the right spots around them and then executing from there.
So, Steve, let's talk a little bit about Kuminga then with what you just said and the fact that you recently had a couple of games ago, right? Draymond to the bench and Jonathan into the starting spot. And it feels like the organization is sending the message that they want to at least feature him a little bit more. Is that true? And what have you said to him about what that move means?
Yeah, that we are giving him, more opportunity for sure. And that's the plan, I think you guys are well aware. We've been experimenting I think we've had 13 different starting lineups this year. And the tricky part of all this, to get cut right to the chase, is, Draymond's best as a 4. And if Draymond's the 4, it's hard to play JK at the 3. And so, in order to maximize JK, you have to slide Draymond to the 5 to give JK the space that he needs. And that means we're taking Draymond out of position. So we're experimenting with all of this. And it's not easy. It doesn't just fit hand in glove to be able to accomplish both. And so that's part of what we're experimenting with, and that's part of what we're looking at with different lineups.
And does that directly or indirectly affect Trace Jackson-Davis, who started a bunch at 5 early, and then Loon came in, and now TJD had a game where he didn't even play at all? Is it just a case of rotations, or is TJD kind of struggling here in year 2?
No, Trace is playing great. In fact, I thought he was really good the other night. I didn't play him the previous game against Minnesota, but the last game clearly presented a need for him because of their switching defense and their athleticism. We needed his finishing ability, and he got a couple buckets inside in that first half that were important for us. Running the floor was important for us. So it's just the domino effect of, JK playing the 4, Draymond playing the 5. That leaves fewer minutes for Loon and Trace, and sometimes it's one or the other. And we have to sort through all that. We also have to sort through, what does it mean for Draymond playing the 5 heavy minutes? I think it's a lot. To have to battle Şengün down there, all game on the low block, and then handle more responsibility, offensively as the guy at the top of the floor, running the dribble handoffs and the pick and rolls. It's exhausting doing all of that. And so these are all factors that we talk about every day organizationally and what it means.
Steve, any silver lining to the loss the other night in that it creates a home environment over this weekend, more rest, no chance of that extra game that's not in the standings? Has that thought even crossed your mind a little bit?
Yeah, but it's overwhelmed by the anger that comes from not being in Las Vegas playing in the NBA Cup tomorrow. I mean, we were dying to win that thing, and we were, I thought we played well enough to win. We didn't play great in Houston, obviously, but we battled and played really well defensively and should have closed that game out. And so that makes us pretty angry. Now, the flip side, you're right. We have one game in the next week. Today we practiced. We'll have 3 more practices in the next 5-6 days. That's almost unheard of. So we have a chance to really confront, some of the issues that have been holding us back and have kept us from winning some of these close games.
Quick aside, Steve, when you go to Vegas, are you a gambler? And if so, what's your table game that you prefer?
I used to be. I used to love to play blackjack, and now I'm an old man. I don't even bother going to the tables. I go right to the room and go to sleep at about 8:30.
I will let you know, Steve.
That's not a fun answer, Steve.
No, but I just so you know, I go to those tables still sometimes when I'm there, and there are plenty of old men there.
All right, old boring. I'm an old boring man. Okay. How's that?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to weigh in on what to do when you have 16 and the dealer has a 10 showing? How do you handle it?
Oh, hit every time.
Every time.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, if you haven't seen any face cards in a while, you might hold off. But I'm generally a let's go for it guy.
Love that.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week. Okay, what about Clay coming back again this weekend, and emotionally how that might compare to the first time that he came back?
No hats for Clay this week. No hats.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're always going to look forward to seeing Clay for sure. So we're excited to see him, but it's good to have the emotion of the first game behind us.
No doubt, and part of the fun of the NBA season for us anyway is to talk about the what if, and part of that is the trade rumors that are constantly swirling without addressing any of the ongoing machinations that are out there. As a coach, is it something that you find distracting, or is it something that you even address at all with the team privately or collectively as we get closer to trade season?
It gets to be a little bit of a distraction in February, but really at this point, there's nothing. I know there's plenty of rumors and all that stuff, but as far as being a distraction for the team or me, addressing anything, I don't say anything until February when it gets real. So it's not an issue.
Steve, how's Andrew Wiggins doing?
He's feeling pretty well. He'll be questionable for Sunday. We had a light practice today that he took part in, but it was mostly walkthrough and shooting and kind of 5-on-0 stuff. So we'll see how he's doing. I mean, if we feel like it makes sense to give him, the Sunday off because that'll mean a whole week or 9 days rest, then we'll do that. But that'll be up to the training staff.
Pods has kind of had an up and down year, and especially scoring the basketball, but everything else in his game has been pretty rock solid. Where is he at right now in his year 2 development, especially when it comes to his outside shot?
Well, the shot's starting to fall a little bit more, as you can see, and that's exactly what I expected. He's a good shooter, and I think over the course of his career, he's going to shoot a good percentage. I think Brandon is a hell of a player. He's tough. He's physical. He's someone who we really trust, with the game on the line. I had him inbound the ball the other night at the end of the game because I know he's going to make a good decision. I think Brandon is in a typical place for a second-year guy where he's still figuring out who he is as a player and his place on the team, his place in the league. That takes time. You have to experiment. You have to take risks. You have to make mistakes. And so he's going through all of that stuff and, kind of processing where he is and what kind of player he's going to be.
Steve, this is totally off subject, but we wanted to ask you, and if memory and the internet serve correctly, famously when Scottie Pippen wouldn't go into a playoff game there at the end when a play was being drawn up for Tony Kukoc, you were on that team, right?
I was, yeah.
What do you remember about that night?
I remember that Phil Jackson walked into the locker room and basically addressed the team briefly, and he said, Bill Cartwright is going to address you guys. Bill was in his 16th year, I think, one of our captains, and Bill addressed it, and it was one of the most powerful moments I've ever experienced because Scottie was a champion and beloved and everybody's favorite teammate, and he just kind of lost his mind for a second, and it was a bizarre moment. I think Scottie had so much equity that we forgave him because we knew who he was, what kind of heart he had, what kind of competitor he was. We recognized the fact that he, frankly, just kind of lost his cool and made a huge mistake.
So, Steve, the reason I'm asking, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but the 49ers last night in Thursday Night Football had one of their linebackers just walk off the field and tell the coaches he did not feel like playing when there were other linebackers playing through injury out on the field and others who had been knocked out of the game and they really needed him. So that's kind of why the subject is fresh for us. And we as fans and media are sort of working through what that does to a teammate when one of your teammates won't go in there for their brothers. So thought it'd be interesting to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, I just think that so much of it is based on the player's history with the team. If in our case with Scottie Pippen, we knew what Scottie was about, and we recognized it was just an awful mistake, but one that we were willing to forgive because of who he was and what he had meant to the team and what kind of teammate he had been his entire career. So I just think it's one thing if it's a one-time deal. A guy had a bad night, having a bad day at home, whatever, or is it a pattern? Is it so it's really up to every team to figure that stuff out.
All right, so Steve, just to recap, no issue with elementary school refs, right?
No, actually, I'm a big fan because I hear they let the kids play ball.
Yeah, Steven, if you want to come out and vent, if you're feeling any frustration, I'll be at St. Vincent's in Marinwood every Saturday in January and February. I'll give you a good seat down low, and you can just let it rip, Steve.
We got good tickets, yeah.
I'm going to come out and heckle you so bad. It's going to be so fun.
Oh, my gosh. Wait. Coach, if you actually do, please.
Oh, my God.
Please. I will, I don't know, whatever. I don't even know what I could do for you, but I'm willing to negotiate that if you would do that.
Just to get you ready. I call traveling about as often as the NBA refs do, so don't ask for a travel call because we don't believe in traveling in the fourth grade.
I'll tell you what I can offer, Coach. I'll make swordfish stir fry for you.
There you
on
go.
Me.
I can do that on my own.
That's a good point. That's good. All right, I'll keep trying. Thank you, Coach.
All right, Steve.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he goes. Steve Kerr, swordfish stir fry, elementary school refs, and go in the game when your team tells you to.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And Scottie Pippen just lost his mind that night.
Yeah.
Devondre did too.
When he used the perfect word to describe why it was okay, and the word is equity. At that point, Scottie Pippen was a 3-time champ, and it wasn't okay in the moment, but P.S. they won that game to cut the series lead to 2-1. They ended up losing in 7 to New York, but he had the equity built up, and Devondre Campbell does not have that equity.
And even with that equity build up, I love hearing him say, Phil walks into the room, says, Bill Cartwright's going to talk to you, 16-year vet in the league, and Steve called it still one of the most memorable moments of his entire career listening to that speech. I mean, it just, and in an odd way, I don't even know, like I came in today going, there's a piece of me that goes, we don't even need to talk about this. There is nuance. There is intrigue. I think it's interesting to hear the players talk, but it's also maybe one of the most black and white opinions I've ever had in my career of sports talk radio. Like, dude, you're gone.
Yeah.
This is absolutely, unequivocally unacceptable at all levels, what Devondre Campbell did last night. And so when someone with the equity of Scottie Pippen does it, and it still leads to the 16-year vet going, it's time for a come-to-Jesus conversation after the game. I think it gives you a window into how deeply this cuts teammates when you do something like that.
Yeah, and you have Bill Cartwright step up, who at the time was 36, and he's a very stately, formidable presence at 7'1". He's kind of a professorial at that time, and I'm sure he said, look, Scott, this is not something that we do. It's not something we can ever do again. And just listening to Steve and remembering Pippen and the Devondre Campbell had me thinking a little bit about Blake Snell. And this is a little bit of a different comparison because their season was over and Blake Snell, it was his turn to pitch. And he said, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to pitch, which is weak sauce, but he's not hanging anyone directly out to dry.
Well,
if nobody else was able to pitch and you didn't have another pitcher, then it's a whole nother situation. Or if he, at the last minute, went out there to take the ball and after his warm-ups, he's like, nah, I'm good.
I do think there was some of that. Yeah. And I actually think it's what bothered the Giants even more than the example that you're bringing up, because I was told there are a couple games, first, second inning. If we go back, and I'd have to look at games where he came out, but early when he was coming back from that injury, and he would tell Bob Melvin, take me out. Take me out. And just tax the hell out of the bullpen and all that comes with it. And so if you do scratch your head as to why Blake Snell is now a Dodger, just know no tears were shed by the Giants. They would not have, if Blake Snell said, I'll come play for minimum wage, I think Buster Posey would have said, no, thanks. You are not a Giant. You are not a winning player.
Well,
I think that's how he feels.
I get it, and he's not wrong, but I'm just looking at his game log from July. 5 innings, 1 hit, no earned.
Oh, he's a great
7
pitcher.
innings, 1 hit, no earned.
He's a great pitcher, but you know what?
I mean, wow.
Ask Juan Soto and the Yankees right now. Juan Soto, who came out yesterday and was like, I've not talked to any of my Yankee teammates since the World Series. How do you think that lands with people? And so you can be a great player and also not a right fit.
Well, especially in baseball where it's literally every day. He had a 5-start stretch, 33 innings, 8 hits allowed, 2 earned.
One of the most,
including a no-hitter.
Yeah, one of the most unbelievable runs I've watched a pitcher go on.
Yeah.
And then he also had a 2-month stretch where, checks notes, he didn't pitch
Yeah.
at all. So
that was a month.
I get it.
And then it was another month. Yeah, and then he shut it down.
Yeah. Hey, you want to have some fun with this? And we're not done with Niners yet at all, but it'd be fun to line up some calls on this right now because Steve's gone, right? Is Steve gone? Steve's gone. All right, cool. So now we can really get into the silly trade rumors. I know Steve says, we don't need to worry about it till February.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, the sense I get is that this is being talked about now, and maybe it won't happen till closer to February, or maybe they pull the trigger earlier. I don't know. But Bobby Marks, who is not just some stiff, this is, for my money, the best NBA capologist out there. And he's with ESPN, and he's been in front offices before. And Bobby Marks tabbed the Warriors as a real possibility if the Pelicans do end up moving on from Zion Williamson. And the thought right now is that the Pelicans, whose record is dreadful, are absolutely willing to move on from Zion and from Brandon Ingram. And it's largely going to be for maybe some picks, young assets, but they just need to sort of reboot the whole thing. Marks throws this out there because I know what you might be thinking right away. Do you have to give up Kuminga? Ready? No. You can keep Jonathan Kuminga and bring in Zion Williamson. The return would be, and this is just proposed, and it works on the salary structure, Andrew Wiggins, Brandon Pajemski, Kevon Looney. So 888-957-9570. Just for fun. Would you do that, Warrior fans?
Would there be a pick involved as well? Possibly.
I don't know because the salary structure is the one that needs to fit. Probably.
Yeah.
Let's say there's a pick, but that's the return. Zion Williamson for Andrew Wiggins, Pods, and Looney. Warrior fans, yes or no? 888-957-9570. Where are you? Yes or no?
I'm out.
Why?
Because he gets hurt too much, and when he plays, he shoots too much. And I don't like the contract either. Next year, it's 39.4, then it's 42.1 and 44.9. 3 more years of will he or won't he? And I'm not saying he's going to eat himself out of the league, but he's never gotten in the kind of shape that would allow him to sustain 82. And also, I don't think that his playing style fits what Golden State likes to do. He's a ball-dominant guy. He's an unstoppable force when he is healthy. You just literally cannot stop him when he's dribbling going toward the rim.
Yeah, his presence is huge.
Huge, literally and figuratively. Yeah. But I don't think that he is the type of player that fits in this offensive scheme.
Well, the only hesitancy that I have, because I would sort of argue when people go, ooh, big risk, they're like, what are you risking? What are you actually risking? If we're all sitting here today going, Warriors are good, but they're not good enough. They can't score down the stretch of games. They're not going to win a championship in the remainder of Steph's career looking like this. Well, then what are you really risking? Especially if you're not giving up Jonathan Kuminga, who is the one that people are worried about is going to turn into a star. You know, Pods is, for a lot of fans I talk to, out of favor right now. Maybe that's a little early to jump ship. He had a really good rookie year. But what are you really risking there with giving that up? But here's what I would also add to the conversation. My hesitancy is not about that. It's about what Steve just said to us. Steve literally just said that he is having a very hard time figuring out the lineup because Draymond is best at the 4, and so is Jonathan. And so if you really start pushing Jonathan Kuminga into the role you want for him, that means a lot of minutes at the 5 for Draymond, and especially at his age, that's probably too much. So how do you figure that out? And then, oh, by the way, now you're going to bring in another 4? What are you doing with that lineup? Kuminga, Williamson, and Green.
Well, you can't play them all. You can't play them all at the same time.
Well, Kuminga would have to go to the 3.
And he doesn't play at the 3. Steve doesn't want to play him at the 3.
Correct.
And I know losing Wiggins in the trade would free up some minutes for Kuminga to potentially play as the 3, but Kuminga doesn't shoot the ball from 3 to play the 3. So, and already you don't want to play Draymond at the 5 that often. Just looking at Zion, since being drafted, he's played in less than 50% of all games.
I know.
For me, it's availability which is the number one ability, and it's the contract that scares me more than the playing style.
Well, the contract is interesting because the numbers that you just threw out there, high 30s, low 40s, it sounds big, and it is. But by the time 3 years from now, is that still that big of a contract? I mean, Zach LaVine makes more than that.
Right, but in 3 years, when Steph is gone and Draymond's gone, and he's in his final year making 40 whatever.
Then it's expiring.
Right, but I mean, do you want him to be the centerpiece of your team? At that point, I'd rather be paying Jonathan Kuminga 45 than Zion 45.
Maybe. I understand that. But again, the whole, and maybe you'd have the opportunity to still do that. I have no idea. You know, I don't know how the whole thing fits. But to me, that's less of a financial question, and it's more of a lineup question. Now, tucked into all that Steve just said, he's having a hard time figuring out the lineup with Draymond and Kuminga because he essentially wants both of them at the 4. That is really interesting to me. And yes, it's not new, but let's tuck that point into what we're all talking about with regard to Jonathan Kuminga and his future. So I think that, not that Steve was trying to send a message there, but even still, I kind of got one out of what he was saying. And so we can talk about that next. You can certainly weigh in. Wiggins, Pods, Looney for Williamson. For Zion, would you do it? 888-957-957 is the number. We're sponsored by California Lottery, Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California.
back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'll say this.
Yeah?
And that is Jonathan from the city said earlier today the Niners are stuck between a hard place and a rock.
Yep.
Which I don't know why that strikes me as so funny. But I feel stuck between a hard place and a rock when you, in the Fade the Dibbers segment, pick the Niners.
Yeah.
Because
I'm 2-5 when I pick them as a favorite.
And I want to, as I said right there, I want to fade. I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me.
Yeah.
I'm not picking against the Niners. I'm not betting against the Niners. I don't do that to myself. No. It's not about being chicken. It's about creating an emotion that I don't enjoy feeling. I don't want...
You bet to win the game.
No, I don't want to watch the Niners and have a hedge inside my body where I'm like, but I won $50.
It's an emotional hedge.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just would rather not play.
Or as Guru would say, reverse devil tongue.
So that's why I don't like it when you do that. And
you really don't like it because it means the Niners are going to lose.
Right. It's also precursor to the Niners losing football games. So I don't like it. That one's
not on me. If Debo catches the ball and they go up 10-3, we coast it.
You don't get to do that.
I know I don't get to do that.
No. You don't get to say it's not on you because if Debo this, because if that's how you feel, then you have to say the same thing about Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. It can't be on Kyle and Brock. If Debo catches the ball, we're winning that game.
If Devondre Campbell would have decided to play, well, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
All right.
Pull a plug on that.
Well, so there's no Niner game this weekend, but there is Sunday Night Football, and it does involve the Seattle Seahawks and the Green Bay Packers. And it's time to fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
And it was earlier today that Steve Kerr said, hey, Dibs, your picks stink. And he was right. You're almost hot. You're hot. If you can lose one more in a row.
This would be 3,
That would be a 3-game losing streak, which as far as I'm concerned means you're hot because this is called Fade the Dibbers, not Ride the Dibbers. Let's see if he can do it, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The Packers are 2.5-point favorite in Seattle on Sunday night. Dibs?
Well, Seattle getting points at home, and if you look at their season, they've won 4 in a row. They have a positive point differential of plus 19 at 8-5, but Lumen Field, I think that's what they call it now this year.
Maybe.
It's not nearly the home field advantage that it once was. In fact, they're 3-4 at home, and on the other side, Green Bay 9-4, coming off a loss, needing a win to keep hope alive to maybe catch Detroit. They probably won't, but still move up and maybe be the top wild card. They've been good on the road, 4-2, and they've got a better point differential than Seattle. This one's easy to me. You take Green Bay, you lay the 2.5 on the road, Kukush.
I'm not celebrating.
And you're not chanting.
No.
I can't see the director of sports. He's probably checked out.
Green Bay.
Randy's got a show coming up in 10 minutes. He's busy.
Yeah.
You look flummoxed. Or maybe you've got...
I was preparing for myself to really root for Green Bay in this game because the Niners were going to win last night and it was going to matter.
It was going to matter, yeah.
And now it doesn't, and I just want to... I'm just nauseous.
None of it matters anymore.
Yeah.
Would you rather Seattle win the West or the Rams?
Oh.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to make the room upset.
No, thank you.
No, because, Arizona would be the obvious choice,
Seattle.
right?
That's a great question.
I'd rather Seattle.
Than the Rams.
Yeah.
Just because of the smug nature of Sean McVay.
Yeah, and just Rams. Like, it's still...
And you didn't see this last night because you were at the game. I was at the game, but I had TV access. They kick a field goal to tie the game at 3, and you would have thought that he just won an Oscar. The fist pumping, the gyrating, the celebrating after a FGA, which is short for field goal, it was a little nauseating. It was a nauseation sensation.
He does that. He doesn't bother me as much as Sirianni, but
The correct answer is Seattle. You nailed it.
Yeah, we also have Rams fans in the family, and so I don't want to hear it.
The Ramley?
Yeah.
That's a 4.
That's a 3.
You don't want to hear him ram it?
I don't want – Christmas is coming, and I don't want to hear it. You're not that good, and I don't want to hear it. So don't act like you're fans. You've been fans for 4 seconds. You didn't go to the parade. I don't want to hear it. You don't even go to your own stadium. Your stadium is literally a feeding ground for whoever else is playing there. So I don't want to hear it. That's all. Seahawks.
Yep. One of my good friends, Marty Fisher, a.k.a. Fish, a.k.a. Pescado, he's an OG Orange County Ram fan from the 70s, so part of me would be happy if the Rams went to the playoffs because he'd be happy, but then again, go Seahawks.
You know what? Fade.
Okay. You're fading?
I'm fading.
You're taking
I'm
Seattle.
fading, I want y'all to fade with me. Fade with me. Let's fade.
Yeah,
why is the number only 2.5? That's stupid.
Kenneth Walker doubtful too. It's a Charbonnet show again.
Fade.
Seattle's home. So Green Bay's a 5.5 point better team in a neutral.
Supposed to rain.
Ooh, the rain. That only affects your guy. Rocky Poo.
My guy. Oh, he's my guy? I thought he was Kurt in Hayward Hills' guy. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, how you doing, boys? There's the two boys, the great boys of the Bay Area.
The best way to end the week is with Kurt.
How you doing? Hey, you know what I'm talking about? I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I hope they're listening. I hope Debo's listening. I hope Purdy's listening. And I hope Kyle is listening, because this is the bottom line. Debo Sanders, you asked for the ball. We gave you the ball, and you cost us the game. Purdy, you're my boy. You're Kyle's boy, but you made a lot of mistakes. Kyle, you got Purdy next year. He's your boy, and he's going to bring us to the promised land in the future. And that's about it, fellas. I hope they're listening, because it's been a disappointed season, bottom line.
Yeah. And Kurt, I don't know if you saw, but Devondre Campbell, the linebacker, quit on his team. He decided not to even go on the field and play. What would you tell Devondre Campbell after he quit on the Niners like that?
Well, let me go to tell you something about that idiot. Let me tell you something. I don't think ever, in all the years that I've been watching football, did I see some player have a nerve to tell the coach or Nick or whoever he told that he wasn't playing. You know what they should have did with him? They should have gave him his walking papers this morning and kicked him right out the door. And I don't know why they didn't do that. But Nick, I blame him, the coordinator of defense, and forget about it. Nick and Campbell, they're out of here.
Hey! Gabagoo! Yes, Kurt.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Kurt.
Don't ever change.
The payoff. He made us wait now.
Hey, paisanos.
Made us wait for it now.
Well, but you led him to water.
I was trying.
And then the man took a drink.
Thank God.
It's so good.
I didn't have another follow-up. I mean, Kurt. Geez, Kurt. Can we just get him out of here? So, boy.
Hey, Kurt, will you just say, get out of here for us? But
get out of here.
Thank you.
That's good.
He did it.
And Nick, too, though.
Forget about it.
Well, no, he rips Nick Sorensen every week.
But Purdy's the guy.
Now, remember, we didn't circle back on that. I spent all week telling you this was make or break night for Nick Sorensen.
Good point, yep.
It's a good night for him.
Yep.
You can blame him for Devondre Campbell. I would argue, 12 points, I'm taking that every time. I don't care who the opponent is. So, and Nick Bosa didn't really register. He's down to his fifth string linebacker, and they don't score a touchdown. They only score 12 points. It's a good night for Nick Sorensen last night.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt. And is it good enough for him to save his gig, or
I don't know.
Is he going to have to get out of here?
I don't know that Kyle Shanahan is hot after firing Nick Sorensen. The way I've sort of understood it is at minimum, this is a wait till the offseason thing, and maybe you do because of see who's available type of a situation. You know, if Robert Saleh's calling and he wants to come back and Kyle feels like that's necessary, then maybe. I don't think that they're as mad about Nick Sorensen as the fan base is.
Yeah, agreed. And I do think that there is a certain amount of benefit to having continuity year over year with the same coordinator, and they may think the same thing.
No, that's a fair point. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
No, I need to rest.
You sure do. You made it through the week, though.
Much better today, too.
Yeah.
Getting better, getting stronger.
You want to do it on Sunday?
No, what am I doing Sunday? I'm busy Sunday.
No, you're not.
It's Pop-Pop's birthday. Shout out Pop-Pop.
Oh.
Turning 81.
Okay.
Little family gathering.
How about Monday?
Oh, I'll be back Monday.
Okay. Ready to ride. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And guess what it is? It's another football hour.
Love it.
It's another day after game, which means that Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett are coming your way to react to yet another 49er loss. That is coming up next. Everybody, good luck with all those errands. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Make an exquisite cheese board at Whole Foods Market. Save 30